Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. System. Unknown POV. You ever wake up in a place that feels like someone hit shuffle on reality? Because that's exactly what happened to me. My eyes blinked open to a wooden ceiling. Not the smooth kind from IKEA, but the creaky, old, smells like saltwater kind. My head was pounding like I tried to headbutt a truck. Wait, no, I did get hit by a truck. Last memory, crossing the road, bright lights, and the most cliché line in the reincarnation handbook, crap. And now here I was, lying on a straw bed in a house that smelled faintly of ocean and lemons. Before I could make sense of it, the door creaked open and a girl with short blue hair stepped in. She looked around my age, maybe a bit older, wearing a simple white blouse and skirt. Her expression softened when she saw me awake. "Oh, you're up," she said, relief in her voice. "Are you feeling okay? You were washed ashore near the cliffs. I brought you here." I blinked at her. Washed ashore? Okay, that was new. Yeah, I said, rubbing the back of my head. Just a little headache. Nothing major. Thanks for saving me. She smiled politely, her eyes full of that quiet kindness that feels dangerous for a guy like me mostly because it makes you want to trust someone instantly. "I'm no Jaiko," she said. "And you are." I opened my mouth. "I'm Edgar D. Benjamin, call me Ben." The words slipped out before I could stop them. Edgar D. Benjamin? Who the hell was that? My name was Brock Robson. I stared at her, confused, as if the syllables themselves had betrayed me. Why did I say that name, and why did it sound right? Nojiko tilted her head, clearly not noticing the existential crisis brewing behind my smile. "Nice to meet you, Ben. You should rest a bit longer. You must have had quite a rough time." She gave me a small nod and turned to leave, but I called out before she could step away. "Wait, where exactly am I?" Her eyebrows lifted slightly. "We're on the Kanamai Islands, of course." And that's when my brain froze. Kanamai Islands. That name was way too familiar. My gamer instincts kicked in like a cold splash of water. Kanamai Islands. Blue-haired girl. Gentle smile. Orange trees outside the window. No way. No freaking way. I wasn't just in some random fishing village, I was in One Piece. The world of pirates, marines, sea monsters, and people who can punch through ships. And the blue-haired girl in front of me was Nojiko, Nami's older sister. My heart thudded. My palms went clammy. My inner anime fan was losing his mind. "Oh," I said, trying to sound casual. "See Kanamai Islands, huh? Nice place." Nojiko smiled faintly. "It's peaceful enough, usually." Translation: it's peaceful if Arlong's goons don't come around to collect. Yeah, I knew exactly where I was in the timeline. Arlong still ruled these islands, which meant Nami was out there stealing money for her village. Well, at least I wasn't reincarnated in Wano. Nojiko left the room to prepare something to eat, telling me to rest. I lay back on the bed, trying to digest the insanity. "Okay, Brock," I muttered to myself. "Let's recap. You died, you got ice guide, and somehow you're in one piece. Great. Step 2, figure out why the hell you called yourself Edgar D. Benjamin." A headache pulsed again, as if my brain itself was buffering. Then, out of nowhere, a translucent blue screen popped up in front of me. Template system initialized. For every devil fruit, new template will be unlocked. As a starting bonus, first roll is free. Please press start to begin your roll. I blinked. You've gotta be kidding me. A system? I actually got a system. It was like the universe said, "Here, kid, sorry for the truck." I grinned and tapped the floating start button with a shaky finger. Instantly, names began flashing across the screen. Naruto Uzumaki. Gandalf. Madara Uchiha. Inzo Gown. Albus Dumbledore. Ding. Selected template, Albus Dumbledore, 10%. Equipment, Elder Wand, bound, summonable. A wand materialized in my hand, made of smooth elder wood, humming with power. I just stared at it. "No way," I whispered. "No. Freaking way." The Elder Wand. The Death Stick. The most powerful wand in existence. And it was mine. The screen flickered again. Template integration, 10% complete. Knowledge of magic granted. Mana unlocked. Spell access, basic charms, transfiguration, shielding. And then it hit me. Not physically, but mentally, a flood of information. Spells, theory, wand movements, magical historial of it crammed into my brain like a high-speed download. It was overwhelming and exhilarating. When it finally stopped, I slumped back, panting. "Holy crap," I muttered. "I just got Dumbledored." I eventually dragged myself to a small mirror near the wall. My reflection nearly made me choke. Gone was my boring black hair and brown eyes. In their place, snow-white hair, faintly glowing blue eyes, and a lean but toned body that looked like I'd been training at Marineford. 6 feet tall. Angular face. Sharp jawline. I was looking like Gojo Satoru. "Damn," I muttered. If I don't become a pirate, I could at least model. Before I could admire myself further, Nojiko came back with a tray bread, soup, and a small smile. Eat up, she said kindly. You need strength. I took the bowl. Thanks, really. You didn't have to go through the trouble. It's fine, she said, sitting nearby. I'm just glad you're awake. You're lucky I found you. The sea isn't kind around here. Yeah, I noticed, I said, chuckling. Then curiosity got the better of me. Do you live alone? No, she replied, smiling softly. My sister lives here too. She's away right now, though sailing around the East Blue. Nami. Right, that matched perfectly with the timeline. I nodded slowly. Sounds like she's got a free spirit. She does, Nojiko said, a trace of sadness in her tone. Too free sometimes. I didn't push further. I knew enough to respect her privacy. After I finished eating, Nojiko collected the dishes. You should rest for a bit. You've been through a lot. I nodded, pretending to yawn. Yeah, I'll just nap for a while. The moment she left, I jumped out of bed. Because come on, you think I was gonna sleep after getting magic powers in one piece? I stepped outside into the backyard, a white patch of grass bordered by lemon trees. The sea breeze was warm, carrying the distant sound of waves. I lifted the Elder Wand. It felt alive in my hand. Alright, let's see what you can do. I aimed at a rock. Wingardium Leviosa. The rock trembled, floated 3 inches up, then smacked me in the knee. Okay, work in progress. I tried again, this time focusing on channeling mana instead of raw willpower. Slowly, the rock rose smoothly into the air, hovering like a tiny spaceship. I laughed out loud. Ha! Take that, gravity. Over the next hour, I practiced every spell I could remember from my newly downloaded Dumbledore brain. Lumos. Easy. Protego. Worked like a charm. Transfiguration? Accidentally turned a stick into a chicken. It screamed and ran away. By the time I was done, the screen blinked again. Template progress, 20%. Advanced magic access granted. Apparition, Legilimency, locked. Occlumency, unlocked. Mana control improved. Sweet, I breathed, wiping sweat from my forehead. Guess practice really does make magic. Then I realized something. I was exhausted. Like, drained. Magic wasn't free, it was burning through my stamina fast. Dumbledore might have been a walking magical nuke, but I was still a newbie. I needed to build up my reserves. As I stumbled back inside, my head buzzing, I couldn't help grinning. Me, in the One Piece world. With a wand. With Dumbledore's knowledge. And Luffy would arrive anytime now. That gave me some time to train, experiment, and maybe prepare a few fireworks for when Arlong showed his ugly shark face. I flopped back onto the bed, my vision blurring as sleep pulled me under. As I drifted off, the system chimed softly, telling me the increase in template progress. Then everything went dark. When I woke up, morning light spilled through the window. Birds chirped. Somewhere outside, I heard Nojiko humming softly. For the first time in Yearshell, in 2 lifetimes I felt peaceful. I stretched and grinned. Alright, day 2 in One Piece world. Let's see what magic and mischief I can cook up today. And deep down, a part of me was already planning. Because if Arlong thought he could terrorize this village for much longer, well, let's just say he hadn't met Wizard Ben yet. 2. The Week of Magic. Ben POV. You know what's weird about magic? It's addictive. One moment you're levitating a lemon for fun, and the next, you're accidentally enchanting your bedsheets to sing lullabies at 3 a.m. That's how my week went. After my whole surprise, I'm a wizard awakening. I made it my mission to master everything the system threw at me. The translucent blue screen even had a new feature now, a template progression tracker. Every morning, it greeted me like an overenthusiastic teacher. Template progress, 20%, 25%, 30%. And every evening, I collapsed into bed like a corpse that had been hit by a broomstick. But it was worth it. Because each time that percentage ticked higher, I could feel myself growing sharper, me one work smoother, my spells faster, my magic denser. By midweek, I'd unlocked entire branches of Dumbledore's knowledge, charms, enchantments, herbology, runes, defense against the dark arts, potions, transfiguration, astronomy, and even a few bits of dark magic. Yeah, dark magic. I may have the knowledge of 3 unforgivables, but I am not going to use them. It happened while I was practicing Lumos and knocks behind the house. The glow from my wand must have caught Nojiko's eye, because she suddenly appeared with a basket of oranges and a very startled expression. Her mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. You're glowing. Yeah, I said, spinning the wand like a showman. It's called magic. See? I flicked the wand and the light at its tip burst into a small flare of gold. Nojiko blinked. You're serious. Dead serious, I grinned. Watch this. I pointed at the lemon tree, focused, and whispered, Wingardium Leviosa. The lemons floated up gracefully, swirling like mini suns before arranging themselves into a smiley face. Nojiko gasped. That's beautiful. Wait, there's more, I said dramatically. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from my wand, shaping itself into a majestic phoenix. Its wings spread wide, radiating warmth and soft song-like trills. The light danced across Nojiko's odd face. She clasped her hands together, whispering, It's so beautiful. And I swear, for a second, I felt like I'd just performed for a crowd of 1,000. Then the phoenix circled us once and faded into sparkles. Well, I said, lowering my wand. That's my party trick. Nojiko laughed at a gentle, melodic sound that honestly felt more rewarding than the magic itself. You have to show me more sometime. Oh, don't worry, I smirked. You'll get the full magical experience. Word spread faster than Usopp's lies. Within days, the villagers of Kokoyashi were dropping by just to see the boy who makes the wind sparkle. And I kind of leaned into it. Old Granny Mikan asked me to help with her tomato patch. One herbivicous charm later, she had tomato vines taller than her house. The village kids wanted tricks, so I made little glowing butterflies flutter around them. The laughter, the await felt good. Really good. Nojiko told me, "You've brought a bit of light back to the village." And I thought if Dumbledore had seen this place under Arlon's shadow, he would have done the same. Help people. Bring hope. Even if just a flicker. Between the gardening, repairs, and the occasional Axio to fetch tools, I felt almost normal here. I was sitting with Nojiko on the porch, sharing some orange juice and sunshine, when the door burst open. A flash of orange hair. Fierce eyes. Confident stride. Nami. She looked every bit like the pirate navigator to be, her presence sharp enough to slice through silence. "Nojiko," she said, voice cool. "I'm back." "Nami." Nojiko stood up, smiling in relief. "You're home." Then her gaze flicked to me. "And this is." I stood, scratching the back of my neck. "Ben. Edgar D. Benjamin. Long story short, washed up, saved by your sister, now I do magic." Nami blinked once, twice. "Magic." Before I could explain, Nojiko did it for mesmerizing everything from the shore rescue to my glowing lemons. Nami listened, her expression unreadable. Then she gave a small nod. "Well, as long as you're not trouble, welcome, Ben." "Appreciate it," I said with a grin. "Though, fair warning, trouble usually finds me first." She smirked faintly. "That's so. You'd fit right in with us." Before I could answer, she grabbed a pouch and headed for the door. "Going somewhere?" I asked. "Arlong Park," she said flatly. Nojiko's smile faltered. I felt tension fill the air like static before a storm. After Nami left, I turned to Nojiko. "Arlong Park." She nodded grimly. "That's the place where the fishmen rule over this village. Arlong, he's the reason everyone here suffers." I clenched my jaw. "Right, the tyrant. Got it." Evening fell quietly. Nojiko and I were in the kitchen when we heard the noise outside, boots, shouting, the clatter of metal. "Marines," Nojiko whispered, paling. We rushed to the door. Sure enough, Captain Nezumi and his men were there, smug and self-satisfied, like rats in uniforms. "We're here on official business," Nezumi declared. "We have information about stolen pirate treasure hidden in this house." Nojiko's eyes widened. "That's absurd. There's nothing here." "Search everything," Nezumi ordered. They stormed the place like they owned it, overturning furniture, tearing up floorboards, stomping through her garden. My fists clenched tighter with every sound of breaking wood. Then one of the Marines yelled, "Sir, there's fresh soil in the back. Let's dig." My stomach dropped. The back. That's where Nami had buried her 100 million berries. "Think fast, Ben. Think." I slipped around the house, whispered, "Transfigure array lap item." A shimmer ran across the ground. The soft soil solidified, turning into hard, compact stone. Moments later, the Marines arrived with shovels. Clang, clang, nothing. The metal bounced off the surface. Nezumi frowned. "Why is the ground like this?" Bad soil." I offered innocently from the side. He glared at me. "Watch your tongue, boy." After half an hour of fruitless digging, Nezumi's patience snapped. "Bah, waste of time. Let's go." And just like that, they left, muttering curses and kicking up dust. Nojiko collapsed to her knees in relief. "Thank goodness." "Wait," I said, leading her to the spot. "You might want this back to normal." I flicked my wand. Finite incantatum. The stone shimmered, melting back into soft soil. Nojiko grabbed a spade and dug frantically until the glint of gold appeared beneath the dirt. Her breath caught. "It's safe." I smiled. "There is nothing to be worried about now they are gone." Before we could celebrate, footsteps approached from the front. Nami staggered in, bandages on her hand, a smear of blood on her sleeve. "Nojiko, Ben, what happened here?" Nojiko quickly filled her in. As she spoke, I saw the relief flicker across Nami's face, quickly replaced by exhaustion. Then Nojiko noticed the bandage. "Nami, your hand, what happened?" "Just an accident," she said quietly. "Nothing serious." Nojiko turned to fetch the medical kit, but I stopped her. "Hold on," I said, raising my wand. "Episki." A soft glow surrounded Nami's hand. The wound sealed itself, leaving smooth skin beneath the unraveling bandage. Both sisters stared, mouths slightly open. I shrugged. "Magic." Nojiko laughed softly. "I'll never get used to that." Nami flexed her hand, testing it. "That's amazing. Thanks." "Anytime," I said, smiling. "Though you should really stop getting into trouble." She smirked faintly. "That's not really an option." The next morning, I woke up early to the sound of footsteps. Through the window, I saw Nami standing in the yard, clutching a heavy sacked treasure. Her expression was determined, eyes hard. She was heading toward Arlong Park. I hurried outside, wand still in hand. "Hey, you're going alone." She paused. "I have to." I glanced at the bag. "You've been doing everything alone for years, haven't you?" Nami looked away, saying nothing. "Well," I said, stepping forward, "not today. I'm coming with you." She blinked. "You don't even know what you're walking into." "Oh, I know," I said, twirling my wand with a grin. "Big ugly shark, terrible fashion sense, bad temper. I'll bring the fireworks." Nojiko appeared behind us, worry written all over her face. "Be careful, both of you." We nodded. Then Nami sighed. "Fine, but stay behind me, got it?" "Sure," I said, smirking. "I'll just be the backup wizard." At that same time, far across the shore, a small boat touched land. Luffy, Sanji, Johnny, and Yusako had arrived, their shadows stretching toward Arlong Park. Fate was moving fast now, and I couldn't help but grin, because if this was the day Arlong's tyranny ended, then it was also the day magic met the world of pirates. 3. Arlong Pirates. The sun hung lazily over Arlong Park, throwing shimmering reflections across the blue stone walls and shark-fin statues that looked far too proud for their own good. Inside, Arlong lounged on his ridiculous coral-encrusted throne, a piece of furniture that screamed, "I'm compensating for something." His laughter boomed through the hall, deep and gurgly, like someone gargling gravel in salt water. Around him, his fishmen were in their usual routine, bragging, drinking, and occasionally insulting humans to keep their intimidation skills fresh. That was when the great iron gates creaked open with a slow, echoing groan. Every fishman turned. Nami stepped in first, her orange hair glinting in the light, carrying a large sack slung over her shoulder. Behind her walked Ben, dusting off his black coat with a wand flick that sent a couple of glittering sparks into the air. The sparkles fizzled out near one fishman's nose, making him sneeze violently. "Oops," Ben muttered, pretending innocence. "Allergies." Arlong tilted his head, grin stretching wide enough to make a shark jealous. "Nami, what's that sack you're carrying?" Nami didn't answer. She walked right into the center of the hall, her sandals clicking against the damp stone, and threw the heavy sack down with a solid thud. "All yours," she said, voice sharp but trembling. 100 million belly. Every last coin you asked for." The words echoed through the room. The laughter stopped. The mugs stopped clinking. Even the fishmen who usually mocked her fell silent, staring at the mountain of cash as if it had just materialized from thin air. Ben, arms crossed, leaned casually on the doorframe and whispered to himself, "Ah yes, the universal language of silence, also known as 'we can't believe she actually did it.'" Every eye turned toward Arlong. He blinked once. The muscles in his jaw twitched. He had already told Captain Nezumi to confiscate all that money earlier in the day. So how was it here? "You promised freedom for Kokoyashi village for 100 million belly," Nami said, her voice cracking only a little. "Take it and honor your word." Arlong stared at her for a long moment. His lips curled back into that sinister grin again. Ben, however, stepped forward, casually twirling his wand like it was a conductor's baton. "A man who breaks a promise to a lady isn't worth a damn," he said cheerfully. "So I suggest you think your actions through very carefully before we all start calling you Sharkface the liar." The fishmen erupted into angry mutters. A few even pulled out weapons, which, unfortunately for them, immediately turned into rubber ducks with a flick of Ben's wand. "Quack, quack," Ben said with a straight face. "Oh look, they're armed to the beak." Arlong growled low, baring rows of jagged teeth. "You've got quite the mouth for a human." Ben smiled pleasantly. "I get that a lot." Then Arlong laughed a booming, rumbling laugh that made the water in the nearby pool tremble. "I'm a pirate. You can't seriously think a pirate would keep his word. Humans, you think that pathetic deal means something? I own you your land, your money, your lives. Kokoyashi village belongs to me." The words hit the room like thunder. Nami froze. Her eyes went wide. You lied." Her voice cracked, and she fell to her knees, clutching her arms as tears streamed down her face. Ben's joking demeanor faded instantly. He stepped closer, crouched beside her, and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Hey," he said softly, "don't cry. He's not worth the tears. His brain's about as large as his nose, which is saying something." But Nami didn't respond. She was breaking, all those years of pain and hope crumbling at once. Ben looked up, his wand tightening in his grip, and his eyes flared a dangerous shade of blue. For a brief second, faint sparks of magic danced along the floor like lightning. The air itself felt heavier. He was about to speak, to say something, when, boom, the main gate exploded off its hinges in a burst of smoke and shattered wood. Every fishman in the hall froze. Standing at the entrance, silhouettes framed by sunlight, were four very familiar figures: Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp. Behind them, Johnny and Yusako were struggling to hold back the angry villagers who'd followed them there to fight the Arlong pirates. Ben blinked, lowering his wand. "Ah," he said. "The cavalry. And they have better timing than I expected." Luffy stepped forward, eyes locked on Nami, who was still crying on the ground. His usual grin was gone, replaced by a rare look of fury. He strode across the broken gate, his straw hat's shadow falling across the floor. The air seemed to hum with quiet rage. He stopped in front of a blue-skinned fishman with a ridiculous hairdo. "Are you Arlong?" he asked flatly. The fishman, Chu, blinked. "No." Luffy turned to another, Kurubi. "Are you Arlong?" Kurubi folded his arms, frowning. "What? No." Luffy looked around again, expression blank. Ben cleared his throat politely and raised his wand like a teacher giving directions. "Excuse me, yes, that one. The big angry fish with the nose you could hang laundry on. That's your guy." For a heartbeat, the whole room just stared at him. Even Arlong seemed momentarily thrown off. Then Luffy nodded solemnly, as if Ben had just given him the world's most profound wisdom. "Oh, got it." He clenched his fist. "So you're Arlong." Arlong barely had time to sneer before. "Gomu gomu no pistol." Luffy's punch rocketed forward, his arm stretching like rubber lightning, and slammed into Arlong's face with a thunderous crack. The entire building shuddered. Coral cracked. Water splashed. Arlong flew backward, crashing through his own throne and landing in a heap of broken coral and ego. The fishman gasped. Ben let out a low whistle. "Now that's what I call a punchline." Nami blinked up, shocked, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Luffy walked past the scattered debris, calm as ever, until he reached her. He stopped, reached up, and slowly took off his straw hat, the same hat that he had promised to give to a certain red-haired pirate in Grand Line. He leaned down and gently placed it on Nami's head. "No one hurts my nakama," he said quietly. The world seemed to stop. Even the sea outside went still, like it was listening. Ben smiled faintly, resting his wand against his shoulder. "Well," he murmured, "looks like the main act started." 4. The Battle of Arlong Park. The air around Arlong Park felt heavy, humid and thick with tension. Waves crashed against the coral walls, and the smell of salt and fear mingled like an unpleasant perfume. Inside, the ground trembled as shouting erupted from every direction. "So, you humans think you can defeat us?" roared Arlong, baring his saw-like teeth. His laughter was so loud it could have scared seagulls miles away. Across from him, Luffy cracked his knuckles. "Yep." The simplicity of that reply made every fishman blink. Even Ben blinked. "He's not one for speeches, huh?" Ben muttered, tightening his grip on the elder wand. From the sidelines, Nami's fists clenched. This was the confrontation she dreaded. Around them, chaos bloomed like fireworks. Hatchin, the six-armed octopus fishman, drew 6 swords at once, spinning them with deadly grace. "You humans tricked me," he howled. "You said you liked takoyaki." Zoro grinned, his bandaged chest rising and falling. "Hey, we did like the takoyaki." He drew his swords, flashing steel under the sun. "We just don't like you." With a shout, Hatchin lunged forward, all 6 arms striking in unison. Metal clashed as Zoro parried, sparks flying. "You're still bleeding." Hatchin jeered. Zoro smirked. "You'll be bleeding too, just give me a minute." Meanwhile, Sanji flicked his lighter open, cigarette dangling from his lips. "Kurubi, was it?" he asked the manta ray-like fishman, who cracked his knuckles with a grin. "You're gonna regret setting foot here, Cook." "I already regret seeing your face," Sanji shot back, blowing smoke dramatically. On the far side, Usopp trembled behind a rock, pointing his slingshot at Chu. Don't come closer, you water-spitting freak." Chu laughed, spouting a jet of water strong enough to split wood. "You think you can defeat me, little human?" "I'm not little," Usopp shouted, shaking. "I'm fun-sized." Then he fired an explosive star with all the bravery and panic of a man who wanted to live. And in the middle of this chaos, Ben stood with Nami behind him, facing off against a dozen of Arlong's crew. The fishman sneered. "You're just another human. What's that stick gonna do, huh?" Ben twirled the elder wand, grinning. "Oh, you'll see. But I'll warn you, things might get a bit magical." With a flick, he shouted, "Stupefy." A burst of red light exploded from the wand, slamming into the nearest fishman and launching him 20 feet into the air. He landed headfirst into a wall, leaving a fish-shaped dent. The other fishman froze. "What the hell was that?" Ben smirked. "A stunning performance. Devil fruit user." Someone screamed. From across the battlefield, Sanji nearly dropped his cigarette. "Oi, did he just shoot red lightning from a stick?" Zoro ducked a sword strike and shouted, "You're just jealous he got a cooler power." "Proto go." Ben yelled as a fishman lunged at him with a trident. A shimmering blue barrier flared to life, sending the weapon ricocheting harmlessly away. The villagers outside the gate stared in disbelief. "Is that magic?" One murmured. "Yeah," Genzo said, jaw slack. "And thank the seas he's on our side." Ben turned toward Nami. "Stay behind me. I'll handle these overgrown sushi rolls." Nami blinked. "Overgrown what?" He flicked his wand again. "Expelliarmus." The trident flew out of the fishman's hands, spinning through the air and impaling itself in the wall. The rest of Arlong's crew backed up slightly. "What kind of monster is this guy?" Ben grinned. "The handsome kind." Another group charged, and Ben's wand flared again. "Petrificus totalis." 3 fishmen froze mid-leap, toppling over like statues. "Hey!" Usopp shouted mid-battle. "Save some for me." "You sure?" Ben called back. "They bite." Usopp squeaked and hid behind a tree trunk. "Never mind." Meanwhile, Arlong and Luffy clashed, the ground cracking beneath their blows. Luffy's rubbery fist collided with Arlong's massive jaws, but the fishman barely flinched. "You're strong, human," Arlong sneered, "but you'll never surpass a fishman." Luffy grinned. "I don't need to, I just need to beat you." He stretched his arm back. "Gomu gomu no." He froze mid-sentence, because out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ben levitating a fishman upside down and spinning him like a top. "Whoa!" Luffy's eyes sparkled. "You can do magic. Like real magic." Ben, still flicking his wand, grinned. "Yup, pretty neat, huh?" Arlong took advantage of the distraction. His powerful tail slammed into Luffy's side, sending him crashing through a coral pillar. "Luffy!" Nami and Ben shouted. Luffy got up, wobbling slightly. "Oh okay, that hurt." Then he beamed. "But that magic was so cool." Ben sighed. "Focus, straw hat." Luffy grinned, cracking his neck. "Right, I'll do the punch and you do the sparkly stuff." "Deal." Ben called back. Arlong snarled, veins bulging on his forehead. "Enough games." He charged at Luffy with terrifying speed, teeth bared, jaws wide enough to bite through stone. "Gomu gomu no pistol." Luffy's punch met Arlong's teeth midair, creating a shockwave that shattered coral debris. Water splashed up as the two forces collided, their strength shaking the entire park. The fight roared on. Zoro's swords clanged against Hatchin's, sparks lighting the sky. Sanji kicked Kurubi into the pool with a flaming heel strike, shouting, "Deep-fried manta ray, anyone!" Usopp screamed triumphantly as one of his explosive shots sent Chu flying into a wall. And through it all, Ben moved like a blue streak of light, spells bursting from his wand one after another. "Lumos Maxima!" he cried, blinding several fishmen. "Reducto!" A blast shattered the coral archway, collapsing over 2 enemies. Wingardium Leviosa. He lifted a massive anchor and threw it at another group. Everywhere he went, chaos followed, beautiful, magical chaos. Nami stood near the gate, clutching her staff, eyes wide with disbelief. He's unbelievable. Ben smirked at her. I do my best to impress. In the midst of the madness, he flicked his wand toward her, murmuring, Protego totalum. A transparent bubble of protection shimmered around Nami. Now stay in there, Ben said. Magic Bubble Fishman Proof Edition. Nami rolled her eyes, but smiled faintly. You're insane. Yeah, Ben said, but charmingly so. The battlefield looked like a carnival gone wrong. Flying fishmen, blowing spells, and Luffy laughing like he'd just found a new toy. Arlong growled, throwing off pieces of rubble as he stormed toward Luffy again. You dare mock me, human. I am the strongest creature in the East Blue. Cool, Luffy said, grinning. I'm the hungriest. He stretched his arm back. Gomu Gomu no Bazooka. The hit landed squarely in Arlong's chest, launching the fishman backward into his own throne. The massive coral structure cracked. Ben whistled. I should have brought popcorn. But Arlong wasn't done yet. With a roar that made the air vibrate, he lunged again, his jaws snapping dangerously close to Luffy's head. Luffy dodged, barely. You bite too much. From the sidelines, Zoro grunted, clashing blades with Hatchin, all 6 swords spinning. That idiot is still making jokes. Sanji ducked a flying fist from Kurobi. Ben, meanwhile, had his hands full with a final group of fishmen. Stupefy, Petrificus Totalis, Protego. His voice rang like an orchestra of chaos. Each incantation flashed brilliantly. One fishman froze, another went flying, a third got knocked out by a levitating barrel that Ben casually flicked at his face. Alright, Ben muttered, spinning the wand. Anyone else want to test the wizard? Silence. Even the bravest fishman decided he'd rather live to regret it later. Ben looked back at Nami, who was still standing inside her shimmering shield. All good. She nodded, eyes flicking between him and Luffy's ongoing brawl. He's still fighting. Zoro, with one final roar, slashed Hatchin across the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. 6 swords or 60 still not enough, he said, sheathing his blade. Nearby, Sanji spun in midair, his leg igniting as he kicked Kurubi squarely in the face. The fishman dropped into the pool with a sizzling splash. That's for hurting my Nami-chan, Sanji muttered, lighting another cigarette. Usopp, bruised and panting, pointed at Shu, who lay unconscious with burn marks from an exploding star. Told you. He gasped between breaths. I'm the great Captain Usopp, sniper of the seas. Oh god, my back hurts. Ben grinned. Nice shot, Captain Courageous. Usopp blinked. Wait, did you just compliment me? Don't get used to it, Ben replied. All that remained was Luffy and Arlong. The fishman's muscles rippled as he tore a jagged saw blade. You're strong for a human, Straw Hat, but this is my world. The sea belongs to us. Luffy wiped the blood from his mouth. You're wrong. This isn't just your sea, it's everyone's. Arlong charged, jaws wide, screaming, die. Luffy planted his feet, stretching both arms out. Gomu Gomu no Gatling. A storm of fists erupted. The air boomed with the speed of his strikes. Arlong tried to block, but the onslaught was too fast, too relentless, each punch crashing like a cannonball. Ben stood back, wand ready, eyes narrowing. The magic around him hummed like static. Then he noticed Arlong grabbing debris to hurl at Nami's direction. Oh no, you don't. Ben raised his wand high. Protego Maxima. A golden dome flashed into existence around Nami just as a slab of coral shattered harmlessly against it. Arlong turned, glaring at him. You. Ben smirked. Sorry, fish face. She's off limits. Luffy grinned. Nice timing. Less talking, more punching. Ben shouted back. Right. Luffy slammed another fist into Arlong's jaw, sending him flying through the air. The fishman crashed through the second floor of his tower. Luffy followed, leaping high into the crumbling structure. The sounds of battle echoed inside, punches, shouts, and the splintering of coral walls. Everyone watched in tense silence as the tower shook, dust filling the sky. Finally, a massive explosion of debris burst from the top. Luffy emerged through the smoke, standing on what remained of Arlong Park's roof. Below him, the iconic shark-headed building collapsed. Arlong Park, Ben whispered, lowering his wand. Is done for. Luffy stood at the top, chest heaving, bruised but smiling. He raised his arm high in victory, shouting, Nami. The tower crumbled completely, revealing Luffy standing amidst the ruins, sunlight glinting off his straw hat. You're one of us. The words echoed through the air like a promise, like a declaration to the world. Down below, Nami's hands trembled. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at the boy who had shattered her chains with nothing but willpower and rubber fists. I know, she whispered, voice breaking. I know. Ben smiled faintly, lowering his wand. The protective barrier around her dissolved in golden sparkles. Behind them, the villagers erupted into cheers. Genzo wept openly, Bellemari's spirit seemed to hover in the wind, and even Usopp managed to shout through his tears, we did it. Sanji stretched his arms, grinning. About time, huh? Zoro smirked, slumping against a wall. I could use a nap. Ben chuckled, brushing coral dust from his coat. Well, he said with a grin, that's one way to redecorate a park. Nami turned to him, tears still shining in her eyes. Thank you, Ben, for protecting me. Ben twirled his wand and winked. Anytime. Wizards are good at cleaning up messes. Luffy jumped down from the rubble, landing with a thud. He looked at Ben with wide, starry eyes. That was awesome. You did magic. Join my crew. Ben laughed. Sure. Luffy then says. Yahoo! Everyone groaned. 5. Aftermath. The salty sea breeze drifted lazily over Kokoyashi village, carrying laughter, music, and the faint scent of grilled fish. Arlong Park lay in ruins, broken walls, shattered pride, and the faint echo of tyranny fading into dust. For the first time in 8 long years, the air felt free. Villagers danced, children ran barefoot through the grass, and the sky itself seemed to shimmer brighter. In the middle of all that chaos, Monkey D. Luffy stood tall, his straw hat tilted back, his grin wide, and his clothes in tatters. "We did it!" he shouted, throwing his fists to the sky. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting his name and that of his crew. And there, a little to the side, stood Ben. His blue eyes sparkled as he watched the Straw Hats celebrate. Luffy's laughter boomed across the park. Then he turned toward Ben with that familiar gleam in his eyes, like a child spotting a new flavor of meat. "Hey, Ben!" Luffy called, grinning from ear to ear. "Join my crew." The suddenness of it made even Zoro blink. Sanji nearly choked on his cigarette. Usopp froze mid-pose, and Nami dropped her drink. Ben tilted his head. "Join your crew," he repeated with mild amusement. "That's rather sudden." "Yeah," Luffy said, as if that explained everything. "You've got cool magic. We could use that. You can make food appear, right? Can you make meat? Or float the ship? Or zap bad guys?" "I can do some of those things," Ben said with a small smile, "though I prefer not to be used as a portable meat dispenser." Zoro snorted. "You'd fit right in then." Nami folded her arms. "Hold on, Luffy. You can't just recruit every person who impresses you." Luffy turned to her with a serious face. "But Nami, he's got magic. Real, boom boom, sparkle sparkle magic." Ben sighed in mock despair. "That's one way to describe it." Sanji exhaled smoke and smirked. "As long as he can protect the ladies, I've got no objections." Usopp nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, a wizard in our crew would make us unstoppable. Think about it, the great Usopp and his magical companion." Ben looked skyward as if asking for patience from any divine being still listening. "Well," he said at last, "I suppose traveling with you lunatics will be more entertaining than staying here." Luffy's eyes sparkled like fireworks. "Then it's settled. Welcome to the crew, Ben." The villagers cheered again, laughing and clapping their hands. Nojiko smiled proudly from the crowd, and even Nami's lips curled upward despite herself. But just as the laughter reached its peak, a new sound shattered the calm. Marching boots. A cold, officious voice followed. "Everyone, stand where you are." The crowd fell silent. Through the broken gates of Arlong Park, a squad of Marines marched in, their rifles gleaming. At their head was Colonel Nezumi, his smug rat-like grin as oily as ever. "I see the celebration is in full swing," Nezumi sneered, adjusting his cap. "How touching. Unfortunately, this party's over." Luffy frowned. "Who's the rat?" "The rat is a rat," Ben said dryly. "I heard that, wizard," Nezumi snapped. "I am Colonel Nezumi of Marine Branch 16, and I hereby declare that the defeat of the Arlong pirates was the work of the Marines, specifically, me." The villagers gasped. "What?" Ben rubbed his temples. "You've got to be joking." Nezumi puffed up his chest. "As per Marine regulation, all pirate treasure and property now belongs to the government. That includes the riches of Arlong Park. My men will confiscate it immediately." He turned to his troops. "Search the area." They started moving, but didn't get far. Zoro appeared behind Nezumi like a ghost, his hand gripping the back of the colonel's neck. "You've got some nerve showing your face here," Zoro muttered, "after what this village has been through." Nezumi struggled. "You unhand me. I'm an officer of the law." Zoro pressed his face into the dirt. "Law's been missing around here for a while." Luffy cracked his knuckles, smiling innocently. "Hey, Zoro, maybe we should help him find it." "Good idea," Zoro said, grinning. For the next 30 seconds, the air was filled with very un-marine-like noises, thuds, groans, and high-pitched squeaks that might have been apologies or maybe just pain. By the time they were done, Nezumi's face looked like it had lost a war with a frying pan. His men tried to rush forward, but Ben flicked his wand lazily and murmured, "Tarrant Legra." Instantly, every marine began to dance. Not well, mind you, but enthusiastically, arms flailing, boots stomping, hips swinging. One even attempted the worm. Ben leaned on his wand, watching in satisfaction. "There, now they can contribute to the festivities." Luffy burst out laughing. "That's awesome, you gotta teach me that." "I'd rather not imagine you with a wand, Luffy," Ben said with mock horror. After a good few minutes of utter humiliation, the Straw Hats and villagers tossed the dizzy Marines out of Kokoyashi village literally. They were last seen crawling away toward their ship, clutching what little dignity they had left. Once the ruckus settled, Ben turned serious. With a wave of his hand, he murmured another spell, Oxio Gold. From the rubble, glittering chests and piles of gold floated up, swirling through the air like a golden river before gently landing before Genzo, the village sheriff. "This," Ben said quietly, "belongs to Kokoyashi and all the villages Arlong stole from." Genzo blinked, tears glimmering behind his bandages. "Ben, thank you." Ben smiled. "Consider it my parting gift." The next morning, the island awoke to something it hadn't seen in years. Joy. Word spread fast, Arlong was gone. The curse of fear was lifted. By afternoon, the entire Kanamai Islands had gathered in Kokoyashi for a festival. For 3 days and nights, the village came alive. Lanterns hung from every post. Music filled the air, tambourines, laughter, the clink of mugs. The taverns were overflowing, and someone had painted a giant cartoon of Arlong's broken nose on a banner that read, "Freedom tastes sweeter than takoyaki." Zoro spent most of the time drinking. Sanji flirted with every woman within a 5-mile radius. Usopp retold the battle so many times that by the end of the night, he was apparently the one who single-handedly took down Arlong using his secret slingshot of destiny. Nami and Nojiko danced barefoot in the square, their laughter echoing above the music. For the first time, they looked truly at peace. Ben raised his wand. Lumos Festivalia. A burst of multicolored light exploded overhead, transforming into sparkling tangerines that spun through the sky like tiny suns. They shimmered, twirling above the crowd before bursting into golden butterflies that fluttered down onto the villagers' heads. Whoa! Luffy shouted, jumping up and trying to catch one in his mouth. Next, Ben waved his wand again. Aqua Fomius. From the village fountain rose a giant water serpent made entirely of bubbles. It wiggled through the air, harmless and shimmering, before gently wrapping around a group of laughing children. Nojiko gasped. It's beautiful. The serpent suddenly popped, showering everyone with glittering foam. Nami wiped a bubble off her nose. Okay, I admit, that was cool. Luffy immediately stuck his head into the fountain and blew bubbles at Ben. The wizard blinked, unimpressed. Ah yes, the ancient art of aquatic warfare. He flicked his wand and retaliated with a harmless jet of water right into Luffy's face. The fight escalated quickly. Within seconds, Luffy was slinging water like a human cannon, Ben was parrying with spells, Usopp was narrating it like a sports commentator, and the rubber boy delivers a right hook of water, and half the villagers were cheering them on. Sanji muttered around his cigarette, children, every last one of them. Eventually, Ben conjured a huge gust of warm wind to dry everyone off. The lanterns above flared back to life, glowing even brighter. Fireflies blinked across the trees as if the world itself joined the party. Then, to everyone's surprise, music filled the air like rally. Notes danced from Ben's wand like glowing ribbons, weaving into a tune that sounded suspiciously like a tavern ballad played by very enthusiastic ghosts. Sanji's feet started tapping. Nami grabbed Nojiko's hand and pulled her into a dance. Usopp spun with a villager and shouted, before immediately stepping on her foot. Luffy, naturally, tried to dance while eating. He tripped over his own legs and crashed into Zoro, who in turn headbutted a table. Plates flew. People screamed. Laughter erupted. And Ben just stood there, wand raised, eyes gleaming with mischief. Tarant Legra Maxima. Instantly, everyone started dancing. The entire square erupted into synchronized chaos, Zoro moonwalking against his will, Genzo performing the can-can, and even Sanji twirling mid-kick like a ballet chef. Ben. Sanji roared between spins. Turn thrice off. Ben pretended to think. Maybe in 5 minutes. Luffy howled with laughter, spinning in circles. This is the best magic ever. After a full minute of involuntary choreography, Ben finally lifted the spell. Everyone collapsed onto chairs and grass, panting and laughing. The villagers clapped for him again, some begging for encores, others begging for mercy. As the night deepened, fireworks, actual ones this time, burst over the ocean. The light reflected on the water like 1,000 glowing stars. Nami watched quietly, a soft smile on her lips. It's beautiful, she whispered. Ben nodded beside her. Freedom always is. She looked at him. Welcome to the crew. He smiled gently. Seems I've been adopted by a rubber-limbed lunatic and his band of merry disasters. Wouldn't want to miss what comes next. Nami laughed. You'll fit right in. Luffy appeared out of nowhere, draping an arm around both of them. Hey, stop whispering serious stuff. The party's still on. The night stretched on with music and laughter. Ben conjured floating lanterns shaped like phoenixes that circled above the crowd. Sanji's food disappeared faster than he could cook it. Usopp exaggerated every story until the children begged him for more. Even Zoro smiled between gulps of sake. By the third day, the village square looked like a battlefield of joys, leaping villagers under trees, children wearing tiny paper wizard hats, and Luffy snoring with a fish in his arms. 6. Upgrade. Dumbledore, 100%. The morning sun shimmered over Kokoyashi like a gentle goodbye, brushing the rooftops with gold. The village was still recovering from 3 straight days of dancing, drinking, and unrestrained joy after the fall of the Arlong pirates. Laughter still lingered in the air, soft and sleepy, like the last notes of a song that refused to fade. Ben stretched, wincing a little from the mild soreness in his limbs. The celebrations had been wild. Sanji had somehow ended up cooking on top of a table while Luffy tried to juggle plates, and Ben himself had been guilt-tricked into performing magic tricks until children were hanging off his cloak like Christmas ornaments. It had been fun. Honest, genuine fun, the kind he hadn't felt in years. Oi, Ben. Came Usopp's voice from across the village square. Come on, sleepy magician. I'll show you the greatest ship that's ever sailed these seas. Ben chuckled and followed. Usopp was practically bouncing with pride, his chest puffed up in full storyteller glory. The trail led to the familiar dock where the Going Merry rested, bobbing gently on the tide. Ben stopped short. Seeing the ship in person was nothing like seeing it on a screen. The wood gleamed with warmth, worn by salt and time, and the sheep-shaped figurehead beamed with such innocence that it almost seemed alive. The sails swayed like breathing fabric, the ropes creaked like laughter. It's real, he thought, his chest tightening in quiet awe. This world really is alive. Usopp gave him a tour with the enthusiasm of a museum guide who'd just discovered the exhibits could talk. He showed the deck, the tiny kitchen, and the cramped sleeping quarters. Everything was smaller than Ben expected, charming, but simple. The crew had managed wonders with so little space. Ben drifted toward the bow, his eyes on the figurehead. He rested his palm gently on the carved wood. I'll make sure you survive, he whispered, all the way to the end. The sea breeze caught his hair, and for a moment, it felt like the ship understood. Later that day, Ben approached Luffy, who was lying flat on his back near the dock, chewing on a stick of meat. Captain, Ben began carefully, I've been thinking, I could make a few improvements to the Mary. Just a few magical touches. Nothing crazy. Luffy's head shot up like a spring. His grin was instant and blinding. Magic. You mean, like whoosh and kaboom? Not exactly, Ben said, smiling despite himself. More like better rooms. Stronger build. Maybe a few surprises. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Do it, Ben. The Mary's gonna be the best ship ever. From across the dock, Zoro muttered, as long as it still floats. Sanji flicked his lighter with a smirk. If he gives me a better kitchen, I'll worship him as a god. Usopp puffed his chest. And maybe give me a proper workshop? For my artillery of justice. Ben chuckled. Alright, let's see what I can do. For the next 2 days, Kokoyashi's nearby forest echoed with strange soundstrees whispering, wood reshaping itself, and now and then, an unmistakable whoosh of raw magic. The villagers often spotted glowing orbs floating above the ship at night, and children claimed they saw the Mary's figurehead wink. By the morning of the 3rd day, Going Merry looked the same from outside. But something in the air felt different, warmer, stronger, alive. The crew gathered at the dock for departure. Villagers lined the shore, smiling through tears, waving with baskets of fruit and goodbye flags. Everyone except Nami was already aboard, leaning on the railing. Luffy was pacing. Where's Nami? We've been waiting forever. Sanji sighed dramatically. I joined this crew for her, Captain. If she's not coming, my heart's just a broken teapot. Zoro rolled his eyes. Arrowcook, your heart's been broken since you started talking. Sanji's head snapped around. What did you say, Moss Brain? And just like that, they were trying to kick each other off the railing. Usopp sighed and pinched his nose. Every single time. Ben, leaning casually on the mast, called out cheerfully, my money's on Zoro. What? Sanji barked, turning mid-kick. You traitor. Ben laughed. I just appreciate technique. Before the brawl could escalate further, a shout came from the village road. Luffy, set sail. Nami was sprinting toward them, dodging villagers trying to stop her for a proper farewell. Nami, hurry. Luffy shouted, waving both arms. She leaped onto the gangplank, spun around and with a sly grin, lifted her shirt halfway, revealing a collection of wallets that had somehow appeared there. The crowd gasped, then laughed. Even Genzo shook his head, smiling ruefully. That girl. Go, Nami. Nojiko called, laughing through tears. Take care of yourself and don't you dare forget us. Nami smirked and waved as the Mary began to pull away, the sails catching the sea breeze. As the ship drifted into open water, Ben leaned over the railing, watching the shrinking shoreline. They're good people, he said softly. Once Kokoyashi was a distant blur, Ben clapped his hands together. Alright, everyone, gather around. Time to see what I did to the Mary. The crew exchanged curious glances. Luffy bounded over instantly. Show us the magic. Ben led them below deck. What had once been a cramped corridor now opened into a spacious interior that seemed to stretch far beyond the ship's physical size. The walls were polished, the lighting soft and warm. This is the same ship. Usopp gasped. Spatial magic, Ben explained casually. Bigger on the inside. Luffy ran around like a child in a candy store. It's huge. He showed them one room at a time. The kitchen had expanded into a grand galley, filled with gleaming counters and a dining table large enough for 20. Pots hung neatly, and an oven twice the size of Sanji's old one sat in the corner, humming faintly with gentle warmth. Sanji's cigarette nearly fell out of his mouth. I could cook for a king here. You already do, Ben said with a wink. Next was the new captain's room, bright, airy, filled with maps and a sturdy bed. Luffy flopped onto it immediately. Best bed ever. Zoro snorted. He's going to nap through half our adventures now. Then came Nami's navigation room. It was pristine rows of shelves for charts, a drafting table with enchanted lamps that adjusted light automatically. Nami's jaw dropped. Youthies Ben, I love you. Ben mock saluted. Magic well spent. They passed through the crew quarters spacious, with real beds, wardrobes, even little round windows looking into calm, artificial starlight. Now for the fun part, Ben said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He led them into a wide chamber with strange markings etched along the walls. Training room. You can adjust the gravity inside. Gravity. Zoro repeated. Ben pressed a panel on the wall. The floor hummed soft lion suddenly. Everyone began to drift. Wah wah wah. Usopp yelped, flailing as he floated upward. Luffy giggled as he started swimming through the air. Look, I'm a cloud fish. Zoro crossed his arms, perfectly calm even as he drifted upside down. You call this training? Ben grinned. Try walking when I turn the gravity up. He did. Suddenly, everyone hit the floor with a collective thud. Ow. Luffy groaned, face flattened. That's awesome. Ben laughed, turning it off again. You'll thank me when you're stronger. Then he showed them self-cleaning brooms that swished across the floor, dishes that washed themselves, and even little mechanical golems stationed neatly by the walls. When Ben clapped, they animated, sparring with fluid movements before freezing again. Automatic maintenance crew, he said. They'll repair, polish, and protect the ship. Nami's eyes widened. You turned the Mary into a miracle. Ben smiled softly. No, I just gave her what she deserved. By sunset, the Going Merry glided through golden waters, the sun dipping low behind them. The crew sat on deck, the waves gentle beneath their feet. Luffy was leaning against the mast, and a grin spread across his face. This ship's perfect. We've got a swordsman, a cook, a sniper, a navigator, a magician. Usopp chimed in, a magician who makes everything better. Ben chuckled. Don't put too much pressure on me, sharpshooter. Zoro smirked. He's already earned his keep. Sanji poured drinks for everyone, nodding. To new adventure sand to the going merry. Nami smiled, raising her glass. To our crew. The glasses clinked. The sea breeze carried their laughter into the twilight. Ben leaned on the railing again, watching the stars begin to bloom over the horizon. The ship's figurehead smiled forward, proud and unyielding. He smiled back. Don't worry, he murmured. I'll keep my promise. And as the going merry sailed into the night, the laughter of the Straw Hat Pirates echoed over the waves, young, wild, and utterly free. 7. Meeting. The going merry hummed. It was a new sound, a low thrum of power that seemed to rise from the wood itself. The Straw Hats stood on the deck, the morning sun spilling across polished planks that now glowed with a faint, invisible energy. For a long moment, no one spoke. The ship felt alive. Ben broke the silence, his white hair stirred by the sea breeze. There's one more place I want to show you. He led them into a newly built meeting room. It was large, circular, and bright, with wide windows overlooking the ocean. A round table sat in the center, polished smooth and surrounded by enough chairs for everyone. It wasn't grand, but it felt like theirs. As they took their seats, Nami spread a large map across the table. Our next stop, she began, her tone quiet but certain, is Lod Town, he town of beginning and end. The place where Gold Roger was born and executed. Luffy's eyes widened, his voice filled with an awe that burned brighter than the sea. I wanna see it. That's where we'll need to stock up before heading to the Grand Line. Nami nodded. Ben leaned back in his chair. Lobetown is guarded by Captain Smoker of the Marines. He's not someone ordinary pirates can just walk past. The crew fell silent. Smoker has eaten a devil fruit, Ben continued, his voice calm. The Moku Moku no Mi. He can become, control, and generate smoke. He can suffocate and bind anyone who fights him. Normal attacks won't work. Usopp gulped. So he's invincible. No, Ben said steadily. No one is invincible. But he's strong. Strong enough to crush most pirates before they even set foot in his town. Sanji exhaled a stream of smoke. Then what do we do if he comes for us? Ben's gaze shifted to each of them. You get stronger. The words hung in the air, heavy with resolve. Ben leaned forward, his gaze sweeping the map. I need to tell you something. The world is bigger than you think. There are people out there who can cut islands in half, destroy fleets with a single punch, or see your movements before you make them. It's not just devil fruits that make them strong, it's something deeper. He looked at Zoro. It's called haki. Zoro's eyes sharpened. There are 3 kinds, Ben explained, his voice low. Observation haki, the ability to sense intent, to see attacks before they land. Armament haki, a way to harden your body and weapons, to strike even the invincible devil fruit users. And Conqueror's haki, a power of will, the ability to dominate others with sheer presence alone. You mean people can just scare enemies unconscious? Usopp whispered. If their will is strong enough. Ben's gaze returned to Zoro. Usopp told me about your fight with Dracul Mihawk. Zoro's jaw tightened. Mihawk is one of the strongest haki users in the world, Ben said. His swordsmanship is so refined, it can slice through an island. If you want to surpass him, you'll need more than skill. You'll need haki. Zoro's hand clenched the hilts of his swords. He said nothing, but his determination was a physical force. Ben turned to Sanji. You too. To protect your friends, to fight enemies who don't play fair, you'll need strength that goes beyond fire and kicks. Sanji lit a new cigarette, his eyes serious. I understand. Finally, Ben faced Luffy. And you, if you want to become the Pirate King, you need to be ready. There will be people who can destroy entire islands. If you can't protect your crew, you might lose one of us. The words hit harder than any blow. Luffy's grin vanished, his expression turning deadly serious. His hand tightened into a fist, his voice low and absolute. I won't let that happen. Good, Ben said, standing. Then we start today. He led them down a corridor to a series of gravity training rooms. Inside the chamber, the ceiling was 50 feet height, and football field size of chamber. And there were iron golems present all around the chamber borders, their walls humming faintly with indestructible charms. These rooms were made for training under gravity, Ben said. The more pressure your body endures, the stronger it becomes. You won't get stronger overnight, but you will be ready. He looked to Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. You 3 first. They entered the chambers. Ben raised his hand, and the floor glowed. Instantly, the gravity pressed 3 times heavier, thickening the air, forcing their knees to bend. From the far corners, tall, silent figures of solid steel emerged, joints grinding as they rose. Luffy's and Usopp's eyes sparkled in unison. Robots. Ben's voice was firm. Zoro, your goal is to learn the art of cutting steel. Feel the flow. Understand the resistance. Luffy, your punches must carry the power to shatter the golems completely. Sanji, your kicks must burn with enough heat to melt the steel. Zoro drew his swords, grunting under the weight. Understood. Luffy cracked his knuckles. I'll smash him to bits. Sanji took his fighting stance. I'll show you. Ben turned to the others. Nami, Usopp, your task is different. You'll train under double gravity. Build your stamina. Master your movement. You are the eyes and heart of this crew, you'll need strength, too. They nodded and headed to their room, immediately feeling the weight press down. Finally, Ben entered his own chamber, set the gravity to 3 times normal, and began. His movements were fluid, deliberate. His goal wasn't raw strength, but control to balance his power so it wouldn't consume him. Hours bled into a grueling afternoon. The Mary sailed on, self-guided through calm waters, but inside her new training halls, it was a symphony of agony. Sparks flew as Zoro's blade screeched against steel, his arms roaring in protest. Luffy's fists hammered his golem, denting the metal but failing to break it. Sanji's kicks were blurs of fire, the air scorching as he strained against the crushing weight. Sweat poured, muscles screamed, but no one stopped. Dusk painted the sky when Ben finally deactivated the gravity. The sudden lightness was dizzying. The crew collapsed as one, gasping, drenched, and trembling, but through the exhaustion, they were smiling. Ben walked among them. "Good work," he said quietly. "This is just the beginning." Luffy lay flat on his back, grinning at the ceiling. "We'll be ready," he panted. "For Smokey, for anyone." Zoro sat cross-legged, his swords beside him. "I'll cut steel, no matter how long it takes." Sanji stretched his leg, a burnt-out cigarette dangling from his lips. "My kicks will melt through anything." Nami leaned against the wall, breathing hard but steady. "Feels like we're finally moving forward." "Moving forward or dying slowly," Usopp muttered beside her, but even he was smiling. Ben looked at the faces of his crewmates, their determination burning like small suns in the dim light. He felt something deep and quiet. Belonging. The ship sailed on, guided by its new magic, carrying 7 souls bound by a single promise: to grow stronger, to protect each other, and to never, ever turn back. 8. Bounty. 3 days passed since the Going Merry left Kokoyashi behind 3 days of endless blue skies and the rhythmic lull of the ocean. The Straw Hats had fallen into an easy rhythm aboard the newly modified ship. The mornings were filled with training, the afternoons with laughter, and the nights with the sound of the waves brushing against the hull. Then, one cloudless morning, the flapping of wings broke the calm. A news bird swooped low above the ship, its shadow cutting briefly across the deck before dropping a bundle of papers. "Oi, Nami. Paper delivery." Usopp called, waving. Nami flipped a coin to the bird, snatching the bundle midair. She unfolded the top paper, scanning the headlines with mild disinterest until her eyes widened. A single sheet fluttered loose, carried by the breeze before Ben caught it with a spell. He frowned, reading the bold print. "Wanted, dead or alive Monkey D. Luffy 30 million berries." Nami's face turned pale as she stared at the bounty poster. 30 million. She breathed. "Do you realize what this means?" Luffy, sitting cross-legged on the deck, tilted his head with a grin. "It means I look cool." Zoro chuckled, resting his swords against his shoulder. "It means we're officially pirates and bounty hunters and marines will be after us." Usopp leaned closer, squinting at the poster. "Wait, is Thathay? That's me." He jabbed a finger at the image. "Right there, behind Luffy's shoulder." Sanji leaned over and frowned. "That's just the back of your head." Usopp puffed up proudly. "Still counts." Sanji muttered something under his breath and looked away, his cigarette trembling slightly. "TCH, not even my face in the photo. Ridiculous." Ben only smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth curving in amusement. He said nothing, though he noticed the shift in Nami's expression: worry, calculation, and something else beneath it. Nami knew what it meant to have a bounty that high. The Marines would come, and stronger foes would follow. A week later, Logue Town appeared on the horizon like a promise and a warning, the gateway between dreams and danger. The place where one story had ended, and another had begun. "Land ho!" Usopp's shout echoed from the crow's nest, his voice sharp with excitement. Luffy burst out of the kitchen, a half-eaten slab of meat in his hands. "Really? Where?" He sprinted to the bow, leaped onto the figurehead, and stared ahead. His grin widened as the wind whipped his hat. The island stretched out before them, a sprawling city of towers and stone, the execution platform looming like a silent monument. When they docked, the scent of the sea gave way to that of baked bread, oil, and smoke from the bustling harbor. Merchants shouted prices, marines patrolled the streets, and seagulls circled above. Luffy immediately made a beeline for Nami. "Hey, Nami, can I have some money? I want to eat at one of those restaurants." Nami crossed her arms, exasperated. "You just ate 10 minutes ago." "Yeah," Luffy said with complete sincerity, "but that was 10 minutes ago." She sighed, muttering under her breath, but eventually handed him a few notes. "Fine, don't spend it all in one place." Zoro approached next, sword strapped to his hip. "I'll need money too. Gotta find a decent blade shop." Nami raised a brow, arms still folded. "You'll get it under one condition." Zoro frowned. "Condition? 300% interest." Zoro blinked. "You're kidding." "Do I look like I'm kidding?" she said, tapping her foot. He stared at her for a long moment, then sighed in resignation. "Fine, but remember, you are a blood-sucking witch." Nami's smile was sharp and victorious as she dropped a few coins into his hand. "Whatever, but remember to pay interest on time." Usopp chimed in, "And I'll need some tools. I've got an idea for new ammo designs." Sanji pushed his hair back. "Food supplies. Can't have the captain starving before the next island." Ben handed each of them a small pouch, smooth and light in their palms. "I've enchanted these. Spatially expanded interiors, you can store whatever you buy without worrying about space or weight." Usopp blinked. "Wait, you mean like a bag that's bigger on the inside?" Ben gave a faint nod. "Exactly." He turned to Nami next. "You'll need to buy clothes for everyone, light for the tropics, heavy for cold climates. The Grand Line's weather changes without warning." Nami's lips curved into a small smile. "Finally, someone responsible around here." Then her gaze softened. "What about you? Where are you going?" Ben looked past the harbor, toward the heart of the city. "There's someone I need to meet." He left the ship quietly, blending into the crowd. The streets were alive, stalls overflowing with goods, laughter ringing from taverns, and the sea breeze cutting through the air. But beneath it all, he could feel something weighty. A current of purpose, an invisible presence. Once he reached an empty stretch of cobblestone, Ben drew his wand and whispered, "Point me to Monkey D. a dragon." The wand trembled, spinning slowly before locking toward a narrow alley across the square. Ben followed. The noise of the crowd faded with each step, replaced by the echo of his boots on stone. The alley was narrow, half-shadowed by the tall walls rising on both sides. A gust of wind rustled the hanging laundry above, the air heavy with tension. Halfway through, Ben stopped. Someone was there standing still, facing away, yet unmistakably aware of his presence. The man turned slightly, the faint light catching the lower half of his face. His cloak billowed gently in the breeze, the emblem beneath it hidden from view. His eyes, sharp and calm, met Ben's. Ben exhaled, his voice steady. "Hello," he said quietly. "I was searching for you for a while, Monkey D. a dragon." The alley fell silent. The air around them seemed to hold its breath, and the storm was about to begin. "Do you want Luffy and others also to have templates?" "Yes." "No." 9 whispers in the wind. The alley was narrow and drowned in shadows. Wind whistled faintly between the stacked houses of Logtown, carrying with it the scent of salt and smoke from distant chimneys. A tall figure stood still at the end of that alley, the folds of his dark cloak shifting in the breeze as if it moved with a life of its own. "Monkey D. a dragon," the man whispered, "to be the most dangerous in the world," waited without turning, his eyes half hidden beneath the hood. He felt someone was searching for him with his haki, so he moved into the discreet alley. From the mouth of the alley, another figure walked with quiet steps. His coat fluttered, boots clicking lightly on stone. Ben, or rather Edgar D. Benjamin, the magician of the Straw Hat Pirates, came to a stop a few paces away and gave a small, knowing smile. "Hello," he said calmly. "I've been searching for you for a while, Monkey D. a dragon." Dragon finally turned, sharp eyes like storm clouds locking on him. "And who might you be?" he asked, voice even, "to go looking for me?" Ben raised his hand subtly, and the air shimmered as if ripples passed through water. A faint hum enclosed them, muting the sounds of the world beyond. The alley footsteps, chatter, the cries of seagulls all vanished into silence. "A small precaution," Ben murmured. "A charm, so no one can listen." Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing. Ben inclined his head slightly, courteous but firm. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Edgar D. Benjamin, magician of the Straw Hat Pirates. My captain," he smiled faintly, "is Monkey D. Luffy." The air shifted just slightly. Dragon did not move, but something in his gaze softened for a heartbeat. His son's name spoken so casually, so boldly. "I see," Dragon said finally. "So, you're with him." Ben nodded. "That's right." Dragon folded his arms, cloak rustling. "What is it you want from me, then?" "I came to trade," Ben said simply. "Information for information. I'm searching for a way to learn all forms of haki, their principles, and training. In exchange, I can give you knowledge of immense value." Dragon arched an eyebrow, skepticism flickering across his face. "Knowledge?" Ben met his gaze steadily. "You see, I am a magician, but not in the way this world knows. My magic allows me to glimpse fragments of time, moments from the past, the present, and what may yet come." Dragon said nothing, but disbelief shimmered in his eyes. "You don't believe me," Ben said softly, not accusingly. "Then let me prove it. Allow me to tell you of things only you would know, things buried beneath decades of silence." A quiet pause followed. The wind whispered faintly through the alley. Then Dragon inclined his head once, almost imperceptibly. "Go on." Ben took a slow breath. "You were there, at God Valley. Back then, you wore the uniform of the Marines. You witnessed the cruelty of the celestial dragons with your own eyes, the way they hunted the innocent for sport." Dragon's expression froze. "You disobeyed your orders that day," Ben continued, voice quiet but steady. "You fired a tranquilizing dart at a celestial dragon to save 2 children slaves from execution. You tried to rescue 2 babies with red hair, but you couldn't. One was taken. The other was lost in the chaos. That day, that massacre, was when the seed of rebellion took root in you." The silence that followed was heavy. Dragon's breath slowed, and his eyes, those fierce, unwavering eyes, dimmed for just a heartbeat. In the depths of his memory, smoke and screams mingled again. "The island is burning. The children are crying. The faces of the dying reflected in the firelight." How his voice was low, almost hoarse. "How do you know that?" Ben looked at him gently. "I told you. I see into the echoes of time. The past whispers to me, and the future sometimes answers." Dragon was silent again, studying him, truly studying him this time. The faint tension in his shoulders eased, but there was weight in his gaze. Ben spoke again, softer now. "You wanted to know whether I'm worth listening to. Now that you do, shall I tell you about what's to come?" Dragon's jaw tightened. "Go on." Ben nodded. "There is a power beyond even the 5 elders, one that rules the world from the shadows. A single throne, and a being who sits upon it. His name is Narana Imu. He is immortal, the hidden king of the world, who has ruled for over 800 years, since the end of the Void Century." The words hung between them like a curse. Dragon did not flinch outwardly, but the faintest trace of something, a flicker of disbelief, of anger, of dread, passed through his eyes. For a moment, the air itself seemed to still. Ben continued. "He is the true enemy, the one who maintains this world's chains. And when your son, Monkey D. Luffy, finds the one piece, the world will turn upside down. Everything will burn, and the truth of the world will surface." Dragon stared at him in silence. His face betrayed little, but within, his thoughts raced. Imu, a name he had never heard, or perhaps one buried by fear. Could such a being truly exist? And if so, could even the revolution hope to stand against him? "You claim to see the future," Dragon said finally. "How certain are you of this?" Ben smiled faintly, though there was no humor in it. "I see glimpses, threads of what may be. I cannot say how true they will become, but every glimpse I've seen leads to the same storm and your son stands at its center. The alley grew quieter still. Dragon turned away for a moment, looking toward the faint glow of Logtown's harbor. My son, he murmured. He walks the path I could not. There was a trace of emotion in his voice, now quiet pride tangled with sorrow. He had left his child behind in the East Blue, believing it safer that way. But to hear, now, that Luffy's destiny might shake the world, it stirred something in him that had long been buried under duty and cause. Ben watched him silently, then said, "You know the devil fruit your son ate?" Dragon nodded slowly. "Yes, the gum-gum fruit. It made his body rubber." Ben shook his head. "That's the lie the world government spread. The fruit's real name was erased. It is a mythical Zoan Hito Hito no Mi, model, sun god Nika. Only when he awakens it will its true power return, and to defeat Imu he must awaken it." Dragon's eyes widened slightly, a flash of shock cracking through his calm exterior. Nika, the sun god, a name he had heard only in stories and whispers, buried in forbidden texts. For the first time, uncertainty shadowed his face. Ben's tone softened. "You see now why I need the Haki manual. To guide him and the crew will need every tool the world can give." Dragon exhaled slowly, long and heavy. "I don't have the manual here," he said finally, "but I can arrange for it to reach you." Ben nodded. "Send it to Whiskey Peak. We'll be there soon." Dragon turned to leave, then stopped when Ben extended something toward him, a small mirror, framed with faintly glowing runes. "This is a two-way mirror," Ben explained. "Speak into it, and I'll hear you. I'll contact you again when the time is right." Dragon accepted it silently. As Ben lowered his hand, the muffling charm faded. The sound of the world rushed back, distant footsteps, market chatter, the cry of gulls. Ben stepped back into the light at the alley's mouth, his cloak brushing against the cobbles. "Take care of yourself, Dragon-san," he said. "The storm is closer than you think." Dragon didn't reply, only watched him go. The quiet, thoughtful look etched deeper on his face. When the magician's figure vanished into the crowd, he stood alone for a long while, the wind tugging at his cloak. The scent of the sea drifted through the streets, the same sea where his son now sailed, laughing somewhere beyond the horizon. Dragon's fingers tightened around the mirror. For the first time in many years, he felt the faint tremor of something unfamiliar. Not fear, not doubt, but hope, fragile, reckless hope. He lifted his gaze toward the open sky, the wind swirling stronger around him as if answering his unspoken thoughts. "Luffy," he murmured quietly, the word almost stolen by the breeze. "The world is waiting for you." And with that, the wind picked up again, sweeping through the alley like a promise of change, unseen, unstoppable, and carrying the scent of the coming storm. 10. The storm over Logtown. The silence of the alley snapped as the Mufflieto charm dissolved, plunging Ben back into the clamor of Logtown. The air, only moments ago charged with the terrifying potential of revolution, now felt merely brisk and salty. Monkey D. a dragon was gone, vanished like a ghost carried by his own self-made storm. Ben stood alone, the weight of the secrets exchanged settling heavy on his shoulders. The knowledge of Imu, the true name of Luffy's fruity, was enough to shatter the foundation of the world. Now, he had the Revolutionary Army's promise of the Haki manual at Whiskey Peak, the next critical step in preparing the Straw Hats. Time to get useful, Ben thought. His template knowledge was vast, but his supplies were not. The most efficient way to acquire necessary magical components and blueprints was always through the nearest, best-stocked government facility. He made his way through the bustling market, his eyes sharp, scanning for anything useful: rare resins, specific metals, odd spices that might hide alchemical properties. He purchased a few oddities, paying with the gold he'd skimmed off Arlong's haul, then turned his attention to the target, the Marine Branch base in Logtown. The base was a sturdy, gray stone fortress, its perimeter patrolled by stiff, uniformed Marines. Ben approached, blending effortlessly with the shadows, his presence dissolving against the background noise of the city. Once he was near the outer wall, he performed a subtle wave of his wand. Disillusionment charm. The world momentarily warped, and the space where Ben stood seemed to shimmer before snapping back into place. He was still physically present, but his form was now seamlessly integrated into the environment, appearing as nothing more than a faint, shifting distortion like heat rising off the cobblestones. He was, to all casual observers, invisible. He slipped past the main gate guards, who continued their monotonous pacing, oblivious. Inside the base, it was a hive of organized mediocrity. Ben bypassed the noisy mess hall and the drab barracks, his path guided by instinct and the low thrumming of valuable magical signatures. He finally reached the administrative wing, pushing open a heavy wooden door that led to the office of the base's captain. The plaque on the door confirmed his target, Captain Smoker. Smoker's office was surprisingly sparse for a captain, dominated by an enormous, old-fashioned map table and a single, ugly portrait of an old Marine admiral hanging slightly askew. Ben quickly scanned the room. The objects that drew his attention were not the official papers, but the small, personal items, things a man would protect. His eyes kept returning to the portrait. He approached it, gently lifting the heavy frame. Behind it, nestled perfectly into the stonework, was a dull, gray steel locker. "Alohomora," Ben whispered, touching the wand to the lock. There was a soft, barely audible click, and the heavy steel door swung open. Inside, Ben found a few critical treasures. A log pose that would be valuable for navigating the unpredictable Grand Line. A thick, well-worn instruction manual, the cover read, in crisp military lettering, 6 powers, basic training and application. The Roku Shiki. Ben smiled a true victory. The 6 powers were the ultimate physical foundation, the closest thing in this world to structured martial arts training for the upper echelons of the world government. Combined with Haki, they were devastating. He quickly performed the duplication spell. Geminyo. A soft golden light enveloped the manual, and a moment later, an exact, perfect replica materialized beside the original. Ben carefully put the original manual and the replica of log pose which he made using transfiguration back inside, closing and relocking the vault with a muttered Calaporchus charm before replacing the portrait. He only took the copy. Next, he headed to the marine tree Surya heavily reinforced vault deep in the basement. He used another unlocking spell, bypassing the physical locks and the pressure seals. The treasury was filled with bellies, gold coins, and chests of silver. Ben grinned. He pulled out the expansion pouch he'd given the crew, now empty in his hand, and muttered a charm to widen its opening. Oxio golden berries. A torrent of currency, bright gold, and crisp berries, rushed out of the vault and vanished into the magically enlarged pouch. It took him less than 30 seconds. He didn't take everything, just a generous, untraceable amount, then quietly locked the treasury back up. The heist was complete. The Going Merry was now funded and equipped with the blueprints for the crew's next level of physical evolution. Ben made his way out of the base, his disillusionment charm still holding, and headed toward the one place where he knew his captain would be drawn, the execution platform. As he approached the central plaza, the low murmur of the city exploded into chaos. There was a desperate, loud commotion, shouts, the clang of steel, and the barking commands of Marines. Ben deactivated the charm, moving into the thick of the crowd. The iconic platform, the place where the Pirate King, Gold Roger, had met his end, was the epicenter of a furious, desperate brawl. Marines, pirates from Buggy's crew, and a few frantic onlookers were locked in combat. On the execution stage, Luffy was tied and completely helpless, his arms bound tightly to the heavy wooden cross. Looming over him was Buggy the Clown, his face a mask of sadistic glee, his favorite razor-sharp cutlass raised high. Buggy roared, the blade trembling in his hand. Today, you die, Straw Hat. Below, Zoro and Sanji were cutting a swath through the surrounding pirates and Marines, frantic to reach the platform. Move, you idiots. Sanji screamed, his heel bursting into flame as he delivered a powerful Muton shot that sent a line of Marines sprawling. Zoro met a flurry of Buggy's crew members with a flash of steel, his face grim. Damn it, we're too late. Buggy asks, do you want to say something before you die, Mugiwara? Luffy shouts, saying, I gonna be the king of the pirates. Everyone was shocked hearing that. Buggy says, well, this is it for you, rubber twerp. And brings his sword down. Luffy looked down at his crewmates, with his usual wide grin momentarily, and says, sorry, everyone. Buggy let out a triumphant shriek and brought the blade down with crushing force toward Luffy's neck. The air tore. Time seemed to crawl to a halt. The flash of the descending steel, the shouts freezing in the wind. Then, the world shattered. Crack boom. A massive, blinding column of lightning plunged from the clear blue sky. It struck the execution platform with the deafening roar of a cannon, splintering the wood, sending smoke and debris scattering in all directions, and unleashing a shockwave that threw the nearby combatants to the ground. The crowd screamed. Marines scattered. Buggy, utterly terrified, lay smoking in a heap of rubble. When the smoke cleared, the impossible had happened. The heavy wooden cross was gone, the platform was pulverized, but Luffy stood in the center, perfectly unscathed. The lightning, which should have cooked him instantly, had merely charged his rubber body, leaving him alive and free. Luffy picked up his straw hat, tilted it onto his head, and grinned that blinding, infuriating grin. I'm still alive, he stated simply, his voice carrying over the stunned silence. The crowd stared, eyes wide, believing it to be a true act of godivine intervention saving the young pirate. Zoro and Sanji, who had also been thrown back, recovered instantly. They rushed toward their captain. You idiot. Sanji roared, grabbing Luffy's shoulder and shaking him. You absolute moron, smiling when you were about to die. I should kick you myself. Ah, sorry Sanji, Luffy said happily. Zoro grabbed the back of Luffy's vest, his face a mask of annoyance and relief. We need to go, Luffy. The storm is about to hit. Get your rubber brain moving. It was at that moment, as the three were clustered in the smoking wreckage, that a new voice-calm, wry, and deeply familiar cut through the chaotic din. Pop. With the almost silent pop of displaced air, Ben appeared beside them, stepping out of thin air. He was completely dry, clean, and entirely composed, a stark contrast to the dust and grime surrounding the three pirates. He gave them a casual wave. Yo, guys. Miss me. The three erupted in startled yells. Ben. Luffy shouted, his eyes sparkling with delight and shock. Where did you come from, you damn wizard? Sanji yelled, scrambling back slightly. Zoro, ever the stoic, simply grunted, but his hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword, confused by the sudden appearance. Long story, Ben said, ignoring the chaos still swirling around the plaza and gesturing toward the sky. The clouds were darkening rapidly now, truly fulfilling the earlier warnings. Right now, we need a quick exit. Place your hands on my shoulders. They understood instantly. No one argued. Luffy, still high on adrenaline, wrapped his arms around Ben's neck instead of his shoulder. Sanji and Zoro, their faces grim, placed their hands securely on the wizard's shoulders. Hold tight, Ben advised. The world dissolved into a sickening rush of speed, sound, and colored gut-wrenching experience of apparition. Pop. They landed hard on the deck of the Going Merry. Zoro and Sanji immediately fell to their knees, clutching their stomachs and gasping for breath, their faces pale green. Ugh, what was that? Sanji groaned, resting his head on the polished deck. It feels like my internal organs just swapped places. Never again, Zoro muttered, his hand still clamped over his stomach. Luffy, however, sprang up, completely unaffected, his eyes shining with pure excitement. Do it one more time, Ben. That was awesome. We'll save the amusement park rides for later, Ben said, already moving toward the railing. First, there's a welcome committee. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, their nausea instantly overridden by the prospect of a fight, rushed to the railing. A small, familiar group of pirates were attempting to climb aboard the Merry. It was Moji the Beast Tamer and his giant lion, Richie. The clown's lackeys, Zoro sneered, drawing one of his swords. They're not even worth the effort, Sanji said, already lighting a cigarette. In a swift, coordinated attack, the duo dispatched Moji and Richie with ruthless efficiency, sending them tumbling back into the harbor water. At the same moment, two figures burst onto the pier, running full tilt toward the ship, Nami and Usopp, soaked and panting. They stared, dumbfounded, at the three boys already on the deck, completely dry, and the wreckage of Moji's crew floating in the water. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. Nami gasped, utterly bewildered. You told us you were going to the execution platform. How are you already here? Ben leaned on the railing, the wind catching his white hair, and gave them a simple, serene smile. Magic. Nami and Usopp exchanged a look of pure, bewildered resignation. I'll tell you all the details afterwards, Ben said, the first heavy drops of rain beginning to splatter against the deck. But the storm is about to truly pick up. Let's get on the ship and set sail. They hurried aboard, Nami rushing to the helm, Usopp scrambling up the mast to ready the sails. The Going Merry, guided by its magical enchantments and the fierce determination of its crew, pulled away from the dock, leaving the chaos and the inevitable fury of Captain Smoker behind. They were free of Lobetown, heading straight for the swirling dangers of the Grand Line. Suggestions. A character who can create things like Momo Yaoyorozu, or those who can help train Luffy and others more. 11. The Vow of the Grand Line. The Going Merry, now humming with a subtle, magical lifeblood, sliced through the tempest that raged outside Lobetown. The storm, a furious guardian of the Grand Line's gateway, threw mountainous waves at the small caravel. But where any other ship would have been splintered to driftwood, the Merry held firm. Ben's enchantments, woven into her keel and mast, allowed her to ride the currents rather than fight them, the wood groaning not in protest, but in effort. Inside the galley, the crew was gathered, the roar of the ocean a deafening wall of sound around them. This is insane. Nami shouted over the howl of the wind, her hands gripping the table. This storm is unnatural. Ben, standing steady as a rock in the swaying room, gave a sharp, resonant whistle. All eyes turned to him. He walked to the center of the galley and, with a flick of his wand, magically summoned a sturdy, empty sake barrel from the cargo hold. It landed with a solid thud on the floor. Everyone, come around, Ben commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. They gathered, a collection of curious and battered pirates. Ben looked at each of Thami's new family, his chaotic, beautiful, impossible crew. He lifted his foot and planted it firmly on the barrel's lid. The crew watched, a mixture of confusion and anticipation on their faces. We just left the town of the beginnings and the end, Ben said, his voice now imbued with a magical resonance that carried over the storm. But for us, this is a new beginning. I'm new to this crew, but before we enter the Grand Line, we make a vow. We put our dreams on the line, together. He took a deep breath, his bright blue eyes burning with intensity. I'll go first. I will turn the whole world upside down by the time I finish my journey. Luffy's eyes lit up, recognizing the pure, unadulterated ambition. He slammed his own sandal onto the barrel next to Ben's. I will be the king of the pirates. Zoro, a faint smirk on his face, stepped forward and placed his boot on the wood. The barrel creaked. I will be the greatest swordsman in the world. Nami, her expression softening from fear to a fierce resolve, added her foot to the growing cluster. I will draw the map of the whole world. Sanji, with a smooth motion, placed his polished black shoe beside Nami's. He lit a cigarette in the swaying galley, the flame flickering. I will find the all blue. All eyes Ben's, Luffy's, Zoro's, Nami's, Sanji's turned to the last member. Usopp was shaking, his knees knocked together, and he was pale, the roar of the waves clearly terrifying him. He looked at the barrel, at the feet of his friends, at the unshakable certainty in their eyes. I. He gulped, his voice a small squeak. Usopp, Luffy said, his voice suddenly quiet, what's your dream? Usopp looked at his captain. He looked at the monster swordsman, the suave cook, the brilliant navigator, and the reality-bending wizard. He was just Usopp, a liar from a small village. He gulped again, squeezed his eyes shut, and then roared, his voice cracking but filled with all the courage he could muster, a shout to defy the ocean itself. I will be a brave warrior of the sea. He slammed his foot onto the barrel, completing the circle. They stood there for a heartbeat, a circle of 7, their dreams and wills united, bound together on the groaning wood. The Merry crested a colossal wave, lifting them all. Now! Luffy yelled. With a unified shout, all 6 of them kicked down. Crack! The barrel exploded, its staves flying apart. And in that moment, in the heart of the impossible storm, the Straw Hat Pirates were truly, completely, and irrevocably won. The storm broke as suddenly as it had begun. After 3 grueling hours of chaos, the sea turned to glass, the sky to a brilliant, cloudless blue. The abrupt calm was almost as unsettling as the tempest. All right, Ben said, his voice echoing in the sudden, peaceful silence. Meeting, now. They gathered in the meeting room. Ben walked to the head of the table and, with a thud, dropped a thick, official-looking manual onto the polished wood. The cover was stamped with the marine insignia. What's that? Usopp asked, leaning in. I acquired this from Captain Smoker's private office in Lobetown, Ben said with a casual shrug. Nami's eyes went wide. You stole it, from the Marine Captain's office. I liberated it, Ben corrected gently. It's the official training manual for the Marine's secret martial art, the Rokushiki, or 6 styles. He opened the book, revealing complex diagrams of the human body. The world government's strongest agents and Cypherpol all master these techniques, Ben explained. It's a system for turning the human body into a weapon, far beyond normal limits. He ticked them off on his fingers. Zoro, shave stomping the ground 10 times in the blink of an eye to move faster than a normal person can see. Luffy and Sanji's eyes lit up. Tech-Eye, iron body hardening your muscles to the consistency of iron, to nullify attacks. Zoro's head tilted, his interest piqued. Jeppo, moonwalk kicking the air itself with such force and speed that you can walk through the sky. Fly. Luffy shouted, practically vibrating. Awesome, I wanna do that. Renkyaku, tempest kick a kick so fast it creates a slicing blade of compressed air. Sanji's cigarette nearly fell from his lips, his mind clearly racing. Shigen, finger pistol focusing all your strength into one finger, allowing you to punch through an opponent like a bullet. And Kamii, paper art making your body go limp and flexible, flowing like paper in the wind to evade any attack. Ben closed the book. Your raw talent and my magic are strong, but this is a system. This is how our enemies will train. If we want to survive the Grand Line, we need to master their techniques and make them our own. The monster trio didn't need to be told twice. The allure of new, tangible power was irresistible. They practically sprinted to the training room. The heavy thud of Luffy impacting the wall echoed down the hall as he tried to Zoro and just didn't. GOMU no. He yelled from a rubbery pile. Zoro stood under 3x gravity, grunting as he tried to will his muscles into Tech-Eye. Damn it, it's just tensing. How do you make it iron? Sanji, meanwhile, was kicking the air with furious grace, producing strong gusts of wind but no blade. TCH. It needs more, snap. While the others focused on destroying their bodies, Ben focused on nurturing a soul. He made his way to the deepest part of the ship, the keel, a place no one ever went. It was dark, smelling of salt, tar, and old wood. He sat cross-legged on the curved bottom, the gentle lapping of the water audible from outside. He placed his hand on the Mary's central beam. All right, girl, he murmured, his voice soft. Luffy and the others give you their strength. It's time I gave you my magic. This wasn't Dumbledore's standard magic. This was older, more elemental. He pulled knowledge from the deepest corners of his mind, runes, arcanum, the very language of creation. He was aiming for something specific, a memory from his old life, the terror of the seas, the Queen Anne's revenge. A ship that lived, that obeyed its captain's will, its ropes and sails moving as extensions of his body. He wanted the Going Merry to become a true member of the crew. He uncapped a small vial of shimmering, silver ink and began to paint. He inscribed the first rune, Ansas, the rune of voice and consciousness, right over the ship's heartwood. To hear us, he whispered. Next, Iwaz, the rune of connection and protection, to protect us. Then Laguz, the rune of water and flow, to bind her to the sea, she sailed, to guide us. He worked for hours, his hands glowing with a soft, silvery light, moving from the hull upwards. He climbed the main mast, inscribing Raid-Ho, the journey, onto the crow's nest. He enchanted the rigging, the cannons, and even the figurehead, tracing a final Algiz, defense, rune on its smiling sheep's head. The ship thrummed. It was a low, subsonic vibration, felt more in the bones than heard. The wood seemed to warm beneath his fingers. The Mary was waking up. Satisfied for the day, Ben returned to the training room, his own body aching for a workout. He set the gravity for himself and began to practice. He wasn't focused on Tech-Eye or Shigen. He was focused on Zoro. He was a wizard, but in a world where Haki could nullify powers, he couldn't afford to be a glass cannon. He needed to be able to dodge. He stomped the ground, channeling his focus. Flicker. He appeared 3 feet to the left, stumbling. A start. That night, dinner was a loud, boisterous affair. The crew, exhausted and aching, devoured Sanji's cooking with religious fervor. This, my friends, Sanji announced, placing a massive platter on the table, is the azurefin strip-fish from the West Blue. I won it in a high-stakes cook-off against a 3-star chef in Logtown's port. Eat your hearts out. Neat. Luffy declared, and the battle began. This routine continued for 3 days. Training, agony, Sanji's food, Ben's secret work on the Mary, rest, repeat. On the 4th day, the Mary was sailing through a patch of sea so calm it looked like a blue mirror. The crew was lazing on deck, a rare moment of collective rest. Zoro was napping near the railing, a truly impressive feat of relaxation. Nami, perched in a deck chair, was drawing her new charts. Sanji, shading his eyes, looked at the sky. A massive flock of newscoos was circling in a tight, dizzying vortex high above. A flock of birds like that, circling in one place. Sanji mused, lighting a cigarette. They're hunting, which means smaller fish are schooling below them, which, his eyes lit up, means a big fish is hunting them. Fish. Luffy's head snapped up from where he'd been sleeping. Neat. Luffy was already at the railing, his eyes sparkling. Food. He braced himself, planting his sandals on the deck. Gomu gomu no. Fishing. His arms shot out, a pinkish blur, stretching hundreds of meters in an instant, plunging into the center of the circling birds. What's he going to grab? Usopp asked, nervous. A sea king. With his luck? Probably, Zoro grumbled, not even opening his eyes. There was a long pause, then the rubbery twang of Luffy's arms pulling taut. Got one. Luffy screamed, his face a mask of pure joy. It's a huge one. He dug his heels in and began to reel his catch in, his arms retracting like massive rubber bands. Incoming. Luffy, wait, be careful. Nami shouted, but it was too late. A small, yellow, thing came hurtling out of the sky at bullet speed. It flew across the deck and smacked directly into the back of the napping Zoro. The sound was a combination of a wet thwack and a surprised GUH. The force of the impact was so sudden and so precise that it knocked Zoro clean off his feet, over the railing, and into the calm sea. Splay Aash. Zoro oh. Usopp, Nami, and Luffy screamed in unison. Ben just sighed, a deep, put-upon sound. He raised his wand lazily toward the patch of bubbles where Zoro had vanished. A moment later, a soaking wet, furious, and utterly bewildered Zoro came flying out of the ocean, sputtering and cursing. He landed in a heap on the deck, dripping. What the hell, Luffy? Zoro roared, grabbing his swords. I'm going to kill you. Sorry, Zoro. Luffy said, not looking sorry at all. He was too busy staring at his catch, which had rolled to a stop by the main mast. But look, I caught, The crew fell silent. It wasn't a fish. It was a small girl, maybe 10 years old, with blonde hair and pigtails and wearing a simple yellow dress. She was unconscious. Nami gasped. A child. Ben was at her side in an instant, his wizarding instincts replaced by simple, practical first aid. He knelt, placing 2 fingers on her neck. She's fine, he announced, his voice cutting through the crew's shock. Heartbeat is strong, just unconscious. Exhausted and dehydrated, most likely. He gently scooped the small girl into his arms. She weighed almost nothing. Let's get her inside, he said, turning. The infirmary. Nami suggested, her voice soft. Ben didn't stop, heading straight for the galley. Nope. The kitchen. He walked in and gently laid the girl on the long, newly enchanted dining table. The crew, including the dripping Zoro, crowded in behind him. The kitchen? Usopp asked, completely bewildered. Why? Is she food? Luffy's eyes lit up. Can we eat her? No, you moron. Nami and Sanji shouted, both punching Luffy on the head. Ben chuckled, a soft, warm sound. He looked at Usopp. Because, Usopp, he said, his blue eyes gentle with a wisdom that felt ancient, when you're scared, lost, and wake up in a strange place, surrounded by pirates, what's the first thing that makes you feel safe and welcome? Usopp thought for a moment. Food. Exactly. Ben turned to Sanji, who was already by the stove, his earlier anger gone. Sanji-san, Ben said softly, could you prepare something? Something warm and simple. Soup, maybe? I have a feeling she'll be very, very hungry when she wakes up. Sanji took a long drag from his cigarette, a rare, gentle smile touching his lips as he looked at the small, sleeping figure. On it, he said, his voice uncharacteristically soft. A warm, nourishing soup for the little mademoiselle. Coming right up. The Straw Hat Pirates gathered around the table, their boisterous, chaotic energy replaced by a quiet, protective curiosity. The Grand Line had just delivered its first, and most unexpected, piece of cargo. 12 Apis. The ship was quiet, save for the gentle lapping of the waves against the hull and the soft, magical thrum that the Going Merry now seemed to possess. The crew, a collection of the world's most dangerous weirdos, was gathered around the dining table, their collective gaze fixed on the small, unconscious girl. Usopp, ever the brave warrior, decided a tactical inspection was in order. He crept closer, his long nose practically hovering over the girl's face. Is she breathing? He whispered, his voice trembling slightly. Maybe I should poke her. No, that's not brave. The great Captain Usopp will simply observe. He leaned in, his nose just inches from hers. Yep, definitely, small. It was at that precise moment that Sanji, ever the culinary artist, finished his preparations. The rich, restorative aroma of a golden, fragrant chicken and vegetable soup wafted from the pot, a cloud of pure, life-affirming comfort. On the table, the girl's nose twitched. Usopp, oblivious, leaned in even closer. I think she's. The girl's eyes snapped open. She didn't scream. She didn't panic. She just saw a very large, strange nose invading her personal space. Thwack! Her forehead connected with Usopp's nose with the sound of a coconut hitting a plank. Gah-ah-ah-ah, my nose! Usopp shrieked, clutching his face as he flew backward, performing a perfect triple somersault before crashing into a stack of crates. It's broken. It's shattered. I'm dying. Nami, my brave warrior's funeral. Make it legendary. The girl sat up, rubbing her own forehead. She looked around, her eyes darting with wary, practiced suspicion. She saw the green-haired man, asleep, somehow, even after that scream, the blonde man with the weird eyebrow, the orange-haired woman, the strange white-haired man who glowed faintly, and the grinning idiot in the straw hat. Nami, deciding to take charge, stepped forward with a gentle smile. Are you okay? That was quite a bump. Don't mind him, he does that. Sanji, ever the gentleman, glided over, holding a small, steaming cup. Ah, mademoiselle is awake. A tragedy, what happened to that oaf's nose, but a blessing to see your eyes open. The soup will be ready in just a minute. A special, restorative broth for a beautiful young lady. The girl's stomach chose that exact moment to betray her, letting out a growl so loud it silenced Usopp's fake dying. Grr-roll. She clutched her stomach, a furious blush covering her face. A tiny, almost inaudible whisper escaped her lips. Lucky. Nami's smile widened. See, you're safe here. We found you in the middle of the sea where you shipwrecked or something? What's your name? The girl's wariness snapped back into place. She pulled her knees to her chest, her eyes narrowing. Before asking someone their name, you should introduce yourselves first. Nami was taken aback for a second, then let out a short laugh. Fair enough. You've got spirit, I'll give you that. She gestured around the table. I'm Nami, the navigator. This is our ship's magician, Ben. Ben gave a polite, almost regal nod. A pleasure. That's our cook, Sanji. Sanji burst into a flurry of heart eyes and romantic poetry-infused greetings, which the girl pointedly ignored. The one you just met is Usopp, our sniper. The brave warrior of the sea. Usopp corrected, his nose now swollen to the size of a small eggplant. And the one sleeping is Zoro, our swordsman. Zoro let out a loud, bubbling snore, completely unfazed. And this idiot Izanami began, but she was too slow. Luffy, who had been vibrating with impatience, bounced in front of the girl, his grin a mile wide. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the captain of this pirate ship. We're heading to the Grand Line. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Yay! The effect was instantaneous and devastating. The sound of a record scratching would have been less jarring. The girl's face, which had just regained some color from the soup's aroma, drained to a stark, terrifying white. Her eyes, which had been sassy, now looked like two giant, terrified saucers. Her mouth fell open. She had been running from Marini's a force of order and terror. Pirates were the other side of that same coin: chaos, violence, and pure evil. She clamped her mouth shut, her jaw trembling, and pulled back, pressing herself against the bulkhead, her entire body shaking. Luffy, ever the master of emotional intelligence, just blinked. Ha! He picked his nose. Did I say something weird? That was my best introduction. He turned to Zoro, who had somehow woken up from the word pirate and was now just staring. Zoro, what's her deal? She's not even eating. Zoro, true to form, yawned, his damp clothes still dripping onto the floor. Who cares? She's awake. What do we do with her now? Throw her back. Zoro! Nami shrieked, delivering a powerful, common-sense fist to the back of his head. She's a child. Luffy, still confused, scratched his head. Whatever. She'll be fine. He beamed at the terrified girl. We'll think about it tomorrow. He then rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a thing. It might have been jerky. It might have been a fossil. Want some of my pocket meat? It's good. The girl just shivered, pressing herself further into the wall. Nami smacked her own forehead. These idiots. I'm surrounded by the dumbest crew in the East Blue. We just terrified a starving, shipwrecked child. Night fell. The Going Merry sailed on, her enchanted hull glowing faintly under the starlight, Ben's runes pulsing with a soft, protective energy. Nami had shown the girl whom they still didn't have a name for to a small, temporary bunk in her cabin. Hours passed. The gentle rocking of the ship and the quiet hum of the wood were the only sounds. In the bunk, the girl, Apis, was wide awake. She was hidden under a mountain of blankets, pretending to be a lumpy part of the bed. She was safe, for now. But she was starving. She hadn't eaten a real meal in, she couldn't even remember. Grurovul. Her stomach, that traitor, let out a noise like a dying sea king. She peeked out. The cabin was dark. Nami was asleep. They're pirates, she thought. They're probably asleep. And the soup, the cook. The smell was still in her memory, a glorious, tantalizing ghost. She couldn't take it. Stealthily, her bare feet making no sound on the wood, Apis crept from the cabin. She moved like a shadow, a skill clearly born from long, desperate practice. She navigated the dark corridor and slipped into the galley. It was dark. The moon cast a single, silver beam through the porthole, illuminating the counter. And there, covered with a simple cloth, was the pot of soup. Her heart hammered. She found a ladle. She lifted the lid, the aroma hitting her with the force of a punch. She dipped the ladle in. Click! The galley lights snapped on, not with a harsh electric glare, but with a warm, gentle, magical glow. Apis froze, mid-ladle, her body going rigid with terror. She jumped, startled, the ladle clattering noisily against the pot. You shouldn't eat it cold, mademoiselle. Sanji was there, leaning against the doorframe, a single cigarette glowing in the darkness. Apis was trapped. She trembled, her eyes darting to the door, ready to bolt. Hey, Sanji said, his voice soft, not moving an inch to spook her. It's okay. Food is meant to be enjoyed, not stolen. He pushed off the frame and walked to the stove, not to her. A mademoiselle should never have to eat cold leftovers. Let me warm that up for you. A true chef's honor is at stake. He gently took the pot, lit the stove with a snap of his fingers, and began to stir. Apis just stood there, shaking, her escape route blocked by a kind, one-eyed pirate cook. A minute later, he placed a steaming, fragrant bowl in front of her at the table, along with a spoon. Go on, he said gently, lighting another cigarette and turning away to give her some space. She hesitated. Her eyes were wide, her hunger warring with her fear. Hunger won. She took one tiny, suspicious sip. Her world exploded. It wasn't just soup. It was Sanji's soup. It was warmth, and safety, and care, and vegetables so perfectly cooked they melted in her mouth, and a broth so rich it felt like a hug from the inside out. Tears, hot and sudden, welled up in her eyes. She wasn't just eating, she was being cared for. She blinked them away and, forgetting her fear, began to wolf it down, the soup running down her chin. Shishishi. I knew she was hungry. Apis jumped, nearly dropping the bowl. Luffy's head popped up from under the table, his chin resting on the wood, watching her with curious, non-threatening eyes. Gah! Apis shrieked, scrambling back. Luffy, you moron, you scared her. Nami's voice yelled as she emerged from a supply closet, where she'd clearly been waiting. What? I was just waiting for my midnight snack. She looked lonely. My nose still hurts, you know. Usopp's voice complained, as he was revealed to be hiding in a large, empty potato barrel. I was asleep, Zoro's voice grumbled, and the crew realized he was, in fact, sitting in the corner, slumped against the wall, actually asleep. He just said it in his sleep. Ben was the only one who wasn't hiding. He was sitting at the far end of the table, sipping a cup of tea, a small, knowing smile on his face. He'd been there the whole time, his disillusionment charm making him just a faint shimmer. Told you food was the answer, he said, as the charm faded. Apis looked around at this bizarre, insane, dysfunctional family. They had all been there. waiting, not to hurt her, but to make sure she ate? She looked at her empty bowl, then at Sanji, who gave her a short, chivalrous nod, then at Nami, who sat down opposite her. Her expression was kind. See, Nami said gently, we're not normal pirates. We're not here to hurt you. We just found you. You're safe. Apis looked at the empty bowl again, and for the first time in days, a tiny, genuine, trusting smile touched her lips. Now that she trusted them, Apis finally told her story. The Marines. She began, her voice small. They're from Marine Branch 8. They're led by Commodore Nelson. She explained it all. She had escaped from their battleship. They had been chasing her for days. Marines are chasing you, Luffy said, his mouth full of Sanji's midnight snack. Why, did you do something cool? Luffy. Nami chided. I have to get back home, Apis said, her voice full of a desperate, sudden urgency. I have to get to Warship Island. Nami pulled out a chart. Warship Island? I've heard legends about it. The island that looks like a battleship. It's not on any official maps. It's supposed to be somewhere near the Calm Belt in East Blue. The Calm Belt. Usopp shrieked, his eyes bulging. The nest of the Sea Kings. No way. I'm not going. I have an allergy to giant sea monsters. She needs to go home, right? Luffy said, ignoring Usopp completely. So we take her. It's an adventure. Luffy, wait. Nami argued. We don't even know where it is, and we'll be sailing right into a nest of monsters. And a marine fleet is chasing us. Usopp added, waving his arms. Zoro, who had finally woken up, cracked his neck. Are we fighting marines or monsters? Fine by me. It seems our course is set, Navigator-san, Ben said, his calm voice cutting through the panic. Destiny seems to want us to go to this island. Nami looked at the 6 expectant faces. She sighed, a long, drawn-out sound of pure exasperation. Fine. We'll take her to Warship Island. But if we get eaten by a Sea King, it's your fault, Luffy. The journey was a nightmare. Days later, Nami spotted them. Usopp, binoculars. Ship dead ahead. It's a marine fleet. Usopp screamed from the crow's nest. It's Branch 8. It's Nelson. And they've seen us. Fire. A distant voice boomed, and a cannonball screamed past the Mary's bow, sending up a massive plume of water. Apis was terrified. They found us. Awesome. A fight. Luffy said, stretching his arm back. No, Captain. Ben said, his wand already in his hand. A tactical retreat. Their numbers are too great, and we have a passenger. Nami, get us out of here. They're too fast. Sanji shouted as the ships began to close in. Not for long, Ben said, his white hair whipping in the wind. The Mary, as if sensing his intent, seemed to brace herself. A little push. Ventus Maxima. A colossal, concentrated gust of wind erupted from Ben's wand, filling the Mary's sails with a sound like a thunderclap. The ship lurched forward, blasting off like a rubber band, leaving the marine fleet in her wake. Yee-haw! Luffy howled, riding the figurehead. Ben, where are you sending us? Nami yelled, fighting the helm as the ship careened over the waves. Away from them. They were flying, until, suddenly, they weren't. The wind died. Not just Ben's spell, but all wind. The sea, moments before a choppy, windswept field, became a flat, dead, glassy surface. The Mary groaned to a halt, the silence deafening. What happened? Usopp whispered, his voice trembling. Nami was staring at her compasses, her hands shaking so hard she could barely hold her log pose. Oh, no. What is it, Nami-san? We overshot, she whispered, her voice filled with dread. Ben's blast was too strong. We're in the Calm Belt. Silence. Even Luffy knew what that meant. As if summoned by the name, a shadow passed under the ship. A shadow the size of an island. Groaar. A monster erupted from the water just starboard. Its head was bigger than the Mary itself, a massive, serpent-like beast with cold, dead eyes the size of cannons. A Sea King. Neat. Luffy shouted, purely on instinct. Not now, Luffy. The entire crew screamed in unison. It's looking at us, Apis whispered, frozen in terror. Then another one surfaced. And another. They were surrounded. We're going to be eaten. I'm too young and handsome to be a Sea King's appetizer. Usopp was crying, writing his last will on the deck. Ben, do your magic. Nami yelled. Ben had his wand out, his face pale with exertion. Nami, that is a mountain of muscle and hate. I can't stupefy a god. My magic has limits. The first Sea King roared, its breath of foul wind, and opened its cavernous mouth to swallow them whole. Everyone, hang on. Ben roared. He pointed his wand not at the monster, but down, at the water beneath their ship. He poured every ounce of remaining magical energy into one, desperate, brilliant, and incredibly stupid idea. Aqua Eructo. A colossal, high-pressure jet of pure water erupted from beneath the Mary's keel. It was a geyser of impossible force, blasting the going Mary up and forward. The ship flew through the air, over the head of the lunging Sea King, and landed with a bone-jarring, ship-splintering splash on the other side. That was my last-ditch effort, Ben panted, slumping against the mast, his magical reserves completely drained. I can't do that again. The Sea Kings roared, and raged, turning to chase. But the Mary was moving. They had, by sheer, insane luck, landed in a rogue current which was beside Calm Belt, which pulled them free of the dead zone, the roars of the giant monsters fading behind them. They drifted for an hour, the crew silent, recovering, until they sailed into a thick fog bank. When the fog cleared, they saw it. An island, its cliffs and plateaus shaped by wind and water into the unmistakable silhouette of a massive, ancient, stone battleship. Warship Island, Apis whispered, tears of joy streaming down her face. We're home. They docked in a hidden cove, and Apis' grandfather, Bokyudin, was overjoyed to see her. But Apis wasn't done. She grabbed Luffy and Ben by the hand. Please, there's one more thing. She led them, and the rest of the crew, to a hidden cave deep within the island, the entrance covered by a waterfall. Inside, lying on a bed of soft sand, was something that stopped even Luffy in his tracks. It was massive. It was covered in ancient, faded blue scales. It was breathing, but just barely, its chest rising and falling in shallow, pain sighs. It was a dragon. Whoa, was all Luffy could say, his eyes wide with wonder. This is Ryu, Apis said, walking forward to stroke its giant, scaled nose. He's a Senninryu, a millennium dragon. I thought he was just a legend. But, how did you? Nami began. Apis looked down, suddenly shy. I can talk to him, she admitted. I ate a devil fruit a long time ago. The Hisso Hisso no Mi. It lets me talk to animals. So cool. Luffy and Usopp shouted in unison, their eyes sparkling. He's dying, Apis said, her joy fading, her voice breaking. He's old. He's been here for 1,000 years, waiting. He wants to go home, to his dragon's nest. He says it will give him the strength to live on. She turned to the pirates, her small face set with a desperate, heartbreaking resolve. He told me the legends are true. The dragon's nest, Lost Island, it's real. But I can't get him there alone. The Marines. Commodore Nelson, he wants Ryu. He thinks the Senninryu's bones grant eternal life. He'll kill him to get them. Apis, the sassy, brave little girl, bowed low, her forehead touching the sandy floor. Please. She cried, her voice echoing in the cave. You're pirates. You can sail anywhere. You're free. Please, help me save my friend. The cave was silent. Luffy walked past her, past the crew, and stood in front of the ancient, dying dragon. Ryu's massive, cloudy eye slowly opened, focusing on the boy. Luffy looked at the sad, ancient creature. He looked at the desperate little girl. Then he turned to his crew, his face not grinning, but set with the quiet, unshakable certainty of a captain. He walked back to Apis and placed his hand gently on her head. Don't worry, Luffy said, his voice soft, before his signature grin split his face. We're pirates, all right. And if there's a secret, legendary, lost island full of dragons, that's an adventure. He turned to his crew, his fist in the air. All right, guys, we're finding that nest. 13, Apis 2. Nami, however, was already doing math in her head, and it wasn't adding up. Hold on, Luffy. Wait just a second. That's a Millennium Dragon. It's the size of a battleship. We're in a cave. How, exactly, do you plan on getting him from here? She jabbed a finger at the dragon, to there, she jabbed a finger at the cave's tiny, waterfall-covered entrance, and onto the Going Merry. The entire crew froze. They turned and looked at Ryu. Then they looked at the hole. Then back at Ryu. Oh, Luffy said, blinking. I didn't think of that. I have a plan. Usopp announced, puffing his chest. The great Captain Usopp's Ultra Dragon moving system. He unrolled a blueprint he'd clearly drawn in 30 seconds. We get 1,000 logs, and roll him. It's foolproof. Zoro, who had been leaning against a stalagmite, opened one eye. Idiot. I'll just cut a bigger hole in the island. You'll sink us all, you Marimo for brains. Sanji roared, his leg already raised for a kick. What did you say, Darkbrow? As the two squared off, Luffy stretched his cheek. No, I got it. I'll just wrap my arms around him. Gomu no. Dragon, pull. He stretched his arms, wrapping them around Ryu's massive neck, and pulled. Luffy's body stretched, and stretched, and stretched. He became a long, rubbery rope, his face getting smaller and smaller in the distance. He pulled so hard that his sandals smoked, his face turning a deep purple. It's not budging. He wheezed. Then, his grip slipped. Twa-a-a-a-a-a-a. Luffy's arms snapped back like a broken guitar string. He rocketed backward, screaming, and slammed into the far wall of the cave with a thwack that sounded like a cannonball hitting a pillow. He peeled off the wall, a small puff of steam rising from his head. See? Almost had him, he mumbled, his voice wobbly. Ben, who had been watching this display of catastrophic incompetence with a look of cosmic weariness, finally pinched the bridge of his nose. Enough. The single word cut through the chaos. He stepped forward, the Elder Wand appearing in his hand as if from nowhere. The ambient magical energy in the cave, thick with Ryu's ancient life force, made the wand hum audibly. You, he pointed at Luffy, are an imbecile. You, he pointed at Zoro, will not cut the island. You, he pointed at Sanji, will stop trying to kick the swordsman. He turned to the massive dragon. All right, Apis, tell Ryu this might feel strange. What are you doing? Nami asked, her eyes wide. I am a wizard, Ben muttered, his white hair seeming to lift in an unfelt breeze. And I have been reduced to a magical tow truck for a crew of hyperactive, rubber-brained lunatics. Stand back, all of you. Ben raised the Elder Wand. He wasn't just casting a spell, he was commanding reality. He focused his mind, his magic, and the very essence of his will onto the multi-ton creature. Wingardium Leviosa. He didn't just whisper it, he roared it. A wave of visible, blue-white energy exploded from the wand, enveloping the dragon. Nothing happened. Ryu remained on the sand, unmoving. Ha! Even the magic man can't do it. Usopp whispered. Ben's jaw tightened. Oh, no you don't. The dragon wasn't just heavy in body, it was heavy in age, in time. He needed more. Everyone. Ben shouted, his arms shaking from the strain. I can't lift him, but I can make him weightless. I need you to push. Now. A faint, silver aura surrounded Ryu. The great beast groaned, but this time, when Luffy pushed him, he slid. It's working. Luffy yelled. Push, guys, push. What followed was the most ridiculous, pathetic, and heroic evacuation in pirate history. Luffy was in front, his feet planted, pulling. Sanji and Zoro, for once not fighting, were on one side, their shoulders braced against the scaly hide, muscles straining. Usopp was directing from the back, which mostly involved screaming and pushing a tail feather. Nami and Apis were clearing rocks from the path. And Ben was walking backward, his wand held high, sweat beading on his forehead, his face a mask of pure concentration, muttering, "Don't drop the dragon. Don't drop the dragon." They slid Ryu out of the cave, through the waterfall, which resulted in a lot of sputtering, and onto the hidden beach. Okay, Nami panted, soaked. He's on the beach. The Mary is in the cove. How do we get him into the water? Luffy's eyes lit up. I have an idea. No. Everyone shouted at once. Ben, Nami said, turning to the wizard. Can you keep levitating? Ben looked at the ocean. He looked at the Mary. He looked at the sky. He let out a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of all his reincarnated knowledge. Zoro, Sanji, get in the water. Nami, you're at the helm of the Mary. Usopp, get the ropes. Luffy, for the love of magic, just stay still. He raised his wand again. Aqua Eructo. A controlled, powerful geyser of water erupted behind Ryu, and with the Wingardium Leviosa still active, the Senenryu was launched into the cove like a giant, scaly, and deeply confused torpedo. He landed with a splash that sent a wave over the Mary's deck, drenching Usopp. He's in. Apis cheered, crying with joy. He's in, Ben panted, slumping against a palm tree, his magic reserves dangerously low. Now, someone, carry me to the ship. This is the stupidest, most impossible, most irresponsible thing we have ever done. Nami raged, stomping on the deck. The Going Mary, with a very large, very old dragon being towed behind it by enchanted ropes, was now sailing into open, unknown waters. Where are we even going? Nami demanded. Apis, who was sitting on Ryu's head, who was now happily floating, relayed the information. Ryu says we have to go west. West. Good. Finally. Nami spun the helm. West it is. West, Apis continued, of the feeling of home. Nami's hands froze on the wheel. What? He says you have to sail toward the sunset, but only on a Tuesday, and think of pickles. Pickles. Nami screamed, her eye twitching. He wants me to navigate based on a feeling and a condiment. I can't plot a course on poetry, you stupid lizard. Ryu, hearing the commotion, let out a sad, low-pitched moan. Nami, you made him sad. Luffy pouted. Apologize to the dragon. I will not. He's giving me nonsense. Perhaps I can assist, Ben said, emerging from the galley with a cup of tea, having mostly recovered. He walked to the bow, the sea breeze catching his white hair. My knowledge is vast, but this world's geography is chaotic. Let's try a classic. He raised the elder wand. Point me to the dragon's nest. The wand trembled in his hand. It spun, slowly at first, then faster and faster, a blur of elder wood. It spun so fast it made a high-pitched whirring sound. Then it stopped, pointing straight down. The crew stared at the wand. Well, Ben said, tapping the wand against his chin. That's problematic. Usopp's face went a pale, sickly green. Down, as in, under US. We're sailing on top of the dragon's nest. Are we going to hell? I'm too young and handsome to go to hell. I'm allergic to hell disease is acting up. Apis, listening intently to Ryu, suddenly perked up. No. Ryu says the wizard is right. The memory of the nest is beneath the world, but the path is above the rainbow. Nami buried her face in her hands. I quit. I'm done. I'm retiring. I'm going back to Kokoyashi to grow tangerines. I'm surrounded by morons, metaphors, and a wizard whose compass points to hell. A rainbow. Luffy cheered. A rainbow adventure. I bet it tastes like candy. Shishishi. And so, for 3 days, they sailed, following Apis's vague, feeling-based directions and looking for a rainbow. Luffy tried to help navigate, which resulted in him trying to steer them toward a pod of brightly colored dolphins. They looked like a rainbow. Nami. Zoro got lost, again, and was found by Sanji taking a nap in the Mary's, now magically expanded, anchor locker. Moss head. You're supposed to be on lookout, not imitating a pile of rusty chains. I was training my senses. Shut up, Arrow Cook. On the 3rd day, a storm hit. A bad one. But as the black clouds parted, a massive, shimmering, double rainbow tore across the sky. It was so bright, so vibrant, it looked painted on the world. That's it. Apis shrieked, pointing. Ryu says that's the gate. It's just light, Apis, Nami sighed, her voice weary. You can't sail into a rainbow. Ben, can we? Luffy asked, his eyes sparkling. Ben was at the bow, his wand out, a strange, analytical smile on his face. It's not just light, Nami. Look. He held up a magically conjured prism. The light, it's bending wrong. It's not refracting, it's projecting. It's not a rainbow. It's an illusion, a barrier. Full speed ahead. You're all insane. Nami screamed, but she held the course. The Going Merry sailed toward the rainbow. As they got closer, it didn't fade. It got brighter, more solid, until it looked like a wall of pulsating, liquid color. Brace yourselves. Ben yelled. They hit the barrier. For a second, there was no sound. All color, light, and sensation vanished, replaced by a thick, velvety blackness. Then, with a pop like a cork leaving a bottle, they burst through. 14. Apis 3. The Mary was floating on a river that seemed to be flowing up a mountain. The sky was a strange, misty gold color. The island der Continent was a massive, vertical caldera, a world hidden inside a volcano. The air was thick, humid, and smelled of ozone and something else. Something ancient. This, Ben breathed, his eyes wide, is magnificent. The plants are big, Usopp noted, staring at a flytrap the size of a wagon, which snapped at a passing bird. And a little, bite why, Sanji added, as a vine tried to snake its way around his leg. Ryu says, he can smell them, Apis whispered, her voice full of awe. He can smell home. Ben, Luffy called from the figurehead. The river is too slow. Can you do the whoosh thing? Ben sighed. He was becoming the crew's outboard motor. Aqua Eructo. With a roar of magical propulsion, the Mary shot up the river, banking hard on turns, drenching the crew. Woo-hoo! Luffy howled, holding his hat on his head. I'm going to be sick. Usopp screamed. My cigarette is wet, you damn wizard. Sanji complained. They burst through a final curtain of mist and into a vast, hidden plateau. It was a dwelling of the gods. Waterfalls fell into still lakes, giant, glowing crystals pulsed with light, and the air was filled with roars. A shadow passed overhead. It was sleek, red, and had a wingspan of at least 50 feet. It circled the Mary, its cry a sharp, intelligent scree. Suo cool. Luffy's eyes were literal stars. Zoro's hand was on his sword. Sanji, ever the pragmatist, was already checking his spice rack mentally. I wonder what it tastes like, grilled, or maybe la broche. Nami was staring at the giant, glowing crystals. Are those gems? We're rich. We're unimaginably rich. Ben, however, was in a state of academic ecstasy. His mad scientist brain had completely taken over. Fascinating, he whispered, his wand out, already casting diagnostic charms. Draco Ignis, a classic fire wyvern. The scales must be magically resistant to heat. The blood must be a potent alchemical reagent. I need a scale, and blood, and possibly a tooth, and maybe a tissue sample. Everyone shut up and hide. Nami shrieked. It's looking at us. The wyvern landed, blocking their path up the river. It was beautiful, territorial, and looked very angry. Right, Ben said, his entire demeanor shifting. He was no longer a wizard, he was a researcher. New plan. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji your 3 are distraction and large-scale protection. Usopp, you are spotter and precision retrieval. Nami, at the helm. Apis, stay with Ryu. I am going shopping. Shopping. Usopp yelped. It's trying to eat us, and he wants to go shopping. Fire. Luffy yelled, as the wyvern opened its mouth and spat a massive, rolling fireball at them. Protogo Maxima. Ben roared. A massive, shimmering dome of blue energy flared to life around the Mary, the fire washing over it harmlessly, sizzling and splashing like water on a hot pan. The dragon blinked, clearly confused. Now. Ben yelled. Luffy, distract it, but don't hurt it. I need the samples, pristine. Shishishi. Got it. No hurting. Luffy rocketed himself onto the plateau. Hey, big, scaly, ugly guy. Look at me. The wyvern, insulted, turned its full attention to Luffy, who proceeded to lead it on a merry chase, stretching and bouncing around the crystals. Gomu Gomu no. Dragon. Taunt. Zoro, Sanji, if it gets past Luffy, you're up. Ben commanded. He then turned to Usopp. Usopp, I've enchanted this. He handed Usopp one of his slingshot pellets, which now had a sharp, hollow needle at the tip and a small, magically sealed vial attached. It's a retrieval pact. You shoot the dragon, which will draw a few samples of blood, and then return to my hand. Can you do it? Usopp's legs were knocking, but his eyes were sharp. The great Captain Usopp can make any shot, especially a phlebotomy shot. Good man, aim for the thickest part of the hind leg. Now, Dragon's Blood Star. Usopp yelled. He fired. The pellet flew true, a perfect, arcing shot. It pricked the wyvern's leg. The dragon didn't even notice it was too busy trying to stomp Luffy, who was now hiding behind a crystal. A second later, the pellet flew back and slapped Ben in the palm. The tiny vial was full of bright, ruby red, steaming blood. Excellent. Ben cackled, pocketing it. Now, the scale. It's kinda on him, Ben. Usopp pointed out. Precisely. Ben raised his wand as the wyvern, frustrated with Luffy, flew straight up. Diff Indo. A tiny, silver, invisible blade of magic shot from his wand. It hit a single, loose scale on the dragon's underbelly. The scale, the size of a shield, was neatly clipped and fell, spinning, toward the river. Oxio scale. Ben yelled. The massive red scale changed direction midair and flew into his waiting hands with a thwump. Ben was beaming, his face flushed with success. Sample 1, Draco Ignis. Blood and scale. Oh, this is a glorious day for science. Ben, you maniac. Nami screamed. It's coming back. And it brought friends. 2 more wyverns were diving, and Luffy was still on the shore, laughing. Right, time to go. Ben yelled. He pointed his wand at the river behind them. De Primo. A massive, crushing jet of magic blasted the riverbed, creating a huge wave that surged forward, launching the Mary, and Luffy, who grabbed the railing at the last second, up the river. My samples, Ben whispered, lovingly cradling the scale and vial. Precious. They sailed deeper into the hidden world. The wonders, and Ben's shopping list, only grew. They entered a vast, glowing crystal cave, where the water was clear as air. Look! Nami whispered, pointing. Slithering through the water and in and out of the crystal walls was a serpent. A dragon, but with no wings, its body made of what looked like pure, living amethyst. It's beautiful, Nami breathed. It's rare, Ben corrected, his eyes gleaming. Luffy, I need you to ask it for a shed crystal. Politely. How? Luffy asked. I don't know. Just try. Luffy leaned over the railing. Hey, sparkly snake dragon, can we have one of your sparkles, please? The dragon stopped. It raised its head, its eyes two bright sapphires. It seemed to assess Luffy. It found him wanting, apparently, because it opened its mouth and shrieked. The sound was high-pitched, and the crystals in the cave began to vibrate. But they managed to get a few samples. They continued. They found a family of large, lumbering, triceratops-like dragons with plates on their backs that crackled with lightning. Okay, this one I am not messing with, Ben said, watching them from a distance. That's pure, condensed, natural energy. One wrong move and we're fried. But, the sample, Sanji mocked, blowing smoke. Don't you want its electric toenail? I do, actually, Ben said, dead serious. He turned to Usopp. Usopp, new plan, homing star. Got it. Ben handed Usopp a small, enchanted metal disc. Just get it on its back. I'll do the rest. Usopp took aim. The dragon was a quarter-mile away. The wind was tricky. He fired. The disc flew. It arced. It almost hit. Then a small windrake, a creature the size of a hyperactive, scaly poodle, zipped out of the sky, caught the disc, thought it was a toy, and flew straight for the Mary. Ben. Usopp said, his voice very small. What? The sample is being delivered. Excellent. By a very fast, very angry, poodle thing. The windrake landed on the deck, dropped the disc, and then saw Luffy. It decided Luffy was also a toy. It began zipping around Luffy's head, yipping and sparking. Get it off. It's cute annoying. Luffy yelled, flailing. Ben, ignoring this, picked up the disc, which was now covered in windrake saliva. Well, it's not a thunder lizard sample, but I'll take it. He scooped the small dragon up in a magically conjured net. And I'll take you, too, for observation. He put the yipping, furious drake into a cage. Sample 3 Draco Ventus, acquired via pure, unadulterated chaos. This crew is a viable, if unconventional, research method. 15 Apis 4. A/N just dropped a new fanfic on Cricket. Cricket template system. Check it out. While Ben was having the scientific equivalent of a religious awakening, Ryu was getting more and more agitated. He was groaning, a deep, rumbling sound. He says we're close. Apis yelled. He says he can hear them. They rounded a final bend, and the plateau opened up into a massive, massive caldera. Inside was a paradise. A lake of what looked like liquid gold, not metal, but pure, life-giving thermal water steamed in the center. And surrounding it were dragons, not wyverns, or drakes, or serpents. Sen and Ryu, hundreds of them, babies, small as cows, were playing tag in the air. Adults, the size of Ryu, were sunning themselves on the cliffs. And in the center, on a high perch, were 3 ancients, so old they looked like they were carved from the mountain itself, their scales a deep, wise blue. Ryu, seeing his home, his family, let out a roar. It wasn't the weak, pained rasp from the cave. It was a full-throat, sky-shaking, joyful roar that echoed off every peak. Every dragon in the valley stopped. They turned. They saw Ryu, floating in the river, and the tiny, ridiculous-looking sheep ship that had brought him. This, Nami whispered, tears in her eyes, is impossible. So cool. Luffy breathed, his usual goofiness replaced by pure, unadulterated awe. Then, the dragons moved. They flew up, hundreds of them, a living, breathing, beautiful storm. They swarmed the going merry, not attacking, but greeting. They cooed and rumbled, nudging Ryu with their snouts. Ryu, via Apis, who was sobbing with happiness, they waited. They knew I was coming. They waited. 2 of the largest Sen and Ryu gently, lifted Ryu from the water, their strength immense, and carried him toward the golden lake. They set him down at the water's edge. Ryu, with the last of his strength, slid into the golden, steaming water. He submerged. For a moment, the world was silent. He burst out of the water, a new roar ripping from his throat. The faded, dull scales were glowing. The cloudy, dying eyes were now sharp and bright. He wasn't a dying old man. He was home. A baby Sen and Ryu, overcome with curiosity, landed on the Mary's deck. It waddled over to the strangest-looking tree it had ever seen. It sniffed Zoro's green hair. It decided it must be grass, and it began to chew. Zoro, who had been meditating through the entire emotional scene, opened one eye. A baby dragon was contentedly gnawing on his head. Get it off, he grumbled, not moving. Luffy and Usopp shouted. Can we keep him? Luffy begged, his eyes sparkling. Please, Ben. You're magic. Can we keep the dragon puppy? Ben wasn't listening. He had his wand out and was already at the railing, a dozen sterile glass vials floating around his head. Fascinating, the golden water. Must be the geothermal mineral content combined with localized magic. He was frantically scooping vials of the lake water. This could be helpful in making potions. Sanji, meanwhile, had dipped a finger in the water. It's perfectly warm. This island is paradise. The moment was perfect. Which is why, of course, it had to be interrupted. A loud, ugly, man-made sound, a cannonball screamed into the valley, smashing into one of the crystal cliffs, shattering it. Boom! Fire at will. Seize the Millennium Dragons. Their bones will grant me eternal life. On the river they had just come up, a fleet of gray, ugly marine battleships was pushing its way in. Commodore Nelson, his face twisted in a mask of greed, stood on the flagship. They had followed the Mary through the rainbow barrier. The peaceful dragons, confused and scared, began to panic. Nelson! Apis shrieked, her joy turning to terror. They're messing up our adventure. Luffy growled, his face going dark. Ben looked at the marines. He looked at the panicking, peaceful dragons. Then he looked at his satchel, which was now brimming with samples. Scales, blood, saliva, crystal shards, feathers, and vials of golden water. Ben, Nami said, her voice shaking. We have to get out of here. Not yet, Ben said, a slow, dangerous, mad scientist smile spreading across his face. Nami, get us ready to leave. Usopp, I need your biggest cannonball. The hollow one. The special pepper exploding star? That's the one. Bring it here. As Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji leapt onto the shore to hold back the first wave of marines, Ben got to work. He wasn't just a wizard. He was a Dumbledore. And Dumbledore, for all his kindness, was a terrifying force in a fight. Ben didn't bother with conventional spells. He opened his satchel of samples. Usopp, hold the cannonball. Ben started inscribing a complex series of runes onto the cannonball with his wand. Is a transmogrification maledicta, a polymorph hex, a dragon's revenge. Luffy, buy me 30 seconds. Ben roared, shishishi, gomu gomu no, pistol. Luffy's fist shot out and cleared the deck of Nelson's flagship. It's ready. Ben yelled. He and Usopp loaded the glowing, fizzing, hissing cannonball. Aim for Commodore Nelson's ugly face. Fire. Usopp yelled, lighting the fuse. The cannonball shot out. It hit Nelson's flagship, and it didn't explode. It puffed. A cloud of shimmering, multicolored, foul-smelling smoke washed over Nelson's ship. Ha! Nelson sneered. Is that all, you fools? You missed. You. He stopped. He looked at his hand. It was red and scaly. Sir! A marine screamed, pointing at his own face. My feathers. A second marine tried to shout, but only yipped and zipped into the air, drake wings sprouting from his back. Nelson looked at his reflection in a polished breastplate. His skin was turning the thick, pebbled hide of a dragon. His nose was elongating into a wyvern's snout, and, most humiliatingly, two tiny, useless, fluffy Draco Pluma wings were sprouting from his posterior. Way scree blarg. He roared, his voice now a hybrid of a man, a dragon, and a very confused poodle. The dragons, seeing this, all laughed. A dragon's laugh is not a subtle thing. It is a tectonic event. It sounds like a fleet of ships capsizing during a thunderstorm. The sheer force of the sound, combined with the sight of the marines' spontaneously growing scales and feathers, was enough. The entire marine fleet, now partially transformed into a comical, horrifying menagerie of dragon parts, turned and fled, their crews screaming in terror. A temporary, non-lethal, and deeply humiliating hex, Ben said, dusting off his hands. Dumbledore would be moderately disappointed in my lack of subtlety, but I find it hilarious. The valley was peaceful again. Apis was crying, but they were happy tears. She was at the water's edge, hugging Ryu's massive snout one last time. He says thank you, Apis translated, her voice thick. He says, you are strange, and loud, and the rubber one is, very stupid. But, you are good. Ryu opened his mouth, and gently deposited a single, perfect, razor-sharp tooth at Luffy's feet. It was the size of Zoro's Wado Ikimonji. He says, a gift, Apis sniffled. For the future. King. Luffy picked up the tooth, his eyes wide. So cool. I'm gonna make a necklace. You can't, Luffy, Nami said, laughing. You'd tip over. Apis turned to her crew. I'm going to stay. My grandfather is on Warship Island, but, this is my home now. I'm the dragon attendant. Luffy grinned. He walked over and patted her head. Good. You gotta be strong, then, dragon attendant. She hugged him, hard. Thank you, Luffy-san. Thank you, everyone. The Going Merry, her paint slightly scorched, her deck covered in. Ben was cataloging, dragon slobber, turned. The crew waved. Bye, Apis. Bye, Ryu. Bye, dragon puppy. Luffy yelled. Farewell, my brave draconic friends. Usopp sobbed. As they sailed back toward the rainbow barrier, which was already fading, Ben was in the galley. He was meticulously labeling his new, pristine, and complete set of Senenria samples, including a vial of the golden water. He had scales, blood, humanely drawn from Ryu while he slept, and even a shed clock lipping. His shopping was complete. Man, Luffy said, leaning on the railing as they burst back into the normal, boring blue sea. Dragons are so cool. Zoro, finally free of the baby dragon, was grumbling as he tried to dry his hair. I'm covered in dragon spit. Ben just smiled as he locked his new samples case. Indeed they are, Captain, he murmured. Indeed they are. 16, Reverse Mountain 1. The Going Merry cut through the calm waters of the East Blue, a tiny, cheerful ship sailing toward the end of the world. But below decks, the ship was anything but calm. It sounded less like a caravel and more like a construction site run by lunatics. Thwack boom. Thwack boom. In the magically expanded gravity chamber, Luffy was a red and blue blur of pure, unadulterated failure. Leaping into the air under 2x gravity and kicking his legs with impossible, rubbery speed. He wasn't trying to master Sora, that was too boring. He was aiming straight for Jeppo. He wanted to fly. The result was that he kicked the air 10 times, achieved no lift, and then rocketed uncontrollably into the ceiling. He thwacked the enchanted wood, peel off like a sticker, and boom onto the floor, before instantly bouncing up to try again. Almost. Had it. He wheezed, his face comically flattened. In the next chamber, Zoro was a statue of pure, dripping focus. He stood motionless, his 3 swords sheathed, his arms crossed. His goal was Tekai, iron body. He wasn't just tensing, he was trying to use his will, his spirit, to command his muscles to become steel. Every few minutes, one of the maintenance golems Ben had built would march up and punch him, square in the stomach. Whump! Zoro would grunt, slide back 6 inches, and double his concentration, sweat pouring from his green hair. Not hard enough. Meanwhile, Sanji's training room was a blur of black-suited grace and furious, culinary-themed curses. He, too, was mastering Jeppo, but with a grace Luffy lacked. He'd leap, his leg a blur, and manage to get 3 kicks in, hovering for a precious second before gravity reclaimed him. Damn it! He'd land, lighting a cigarette. This is harder than perfecting a point and crit. He'd then pivot and unleash a spinning kick at the wall. Rankyaku. A faint, compressed whoosh of air would fly from his shoe, not sharp enough to cut, but powerful enough to dent the reinforced wall. Still, just a gust. Even Usopp had his own new, dedicated workshop, a room Ben had enchanted to be soundproof, explosion-proof, and, most importantly, Luffy-proof. The Sniper's Nest 2.0 was a paradise of gears, gunpowder, and failure. Usopp was wearing a ridiculous pair of magnifying goggles, meticulously crafting a new kind of pellet. His goal wasn't brute force, it was accuracy. He'd set up a moving target at the far end of the room, a tiny bell that zipped around on an erratic, magical track. Ting! Ha! The great Captain Usopp hits it again. He'd boast to himself. My accuracy will be so good, I'll be able to shoot the antenna off a sea louse from a mile away, in a typhoon. While the boys were busy turning the ship into a war zone, Nami was in her pristine navigation room, surrounded by charts. She was the only one feeling the true, crushing weight of their destination. Her brow was furrowed, her calculations precise. The Grand Line map was full of crossed-out sections, rumors, and warnings. Her knuckles were white where she gripped her pen, the reality of the pirate's graveyard setting in. And on the deck, under the warm sun, sat Ben. He was at the bow, cross-legged, the elder wand resting across his knees. He was humming, a low, resonant tune. His eyes were closed. For 3 days, he had been inscribing the final runes, weaving the last, delicate threads of magic into the Mary's very soul. He'd worked from the keel up, a lattice of spells connecting every plank, every rope, every nail. He inscribed the final runeances, the rune of voice and consciousness, directly onto the smiling, wooden face of the figurehead. He felt it. A soft, warm, click. The ship's natural humph groaning of wood, the flapping of sails, the creak of rope didn't just stop. It harmonized. The Going Merry let out a long, contented, almost living sigh. She was awake. A/N Going Merry is now like Queen Anne's Revenge, Blackbeard's ship, and Pirates of the Caribbean. Ben opened his bright blue eyes, a smile of satisfaction on his face. He stood up, dusted off his coat, and shouted, his voice carrying easily over the chaos below. Meeting, everyone, on the main deck, now. One by one, they emerged, looking like they'd just lost a fight with a hurricane. Luffy bounced out, his face covered in ceiling-shaped bruises. Zoro stomped up, his stomach visibly bruised, but his aura as sharp as ever. Sanji glided out, smelling of smoke, sweat, and a faint hint of frustrated kicking. Usopp emerged last, blinking in the sunlight, a smudge of gunpowder on his nose. What is it, Ben? Nami called from the helm, relieved for the break. Did you find more gold? Ben, I was this close. Luffy complained, holding his fingers a millimeter apart. I almost flew. Quiet, Captain, Ben said, his voice holding a strange, theatrical weight. He gestured to the main mast, his white hair blowing in the breeze. Everyone, I'd like you to formally meet the newest member of our crew. The crew looked around, confused. Is it a bird? Luffy asked, looking at the sky. Did you find another lost child? Sanji asked, his eyes scanning the horizon for a damsel in distress. Did you conjure another one of those steel golems? Zoro grunted, looking annoyed. No, Ben said, a grin spreading across his face. He walked to the railing and patted the wood with genuine affection. I'd like you to meet the Going Merry. Silence. The crew just stared at him. Ben. Usopp said slowly, as if talking to a madman. We know the Mary. I helped build her. She's a great ship, the best ship. He's finally lost it, Zoro muttered, sitting down. The magic scrambled his brain. Ben, Nami said gently, have you been overworking? Do you need a nap? Ben just chuckled. I've been enchanting, yes, but I'm not crazy. I told you I'd upgrade her. I just finished. He turned his back to the crew and faced the mast. Mary, you've been listening to them. Why don't you say hello? Could you please furl the mainsail? He didn't shout. He just asked. The crew watched, bewildered. And then, it happened. With a sound like a great, contented sigh, the ropes slid through their pulleys by themselves. The yardarm turned, and the massive mainsail, with a series of elegant flaps, furled itself as neatly as a soldier's bedroll. The deck fell into a stunned, absolute silence. Nami's jaw dropped. Sanji's cigarette, which he had just lit, fell from his open mouth and bounced onto the deck. Zoro, who had just sat down, shot back to his feet, his hand on his swords. What trick is this? Usopp's eyes went as wide as dinner plates. Ben just smiled, his arms spread wide. She's not just wood and paint anymore. She's alive. My enchantments didn't just repair her, they gave her a consciousness, a soul. She's bound to us. She's our partner. She is, as I said, our seventh crewmate. There was another beat of silence. Then, two voices, as one, erupted with a sound of pure, unadulterated, religious joy. My AAAIJKAA all Merari. Luffy and Usopp, their eyes sparkling with literal stars, had their arms thrown around each other's shoulders, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. They began to dance, a chaotic, ridiculous jig on the main deck. She's Aileen Ive. Luffy howled, grabbing the figurehead and hugging its face. You're the best, Mary. You're the best ship in the whole world. Shishishi. Our ship is a magic ship. Our ship is a magic ship. Usopp chanted, running in circles. We're invincible. We have a wizard and a magic ship. Nami, recovering from her shock, walked slowly to the helm. She put her hand on the wheel. It felt warm. Mary. She whispered, Can you ease the rigging? Just a little. The rigging creaked in response, the tension visibly softening. Nami's eyes went wide. Oh my god. Okay, Mary, can you polish the deck? In the galley, a mop and bucket suddenly clattered out of the closet and began scrubbing the floor with furious efficiency. Nami's eyes turned into berry symbols. Oh my god. Mary Kwaeon. Sanji cooed, his shock replaced with love. You are the most beautiful, most graceful lady on the seas. Could you perhaps signal to me when the wind is perfect for chilling an iceably? The ship's bell dinged softly in reply. Zoro just grunted, though a small, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. Humph, as long as she doesn't get lost. Luffy and Usopp were now deep in experimentation. Mary, make us fly. Luffy yelled. The Mary did nothing. Mary, do a barrel roll. Usopp shouted. The Mary groaned, as if to say, Are you insane? Mary, where's the meat? Luffy demanded. A single, enchanted rope snaked out and pointed directly at the kitchen's locked pantry. Luffy and Usopp's joyous dance resumed. My magical meat-finding Mary. Ben just laughed, leaning against the mast as his crew officially met their ship. She'll listen to all of you, he called out. She's bound to the crew. She will protect you, and she'll obey. Just, try not to ask her to do barrel rolls. I think it hurts her feelings. The excitement of the Mary's awakening carried them for days. The ship felt more alive, more theirs, than ever. The crew was a well-oiled, magically assisted, chaotic machine. Then, the sky changed. Everyone, on deck. Nami's voice, which had been relaxed for days, was suddenly sharp, high-pitched, and laced with pure, unadulterated navigator's panic. They scrambled out, Luffy still chewing on a piece of chicken. What is it, Nami? Is it a sea king? Is it meat? It's that, she said, her voice a small whisper. They all looked forward. The world had ended. In its place was a colossal, impossible, vertical wall of sheer, dark red rock that stretched from one horizon to the other and seemed to scrape the heavens. The sea itself was churning, being pulled toward the great continent. The sky was dark, a permanent, angry twilight. Reverse mountain. The crew stared in mute, awestruck horror. It's a wall, Usopp whispered, his knees knocking. We're going to sail into a wall. We're all going to die. Luffy, however, was vibrating, his eyes shining. It's so big. This is it. This is the entrance. Nami was at the railing, her face pale. This isn't possible. Look at the water. They looked. The sea, whipped into a whitewater frenzy, wasn't crashing against the mountain. It was flowing up it, in a narrow, defined, roaring canal. Ben. Nami shrieked, grabbing the wizard's coat. You're the magic one. Explain this. Water doesn't flow up. It violates every known law of physics and simple common sense. Ben, who had been leaning on the railing, looking utterly unbothered, gently patted her hand. He looked at the impossible physics, the roaring water, the blood-red rock. Nami, he said, his voice calm and steady, his white hair whipping in the sudden, powerful wind. What's the first rule of the Grand Line? I don't know. I've never been there. The first rule, Ben said, a faint, exhilarating smile on his lips, is that anything can happen there. Throw your physics books overboard. We're sailing on magic and dreams now. And this, he pointed to the roaring canal, is the front door. Zoro grinned, drawing a sword. Humph. Finally, a place that makes sense. Nami hit him. Yee-haw. Luffy roared, scrambling onto his favorite seat, Mary's smiling figurehead. Adventure. Mary, full speed ahead. The wind, as if summoned by his cry, exploded. It wasn't a storm, it was a funnel. A howling, focused gale that grabbed the going Mary and pulled her, accelerating the ship to a terrifying speed, straight at the mountain. It's pulling us in. Nami yelled, fighting the helm, though the ship was now moving too fast for her to control. We're going too fast. Usopp screamed, clinging to the mast. The entrance is too narrow. We're off course. We're going to be smashed to pieces against the cliff. He was right. They were accelerating like a cannonball, the red rock wall rushing toward them. The dark, slot-like canal was dead ahead, but the current was pulling them just slightly too far to the left. At this speed, they wouldn't enter the canal, they would hit the rock face beside it. Zoro and Sanji braced themselves on the port side, ready to, what? Try to push a mountain? Nami's face was white. I can't steer her. The current is too strong. Ben walked up, his steps steady on the bucking deck. He placed his hand on Nami's shoulder, then moved past her, placing his own hand on the warm, vibrating wood of the railing. He didn't shout. He didn't use a spell. He just spoke to his crewmate. Mary, he said, his voice calm and clear, cutting through the roaring wind. Move slightly to the right. The ship shuddered. For one, heart-stopping, impossible moment, the going Mary fought the apocalyptic current. With a groan of straining wood and a surge of pure, defiant magic, she slid sideways, as if nudged by the hand of a god. She aligned perfectly with the center of the canal. Whoosh! They hit the upward-flowing river, and the world dissolved into a blur of vertical, high-speed chaos. The Mary was a rocket, shooting up the mountain, the sheer red cliffs a blur of spray on either side. The crew was screaming. Luffy was screaming in pure, unadulterated joy. Usopp was screaming in pure, unadulterated terror. Sanji was screaming compliments at Nami, who was screaming that she wasn't even steering. They shot up, into the dark, cloud-wreathed summit. They crested the peak, where the four seas met, and hung in the air for a weightless, stomach-dropping second. And then, they fell. The Mary tipped over the edge, beginning the long, exhilarating descent into the Grand Line. We did it. Nami panted, collapsing against the helm. That was awesome. Luffy howled, pounding his fists on the figurehead's head. Wait, Usopp said, his voice cracking. He was pointing, his finger shaking, down the canal they were now sliding into. Guys, what's that? They followed his finger. The descent was steep, but it wasn't empty. Blocking the entire canal, a dark, massive, unmoving shadow loomed. It was huge, dark, and curved. It looked like a mountain in the middle of the canal. The crew's celebration died instantly. Another mountain. Nami shrieked, her eyes rolling back in her head. We're going to crash. For real this time. I'll cut it. Zoro roared, drawing all three swords. We're all going to die. I knew it. Usopp wailed. A second mountain. Luffy yelled. Why is it groaning? Ben just stood at the bow, his celebratory mood gone, replaced by a sad quiet. He watched the mountain, his face unreadable. He already knew what it was. He knew who it was. Mary, Ben whispered, so low only the ship could hear. Brace yourself. This is going to hurt. Give some suggestions on what you want to add to this FIC. 17. Reverse Mountain 2. The Going Mary was a rocket. She was a cannonball. She was, in no uncertain terms, a tiny wooden coffin about to be pulverized against a mountain of solid rock. Another mountain. Nami shrieked, her voice cracking in pure, operatic terror. We're going to crash. For real this time. I'll cut it. Zoro roared, drawing all three of his swords, a manic grin of challenge on his face as he prepared to, apparently, dice a continent. It's a wall of death. Usopp wailed, already on his knees, scribbling his last will on a piece of the deck. I'm allergic to sudden geographical walls disease. It's fatal. A second mountain. Luffy yelled from the figurehead, his eyes wide, not with fear, but with confusion. Why is it groaning? The mountain loomed, filling their vision. It was dark, curved, and rushed toward them with the finality of a guillotine. Nami, Sanji, and Usopp were screaming. Zoro was tensed for his onigiri. Luffy was just confused. Only Ben stood still at the bow, his white hair unruffled by the wind. His expression was one of sad quiet. He knew this wasn't rock. It was flesh. This is it, he thought, a knot tightening in his chest. Laboon. The Mary was seconds from impact. The crew braced, their eyes squeezed shut. Mary, Ben whispered, so low only the ship could hear, brace yourself. Then, louder, he raised the Elder Wand, its tip glowing with a soft light. He didn't just cast a spell, he threw up a magical handbrake the size of an island. Arresto momentum. A vast, invisible shield of pure magical friction erupted from the wand. It didn't stop the ship that would have snapped the mast in two. It caught her, like a baseball in a giant, padded glove. The Mary shuddered violently, the sound of straining wood and the screech of decelerating physics ripping through the air. The crew was thrown forward. Luffy, being rubber, just bounced. Zoro and Sanji, tensed for a fight, managed to stay upright. Nami and Usopp, however, tumbled across the deck like dice in a cup. And then, silence. The Going Mary floated, completely unharmed, bobbing gently on the water. She was approximately 4 inches from the mountain. The crew, panting, slowly picked themselves up. We're alive. Nami whispered, her face pale. I did it. Usopp declared, jumping to his feet. My scared of death pose must have intimidated the mountain. Zoro sheathed his swords, grumbling. TCH. It's just a big rock. Ben, you used your magic again, didn't you? Took all the fun out of it. Ben, you saved us. Nami cried, hugging the wizard's leg. It's just a wall, Luffy said, still perched on the figurehead, poking the mountain with his sandal. It's kinda soft. And wet. And then, 4 inches from his face, the mountain blinked. A colossal, slow, creaking eyelid, the size of the Mary herself, lifted, revealing an eyeball underneath. An eye that was mournful, ancient, and impossibly large. A wave of collective, existential horror washed over the crew. Usopp's jaw unhinged. The mountain is alive. Zoro's eyes went wide. His bravado vanished, replaced by pure, primal instinct. It's a whale the size of an island. Run. Paddle. Nami shrieked, grabbing an oar. Everyone paddle. Get us out of here. Ben, do the whoosh thing. I can't. Ben lied, pretending to be exhausted from the spell. I need to recharge. In truth, this was all going exactly to plan. They paddled. They paddled with the furious, desperate energy of a housefly trying to escape a jar. Luffy stretched his arms into the water, his Goma Goma no scramble turning the sea to foam, but they were barely moving. The whale just watched them. Then, from the deep, a sound began. A low, mournful, soul-shaking. The roar shook the Mary to her keel, rattled the fillings in their teeth, and, most terrifyingly, created a vortex. The water reversed. It's inhaling. Usopp screamed as the Mary was sucked backward, toward the whale's snout. No, no, no! Nami cried. With a soft, almost gentle bonk, the Going Mary's figurehead Luffy's sacred, special seat tapped against the whale's rubbery skin. The ship stopped, caught in the current. Luffy, who had been paddling, looked up. He saw the figurehead. He saw the new, tiny, spiderweb crack in the paint from the impact. His crewmates were terrified of the whale. Luffy was just pissed. You. Luffy's voice dropped, his straw hat shadowing his eyes. You broke my special seat. Luffy, what are you doing? Nami whispered, her voice trembling. Gomu no. Luffy, don't. Ben shouted, trying, and failing, to hide his smile. Pistol. Luffy's arm shot out. It rocketed across the tiny gap. And with a sound like a watermelon being slapped with a boat oar, Luffy's fist connected directly with the whale's giant, mournful eyeball. Thwack. The silence that followed was louder than any roar. Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, Ben. They all stared, their faces frozen in a mask of pure, unadulterated you did what? Horror. He punched the whale. Nami whispered, her soul visibly leaving her body. In the eye. Usopp added, already fainting. Luffy, you goddamned, brain-dead, suicidal, rubber moron. Zoro and Sanji roared in perfect, terrified unison, both landing a simultaneous, skull-cracking kick on the back of their captain's head. Ow! What? Luffy yelled, rubbing the new lump. He broke the Mary. He started it. The great whale's eye turned. It focused on the tiny, cheap-themed ship that had just assaulted it. We're dead, Sanji said, lighting one last cigarette. Nami-san, it was a pleasure sailing with you. I'm too brave and handsome to die. Usopp shrieked from the deck. And then, the whale opened its mouth. It wasn't just an opening, it was a revelation. A cavern of darkness, a tunnel of shadow, the size of a stadium, lined with teeth like obelisks. A new, powerful current surged, pulling them in. Ben. Nami screamed, grabbing the wizard's robes. Magic. Do the magic. The stop magic. The flying magic. Any magic. Ben was frantically, and falsely, waving his wand. I'm trying. Oh, this is perfect, his inner fanboy was cackling. Right on schedule. Crocus, I hope you've got the tea on. It's a lie. Usopp yelled, as the Mary was pulled inexorably into the darkness. The last thing they saw was the light of the Grand Line snapping shut, replaced by a wet, cavernous blackness. Total darkness. The sound of rushing water. The screams of Nami and Usopp. The thud of Luffy trying to punch the walls. Then, with a gentle splash, the Going Mary bobbed and settled. The sound of rushing water stopped. It was quiet. Did we die? Usopp whispered, his voice trembling. If this is heaven, Sanji's lighter flicked, illuminating his face. It smells terrible. Like brine and old fish. Look. Nami pointed. Ahead, there was light. We were eaten, and, coughed up. Luffy asked, confused. The crew was, for the first time, utterly speechless. The crew blinked in the sudden, astonishing light. They were floating on calm, clear blue water. Above them was a brilliant, vivid blue sky dotted with puffy white clouds. To one side was a small, perfectly manicured beach island, complete with lush green palm trees, bright yellow sand, and a small, brightly painted, charming two-story house. The ship was bobbing gently. The crew stared at the scene, their minds completely failing to process the reality. I think we died, Usopp mumbled, crawling out from under the helm. This must be a pirate heaven where the women are beautiful and the money grows on trees. We were definitely eaten by a whale, Sanji stated, lighting a cigarette with a trembling hand. Suddenly, the water beside the Mary erupted. Gloop! A giant, glistening, grotesque squid, easily the size of the ship itself, emerged from the artificial sea, its massive eye fixed on the Mary. A squid! Luffy roared, immediately excited. Can we eat it? Zoro draws his swords, ready to defend the ship against this sudden, biological horror. Before Zoro could strike, a thin, silver streak of metal shot through the air from the house on the beach. Twang! Thwack! The harpoon, fired with astonishing force and accuracy, pierced the giant squid's eye, killing it instantly. The massive creature slid back into the water, sinking with a heavy, gurgling splash. A moment later, a figure emerged from the front door of the house. It was an old man. He has a rather stocky and muscular body, is bald on the top of his head, but has white hair with yellow flower petal-like things, that have purple near the bottom of them, and a white beard that splits in two parts. His lower lip is noticeably larger than his upper. He wears a pink shirt with a yellow and green stripe with purple circles in the yellow, along with bluish-gray shorts with sandals. He looked at the scene, the sinking squid, the small sheepship, and the bewildered pirates. His face was set in an expression of seriousness. He killed it. Usopp whispered, horrified. The old man is a monster. The old man slowly, deliberately, walked across the sand. He didn't approach the boat. He walked to a spot beneath a palm tree where a folding beach chair was set up. He laid his harpoon gun down, unfolded the chair, settled into it with a sigh, and opened a newspaper. The silence was punctuated only by the soft rustle of the paper. He didn't say a word. He just read. Sanji's patience evaporated. The absurdity of the situation, eaten by a whale, finding a beach, being threatened by a massive squid, only for a grumpy old man to kill it and start reading the morning digs was too much. Hey, old man! Sanji yelled, marching to the railing. Say something already. The old man slowly lowered the paper, looked over the top of his spectacles at Sanji, and then returned to his reading. Usopp, emboldened by Sanji's outburst but still terrified, found a gap between the cannon and the railing and poked his head out. Why you old? We're pirates. If you wanna fight, LL let's fight. We have cannons, and GG gunpowder. He yelled, promptly hiding again, shaking uncontrollably. The old man slowly, deliberately, folded the newspaper. His serious, unwavering gaze settled on the spot where Usopp had been, then shifted to the rest of the crew. You try that, the old man said, his voice a low, gravelly monotone, and someone is going to die. Nami and Usopp gasped, clinging to each other. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, however, straightened up, their expressions becoming hard and serious. This wasn't a joke. Yeah. Sanji challenged, blowing smoke. Who's that going to be, old man? The man looked at them with an expression of unwavering, deadpan menace. Me, of course, he said. Sanji exploded. Excuse me, you old hag. I'll kick your. Zoro clamped a hand down on Sanji's shoulder, stopping him mid-lunge. Ease up there, buddy, the swordsman grunted, his eyes fixed on the man. Listen, old man, Zoro said, his voice measured. We're not looking for a fight, but there are a couple of things we'd like to know. Where exactly are we, and who are you? The old man sighed. It is good manners, he drawled, his serious expression never wavering, to introduce yourself before asking a stranger questions. Fair enough, Zoro conceded, stepping forward. He was about to begin his own introduction, starting with his name. I am Zoro. The old man interrupted him. I am Crocus, the man stated, his expression still utterly severe. The keeper of the Twin Gates. I am 71 years old, Gemini, blood type AB. Zoro froze, his face a perfect picture of slow-boiling fury. Luffy, can I kill him? Zoro bellowed, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Sanji, however, was now grabbing the swordsman's arm, trying to contain the imminent brawl. Zoro, calm down. He's an old man. Ben, meanwhile, covered his face with his hand, shaking silently. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, but they were tears of pure, unadulterated hilarity. This was the moment. He had seen this scene hundreds of times in his past life, and seeing Zoro and Sanji's genuine, sputtering frustration up close was even funnier than he remembered. Crocus is a legend, Ben thought, stifling a laugh. The momentary burst of chaos was abruptly interrupted by the sea. The calm waters of the stomach began to churn violently. The Mary was tossed around like a bath toy. What is it now? Nami shrieked. The turbulence. Ben said, sobering immediately. It means Laboon is hitting the red line again. We need to move. Crocus, however, remained settled in his beach chair. He looked up at the violent, shaking movement. He's at it again, Crocus stated, entirely without emotion. This, he gestured around the painted sky and the small beach, is indeed the whale's stomach. I lined it with a special coating to keep his stomach acid from killing us all, and I keep him fed. He then explained the truth. Laboon was hitting the red line because he was waiting for the return of a pirate crew who had left him 50 years ago, sailing through the Grand Line and promising to come back. Crocus, an old pirate doctor and the whale's lifelong caretaker, was inside to prevent Laboon from killing himself out of despair. So, you paint the sky? Luffy asked, mesmerized. Yes, Crocus confirmed, then pointed to a large, wooden hatch set into the curved wall of the stomach dome. That is the exit. You sailed in through the esophagus, but you leave through the back door. Crocus explained the mechanics of the exit door, and as the turbulence began to calm, the crew quickly positioned the Mary. With a coordinated push, the old man and the pirates opened the heavy wooden hatch. They sailed out, passing back through the shadowy internal structures of the whale. They emerged onto the exterior of the massive whale's body, right at the base of the reverse mountain. Crocus joined them on the deck, walking to the bow. He gestured to the vast, massive, scarred blue surface of Laboon. He's been smashing his head against the red line for his friends, Crocus said, his serious expression finally laced with a hint of sorrow. As Crocus was finishing his explanation, two tiny figures, looking like brightly colored fleas on the whale's back, were rapidly approaching the massive, scarred dome of Laboon's head. One, a tall man in a bizarre green suit, was armed with a massive iron bat, Mr. 9. The other, a petite woman in a blue dress with white stripes and blue hair, was armed with sharp, flower-like harpoons. The two figures leaped, launching rockets toward Laboon's sensitive head wounds. Oh, for heaven's sake, Ben muttered, thoroughly annoyed at the constant interruptions to the narrative flow. He raised his elder wand. He didn't need to stop them, he just needed to neutralize them. Sticking charm. A simple, invisible burst of magic shot out. Mr. 9's black shoes suddenly became superglued to Laboon's head. Miss Wednesday's feet were likewise fused to the whale's rough skin. They were stuck fast. Mr. 9 struggled. Miss Wednesday, horrified, realized she couldn't move. What is this? Mr. 9 shrieked, pulling at his foot. My suit. It's ruined. It appears, Ben said dryly, leaning on the railing, that they have been afflicted with a simple, non-lethal, but exceptionally annoying adhesive hex. Crocus looked at the two struggling figures, then at Ben, a faint, tiny sliver of amusement finally cracking his serious facade. A handy trick, Doctor, he allowed. They are agents of Baroque works, Ben explained. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy all turned, ready to fight the strange, stuck figures. The Grand Line had already delivered its first absurdity, courtesy of a grumpy old doctor, a magical ship, and an enormous, depressed whale. Right then, Luffy said, punching his fist into his palm. Let's go, guys. First fight on the Grand Line. 18, Reverse Mountain 3. The deck of the Going Merry was a scene of utter confusion. The crew was safe, floating at the base of Reverse Mountain. The grumpy but helpful Dr. Crocus was explaining the tragic story of the whale, Laboon. And stuck to Laboon's head like two very flamboyant, very confused barnacles were Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9. Ben's sticking charm held them fast, their feet superglued to the whale's tough, scarred hide. Gat, knee, off. This whale! Mr. Nine roared, wildly swinging his bat at the air. He was trying to look intimidating, but since he was also doing an involuntary split, he just looked like a very angry, very pink starfish. Crocus, who was now leaning against the Mary's railing, looked up at them with his trademark expression of boredom. Ah, them, he grunted. They're from Whiskey Peak. They show up every few weeks, full of ambition. They try to harpoon the whale, but they fail. I patch up Laboon, and they leave. If they successfully acquire whale meat, their town can eat for 2 or 3 years. The Straw Hats, to a person, went quiet, but Ben, his mind ever whirring, saw an opportunity. Not for empathy, but for chaos. Hold on, Ben said, his voice thoughtful. He pushed himself off the mast, his white hair catching the spray from Laboon's blowhole. The crew turned to him, expecting a magical solution. Instead, Ben operated. With a soft, near-silent pop, he vanished from the Mary and reappeared directly in front of the 2 stuck agents on Laboon's head. Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine screamed like frightened birds. Where did he come from? Ben, however, ignored him. He walked straight past the man in the green suit and stopped, inches away from Miss Wednesday. He was silent. He just looked. Miss Wednesday, who was already in a high-stress situation, began to sweat. Very badly. Ben put his hands on his hips. He circled her, inspecting her from all angles, as if she were a piece of modern art he couldn't quite decipher. He leaned in close. I know you, Ben stated, his voice flat. Miss Wednesday's heart stopped. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Her mind screamed. He knows. He must have seen a newspaper. The World Conference. The pictures of the Alabaster royal family. My cover is blown. If he tells them I'm Princess Vivi, my entire mission to expose Crocodile is. It's over. She forced a shaky, high-pitched laugh. I don't think so, sir. I have a very common face. We've definitely never met. No, no. Ben insisted, walking back to face her. He leaned in uncomfortably close, his glowing blue eyes scanning her face. I definitely know you. That hair, those eyes, the way you're sweating profusely and lying to me. The crew on the Mary was watching with rapt attention. What's Ben doing? Luffy asked, picking his nose. He's interrogating her. Nami whispered, confused. Sanji was already scowling, his hands deep in his pockets. He'd better not be harassing that mademoiselle, even if she is a whale killer. Vivi was about to faint from the stress. I'm telling you, you're mistaken. Ben suddenly snapped his fingers, a look of pure, enlightened, horrifying realization spreading across his face. The entire crew leaned in, waiting for the big reveal. Was she a famous bounty? A marine? A long-lost sister? I remember now. Ben declared, his voice ringing out across the water. Aren't you the one who stole my first time when I got drunk in a tavern? The world stopped. A seagull, flying overhead, seemed to freeze and fall out of the sky. Laboon let out a low, confused gurgle. Mr. Nine stopped struggling, his brain completely short-circuiting. The crew of the Going Merry had, to put it mildly, a varied reaction. Luffy just tilted his head, his expression one of profound, bottomless confusion. First time what? Stealing? Is that bad? Nami steals from us all the time. Did she take your meat? Usopp's jaw unhinged. His eyes bulged so far out of his head they nearly detached from his skull. A single, high-pitched, tea-kettle whistle sound escaped his lips before he just stammered, "Eh." Zoro, who had been half asleep, just grunted. Humph. Pathetic. It was impossible to tell if he was referring to Ben, Miss Wednesday, or the concept of first times in general. Nami's face, in a fraction of a second, went from pale to pink, to a shade of red so deep it rivaled the red line itself. She didn't say a word. She just acted. She spun on her heel, and with a hacky-like, but not hacky, fury, whacked Ben on the back of his head. Be serious, you perverted wizard. This is a crisis. Stop talking about that. But the greatest reaction, the purest reaction, was from Sanji. He had been standing at the railing, a look of mild annoyance on his face. When Ben said the line, Sanji froze. The cigarette, held elegantly between his fingers, dropped from his hand, tumbling in slow motion into the sea. His world was shattered. His heart, which he had so readily offered, broke into a million, culinary-themed pieces. Ben. He whispered, his voice a fragile, broken thing. And, that, beautiful, mysterious, blue-haired mademoiselle, they. A single, dramatic tear traced its way down his cheek. Then, his entire body ignited in a column of pure, chivalrous rage. Yo. Sanji's roar was a thing of legend, his face a mask of demonic fury. Wizard bastard. Vivi, for her part, had just finished processing the accusation. Her face was a similar shade of nuclear red to Nami's, but it was from pure, unadulterated, outraged embarrassment. I have never. She shrieked, her voice cracking. I would never. I don't even know you. I have never done that with anyone. Sanji had Ben by the collar, shaking him so hard the wizard's teeth rattled. Apologize. Sanji screamed, his eyes now literal fireballs. Apologize to this pure, innocent lady. Apologize for your lewd, unfounded, and utterly heartbreaking accusations. A lady's honor is not a punchline, you, Casanova wannabe. Ben, holding back a hurricane of laughter, raised his hands in surrender. My mistake. He choked out, trying to look sincere. I am so sorry, Miss Wednesday. You just look exactly like the girl who, well, never mind. 1,000 apologies. Ben winked at her, a single, devastatingly smug wink. Vivi looked like she was about to spontaneously combust. This, Ben thought, wiping a tear of pure joy from his eye, is even more fun than the anime. Being a main character is the best. This entire, deeply dysfunctional soap opera was interrupted by the sound of the world ending. Boom! The entire whale shuddered. Laboon had, once again, slammed his massive, scarred head into the unyielding rock of the red line. The shockwave sent everyone sprawling. Sanji, Ben, Vivi, and Mr. Nine were tossed around like dice. The Mary was nearly capsized. Laboon! Crocus roared, his voice filled with a desperate, painful plea. Stop! Stop it! You'll only hurt yourself. Please, my friend, stop! But Laboon, lost in his grief and his 50-year-old promise, just moaned, his great body tensing to strike again. Luffy, who had been pushed to the deck of the Mary, stood up. He wasn't laughing. He wasn't confused. His straw had shadowed his eyes, his fists clenched. He looked at the whale's massive head, covered in scars, fresh blood welling from the new wound. He looked at Crocus, a man trapped in a whale's stomach, trying to save his friend from his own hope. He ran. He sprinted across the Mary's deck, leaped onto the railing, and with a force that shocked everyone, jumped onto Laboon's back. Luffy, get back here! What are you doing? Nami screamed. Luffy didn't listen. He ran up the massive, sloping, blue-skinned back. He ran until he was on the very top of Laboon's head, standing right over the fresh, bleeding wound. This hurts, doesn't it? Luffy said, his voice quiet, directed at the whale. But you won't stop, because you're stubborn, and so am I. The crew watched in stunned silence. What was he going to do? Talk to it? Luffy bit his thumb. What's he doing now? Usopp whispered. Is he picking a fight? Sanji breathed. Gear. Third. Ben's eyes went wide. Huh, looks like he figured it out. I only gave him a hint. Luffy blew into his thumb. GOMU no. He's going to punch the whale. Nami shrieked in despair. Gigant. Pistol. Luffy swung. The punch, the size of a small house, connected directly with Laboon's scarred head. Thwoom. The sound was deafening. Laboon was rocked by the force, his entire body shuddering, his roar of surprise and pain echoing off the red line. And then, the air hissed out. PSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS until he was a tiny, chibi Luffy, squeaking like a bath toy. Shishishi. He squeaked, his voice high-pitched and weak. He then fell over, completely exhausted. Ben noted with a wince, stuck in that form. He wasn't in control of the drawback. Laboon, now furious, turned his massive, angry eye toward the tiny, squeaky figure that had just assaulted him. Luffy, he's going to eat you, and you're an appetizer now. Usopp screamed. Laboon roared a jet of water and air from his blowhole that blasted Chibi Luffy off his head, sending him flying like a tiny, rubbery cannonball back toward the Mary. Got him, Ben said, sighing, as a gentle arresto momentum caught the tiny captain, who landed in a heap on the deck. Luffy popped back up, still tiny, and shook his fist, which was the size of a grape. Now we're even. He squeaked, his voice cracking. You hit me, I hit you, the match is a draw. Laboon, Crocus, Ben, and the entire crew just stared at this ridiculous, tiny, indomitable child. We're rivals now, whale. Luffy continued, his squeaky voice full of power. Our fight isn't over yet, we'll have to settle things later. Your friends might be dead, but I'll always be your rival. One day, we'll settle this and see who is stronger. Once we conquer the Grand Line, and when we come back, we're gonna have another fight. So you have to wait, and we'll have our fight and decide who is the strongest. Laboon's eyes welled up with massive tears, but it wasn't a sad tear. It was happy. The whale let out a long, high, joyful cry that echoed across the sea. Crocus was stunned. A genuine, crinkly, unfamiliar smile broke his severe face. In 50 years, that idiot. He just solved it. He gave him a new promise. Luffy, still tiny, nodded. Right, but you're stubborn. You might forget. He looked at the Mary. Usopp, Ben, gimme paint. Lots of it. Ben, sighing, oxyoed several barrels of black paint from the cargo hold. I'm enabling this, aren't I? He muttered. Luffy grabbed a mop, and he landed back on Laboon's head. He got to work, and he painted the worst, most crude, most lopsided, most artistically offensive Straw Hat Jolly Roger imaginable, right over Laboon's scarred dome. It was terrible. It was perfect. There. Chibi Luffy squeaked, putting his tiny hands on his hips. That's our mark. It's our promise. Don't you dare scratch my flag, whale. We'll be back. Laboon cried, happy tears streaming down his face, and let out another triumphant roar. On the deck, Nami was dabbing her eyes. Sanji was lighting a cigarette, his face soft. Zoro was smirking. Ben just leaned on the rail, laughing to himself. He looked at Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine, still stuck and now completely bewildered. Well, Ben said, that's one problem solved. Now, what to do with our other two barnacles? 19, Reverse Mountain 4. The crew assembled in Crocus's lighthouse. The mood was a strange cocktail of adrenaline, confusion, and pure, unadulterated relief. Luffy, having shrunk to his tiny, squeaky-voiced chibi form from the Gear 3rd drawback, was happily sipping juice from a tall glass, his tiny feet dangling off a normal-sized chair. Well, Crocus grunted, cleaning his harpoon gun. That was the most ridiculous, and surprisingly effective, display of whale therapy I've seen in 50 years. The two agents from Baroque Works, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, were tied to the ship's mast. So, what do we do with them? Nami asked, pointing a thumb over her shoulder. Sanji, lighting a cigarette, said, the lady should be forgiven, as for the other guy, I don't care. Now, Sanji, Ben said, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Miss Wednesday, aka Princess Vivi, was still a shade of furious crimson, her eyes darting between Ben and Sanji, clearly trying to decide which one she wanted to murder first. Just let us go, you freak show pirates. She snapped, trying to regain her tough agent persona. Okay. Luffy squeaked, his voice still comically high. Luffy, wait. Nami yelled. We can't just let them go. They're assassins, or whale butchers, or something. Nami, please, Ben said, stepping forward. He walked directly up to Mr. Nine, his expression one of polite concern. You two have had a terrible day. Your clothes are ruined, and you're clearly not very good at your jobs. It's just sad. He placed a sympathetic hand on Mr. Nine's shoulder. Oops, you've got a bit of blubber, right there. As Ben dusted Mr. Nine's shoulder, his fingers, hidden from view, performed a filch. A small, wrist-mounted compass vanished from the agent's pocket and appeared in Ben's. You're free to go, Ben said, stepping back with a magnanimous smile. But please, don't come back. Laboon is a friend of this crew, and we're very protective of our nakama. He gave Miss Wednesday a long, theatrical, and utterly infuriating wink. Don't be a stranger, darling. Gya-ah. Sanji burst into flames, his hard eyes replaced with daggers of pure jealousy. He called her darling. He's making moves on the enemy mademoiselle. Vivi, sputtering with rage at the wink, just grabbed Mr. Nine by his stupid metal bat. Let's go. I can't breathe the same air as these perverts. They stormed out, commandeering a small boat angrily. Humph, Zoro grunted from his corner. They were weak. Well, Luffy squeaked, his voice finally starting to deepen as he reinflated to his normal size. That was fun. Ha, 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 I'm big again. He stretched his limbs. Alright, that was an awesome adventure. We got a new nakama. He pointed at the Laboon. Laboon, welcome to the crew. A muffled, happy "Ruoar" rumbled from Laboon, shaking the teacups in Crocus's cabinet. See. Luffy cheered. He's happy. We need a party. A banquet. Sanji. Neat. A welcome to the crew banquet. Sanji, his love rage momentarily forgotten, snapped to attention. Hi. I'll help. Luffy roared, and the two of them sprinted off toward the Mary to raid the galley. No, Ben stops him from going after Sanji. You, stay right here, we don't want the food finished before it even gets to our plate. Hearing that, Luffy slumped his shoulders. I'll get the party starting, gunpowder. Usopp declared, running after them. When Luffy heard Usopp, he went with him to see what he would be doing. I'll find a place to nap, Zoro muttered, and vanished. Nami, however, went to the Mary's navigation room. The encounter with Reverse Mountain had rattled her. She needed to check her charts, her compasses, everything. She sat at her new, magically enchanted drafting table, took a deep breath, and looked at her trusted compass. And her world ended. The scream was so high-pitched, so full of pure, unadulterated terror, that it stopped everyone. Sanji dropped a 100-kilo side of beef. Luffy, who was trying to eat the said beef, fell over. Zoro, who had been asleep, woke up, hands on his sword hilt. What is it, Nami? Usopp yelled as the crew scrambled back to the Mary. They burst into the navigation room. Nami was on her knees, white as a sheet, holding her precious compass as if it were a dead pet. It's broken. She wailed, tears streaming down her face. Look. She held it up. The needle wasn't just pointing wrong. It was spinning. It was spinning wildly, erratically, like a drunkard in a tornado. Crocus said, having calmly walked in behind them. That's not broken, young lady. That's useless. Nami sniffled. What? A compass? In the Grand Line? They don't work. The islands in the Grand Line, they all have their own magnetic fields. A normal compass just spins in circles. It's a death sentence. The crew was pale. So how? Usopp stammered. What you need, Crocus said, is a log pose. A log pose. Nami repeated. It's a special compass that locks onto the magnetic signature of the next island in the chain, Crocus explained. You sail there, you wait for the log to set to the next island, and then you sail on. It's the only way. The crew was in despair. Where do we get one of those? Nami cried, her hope crumbling. Ben, who had been quietly observing from the doorway, cleared his throat. A log pose, you say? He mused, as if hearing the term for the first time. A special compass that locks onto magnetic thingies? You mean, like this? From his coat pocket, he pulled the small, glass-domed, wrist-mounted device he had, liberated from Mr. Nine. The entire crew went dead silent. They stared at the log pose. They stared at Ben. Where? Nami began, her voice a dangerous whisper. Where did you get that, Ben? Ben, for his part, looked utterly baffled by the question. Get it? Oh, no. I found it. Just now, actually. It was, sitting on a barrel. Yes, a very sad, lonely barrel. It looked like it had been abandoned. I thought, what a pretty, lonely little thing, so I picked it up. Seemed like the right thing to do. Is it important? Nami's face was a beautiful, terrifying storm of suspicion, relief, and pure, unadulterated, maniacal greed. She didn't run. She teleported. 1 second she was by the door, the next she had snatched the log pose from Ben's hand, and was now clutching it to her chest, hissing like a possessive cat. Mine. Humph, Crocus grunted, a tiny, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. How convenient. He then, patiently, began to explain to Nami how the device worked. Nami was in her own personal heaven, cooing over the device. They were just about to start the banquet preparations again when a frantic, desperate pounding echoed from the Mary's hall. "Oh, come on!" Sanji yelled, frustrated. "Can't a crew just prepare a meal in peace?" Luffy, ever helpful, ran to the railing and looked over. "Oh, it's the tacky suit guys again. They're swimming." Shishishi. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday were in the water, clinging to a piece of driftwood, soaking wet, and looking utterly defeated. "Please." Mr. Nine sputtered. You've got to help us. Our ship, it drifted away. And, he was a terrible liar. We think we lost our log pose. It must have fallen out of my pocket." Vivi just looked miserable and was sending a look of pure, unadulterated murder in Ben's direction. Ben just gave her an innocent, knee shrug. "Okay," Luffy said, already grabbing a rope. Before he could throw it, Nami's fist connected with the top of his skull. "Wham! You absolute, unthinking, rubber-brained idiot!" she roared, standing over his lump. "We are a pirate ship, not a free, non-profit, charitable service. Do you have any idea how much it costs to run this operation? The food, the repairs, the magical enchantments. Do you think Ben's magic fuel grows on trees?" Ben, quietly, "Well, technically, they are." "Not the point, Ben," Nami shrieked. She turned her glare now at its full, berry-loving intensity down at the two drowning agents. "You want a ride? Fine. You will work. You will swab the decks. You will clean the galley. You will polish Zoro's weights. Welcome aboard, interns." Ben smiled, offering them a rope. Night fell on the Grand Line. They had built a massive bonfire outside Crocus's lighthouse. The Mary was docked nearby, and Laboon's massive, newly painted head bobbed gently in the water, his eye reflecting the firelight. The party was in full swing. Sanji had, as promised, produced a mountain of food. Luffy, naturally, was attempting to eat 90% of it, engaging in high-speed, rubber-fisted battles with Usopp and Zoro over the last piece of Sea King steak. Crocus sat on a log, sharing a massive barrel of sake with Zoro. The two of them engaged in a silent, stoic drinking contest. Mr. Nine and Vivi, true to Nami's word, were being run ragged. More meat. Luffy would yell, and they'd have to sprint to the grill. More wine, Nami swan. Sanji would coo, and they'd have to deliver it. They were miserable. The crew was delighted. "This is the best," Luffy yelled, his mouth full. "But it's not a real party. We need music. Ben, you're magic. Do some magic music. A party song." Ben, who had been quietly enjoying a plate of Sanji's fruits de mer, stood up, brushing himself off. "Music? An excellent idea, Captain." He walked to the center of the beach. He didn't pull out an instrument. He just raised his wand. "Sonorous," he whispered, tapping his throat. Then, he gestured to the air around him. "Orchestra Phantasma." A low, wheezing note, like an old accordion, filled the air. A jaunty fiddle joined it, followed by a deep, rumbling boom-ch of a bass drum. The sound was rich, ancient, and full of salt. Ben smiled, his voice now booming and cheerful, cutting through the crackle of the fire. And he began to sing. "Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Hey, I know this song. Shank's crew used to sing this song a lot," Luffy said excitedly. Then he started singing along to the tune. "Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks's brew. Sea wind blows, to where? Who knows? The waves will be our guide. O'er across the ocean's blue, rays of sunshine light the view, birds sing high, draw arcs in sky, a farewell to us all. Farewell to the harbor town, we'll never see it more, sing a song, it won't be long, before we're on the shore." Luffy and Usopp grabbed each other's shoulders and began a high-kick dance, singing along at the top of their lungs. "Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks's brew. We take our voyage to the sky. The waves will be our guide." Somewhere in the endless sky, stormy winds are blowing by, waves are dancing, evening comes, it's time to sound the drums. Outside, Laboon, hearing the music vibrating through the water, let out a long, joyful, low-frequency roar. The entire island shook in time with the beat. The whale was dancing, sending up massive, happy splashes. "Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks's brew. After all is said and done, the sun will rise again. Golden, silver, shining bright, the sun and moon and stars. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho-ho. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks's brew. Sing a song, it won't be long, before we're on the shore. Yeah, we're sailing on and on, our voyage never ends. Singing loud as we sail on, our voyage never ends." Sanji was in a smooth, spinning dance, delivering a drink to Nami. Zoro had woken up from the music and was now in a heated, joyous drinking song bellowing contest with Crocus. Ben, with a theatrical flick of his wand, sent a Lumos Solum charm flying high. It wasn't just a light, it was a miniature, golden sun that hung over the party, casting a warm, celebratory glow. The party raged for hours, a chaotic, beautiful, magical celebration of a new friend, a new sea, and a new, impossible promise. The next morning, the sky was bright. The Mary was docked by the main exit, ready to go. The crew, plus their two very hungover, very grumpy interns, stood on the deck. Luffy, his hat on his head, stood at the railing, looking at the giant, painted eye of the whale he had just partied with. "All right, Laboon," he roared, his voice echoing. "We're going. Don't bump your head. Remember our promise. I'll be back for our rematch." A final, magnificent, heart-shaking roar was his reply. Crocus stood on his beach, arms crossed, his serious expression firmly back in place. "Your log pose is set for the first island," he called out. "Be careful, pirate brats. The Grand Line is not a kind sea. It will test you. It will try to kill you. And you." "Shishishi. Thanks, Flower Old Man. See ya." "Nami," Luffy yelled. "Let's go." "Aye aye, Captain." Nami yelled back, her eyes fixed on the new, precious log pose on her wrist. "Mary," Ben whispered, patting the railing. "Take us out." With a happy creak, the Going Merry started sailing to their next destination. 20. Tempest tacked. The Going Merry sailed on, a cheerful, magical ship gliding over the deep blue of the Grand Line. On her deck, the sun was warm, the breeze was steady, and the atmosphere was one of palpable, pants-wetting terror. At least, it was for Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9. They were huddled near the starboard railing, ostensibly swabbing the deck, but in reality, they were just pushing dirty water around with terrified, jerky motions. Their first 24 hours on this ship had shattered every preconception they had about East Blue rookies. They thought they had run into a small-time, amateur pirate crew, a rubber-brained captain, a loudmouthed sniper, a thuggish-looking swordsman. They had planned to use them, rob them, at Whiskey Peak. Then, they had been invited inside. It's not possible, Mr. 9 whispered, his voice trembling as he dunked his mop. "The outside, it's a caravel, a tiny, sheep-headed toy. But the inside, it's a floating fortress. The ceilings are 100 feet high. The hallways, they go on for miles." Miss Wednesday Princess Vivi of Alabasta, in the worst undercover assignment of her life, was gritting her teeth, her hands white-knuckling her own mop. "It's magic, you idiot. He told us." She spat, her eyes darting to the captain's quarters, where the wizard had sequestered himself. Ben, the magician, the monster. Their internship had come with a tour, and they had, accidentally, peeked into the training rooms. The crew had insisted, telling them, "Don't go in the training rooms. They're dangerous. You might die." Which was, of course, a blatant invitation. What they saw had permanently scarred their psyches. In the first room, they saw the ship's cook, Sanji. He wasn't just cooking. He was fighting 3 10-foot-tall, solid steel golems at once, his legs a blur. But he wasn't just kicking them. He was running on the air, his feet dancing on nothing, his leg bursting into flames as he kicked a golem's head clean off its shoulders. An insult to Mademoiselle Nami's beauty. He had roared, before unleashing a tempest of kicks that melted the steel. They had backed away, trembling, only to peek into the next room. The swordsman, Zoro. He was sitting cross-legged under a waterfall, except there was no waterfall. He was just sitting there, under a crushing, invisible weight that made the very floorboards groan. He was muttering, "Harder. Tekai, must cut steel, must be harder." A golem had approached, its fist raised, and Zoro hadn't even looked. He'd simply drawn one sword, and with a single, lazy-looking flick, had sliced the golem's solid steel arm clean off at the shoulder. They had fled from that room, only to see the main training hall. The captain, Luffy. He wasn't the grinning, meat-obsessed idiot from the deck. He was a blur. He was moving so fast, they couldn't even follow him with their eyes. He'd appear on one side of the massive room, his fist smashing a 2-ton punching bag through the wall, and then vanish in a sonic boom, reappearing on the other side. "SORU. He'd yelled, his voice sounding like it was coming from everywhere at once. "This is so cool." Vivi and Mr. 9 had come to a simple, terrifying conclusion: this wasn't a pirate crew. This was a squad of monsters from the depths of hell. And the scariest of all was the wizard. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were forces of nature. You could, perhaps, understand them. They were strong. But Ben was unfathomable. He could appear and disappear at will. He could shoot lightning from his wand. He could make their feet stick to a whale. He could turn their weapons into rubber ducks, a brief, humiliating experiment Mr. 9 had suffered. He could do anything. He was a god, walking among them. And right now, this terrifying god was being the most infuriatingly petty, annoying, and demanding bastard Vivi had ever met. He had been using her, personally, as his private servant all morning. "Oh, Miss Wednesday's voice would chime from the deck chair where he was sunbathing. "Yes, Ben-sama." She'd grit out, her smile a painful rictus. "This sea breeze, it's slightly too breezy. Be a dear and stand right there." He'd point to a spot directly in front of him, and block it for me. "Yes, that's it. A perfect, blue-haired windbreak. Lovely." An hour later. "Miss Wednesday." "Yes. I've dropped my teacup." It's in your hand, Ben-sama." "So I have. How clumsy of me." "Oh, look, I've dropped it for real. Do be a darling and give to me." She hated him. She hated his stupid, perfect, white hair. She hated his glowing, all-knowing, winking blue eyes. She hated that he knew she was a princess, she was sure of it, and was still treating her like a glorified cabin girl. The only reason she hadn't stabbed him with her peacock slashers was because she was 99% certain he would just turn them into actual, living, very confused peacocks. While Vivi was mentally plotting Ben's demise, now Ben himself was finally, blissfully, alone. He was in his magically expanded private workshop. The room was a chaotic masterpiece. Dragon scales were pinned to one wall, vials of aqua vitae bubbled on a burner, and complex, glowing runes were etched into the floor. He held up his finished creation, admiring it in the light. It was a pole, about 5 feet long, made of a deep, lacquer red, unidentifiable wood. Both ends were capped in gleaming, polished gold, intricately carved with swirling, stylized animals, a dragon for the wind, a phoenix for the heat, a leviathan for the water. Separating the sections were 3 thin, golden rings. It was beautiful. It was elegant. And it was, Ben knew, lethal. He had poured some of his best Dumbledore-level artifice into this. It wasn't just a stick. It was a conduit, a focus, a weapon fit for the future queen of the Grand Line's weather. He smiled. "Mary, my dear," he said to the air, "would you be so kind as to ask Nami to join me in Training Room 3? Tell her I have a present." A moment later, the ship's bell dinged softly in affirmation. Nami arrived a few minutes later, looking curious and slightly suspicious. "A present? Ben, if this is another prank like giving Sanji a cookbook that insults his cooking. I assure you, this is far more practical," Ben said, his smile genuine. He led her into the massive, empty training room. "You're the crew's navigator. You understand the sea, the wind, the sky. But on the Grand Line, the weather isn't just a force, it's a weapon, and I believe you should be the one to wield it." He presented the pole. Nami took it, her eyes widening. "Ben, this is beautiful. It looks expensive. Is it gold? Can I sell it?" Ben laughed, a rich, full-bellied sound. "No, Nami, you cannot sell it, because, in a moment, it's going to be a part of you." He produced a small, silver pin. "The staff first needs to attune to its wielder. It needs to know you. I need a single drop of your blood." Nami hesitated, but her trust in him, and her greed for a powerful, expensive-looking item, won out. "Okay." She winced as she pricked her thumb, then pressed the single, ruby-red drop onto the central golden ring. The effect was instantaneous. The gold flashed, a bright, warm light. The animal carvings seemed to move, their tiny eyes glowing. The pole vibrated in her hands, and then, all at once, it became nothing. It was still there, solid and real, but all its weight vanished, as if it were a part of her arm. "Whoa!" Nami breathed, her eyes wide. I can feel it. It's warm. It's bonded to you, and you alone," Ben explained, his voice taking on a professorial tone. "It will now obey your every command. It is weightless for you, but should an enemy try to lift it, they will find it weighs as much as an anchor." He ticked off the features on his fingers. "First, its physical properties. It's magically indestructible. It will also respond to your will. Try commanding it." Nami said, feeling silly. "Pull, grow. Try to be more specific. Will it command it?" "Okay." Nami focused. "Tempest Tact," she declared, a name suddenly popping into her head. "Extend." Whoosh. The red pole shot upward, extending with impossible speed, not stopping until the golden tip hit the 100-foot-high ceiling with a solid thud. "Oh my god," Nami whispered, her eyes sparkling. "And Tempest Tact. Shrink." It retracted just as fast, shrinking down and down and down, until Nami was holding a tiny, red and gold stick the size of a sewing needle. It's adorable. Try the width," Ben smiled. She made it normal-sized, then willed it to thicken. It expanded, becoming as thick as a ship's mast, heavy and imposing, before she shrank it back down. "That's amazing, Ben. I can hit people with it. From really far away." "A fine use," Ben chuckled. "But that is merely its physical nature. It is a tempest tact, after all. It commands the weather. Or, more accurately, it creates it. Hold it up. Ask it for a heat ball." "Heat ball?" Nami asked, but she did as she was told. A small, red bubble, like a soap bubble but shimmering with internal heat, popped out of the golden tip. Now a cold ball. A blue bubble popped out. And now, a thunder ball. A yellow, crackling bubble of static electricity emerged, zipping around her head. "This is a party trick stick?" Nami asked, her face falling. "Ben, I love it, but bubbles." "Oh, Nami," Ben smiled, and it was a dangerous smile. "You, a navigator, should know better. What happens when you mix sudden, intense cold, with sudden, intense heat?" Nami's eyes went wide. The navigator's brain, the scientist's brain, kicked in. You get an unstable atmosphere. A localized low-pressure system. You get a storm." "Show me," Ben said, gesturing to a 10-foot, solid steel, Tekai practicing golem that was standing dormant at the far end of the room. Nami's grin was pure, predatory mischief. She looked nothing like a victim and everything like a queen. "Okay, Tempest Tact, let's see what you've got." She pointed the staff. "Give me a heat ball." A red bubble floated out. "Give me a cold ball." A blue bubble floated out. She sent them hovering over the golem's head. "This is basic meteorology, you stupid hunk of junk." She cackled. "Hot air rises, cold air sinks, you mix them, you get a thundercloud." And just as she said it, the two bubbles collided, creating a small, dark, crackling storm cloud that hung in the air directly above the golem, pulsing with energy. "But a cloud is just a cloud," Nami said, "until it has a charge." She aimed her staff one more time. Thunder ball. The yellow bubble of static shot from the staff, flying like a tracer bullet, and slammed into the cloud. "Thunder tempo." She roared. The result was not a tempo. It was a crescendo. A massive, devastating, blinding white bolt of pure lightning crickathoomed from the cloud, striking the golem. The sound was deafening. The light was blinding. When it cleared, the golem was gone. In its place was a pile of molten, smoking slag and two melted, twitching metal feet. Nami stood, her hair blown back, her face a mask of pure, ecstatic, terrified awe. "Ben," she whispered, her voice shaking. "Yes, Nami. I think I broke your golem." "You vaporized it, Nami. There's a difference." This is the greatest thing anyone has ever given me." She shrieked, jumping on him in a hug. "I'm a goddess of thunder. I can smite people." "One last thing," Ben said, prying her off. "The animal carvings, the dragon. It's for the wind, the final ability. Try. Missed tempo. Nami, still buzzing from the raw power, pointed the staff at the floor. Missed tempo. A thick, swirling, silver fog erupted from the pole, blanketing the floor. In seconds, Nami was completely obscured, her maniacal laughter echoing from within the fog. I'm invisible. This is perfect. For, tactical retreats. Yes, definitely not for other things, at night, in people's cabins. She is talking about stealing from others. I'm so proud of you, Ben said, deadpan. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go, not be in the room with the newly minted goddess of thunder. Practice. Don't destroy the ship. Nami just giggled, a sound that was suddenly 10 times more terrifying than Zoro's deadliest glare. Hiding in a dark, magically overlooked ventilation shaft above the training room, two figures were trembling so hard they were in danger of shaking the grate loose. Vivi and Mr. 9. They had been following Ben, hoping to find anything, some weakness, some piece of blackmail. They had been drawn by Nami's arrival. They had seen everything. Mr. 9's face was a pale, sickly, greenish-white. His Mr. 9 bravado was gone, replaced by the primal fear of a small mouse watching a hawk convention. Did you see that? He whispered, his teeth chattering. Vivi couldn't speak. She just nodded, her entire body shaking. They had thought the navigator, the woman, was the weak link, the normal one, the one they could maybe, take hostage if things went bad. She was the one who screamed, the one who was obsessed with money. She was, like them. They had just watched her, with a stick, summon an indoor lightning bolt and vaporize a 10-foot solid steel robot. And then she had laughed. That high-pitched, terrifying cackle. They had been wrong. They had been so wrong. This wasn't a pirate crew. This was a collection of gods and monsters. The captain was a speed demon. The swordsman was a steel-cutting demon. The cook was a flying, fire-legged demon. The wizard was, apparently, Satan himself. And the navigator was Zeus in a skirt. We're going to die here, aren't we? Mr. 9 whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. They're not going to let us live. She's going to turn me into a puddle. Vivi's mind was racing. Her entire mission. Alabasta. Crocodile, all of it seemed so small compared to the sheer, terrifying power in this one, tiny, sheep-headed ship. They heard footsteps. Ben was leaving the training room. He's coming. Vivi hissed. They didn't wait. They didn't breathe. They scrambled backward in the vent, falling over each other in a desperate, silent movie comedy routine of pure terror. They fell out of the vent on the other side of the hall and ran, flat out, back to the deck, where they immediately grabbed their mops and began to swab with the desperate, all-consuming passion of people who were trying very hard to look like harmless, non-vaporizable interns. Ben walked out of the training room hallway, a small, satisfied smile on his face. He looked up at the now empty ventilation grate. He tapped the wall of the ship gently. "Mary, my dear," he murmured, his voice too low for anyone but the ship to hear. "Did they get a good show?" The ship's main bell, located a deck above, gave a single, soft, affirmative ding. Ben's smile widened. "Good. Let them be scared. A/N, give me ideas for us up weapon." 21, Whiskey Peak. The Going Mary, her soul now awake and her wood humming with magical energy, was a bastion of cheer in an ocean of pure insanity. One day, the sea was a boiling, tropical paradise. Next, it was the Arctic. A freak snowstorm, appearing from a clear blue sky, had enveloped the ship in a thick, silent blanket of white. Luffy, naturally, was in heaven. "Ta-da-a-a-a!" he roared, stepping back from his creation on the main deck. The crew, minus a very annoyed Nami, gathered around. Luffy had built a snowman. It was a lumpy, sideways, frankly disturbing pile of snow. It looked less like a man and more like a barrel that had melted. It had two mismatched pebbles for eyes, a carrot for a nose, which Luffy had stolen from Sanji's pantry, earning him a kick, and two spindly, pathetic sticks for arms. "I call him Mr. Snow Barrel," Luffy declared, his chest puffed with pride. "He's the man who fell from the sky. He's our new Nakama." Shishishi. Usopp, who had been working furiously on his own side of the deck, let out a smug, dismissive pft. "That's not a snowman, Luffy. That," he said, gesturing dramatically, "is a disgrace to the art of snow sculpting. Behold." Usopp whipped a tarp off his own creation. The crew gasped. It was beautiful. It was a perfect, life-sized, heartbreakingly detailed sculpture of a young woman, sitting demurely on a snow rock. The likeness to Kaya was unmistakable, from her gentle smile to the flow of her hair. "I call this," Usopp said, his voice thick with artistic pride, "the Snow Princess, a tribute to a friend, who was waiting for a brave warrior of the sea to return." Luffy stared at Usopp's statue. He stared at Mr. Snow Barrel. He looked back at the Snow Princess. His expression went from pride, to confusion, to a look of offended shock. "What?" Luffy yelled, pointing an accusatory finger. "How is yours so much better than mine? That's not fair." "Okay, Mr. Snow Barrel. Punch." Luffy grabbed his snowman's spindly stick arm and, with a battle cry, slammed it forward. The stick flew from the snowman's lumpy body, spiraled through the air, and, thwack, it hit the Snow Princess, neatly, perfectly, and catastrophically, knocking her entire head clean off. Usopp's face froze. The head of his beloved Kaya statue rolled, hit a railing, and shattered on the deck. "Silence. You." Usopp's voice was a low, dangerous tremble. "You, murderer. It was an accident." Luffy protested, already starting to laugh. He has a really strong punch." "Oh, an accident, is it?" Usopp roared, his eyes bugging out. "Then how about this accident? Giant snow kick." Usopp delivered a flying kick to Mr. Snowbarrel, obliterating the lumpy creation in a massive explosion of white powder. My nakama! Luffy screamed, his face a mask of pure, childish rage. You destroyed my princess. You destroyed my barrel man. What followed was a chaotic, high-speed brawl that devolved into the two of them just grabbing handfuls of snow and smashing them into each other's faces. Nami, who had been trying to get a stable reading from the log pose at the helm, finally let out a primal scream of pure frustration. Would you two idiots shut up? She roared, her voice laced with rage. I am trying to navigate us through a blizzard in the middle of the ocean, our lives are on the line, and you two are fighting over water fluff. I quit. I'm done. She sighed, a great, weary sound, and stomped back into her navigation room, slamming the door. Ben, who was sitting on the railing, calmly sipping a magically heated cup of tea, just chuckled. He patted the railing. Don't mind them, Mary. They're just spirited. Now, let's keep this heading. This snowstorm should be over in about 5 minutes. And, as if the Grand Line were listening to him, the snow stopped. Instantly, the sun came out, the temperature rose 20 degrees, and the snow on the deck melted into puddles in less than a minute. Luffy and Usopp, who were mid-punch, just found themselves covered in slush, their fight forgotten. Ha, Luffy said. It's hot now. Sanji, I'm hungry. Thanks to Ben's enchantments and the Mary's new consciousness, the ship was a marvel of efficiency. While other rookie crews would be tossed about, lost in the chaotic weather, the Mary held her course. Nami would plot the heading from the log pose, and the ship herself, guided by Ben's magic, would stick to it, subtly adjusting her own sails and rudder to compensate for the Grand Line's insane currents. 2 days after the Great Snowball War of 1522, they saw it. Land, ho! Usopp called from the crow's nest, his voice filled with confusion. I think it's just fog. He was right. A thick, eerie, pale green mist shrouded the island, which the log pose insisted was right in front of them. It was silent, dead, and utterly uninviting. But as the Mary drew closer, two figures on the deck suddenly burst into action. This is it. Our stop. We're home. Mr. Nine cheered, his voice trembling with relief. Finally. Vivi, Miss Wednesday, spat, glaring at Ben. Off this circus ship. Before the crew could even react, Mr. Nine and Vivi grabbed a spare rope, tied it to the railing, and, with a final, thanks for nothing, you freaks, they leaped off the ship, swinging wildly into the mist, and vanishing. Luffy, who was picking his nose, just blinked. Ha, they forgot their mops. More food for us. Sanji declared, lighting a cigarette. Good riddance to the tacky suit guy, Zoro grunted, not opening his eyes. Mary, let's go, Ben said, and the ship sailed calmly into the oppressive, green fog. The mist was so thick, they couldn't see the figurehead from the helm. The only sound was the drip, 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 of condensation. This is creepy, Nami whispered, her hands tight on the wheel. I can't see a thing. This is where the great Captain Usopp's legend ends, Usopp whimpered. Eaten by mist zombies. Don't be an idiot, Zoro said. Mist can't, wait, what's that sound? A new sound. Faint, at first. Then, cheering? Is that, people? Sanji asked, confused. As if on cue, the Mary burst through the fog bank into a bright, sunlit river canyon. And the entire population of the island was there. They were lined up on the riverbanks, on the bridges, on the roofs of the cactus-shaped buildings. They were cheering, waving banners, throwing confetti, and screaming at the top of their lungs. Welcome, heroes. Free booze for the pirates. You're the best. The Straw Hats were stunned. They had been expecting, well, anything but this. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Whoa, look, guys, a parade. They love us. Shishishi. Usopp, his fear instantly gone, struck a heroic pose on the railing. Of course they love us. News of the great Captain Usopp's exploits must have preceded him. Nami was just bewildered. A welcoming party? 4 pirates. The Mary docked, and the crew was immediately swarmed by a joyous, laughing mob. Before Nami could even get her bearings, a tall, old-looking man with the most ridiculous curly hair she had ever seen, hair that looked like 2 giant, purple, things on the side of his head, pushed his way through, bowing deeply. Welcome, welcome, brave pirates. He said, his voice jovial. I am Igarapoi, or Igarapi, if you prefer. I am the mayor of this humble town, Whiskey Peak. Luffy, his face a mask of pure, unfiltered, childish curiosity, stepped right up to him. He leaned in, his nose inches from the man's hair. I'm Luffy. It's nice to meet you, Pops, Luffy said, his voice dead serious. He then pointed. You went way overboard with the curling of your hair. The entire town froze. Igarapi's smile twitched. He let out a strained, high-pitched laugh. Such honesty. What a refreshing, charming young captain. He quickly recovered, spreading his arms wide. Our town is famous across the Grand Line. Famous for its hospitality, its music, and its wine. Oh, the wine. We have heard rumors of your great adventures. We beg of you, allow us to throw a party. A grand banquet, in your honor, so that we may hear the magnificent tales of your voyage. The offer hung in the air. This was a trap, a lure, a poisoned apple. And the Straw Hats took the bait. Hard. Luffy's eyes lit up. Party. He heard, meet. Usopp's chest puffed out. Tales of adventure. He heard, a captive audience for my lies. Sanji's one visible eye turned into a giant, pulsating heart as he scanned the crowd of, very friendly-looking women. Wee-ee-ee-in. He heard, mademoiselles. We'll be glad to. The 3 of them roared in perfect, idiotic unison. They didn't wait for an answer. Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji took off like a shot, sprinting into the town, following the cheering citizens. Ben, who had been watching the entire exchange with a small, knowing smile, just chuckled. He turned to Nami and Zoro. "Well, you heard the captain. A party. It would be rude to refuse." He then took off at a jaunty pace, following them. "Wait for me, guys. Save me some of that famous wine." Nami and Zoro were left alone on the Mary's deck, surrounded by helpful townspeople trying to unload their cargo. "Idiots," Nami said, her voice flat. "Every last one of them. Utter, complete, hopeless, idiots." The town square of Whiskey Peak was transformed. Lanterns were strung between the cactus buildings, massive tables were groaning under the weight of food, and barrels of booze were being rolled out, free for the taking. Nami, despite her reservations, was dragged into the chaos. "Mr. Igarapi," she said, trying to be responsible. "This is all lovely, but my log pose. How many days does it take to set for the next island?" Igarapi, who was now wearing a ridiculous party hat on top of his ridiculous hair, just laughed and waved a hand, dismissing her. "Such boring questions. The log pose? Who cares? It could take a day, a week, who knows? The night is young, my dear. Forget the boring stuff. Let's party." He shoved a massive mug of ale into her hands. Nami looked at the ale. She looked at the cheering crowd. She looked at her crew, who were already making fools of themselves. "Ah, what the hell," she muttered, and took a deep, long drink. The party was, in a word, epic. It was also, Ben knew, 100% a trap. Every citizen was a bounty hunter from Baroque works. The booze was drugged. The food was drugged. The atmosphere was drugged. But Ben also knew, his crew had the constitution of gods. Usopp was the star of the show. He was on a small stage, a spotlight on him, telling a massive, enraptured crowd the true story of how they defeated Arlong. And there I was. Usopp yelled, gesturing wildly. Surrounded by 10,000 fishmen. "Arlong," he says to me, "surrender, Captain Usopp." And I say to him, "Never." And I whistled. And my 8,000 followers, who were hiding underwater, rose up. And then, I punched him, with my bare hands, right in the nose. The crowd roared, "Amazing, Captain Usopp." Sanji was in his own personal heaven. He was surrounded by no less than 10 beautiful, adoring women. Sanji, however, was blind to all of it. "Ah, mademoiselles," he crooned, spinning on one foot, a tray of cocktails on his hand. "Your beauty is like a perfectly executed consomme, clear, deep, and making me hot. My heart, it is sizzling, like a filet mignon on a hot stone." Mellow Rhine. The women giggled, batting their eyelashes, all while thinking about the bounty on his head. Zoro had, of course, found the booze. He wasn't interested in the townspeople, the food, or the music. He had been challenged to a friendly drinking contest by the entire local brewery guild, aka, the heavy hitters of the bounty hunter squad. One by one, they slammed back mugs of ale. One by one, they turned green, their eyes rolled back, and they thudded onto the floor. Zoro was unfazed. He was stacking his mugs in a pyramid. 9, 10, 11. He grunted, slamming back another. "This stuff's weak." He finished his 13th mug. "Gimme, nother." He then, without any fanfare, simply fell face first onto the table, his hand still gripping the mug. A tiny zzzzz sound confirmed he was fast asleep. Nami was having her own contest. A burly, bearded man had challenged her. "You don't look like you can drink, little lady." He'd bellowed. Nami's response was a sharp, dangerous smile. 10 minutes later, he was on the floor, foaming at the mouth. Nami was standing on the table, one foot on his chest, raising her 15th mug to the cheering crowd. I am the queen of the ocean." She slurred, her face bright red. "And I am rich." She then wobbled, her eyes went out of focus, and she collapsed backward into a pile of empty barrels, also fast asleep. Luffy was, as always, a simpler case. He was at the main table. He had not spoken a word. He had not looked up. He had just eaten. The townspeople were just bringing him food. Mountains of it. Giant cactus steaks, roasted lizards, entire herds of something. They were stuffing him, hoping the drugs in the food would finally take down the monster with the 30 million berry bounty. Luffy just kept eating. He ate until the table was a bare, wooden wasteland. He ate until there was a pile of bones and plates taller than he was. Finally, after consuming what was meant to be the entire town's food supply, Luffy let out a satisfied, steam whistle-like burp. "That was good," he murmured. He then deflated like a balloon, his stomach retracting, and fell face first onto the table, fast asleep. And then, there was Ben. Ben, the ultimate wildcard. The terrifying wizard. The bounty hunters had a special plan for him. He was on a luxurious, cushioned lounge, surrounded by the most beautiful women in all of Whiskey Peak. They were feeding him grapes. They were fanning him with palm fronds. They were playing with his long, white hair. "Oh, Ben Samawan-kun, you're so magical. Your hair is like silk. Tell us another story, Wizard-san." Another purred, pouring him another, very, very drugged, cup of wine. Ben, for his part, was playing the role perfectly. He was laughing, a jolly, tipsy laugh. He was winking. He was even doing small, stupid party tricks, making flowers bloom in their hair, turning their wine into harmless, sparkling bubbles. "Oh, heavens." He'd laughed. My magic is slipping. I think I'm drunk." He drank his 5th cup of drugged wine, gave a final, satisfied sigh, and passed out, his head resting comfortably on the lap of a very beautiful, very dangerous assassin. 22. Whiskey Peak 2. The moon hung high and full over Whiskey Peak, bathing the bizarre, cactus-shaped mountains in a pale, eerie light. The town square, which hours before had been a roaring epicenter of food, booze, and deceitful revelry, was now dead silent. The only sounds were the distant, mournful howl of a coyote wolf and the gentle clink of empty bottles rolling across the cobblestones. Inside the main welcome house, the Straw Hat Pirates were asleep, their bodies sprawled over tables and floors in poses of pure, drugged exhaustion. Outside, in the cold moonlight, Igarapi stood, his arms crossed. His jovial Igarapoi persona had vanished, replaced by the cold, calculating demeanor of a Baroque works officer agent. He stared up at the moon, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. This perfect, villainous tableau was interrupted by 2 soft thuds. Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9, their faces grim, landed on the rooftop above him, then leaped down to the street. Mr. 8, Mr. 9 said, adjusting his stupid crown. The perimeter is secure. What happened to the Straw Hat crew? Mr. 8 didn't turn. He just gestured with his chin toward the dark, silent house. Oh, you mean them? He said, his voice dripping with condescension. Miss Wednesday felt a knot of anxiety. What happened? Are they dealt with? Mr. 8 let out a low, dry chuckle. They have fallen, my dear Miss Wednesday, straight into hell. As if on cue, the back door of the house creaked open. A tall, imposing figure stepped out, ripping off a tattered nun's habit to reveal the toned, muscular body of a woman with a brass knuckle-adorned Miss Monday tattoo. It was, in fact, Miss Monday. She cracked her knuckles, her expression one of pure, unrestrained fury. That stupid, straw-hat bastard. She growled, her voice a low rumble. He ate everything. Vivi and Mr. 9 blinked. He ate the entire town's food supply, the roasted cactus lizard, the scorpion skewers, the 1,000-person welcome paella. All of it, gone. She looked genuinely, personally, and murderously offended. I didn't even get a bite. Mr. 8 sighed, the picture of a long-suffering manager. Calm yourself, Miss Monday. Do not think so much about the food. Think about this. From his coat, Mr. 8 produced a rolled-up piece of paper. He unfurled it. It was Luffy's bounty poster. 30 million berries. The 3 agents gasped. Mr. 9's eyes bulged. Miss Monday's food rage was instantly replaced by pure, avaricious shock. Mr. 9 blood ran cold. 30 million. That wasn't a rookie. That wasn't an East Blue small-timer. They hadn't just partied with a rookie crew. They had drugged and were now planning to capture a certified, grade A, Grand Line-level monster. You all. Mr. 8 sneered, scolding them like children. Never judge a pirate's ability by how they look. But, Mr. 8. Mr. 9 stammered, 30 million, should we? It's already settled, Mr. 8 said, rolling up the poster. He's asleep, just like the rest. The drugs and the food and wine were potent. Send a message to the boss. We've captured the Straw Hat crew. Then, confiscate everything of value from their ship. The ship itself looks strange. The boss will want to see it. Miss Monday grinned, cracking her knuckles again. So, we just kill them now. I want the first punch on the rubber man. For the paella. No, you fool, Mr. 8 snapped. If we kill them, the bounty drops by 30%. Dead bounties are always less profitable. No, we capture them. We hand them over to the world government. They'll want to hold a public execution for them. A new voice, lazy and laced with sleep, cut through the night. Hey, sorry, but, do you mind letting them sleep? They're pretty exhausted from the journey. Especially the perverted cook, he's a light sleeper. 8, Wednesday, 9, and Monday, froze. They all looked up. Perched on the very top of the highest building in the town was a figure. Silhouetted by the fat, white moon, he was sitting casually, cross-legged, his 3 swords gleaming. It was the man with the green hair and the belly band. Roronoa Zoro. At that exact moment, a dozen frontier agents burst from the house, their faces pale with panic. Igarapi-sama. He's gone. The swordsman. He wasn't in the room. The guy with the belly band escaped. Vivi pointed a shaky, blue-nailed finger. He's over there, on the top. Zoro let out a massive, jaw-cracking yawn, completely unbothered by the 100-plus bounty hunters who were now emerging from the shadows, all staring at him. This is Whiskey Peak, right? Zoro called down, scratching his head. One of the main bases for Baroque works? You people are persistent, I'll give you that. You tried to recruit me back in the East Blue. Some fruit-themed weirdo. Mr. 7, I think, turned him down, kinda sliced him up. I figured you'd get the message. Guess not. Mr. 8's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. The plan, the perfect plan, ruined. He knew. Miss Wednesday whispered, horrified. It doesn't matter. Mr. 8 roared, his purple hair curls trembling with rage. He's just one man. All frontier agents. Forget the crew. Kill Roronoa Zoro. On another rooftop, much more comfortable and with a better vantage point, 2 figures were sitting in magically conjured, plush, velvet lounge chairs. Ben and Nami were clinking glasses. Cheers, Ben said, taking a delicate sip of what looked suspiciously like a 50-year-old brandy. Cheers, Nami replied, finishing her own drink of fruity, bright orange concoction in a tall glass. Then they see 100 of Baroque work agents attacking Zoro. 100. Nami whispered, her eyes wide as the swarm of 100 bounty hunters charged the base of the building Zoro was on. That's a lot, Ben. Zoro's tough, but maybe a little help? A fireball? A confusing mist? Something to thin the herd. Ben took another sip, looking utterly unbothered. Nah. He pointed. Look at his stance. He's not trapped with them, Nami. They're trapped with him. Besides, Ben's eyes gleamed. Zoro looked down as the first wave of agents began to swarm up the rock, climbing the building each other like ants, their swords drawn. 100. Zoro muttered, cracking his neck. How tedious. I was having a good nap, too, and the booze here is terrible. He didn't bother with his Santoria pose. He just drew Wado Ikimanji and his new blade, Yubashiri. He didn't wait for them to reach the top. He jumped. He fell into the center of the charging mob like a green-finned meteor. The bounty hunters, thinking they had him, all piled on. We got him, dog pile. From the center of the 100-man pile, a bored voice was heard. This is just sad. Tatsu. Maki. A green and white whirlwind of pure, blunt force trauma erupted in the street. Zoro, holding his swords backwards, spun like a top. It wasn't a tornado of death. It was a tornado of humiliation. He wasn't cutting. He was hitting. The sound was a symphony of thwacks, bonks, doinks, and oofs. Men were launched into the air, spinning like tops. They crashed into buildings. They clattered off the cobblestones. They landed in piles, groaning. In less than 10 seconds, the street was a sprawling junkyard of unconscious bounty hunters. Zoro stood in the middle, dusting off his haramaki. TCH. Barely a warm-up. Now, who's next? He looked up. The bosses Mr. 8, Miss Wednesday, Mr. 9, and Miss Monday were staring, their faces a mask of pure, abject terror. Back on the lounge roof. Well, Ben said, conjuring another drink for Nami. That was disappointing. It took no effort. Zoro pointed one of his swords at the remaining agents. All right, I'm tired. You, the woman with the strength. Miss Monday growled. You're going to pay for that, pretty boy. She launched herself at him, her brass-knuckled fist cocked back. Zoro just sidestepped. Too slow, he said, bored. As she flew past, he chopped her precisely on the back of the neck with the hilt of his sword. Thud. Miss Monday was out cold. Next. Mr. 9, filled with a misplaced, acrobatic courage, did a series of flips. Hot-blooded. Bat. He screamed, swinging his steel bat. Zoro didn't even move. He just raised Yubashiri. The bat connected with the flat of the blade and shattered. Mr. 9 stared at the handle in his hand. My bat. Zoro punched him in the face. Thud. Mr. 9 was out cold. It was down to Miss Wednesday and Mr. 8. Zoro sheathed his two swords, leaving only Wado Ikimanji in his hand. He pointed it at Vivi. You, the blue-haired one. You're next. Vivi panicked. This wasn't just a swordsman. This was a demon. KK Karu. She shrieked. Her giant duck, Karu, who had been hiding behind a barrel, peeked out, quacking nervously. Karu, it's time. We have to use the technique. Up on the lounge roof. Oh. Ben said, leaning forward. A secret technique? This should be good. Vivi leaped onto Karu's back. She took a deep breath, striking a pose. You may be strong, swordsman-san. She said, her voice very seductive. But, can you resist this charming perfume dance? And she danced. Atop her giant, terrified, waddling duck, Vivi began to sway. She waved her arms and doing belly dance. She winked. Then she released a perfume in the air. Zoro, when he smelled the gas, started to feel suffocation. He just stared. Vivi, seeing her 100-man army defeated in seconds, knew she couldn't rely on brute force. This demon was beyond them. She had to use her other skills. Her assassin skills. KK Karu. She shrieked. Her giant duck, Karu, who had been hiding behind a barrel, peeked out, quacking nervously. Karu, it's time. We have to use the technique. Oh. Ben said, leaning forward. A secret technique? This should be good. He pulled out a strange, brass and crystal device. It looked like an old-fashioned box camera, but it was covered in glowing, blue runes. What is that? Nami asked. A camera I created using magic, Ben said, his eyes gleaming. I am not missing this. A princess, vamping, on a duck. Oh, this is going to be priceless. Down on the street, Vivi leaped onto Karu's back. She took a deep breath, striking a pose. You may be strong, swordsman-san. She said, her voice seductive. But, can you resist this charming perfume dance? And she danced. Atop her giant, terrified, waddling duck, Vivi began to sway. She waved her arms. She blew kisses. She winked. Q1. She cooed. Zoro's reaction was nothing. He just stared. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated, stoic confusion. He looked at her. He looked at the duck. He looked at the sky. He looked back at her. He was genuinely trying to figure out if this was some kind of new martial art, or if she was having a seizure. But as she danced, she was also discreetly uncorking two small, elegant vials hidden in her peacock-themed outfit. With a final, dramatic twirl, she tossed the contents into the air. A fine, opalescent mist of beautiful, shimmering, lavender-scented cloud drifted from her and settled over Zoro. Zoro, who had been bracing for a sword attack, inhaled. His eyes went wide. The world, suddenly, stopped. It wasn't a poison. It was a high-grade, fast-acting paralytic anesthetic. It smelled nice. And it was, he realized, stopping his lungs. Wah, cough, gasp. He dropped to one knee, his swords clattering on the stone. He clutched his throat, his body refusing to obey. He couldn't get a breath. His muscles seized. His vision began to blur, the world tunneling. Up on the lounge roof, Nami's drink stopped halfway to her lips. Is he choking? Ben, is that poison? Ben lowered his camera, squinting. Oh, dear. That's Kool-Aid perfume, a high-grade anesthetic mist. Smells like lavender and regret. Nasty stuff. It's designed to incapacitate, not kill. Well, not quickly. He raised the camera again, the rune flashing. Click. He's turning blue, Ben. Nami shrieked, jumping out of her chair. He can't breathe. Aren't you going to do something? Ben, still focused on getting the perfect shot of Zoro's gasping, fish-like expression, waved her off. Oh, in a minute. Look at his face. He's gasping like he just saw Sanji's cooking bill. This is golden blackmail material. Remember that time you were almost taken out by a duck in some body spray? Click. Flash. Ben, he's going to die. Relax. He's fine. He's a monster. He can probably hold his breath for 10 minutes, maybe 5. Let's see. Down on the street, Vivi, seeing the demon swordsman on his knees, gasping for air, felt a surge of pure, triumphant adrenaline. It worked. Now, Karu. She shrieked. He's helpless. This is the end, swordsman. Peacock. Slasher. Tiny, spinning, razor-sharp discs flew from her fingers. Karu. Attack. Go, go, go. The giant duck, spurred on by his master's confidence, charged. Zoro, on his knees, his vision fading, his lungs burning, could only watch as the blue-haired girl and her giant duck charged him, weapons spinning. Up on the lounge roof. Ben, he's going to be chopped into duck feed. Do something. Nami screamed. Ben let out a long, put-upon sigh, as if he'd been asked to pause his favorite movie. Oh, fine. He didn't stand up. He didn't even lower his camera. He just lazily flicked his wand from his lounge chair. Ventus. A precise, targeted, miniature hurricane of pure, clean wind instantly materialized in the street. It didn't hit Zoro. It hit the perfume. The lavender-scented, suffocating cloud was picked up, spun around, and blown directly back into the faces of the charging attackers. H-A-A-A-A-A cough, wheeze, what? Zoro gasped, his lungs filling with sweet, blessed, non-paralytic air. Vivi and Karu, however, were not so lucky. They ran full speed into a wall of their own highly concentrated anesthetic. My own, cough, gasp, perfume. Vivi choked, her eyes watering instantly. Karu, getting a full blast right up the beak, was worse. His eyes rolled back in his head. Quay-a-a-a, gasp, a-a-yuck. The duck, now high as a kite and completely numb, wobbled. His legs buckled. His steering failed. He veered sharply to the left, tripped over an unconscious bounty hunter, and tumbled, beak over tail feathers, taking Vivi with him. They didn't just fall. They crashed, in a cloud of feathers, perfume, and quacking, tumbling head over heels off the rooftop they had just been standing on. A distant, wet, crash, and then, silence. Zoro was left alone. He was on his hands and knees, coughing, his sword still in his hand, surrounded by 104 unconscious bodies, a pile of feathers, and a lingering, very annoying smell of lavender. He was, once again, profoundly confused. What just happened? He got to his feet, still wheezing. He looked at the remaining, terrified officers. Miss Monday, regaining consciousness, Mr. 9, regaining consciousness, and Mr. 8, regaining consciousness and fumbling for his saxophone gun. Zoro sheathed his 2 swords. He was annoyed now. Right, you 3. He didn't even use his blades. He just punched them. Thud. Miss Monday. Thud. Mr. 9. Thud. Igaram. All out cold. Zoro stood alone on the street, surrounded by 104 unconscious bodies in a weird duck feather. He sighed, sat down, and looked at the moon. Weak, all of them. I'm going back to sleep. Up on the lounge roof, Ben carefully stowed the runic camera. Well, he said, conjuring a final brandy. That was a 10/10 performance. I got everything. Nami sighed, stretching, and snatched one of the magical photos from his hand. Idiots. The whole island is full of idiots. She looked at the picture of Zoro gasping, his face purple. Her lips curled into a very familiar, greedy smirk. So, how much do you think we can charge him for this? Ben's answering smile was pure, unadulterated mischief. Oh, Nami, we're going to be so rich. 23, Whiskey Peak -3. Zoro stood alone in the moonlit street, an island of calm in a sea of unconscious, groaning bounty hunters. The silence that followed the chaotic fight was heavy, broken only by the distant sound of a duck quacking in a panic somewhere. He sheathed his swords, letting out a long, tired sigh. Weak, he muttered. All of them. What a waste of a good nap. Then he thought of drinking some booze, which was in the welcome house, where the sounds of a party long since silenced. Right, he grunted, cracking his neck. Booze. He turned and began to walk with the confident, unwavering stride of a man who knows exactly where he's going. He was, of course, walking in the exact opposite direction of the house, heading straight out of town and toward the silent, cactus-dotted desert. This town is confusing, he mumbled, his hand on his swords. Stupid curly-haired mayor, and that dance, what was that about? People in the Grand Line are weird. Meanwhile, on the other side of Whiskey Peak, a few of the more cowardly frontier agents who had avoided Zoro's fight were sprinting through a narrow canyon, trying to get back to their boats. We gotta warn the others. One of them panted. That guy, he's not human. He's a demon. Forget warning them. We gotta get off this island. I'm not getting paid enough to fight a demon. Another wheezed. They rounded a sharp bend and ran THWACK directly into a pair of figures standing motionless in the dark. One was a small, grinning otter with a satchel, Mr. 13. The other was a large, stoic vulture with a cannon-like device strapped to its back, Miss Friday. The unluckies. The official recorders and executioners of Baroque works. The otter clicked its pen, its cold, dead eyes looking at the agents. The vulture raised its cannon. No, wait. The lead agent stammered, holding up his hands. It's not what it looks like. We weren't deserting. We were just, going to get back up. Yeah, back up. Oh, what a boring job, a new voice, light and airy, sighed from above. The agents looked up. Perched on a high ledge, holding a tiny, frilly parasol, was a young woman in a lemon-yellow outfit. Miss Valentine. She let out a high-pitched, obnoxious laugh. He. You look exhausted. Did you run all this way? It doesn't matter if they ran, a second voice grumbled. This one was low, monotone, and came from a large, bizarre man in a trench coat, goggles, and an unfortunate afro. He was, for no discernible reason, picking his nose. Mr. 5. We have our orders, Mr. 5 said, examining his finger. Orders? Wait, we're on the same side. The agent pleaded. Indeed, Mr. 5 replied. And our orders are to eliminate those who fail their mission, and those who learn the boss's secrets. He flicked what he had found in his nose. The tiny booger flew through the air and hit the agent in the chest. Ha! The agent said, looking down. Did you just flick a kaboom? The resulting explosion was deafening, echoing through the canyons, obliterating the agents in a flash of orange light. Mr. 5 stood, completely unmoved, as dust and debris rained down around him. You really are explosive, Mr. 5, Miss Valentine giggled, floating gently down from her perch, her parasol held high. That was bombastic. He. It's my devil fruit power, Mr. 5 said, his voice as flat as his expression. The bomu no mi. My entire body, even my boogers, are bombs. A boring job, but an efficient one. Let's go. We have a real mission to attend to. Back in the main square, the groans of the unconscious were joined by new, more alert sounds of pain. Igarapoi. Mr. 8 groaned, pushing a pile of unconscious agents off of him. His fabulous purple curls were flattened, his suit torn. He just hit us. My bat. Mr. 9 whimpered, holding the shattered handle. Vivi, Miss Wednesday, sat up, her head spinning from the paralytic perfume that had blown back in her face. That swordsman, he's a monster. Igarapi-sama. She said, her voice full of panic. He's still here. We have to. Ah, what a pathetic display. The three of them froze. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine strolled into the square, stepping over the moaning bodies as if they were puddles. Mr. 5. Miss Valentine. Mr. 9 cheered, relief flooding his face. Thank goodness. You're here. Back up. That green-haired man, he's a demon. He took out 100 men by spinning. If you help us, Vivi said, getting to her feet, we can take him together. Please, you have to defeat that swordsman. Mr. 5 just stared at them, his expression blank. Miss Valentine giggled behind her hand. Help, you. She tittered. Oh, you're just precious. Did you really think we came all the way to the end of the Grand Line to help you, you failures? Mr. 9's face fell. Then, what are you here for? We are here under direct orders from the boss, Mr. 5 said, his voice cold. A cleanup mission. We are here to kill certain people who infiltrated Baroque works from a certain kingdom. Mr. 9, ever the leaderalist, immediately panicked. He pointed to his small, metal crown. Wait, I wear a crown, but I swear, I'm not royalty. It's just a fashion statement. I'm not a spy. Vivi's blood turned to ice. She knew. It was over. Mr. 8 knew it, too. He didn't hesitate. He grabbed the saxophone guns hidden in his coat. Igarappa. He fired 2 small, explosive shots directly at Mr. 5's chest. The smoke cleared. Mr. 5 was completely unharmed. His coat was smoking, but he was just standing there, his bored expression unchanged. My, Miss Valentine giggled. That was rude, Mr. 8. He's fine. Vivi whispered, horrified. Mr. 5 grumbled. I'm a bomb man. He reached into his coat and pulled out a different wanted poster. Not Luffy's. It was a royal portrait. Our mission, Mr. 5 said, is to eliminate the traitor. The spy from the kingdom of Alabasta. Princess Vivi Nefertari. He held up the poster. It was her. Miss Wednesday. Mr. 9, in that moment, had his entire world shatter. Miss Wednesday. You're a princess. Run, Vivi-sama. Igaram roared. He opened his mouth and, in a truly bizarre display, a blunderbuss barrel emerged from his throat. Igaram Popo. He fired a volley of shots, providing cover. Princess, you must live. You are the hope of Alabasta. Don't be so dramatic, Mr. 5 said, bored. He blew on his fingertips. A single, invisible, explosive pellet of air shot out and hit Igaram square in the chest. Kaboom! A massive, devastating explosion enveloped Igaram. He was launched backward, crashing into a building, which then collapsed on top of him. He was gone. Igaram. Vivi screamed, tears of horror in her eyes. What a mess. Miss Valentine laughed. She leaped into the air, her parasol opening, and began to float, weightless. Now, princess, it's time for you to die. And I'm going to make it, crushing, 10,000 kilo press. She began to float directly above Vivi, her smile wide and cruel. Princess. Mr. 9, in a final, suicidal, and surprisingly noble act of defiance, launched himself at Mr. 5. Run. Pathetic, Mr. 5 grunted, and hit Mr. 9 with a simple, backhanded, explosive slap. Mr. 9 was sent flying, unconscious, before he even hit the ground. Vivi was alone. She was cornered. She looked at the rubble where Igaram was buried. She looked at the floating, giggling Miss Valentine. She was a princess, not a warrior. It was over. Damn it. This town is really confusing. Where the hell did they keep the booze? A voice, low and angry, rumbled from the street. There, standing in the moonlight, looking annoyed and thoroughly lost, was Zorro. He had, in his quest for the party house, walked in a perfect, 1-mile circle, and had ended up back at the exact spot he started, standing over the groaning bodies of the agents. He looked at the scene. He saw the two new, weirdly dressed people. He saw the smoking rubble where Igaram was. He saw the new trail of explosions. He just sighed. Oh, great. More of you. From the rubble, a charred, broken hand emerged. Igaram, barely alive, began to crawl. He saw Zorro. He saw the demon who had defeated 100 men. Please. Igaram rasped, his voice a wet gurgle. He grabbed Zorro's boot. Swordsman-san, please, save the princess. Save, Vivi-sama. She's running, that way. Zorro looked down at the hand on his boot with pure disgust. He tried to shake him off. Get off. Not my problem. I'm looking for a drink, and you're all in my way. Please. Igaram begged, tears mixing with the blood and soot on his face. She is the hope of our kingdom. Alabasta will reward you. Don't care, Zorro said, his voice cold. Your kingdom, your princess, your problem. My, that's not very heroic, Mr. Swordsman. And here I thought you were the chivalrous type. A new voice. Smooth, feminine, and dripping with financial interest. Zorro looked up. Nami was strolling into the square, her new Tempest tact resting on her shoulder. She looked refreshed, happy, and completely unbothered by the carnage. She was followed by Ben, who was quietly reloading his runic camera, a look of academic curiosity on his face. Nami walked straight past Zorro, her eyes landing on the groaning, half-dead Igaram. She knelt. Did you say, princess? She asked, her voice a sweet, dangerous purr. Yes. Igaram coughed. As in, royalty? As in, castles? And, treasure rooms? And, national debts of gratitude? Yes, please. Nami's eyes didn't just light up. They didn't just turn into berry symbols. They exploded. They became giant, golden, glowing orbs of pure, unadulterated avarice. She shot to her feet, her face a mask of terrifying, ecstatic greed. She held up one finger. 1 billion berries. Igaram, who was already dying, looked like he was about to die again. A billion. He sputtered. I am just a loyal soldier. I don't have that kind of. Nami's smile vanished. Oh, no money, no hero. She turned her back, beginning to file her nails. A real shame. Ben, let's go find Luffy. This is boring. Wait. Igaram roared, desperation giving him strength. I can't promise that. But, you can. You can negotiate directly with her. She is the princess of Alabasta. I swear on my life, if you deliver her, safely to our kingdom, the king will reward you. He will reward you beyond your wildest dreams. Nami stopped. She turned, a slow, predatory grin spreading across her face. Her kingdom. I like the sound of that. She snapped her fingers. Okay, deal. We'll save your princess. She then spun on her heel, her face now all business. She looked at Zorro, who had been watching this entire, disgusting exchange with his arms crossed. Zorro. Nami said, her voice cheerful. Go save the princess. Zorro didn't move. Why should I? You made the deal. You go save her. Nami put her hands on her hips, her smile unwavering. Zorro. We're a crew. My money is my money. But my contracts, they belong to all of you. That's just how this works. It's teamwork. Zorro's eye twitched. That's the worst, most selfish, crooked logic I've ever heard in my life. I'm not a tool. I'm not going to be used as a glorified attack dog like that certain perverted cook. Nami's smile wavered. She changed tactics, her face falling into a disappointed pout. Oh, I get it. You're just afraid. Zorro's eyebrow shot up. What did you say? I mean, it's fine, Nami said, waving a hand. That one guy eats his own bombs. That's weird. And the lady can fly. That's probably way too tough for you. I should just go wake up Luffy. He's not afraid of a little explosion. It's okay, Zorro. You just wait here with Ben and guard the bodies. A large, pulsing vein appeared on Zorro's forehead. You're just trying to rile me up, you witch. Nami's smile snapped back, all teeth. And, there is one other thing. What now? Don't forget, she said, her voice dropping to a sweet, cooing, deadly tone. You still owe me money. Zorro froze. I don't owe you anything. I paid you back. Nami began to count on her fingers, a look of pure, angelic innocence on her face. Let's see, in Lobetown, I, a kind and generous friend, lent you 100,000 berries for your new swords. And I gave it right back to you. Zorro roared. Nami wagged her finger. But you agreed to my terms. 300% interest. You paid back the principal, which was 100,000. Very good. But, you still haven't paid the interest. Her eyes glittered. Which is 200,000 berries. Zorro's face was turning a shade of purple that matched Igaram's hair. I gave you the money back on the same day. That's not how interest works. Give me a break. Nope. Nami sang, cheerfully. A deal's a deal. A promise is a promise. Can't you keep a single promise? Tisk, tisk. You want to be the world's greatest swordsman, but you can't even handle a simple, tiny, itty-bitty loan? How pathetic. I guess your word just doesn't mean anything. Zoro was trapped. He was caught between his absolute, burning hatred for Nami's loan-sharking logic and his own, stupid, inflexible, Bushido-like pride in keeping a promise. He stood there, shaking, his hand gripping his sword so hard his knuckles were white. On 30 you woman. He finally roared, the sound echoing off the Cactus Mountains. Fine, I'll do it. I'll cut him to pieces. He turned, a blur of green anger, and gripped his swords, his eyes now locked on the trail of explosions fading in the distance. But you, he snarled, pointing a shaking finger at Nami. You go to hell. He took off at a full-speed sprint, leaving a cloud of dust, his battle lust now fully awakened, following the sounds of Mr. Five's destructive pursuit. Nami just beamed, waving a small, dainty hand after him. Yes, I'll go to hell. Now, go and do the job. Shoo, go earn us a fortune. Ben, who had been silently recording the entire exchange on his runic camera, just sighed and shook his head, a grin on his face. This, he murmured to himself, is the greatest crew in the world. 24, Whiskey Peak 4. Inside the welcome house at Whiskey Peak, the night was anything but silent. Luffy, having consumed a landmass equivalent of roasted cactus lizard, was in a deep, meat-induced coma, his stomach comically distended, his face a mask of pure bliss. He was dreaming, as he often did, of a magical, endless, talking steak. Hours passed. The drugged booze and food worked their magic, on everyone but the Straw Hats. Suddenly, Luffy's eyes snapped open. The dream steak had vanished. A far more primal, biological urge had taken over. Meat. He mumbled, still half asleep. No, wait, water, lots of water. He sat up, scratching his belly. I gotta pee. With the sleep-drunk grace of a rubber bulldozer, he stumbled out of his chair, completely oblivious to the fact that Nami and Ben were no longer in the room, and that Zoro had never been in it. He pushed open the heavy front door, staggered out into the cool, moonlit square, and found the nearest, most convenient-looking tree, which was actually one of the cactus building's main support pillars. Luffy sighed, a cloud of steam rising in the chilly night air. That's better. He shook himself off, zipped up, and turned to go back to sleep. That's when he saw it. The square was a mess. There were bodies everywhere. Luffy's sleep fog vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp shock. He rubbed his eyes, his brain struggling to process the scene. These were the party people. The nice, curly-haired mayor guy. The ladies who had given him extra servings. The men who had cheered for Usopp's stories. They were all beaten up, groaning, piled like driftwood. Luffy's mind, a simple and direct instrument, processed this in the only way it knew how. Fact 1, these people gave me meat. Fact 2, people who give me meat are good people. Fact 3, the good people have been beaten up. Conclusion, a bad person did this. His face darkened. His hat shadowed his eyes. He walked over to one of the few bounty hunters who was still semi-conscious, a man groaning, his arm bent at an unnatural angle. Hey, Luffy said, his voice a low, dangerous growl. Who did this? Who beat up all the nice party people? The agent, delirious from having his spine spun 90 degrees by Zoro's Tatsumaki, cracked open an eye. He saw, just a shadow. He was confused. The demon. He rasped, his voice full of terror. Green hair, swords, he just hit us all. Luffy's head snapped up. Green hair, swords, a demon. There was only one person in his entire world who fit that description. A shadow fell over Luffy's face, a look of pure, unadulterated, betrayed fury. Zoro! His roar echoed through the Cactus Mountains. He looked at the groaning agent. Don't worry, party man. Luffy declared, pounding his fist into his palm. I'll beat up Zoro for beating you up. I'll get him back for the meat. Wah! The agent gurgled, before passing out. Luffy took off at a full sprint, leaving a cloud of dust. Zoro, where are you? I'm gonna kick your moss head in. Meanwhile, several miles away, in a part of the desert that looked identical to every other part of the desert. Damn it, Zoro muttered, kicking a rock. Stupid town. They moved the houses. How hard is it to find the girl? He had, in his infinite navigational wisdom, been walking in a perfect, unerring circle for 20 minutes. He was looking for the party he had just left. Suddenly, a sound. Kaboom! An explosion, a few canyons over. Zoro's head perked up. His face split into a feral grin. Ah, there it is. He changed direction, following the sound of Mr. Five's booger bombs, his mind set on one thing, a celebratory drink. He sprinted, leaping over cactus rocks, his sense of direction now, well, it was still terrible, but at least he had a loud, repetitive target. He arrived in a small clearing just in time to see a truly bizarre scene. The blue-haired girl from the party, Miss Wednesday/Vivi, was on the ground. The Afro guy, Mr. Five, was standing over her, his hand raised, his entire arm glowing and fizzing like a giant, angry bomb. The floaty lemon girl, Miss Valentine, was giggling, hovering above them. This is the end, princess, Mr. Five grumbled. Say goodbye. He thrust his hand down. Vivi squeezed her eyes shut. The sound of steel meeting, something. Vivi opened her eyes. Zoro was there. He had arrived. He had effortlessly blocked Mr. Five's explosive hand with the flat of Yubashiri, his new sword. The resulting explosion was small, harmlessly contained by the blade. Zoro didn't even look at Vivi. He was glaring at Mr. Five, his expression one of pure, unfiltered annoyance. She is under our protection now, Zoro grunted. So leave before I cut you down. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine stared at him, completely baffled. Who are you? Miss Valentine tittered. I'm the guy, Zoro said, his grip tightening, who's really angry against a certain greedy witch. And you two are loud. Mr. Five growled. Anyone who comes between my mission will die. He pulled his hand back, readying another, bigger bomb. It was at this exact moment. Zuur-ruo. A red and blue blur, screaming with the fury of 1,000 betrayed meat lovers, launched itself from a high canyon wall. Luffy, having also followed the explosions, had arrived. And he had, once again, completely misunderstood the situation. He didn't see the new villains. He didn't see the terror on Vivi's face. He saw Zoro, swords drawn, standing over the dancing duck girl from the party. Luffy's logic, Zoro beat up the party people, and now he's cornered the nice lady who gave him extra food. This is unforgivable. GOMU no. Pistol. What the Zoro yelped, blindsided. He was forced to drop his offensive stance against Mr. Five and spin, blocking Luffy's rubber fist with both swords. The force sent him skidding back 10 feet. Luffy, what the hell is your problem? Zoro roared, his eyes blazing. My problem. Luffy shrieked, landing in a crouch. You're my problem. You beat up all the nice people. The party people. The ones who gave me meat. Zoro's brain, which was already addled by 13 mugs of ale, just stalled. What are you talking about? I just got here. These guys, he pointed at the very confused Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, are the bad guys. Leah. Luffy roared, his face bright red. They gave me cactus steaks. You can't beat up people who give you food. That's the law. That's not a law, you rubber-brained idiot. It's my law. GOMU no. Bazooka. Luffy rocketed toward Zoro, his arms stretched back. Mr. Five, seeing his target, Vivi, and his new enemy, Zoro, both in the line of fire, decided to intervene. This is our fight, Straw Hat. He growled, stepping in front of Luffy. Your business is with me, BOMUB. He didn't get to finish. Luffy, his eyes locked on Zoro, didn't even see Mr. Five. His arms, stretching forward for the bazooka, slammed into Mr. Five's chest at full speed. It wasn't even a punch. It was a high-speed, two-handed, rubbery shove. Out of my way. Luffy yelled. Mr. Five, who was made of bombs, was not expecting to be hit by a non-explosive, blunt force, rubber, thing. He was launched, end over end, like a bowling pin, crashing into a cactus mountain a mile away. KO 1. Miss Valentine, who was still floating, giggled. He. How embarrassing for Mr. Five. Now, it's my turn. Time for you all to feel the prez. Shut up and get out of the sky. Zoro roared, his patience gone. He was dodging a Goma no Gatling from Luffy. He leaped into the air, using the Jeppo he'd been practicing, and failing at. It wasn't a moonwalk. It was just a really angry jump. He landed on top of Miss Valentine's parasol. Hey, get off. She shrieked. You're in my way, floaty woman. Zoro grunted. He used her as a springboard, kicking off her parasol so hard it snapped in two, sending him flying back toward Luffy. Miss Valentine, her flight source broken, just fell. Thud. KO 2. Luffy and Zoro landed, facing each other, breathing hard, the two unstoppable officer agents completely forgotten. Now, Luffy growled, are you gonna apologize to the meat people? I'm going to kick your ass, you idiot. Zoro roared back. They charged, their fists and swords meeting in a chaotic, dust-filled, completely pointless brawl. Vivi was just staring. She was alive. Her would-be assassins, two of Baroque work's finest, had just been taken out, accidentally, by two other pirates who were arguing about meat. This whole crew was insane. Before she could process this, a new sound cut through the brawl. It was the sound of two somethings hitting two skulls, very hard. Whack! On Luffy. Whack! On Zoro. Two massive, identical, cartoonish lumps instantly sprouted on both their heads. Will you two meat-brained, moss-headed morons? Shut up! Nami was standing between them, her new Tempest tack smoking, her face a mask of pure, unholy rage. Ben was standing behind her, sipping a drink from a coconut, his runic camera quietly recording the new lumps on their heads for posterity. Nami! Luffy whined, rubbing his head. Zoro beat up the party people. Nami took a deep, steadying breath. She pointed to the unconscious Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Luffy, those guys. She pointed back toward the town. They were also the bad guys. Everyone here is a bad guy, except US and the princess. Luffy's face went through a visible, 10-second buffer. He blinked. Oh, he said, as if a great truth had been revealed. So, the party people were bad party people. Yes, Nami screamed. So, they didn't really want to give me the meat. No, you idiot, they were trying to poison you. Luffy's face went dark. His eyes turned into pinpricks of pure, murderous rage. They poisoned the meat. He pounded his fist into his palm. Okay, now I'm mad. Nami just sighed, too tired to even hit him again. She turned her attention to the real prize, Vivi. So, Nami said, her voice instantly shifting from raging monster sweet, friendly businesswoman. You're a princess, I hear. Vivi flinched. Yes, Great. Nami clapped her hands. We saved your life. That'll be, let's just call it 1 billion berries for safe delivery back to your kingdom. Vivi's face fell. She looked at the rubble where Igaram was, at her defeated foes. I can't, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. We don't have that kind of money. Alabasta, my kingdom, it's in the middle of a civil war. It's drying up. There's no rain. The people are starving, they're killing each other, and it's all because of him, the leader of Baroque works. He's trying to take over. Nami's greedy, golden orb eyes faded, replaced by a look of understanding, of a shared, painful memory. Who? Luffy asked, his anger at the meat poisoning still simmering. Who's the leader? Vivi trembled. I can't say his name. If I say it, you'll all be his targets, too. You'll be on his kill list, just for knowing his name. Nami held up her hands, backing away. Whoa. Kill list? You know what? I think I'll pass on that. This is way too complicated. After all, she laughed nervously, these guys are trying to take over a country. They are obviously insane, dangerous, crazy strong people. We're just small-time rookies. Vivi looked at the ground, her fists clenched. Yes, they are. They're stronger than anything you can imagine. The leader, he's one of the Shishibukai, crocodile. She clapped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. She had said it. Luffy, who now? Zoro, crocodile. Nami, crocodile. The crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You idiot. Nami shrieked, grabbing Vivi by the shoulders and shaking her. Why did you say the name? I told you I didn't want to know. On a high, distant cactus rock, the unluckiest otter and the vulture were furiously sketching. They had just heard everything. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their heads, and they all saw the unluckies. They heard you. Now they know that we know. We're all going to be killed. We're dead. We just entered the Grand Line and we're already being hunted by a warlord. Nami, seeing the agents, slumped. Wait, they're flying away. They didn't take a picture of me. They only drew you. They don't know who I am. It's still safe. As if on cue. Flap, flap, flap. The unluckies came back. They hovered 20 feet away. The otter, Mr. 13, pulled out a new sketch pad. He looked at Nami. He then gave them a polite, professional thumbs up and then flew away for good. Nami just slumped. A tiny, white, cartoon soul drifted out of her mouth. It's over. I'm too young and beautiful to be warlord food. Luffy, however, just turned to Zoro, a huge, excited grin splitting his face. Warlord, huh? Did you hear that, Zoro? Sounds strong. Zoro's own grin was just as feral. Humph, worthy of our first real challenge on the Grand Line. Nami shot up. Shut up. This isn't an adventure, it's a death sentence. While Nami was having her existential crisis, and Luffy and Zoro were getting excited about their impending doom, Ben quietly walked over to the unconscious, drooling form of Mr. 5. He popped open a sleek, black briefcase. The inside was expanded. A bomb man, you say? Ben murmured, a look of pure, scientific curiosity on his face. I'll have to test my theory on you. He effortlessly lifted the 180-pound man and unceremoniously dropped him into the briefcase. Mr. 5 vanished into the expanded space. Ben snapped the case shut, straightened his coat, and rejoined the group, looking as if he'd just been admiring the moonlight. Tough break, Nami, he said, patting her on the back. A warlord, you say? Sounds expensive. Nami just burst into tears. 25, Whiskey Peak 5. Look at it this way, Nami, Ben said, patting the navigator's trembling shoulder as they stood amidst the unconscious bodies of 100 bounty hunters. We were bound to fight other pirates eventually. In the East Blue, we fought the biggest fish in the pond. Now we're in the Grand Line. Might as well start by punching a warlord in the nose, right? It builds character. Nami looked at him, her eyes wide and watery. Then, her survival instinct kicked in, overriding her fear with pure, unadulterated rage. Builds character. She shrieked, shaking him by the collar. It builds a gravestone, you maniac. A warlord. Do you know what that means? It means death. Expensive, painful death. Details, Ben waved her off, magically conjuring a cold compress for her forehead. Now, come on. We need to wake up the heavy sleepers. They found Sanji and Usopp still snoring in the rubble of the party house. Wake up. Nami yelled, kicking Usopp in the ribs. Gah, I'm awake. The Sea King was made of pudding. Usopp yelped, sitting up. Sanji rose more gracefully, dusting off his suit. Nami Swan, why are we screaming? Is time for breakfast? No, you idiot. We've been betrayed. The town is full of bounty hunters, we're targeted by a warlord, and Miss Wednesday is actually the princess of Alabasta. Sanji's brain processed the information. Miss Wednesday, blue hair, princess. His eye turned into a heart the size of a dinner plate. Steam shot out of his ears. He began to vibrate. Princess. He howled at the moon. I knew it. I knew her beauty was royal. My love was not in vain. Vivi qua on. I, your knight, am here to serve. He began pirouetting toward where Vivi was standing with Zoro, creating a small tornado of love hearts. Zoro, watching this display, just sighed, sheathing his swords. Arrow cook. What did you say, Moss Head? Don't jealous of my royal connection. Enough. Ben commanded, herding them like cats. To the ship. They gathered at the docks. The Going Merry was waiting, bobbing gently, looking like a haven of sanity. But before they could board, a strange sight stopped them. Walking down the pier was Vivi. Or rather, someone dressed exactly like Vivi, but with broad shoulders, a square jaw, and a very distinctive, sausage curl hairstyle. Igaram. Nami blinked. Why are you wearing a dress? Igarapoi. The man boomed, adjusting his wig. It is a decoy. I shall take a separate boat, dressed as the princess, to draw the pursuer's fire. You must take the real princess and flee via the usual route. Vivi covered her mouth, tears in her eyes. Igaram, you. Go, princess. For Alabasta. Igaram jumped into a small sailing boat, struck a heroic, and very unconvincing, feminine pose, and set sail into the mist. What a brave man, Usopp sniffled, saluting. The boat sailed about 100 yards out. The fog swirled around it. And then, kaboom! A blinding flash of orange fire erupted from the water. The boat disintegrated instantly, shattered into 1,000 burning splinters by a massive, hidden explosion. Igaram. Vivi screamed, falling to her knees. The Straw Hat stared in shock. Nami gasped. Usopp's jaw dropped. Even Luffy's eyes went wide. Ben, however, just watched the fire with a calm, detached expression. He knew from the anime that Igaram was alive, but for the sake of the narrative and Vivi's resolve he had to be dead. He's gone, Ben said, infusing his voice with somber gravity. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain. Board the ship. Now. Shaken, the crew scrambled onto the Going Merry. They gathered on the main deck, the mood heavy. Vivi was sobbing quietly. Nami was checking the log pose, her hands shaking. That explosion. Sanji muttered, lighting a cigarette, his face grim. That wasn't gunpowder. That was precision. Indeed, a smooth, calm, unfamiliar voice drifted down from the railing above them. It was quite the show. The entire crew froze. They looked up. Sitting on the railing of the upper deck, casually cross-legged, reading a book, was a woman. She wore a white cowboy hat, a purple corset, and an aura of mystery so thick you could cut it with a knife. Who are you? Zoro growled, his hand instantly on his sword. Vivi gasped, her face draining of blood. Miss All Sunday. Miss All Sunday. Nami repeated. She's the vice president of Baroque Works. Vivi cried, stepping back. She's Crocodile's partner. She's the brain behind the entire organization. I followed her to know who Mr. Zero was. The woman smiled, a small, amused curve of her lips. Well, you were trying so hard. It would have been rude not to let you peek. Why are you here? Vivi shouted. Just to see, Robin said calmly. She looked at Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, the man with the 30 million berry bounty. She raised a hand. Suddenly, a literal, human hand made of flesh and blood sprouted from Luffy's shoulder. Before he could react, it snatched his straw hat. Hey! Luffy yelled. The hat flew through the air, passed between a chain of sprouted hands, and landed on Robin's finger, spinning. A nice hat, she mused. Luffy's face darkened. He didn't yell. He didn't stretch. He just looked at her with a cold, captain's glare. Give it back. Robin smiled and tossed it back. It landed perfectly on his head. Tachi. She then reached into her coat and pulled out a small, glass eternal pose. The route you're taking. Little garden, it's a death trap. If you want to survive, if you want to get this princess home, use this. An eternal pose to Alabasta. It's a straight shot. She tossed the glass sphere to Luffy. Luffy caught it. He looked at it. Nami's eyes lit up. A safe route. Luffy, that's great. We can. Crunch. Luffy squeezed his hand. The glass shattered. The needle broke. The eternal pose was dust. Luffy. Nami and Usopp screamed in unison, their eyes popping out. Why did you do that? I am the captain of this ship, Luffy said flatly, dusting glass off his hand. And I decide where this ship sails. Not her. Robin looked surprised for a split second, her eyes widening slightly. Then, she chuckled. I see. A pity. You'll die, then. She stood up on the railing, preparing to leave. Well, this was entertaining. Farewell. Not so fast, Ben said. He was standing by the mast. His expression wasn't angry, it was curious. You walked onto our ship, Ben said calmly. You threatened my captain, and now you think you can just hop off. Robin smiled, confident. Can you stop me, mister? Ben patted the mast. Mary, would you do the honors? The ship creaked. It was a low, menacing groan that vibrated through the deck. Robin frowned. What? Suddenly, the rigging ropes used to hoist the sail snapped to life. They didn't just swing, they struck. Like cobras, 4 thick ropes shot out from the mast. Robin crossed her arms. Cease fleurs. 6 arms sprouted from the ropes to push them away. But the ropes twisted. They moved with a consciousness, anticipating her block. They wrapped around her sprouted arms, binding them tight, and then snaked around her real body. What? Robin gasped, her cool facade cracking. In seconds, she was bound. Her wrists were tied behind her back, her ankles secured, and she was hoisted 5 feet into the air, dangling upside down like a captured fish. Unhand the lady. Sanji screamed, kicking the mast. Mary, I taught you better manners. This is not how we treat a mademoiselle, even if she is a villain. Robin hung there, swaying. Her hat had fallen off. Her face was flushed, her eyes darting around in genuine confusion. She was an assassin. She could handle marines, pirates, and warlords. She could not handle a boat that tied her up. This ship, it's alive, and he controls it? Panic, cold and sharp, began to rise in her chest. She's a high-ranking officer, Ben said, walking over to the dangling archaeologist. If we let her go, she reports to Crocodile. If we keep her, well, we have leverage. And intel. He looked at Luffy. Captain, what's the call? Brig, interrogation, or swimming lessons? Luffy walked up to Robin. He looked at her upside-down face. He picked his nose. He stared at her for a long, uncomfortable minute. Robin stared back, trying to regain her composure, expecting death or torture. Put her down, Luffy said. Aye, Ben murmured. The ropes gently lowered her, untying themselves as her feet touched the deck. Robin rubbed her wrists, wary. Why? Luffy grinned. You're not a bad person. The silence on the deck was deafening. Hey ah. Nami, Usopp, and Vivi screamed. Luffy. Nami shrieked. She's the vice president of the murder organization. She blew up Igaram. Allegedly. She's an enemy. No, Luffy said, adjusting his hat. She didn't attack us. And she gave us the compass thingy, even if I broke it. She can stay. Stay AAI. Usopp yelled. On the ship. With US. Sure, Luffy shrugged. We have room. Ben smiled. Classic Luffy. His instinct for people is sharper than any hacky. You heard the captain, Ben said, holstering his wand. Mary, she's a guest. But. He leaned in close to Robin, his voice dropping to a whisper only she could hear. Keep an eye on her. If she tries to leave, or hurt anyone, you have permission to get creative with the anchor chain. Robin shivered. She looked at Luffy, who was already asking Sanji for food. She looked at Ben, who was smiling enigmatically. She looked at the ship that had just assaulted her. These people are insane. Very well, she said, putting her hat back on and regaining her composure. I suppose I have nowhere else to go. Sanji was already twirling. A new guest. A mysterious mademoiselle. I shall prepare a welcome snack. Wait, Ben said. One more thing. He walked to the rail. Below, floating in the water, was a giant, majestic sea turtle wearing a cowboy hat and smoking a cigar. It was Robin's ride, Bankhina. We can't leave your ride, Ben said. He pulled out a small, battered leather suitcase. He placed it on the deck and flipped the latches. Capacious extremis. He opened the lid. Instead of clothes, the inside of the suitcase revealed a ladder leading down into a vast, magically lit space. Ben pointed his wand at the giant turtle. Wingardium Leviosa. The massive reptile floated up, looking incredibly confused, hovered over the suitcase, and was gently lowered into it. From the depths of the suitcase, a splash was heard. There, Ben said, closing the lid. I have a nice saltwater pool in there. He'll be comfortable. I call it the Newt Sweet Dot. Robin stared at the suitcase. She stared at Ben. For the first time in 20 years, Nico Robin, the demon child of O'Hara, felt completely, utterly out of her depth. Night fell. The crew, exhausted and emotionally drained, slept. Zoro, who had slept through the entire afternoon, was on night watch in the crow's nest, training his biceps with a set of magic dumbbells which Ben made so that he could adjust the weight. Ben sat in his cabin, the door locked and silent. He pulled out the small, two-way mirror. He tapped the surface. The glass swirled like smoke, then cleared to reveal a sharp, tattooed face. Dragon-san, Ben said quietly, offering a respectful nod. Ben, the revolutionary leader replied, his voice crackling slightly with static. You called. Did you retrieve the package at Whiskey Peak? I did, Ben confirmed, tapping his pocket. The manual is safe. Thank you. It will be invaluable for our crew. Good, Dragon said. Where are you guys now? We've left Whiskey Peak, Ben said. En route to Little Garden, then Alabasta. I have the Princess of Alabasta on board, and a new, unexpected guest. Nico Robin is traveling with us. Dragon's eyes widened slightly, the tattoo on his face shifting. The survivor of O'Hara? With Luffy. For now. She's a captor, but I think she might join our crew in the future. Ben leaned in closer to the mirror. But listen, Dragon-san, the situation in Alabasta is critical. Warlord Crocodile is planning to take over the kingdom. He's using dance powder to frame the king. He plans to seize the country, and looking for the Pluton. Pluton. Dragon murmured, his expression darkening. So the rumors were true. If a warlord obtains an ancient weapon, the world government is blind to it, or complicit, Ben said. You should use this opportunity to secure an alliance with the king of Alabasta. Dragon nodded slowly. I cannot come in person there as I am attending another matter, and it would also draw too much attention from the admirals. But I can send support. Send someone capable then, Ben suggested, a knowing glint in his eye. Who can infiltrate without raising an army's worth of alarms? Dragon considered this. I have one. He is currently in the Grand Line. I can divert him. Where should he meet you? Nanohana, Ben said. The port city in Alabasta. Have him meet us there. Let the brothers meet naturally. Let the shot be real. Very well, Dragon said. My chief of staff will be at Nanohana. Ensure my son does not get himself killed before then. I'll try, Ben chuckled. But you know how he is. I do, Dragon said, a hint of a fatherly sigh in his voice. Thank you for the information. The mirror went dark. Ben leaned back, a satisfied smile on his face. Sabo was coming. The stage was set. Meanwhile, somewhere in the middle of the ocean, miles away from any recognizable landmass, Marine Captain Smoker stood on the deck of his ship, his cigar smoke mingling with the thick sea fog. He was growling. He had been growling for 48 hours straight. Tashigi. He barked. Status. Tashigi, looking flustered and clutching a map that made no sense, ran up. Captain, according to the log pose, we should be at Whiskey Peak. But there's nothing here. Just water. And that flock of seagulls laughing at us. Smoker stared at the log pose on his wrist. It was pointing confidently, unerringly, straight. This damn thing. Smoker snarled. He tapped the glass. Suddenly, the needle spun. It did a little jig. Then it pointed at Smoker's nose. then it pointed at the moon, then it just went limp. It's defective. Smoker roared, slamming his fist onto the railing, turning the metal into smoke. This was the log pose Ben transfigured. Captain! A Marine shouted from the comms room. We're low on supplies. We've been sailing in circles for 2 days. The men are starting to eat the decorative plants. Smoker grabbed the transponder snail. He dialed the emergency Marine frequency. His pride was burning, but his ship was lost. Puru puru puru. Gotcha. Marine headquarters. Identify. This is Captain Smoker, he gritted out, smoke billowing from his ears in a furious cloud. Requesting navigational assistance. Captain Smoker? The White Hunter. The operator sounded confused. What is your position? I don't know. Smoker screamed into the receiver. My log pose is a dud. I am lost. Just send a ship to guide us out. He slammed the receiver down, crushing it. He looked out at the empty, fog-bound sea. Straw hat. Smoker hissed, his voice a promise of violence. When I find you, I'm going to turn you into ash. Far away, on the Going Merry, Luffy sat up in his bed and sneezed. Someone's talking about me. 26, Ben's Gamble. Above deck, the Going Merry cut through the Grand Line's unpredictable waves with a rhythmic, soothing grace. The sun was high, the sky was blue, and the ship seemed to hum with a quiet, contented melody. Nico Robin, formerly Miss All Sunday, currently a bewildered guest, walked the corridors of the lower deck. Her heels clicked softly on the polished wood. She was an archaeologist, a woman who had spent 20 years uncovering the secrets of the past, deciphering dead languages, and unearthing truths the world government wanted buried. She was used to the impossible. She was used to the strange. But she was not used to this. She passed the galley door. Inside, Sanji was nowhere to be seen, yet the kitchen was alive. A sponge, floating mid-air, was scrubbing a steel pot with vigorous, circular motions. A towel was drying plates and stacking them neatly in the cupboard. The broom she had seen earlier swept past her ankles, ushering a small pile of dust toward a dustpan that held itself open. Fascinating, Robin murmured, her blue eyes tracking the broom. She continued down the hall. The spatial dimensions were wrong. From the outside, the Going Merry was a standard caravel. Inside, the corridor stretched longer than the keel of the ship. The doors opened into rooms that shouldn't feed a library, with a ceiling that seemed to vanish into shadows, a training hall large enough to house a small giant. She paused by a window. It showed the ocean rushing by, but the glass, it rippled. It wasn't just glass, it was a lens. Spatial manipulation, she whispered, her mind racing. Telekinesis on a macro scale. Automation of inanimate objects. This isn't devil fruit power. No fruit has this much versatility. She wanted to find the navigator, or perhaps the cook, and ask, how? But she stopped herself. She was a fugitive, a guest on sufferance. Questions were dangerous. Knowledge was a burden. If she asked, they might lie. Or worse, they might tell her the truth, and she would be indebted to them. So, she kept her silence, her sharp eyes cataloging every impossibility, every rune etched into the doorframes, every whisper of the ship's timber. She realized, with a jolt of intellectual thrill, that she wasn't just on a pirate ship. She was sailing inside a mystery far older and deeper than she had anticipated. While Robin explored the impossible ship, the architect of that impossibility was currently descending into a world within a world. Ben stood in his quarters. On the desk sat a plain, slightly battered leather suitcase. He clicked the latches open. He didn't reach inside. He stepped onto the desk, placed a foot into the case, and descended a ladder that dropped into a vast, cool, magically lit space. This was his sanctuary. The expanded suitcase. It wasn't just a storage unit, it was a mansion folded into leather. The interior was a marvel of architectural magic, spanning 3 full floors connected by spiraling wooden staircases. The ground floor was a cozy, expansive living area with a roaring fireplace, a fully stocked kitchen, and a hall lined with portraits of landscapes he had seen. The first floor housed 5 bedrooms, each with an ensuite bathroom, intended for VIP guests or emergency shelter for the crew. The basement level, however, was where the real work happened. This was the containment and research sector. It held 3 reinforced, magically shielded experiment rooms. Ben headed straight for experiment room 3. The air here was sterile, smelling of ozone, sulfur, and old parchment. The walls were lined with lead and inscribed with heavy Protogo horribilis words. In the center of the room, strapped to a metal examination table by bands of glowing magical light, lay Mr. 5. The Baroque Works agent was unconscious, breathing steadily. Ben had kept him in a magically induced coma since the capture. Ben approached a side table. It was covered in a cornucopia of fresh fruit. Apples, bananas, melons, pineapples, pears every shape and size available from the market. Right, Ben muttered, rolling up his sleeves. He picked up a stick of chalk and began to draw a complex circle around the table where Mr. 5 lay. Theory time. He had the Dumbledore template. He possessed the knowledge of the greatest wizard of the modern age. Dumbledore had never created a Horcrux. He found the magic vial, but he had studied them extensively to defeat Voldemort. He knew the mechanics. He knew the theory. Horcrux theory. To create a Horcrux, a wizard must split their soul. The act of splitting requires the supreme act of evil mortar to destabilize the soul's integrity. Then, a spell is used to encase the torn fragment into an object. Ben paused, looking at Mr. 5. Devil fruit users, Ben mused aloud, his voice echoing in the silent lab. They don't have just one soul. They have 2. The user's soul, and the devil inside the fruit. The lineage factor. The curse. His hypothesis was simple, yet audacious. The devil of the fruit was essentially a foreign soul fragment attached to the host. It was a parasitic bond. If he used the mechanics of a Horcrux spell which was designed to rip a soul fragment loose and bind it to an object, could theoretically rip the devil out of Mr. 5 and bind it to a new fruit. But the catalyst. Ben looked at a large, glass tank in the corner of the room. Inside swam a grand line tigerfish. It was a massive, ugly, vibrant creature, nearly 10 feet long, bristling with teeth and overflowing with the sheer, aggressive vitality that characterized all life in this insane ocean. The Horcrux ritual requires a death, Ben whispered. A sacrifice to generate the burst of metaphysical energy needed to shear the soul. The texts never specified a human death. They just required a life force strong enough to tear the veil. In the world of Harry Potter, a human soul was unique. But in One Piece, the life force of a grand line beast was potent, dense, and wild. It was more than enough fuel. Sorry, fishy, Ben said softly, but this is for science. He moved the tank into the ritual circle. He placed all kinds of fruits around Mr. 5. Ben took a deep breath. He raised the Elder Wand. The air in the room grew heavy, static electricity making his white hair rise. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to lengthen, reaching toward the circle. He began to chant. It wasn't the Latin of standard spells. It was something older, harsher. A vibration of sound that hurt the ears. Anima Cindera. Vinculum Maledictum. The circle on the floor flared with a sickly, pale green light. The tigerfish in the tank began to thrash wildly, sensing the gathering dark magic. Ex salvo. Ben slashed his wand downward toward the fish. There was no physical wound, but the fish went rigid. A massive, visible pulse of white-hot life energeth vitality was ripped from the creature. The fish dissolved into gray ash in the water instantly. Ben caught the energy with his wand. It was fighting him, wild and heavy. He twisted his wrist, channeling that raw, screaming force directly into Mr. 5's body. Separate. Ben roared. Mr. 5's body arched off the table, straining against the magical bonds. His mouth opened in a silent scream. The room began to shake. The vials on the shelves rattled. From Mr. 5's chest, a dark, oily smoke began to seep out. It wasn't just smoke, it was heavy. It moved with intent. It swirled, forming a vague, horrifying facious skull made of explosions and smoke. The essence of the Bomu Bomu no Mi. It tried to retreat back into Mr. 5, clinging to his DNA, clinging to his lineage factor. Oh no, you don't, Ben gritted out, sweat pouring down his forehead. He focused his willpower surging through his veins. He used the death energy of the fish as a wedge, driving it between the man and the devil. Anima. Transfero. He slammed the tip of the Elder Wand onto Mr. 5's chest. The dark smoke shrieked a sound like a bomb whistling before impact hand was violently sucked away from the man. It spiraled, condensing, turning into a vortex of black and orange energy. It struck the apple nearby. The fruit glowed blindingly bright. It began to mutate. The smooth red skin bubbled and warped. It turned a dark, matte gray. Swirl's signature devil fruit spirals etched themselves into the rind, glowing like burning fuses before cooling to black. The stem twisted, curling into the shape of a lit wick. The light died. The shaking stopped. Mr. 5 slumped back onto the table, breathing deeply, rhythmically. The tension of holding a demon inside him was gone. And there, resting near him, was a fruit. Ben lowered his wand, exhaling a long, shaky breath. He reached out and picked it up. It was heavy. It felt warm to the touch, like a grenade left in the sun. The Bomo Bomo no Mi, Ben whispered, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Reborn. He had done it. He had successfully extracted a devil fruit power without killing the user. He had industrialized the cycle of reincarnation. Mr. 5, Ben said to the unconscious man, you've just made a great contribution to the Straw Hat arsenal, and you get to wake up as a normal man. I'd say that's a fair trade. He walked over to a secure cabinet, unlocked it, and placed the Bomo Bomo no Mi inside a stasis box. One down, Ben murmured, looking at the empty shelf space next to it. Many more to go. He checked his watch. The ritual had taken an hour. It was time to head back up. The Mary was sailing toward Little Garden, and he had a feeling his crew was about to get into trouble again. He climbed the ladder, exiting the suitcase and stepping back into the sunlight of the captain's quarters. He snapped the suitcase shut, locked it, and shrunk it down to the size of a matchbox, slipping it into his pocket. As he walked out onto the deck, he saw Robin standing near the railing, looking at the sea. She turned as he approached. You were gone for a while, she noted, her voice neutral. And, you smell of ozone. And apples. Ben smiled, leaning on the railing beside her. Just a little gardening, miss all Sunday. Just a little gardening. Robin looked at him, her eyes searching. She didn't know what he had done, but she knew one thing for sure. The Wizard of the Straw Hats was the most dangerous man she had ever met. 27, training partner. Night on the Grand Line was a heavy, suffocating blanket of darkness, broken only by the rhythmic splashing of the waves against the going Mary. The crew slept, Luffy snoring with a meat bone in his hand, Zoro napping with one eye open, Nami clutching her pillow like a money bag. But Ben was wide awake. He sat at the desk, the magical lantern casting long, dancing shadows against the wood. In front of him sat the Bomu Bomu no Mi. Sorry, Mr. 5, Ben whispered, tapping the fruit, but your sacrifice will pave the road to the Pirate King. He opened the system interface. It hovered before him, a translucent blue screen in the candlelight. System access. Trade offering detected, Paramecia type Bomu Bomu no Mi. Exchange for one template roll. Y/N. Ben didn't hesitate. He pressed Y. The devil fruit on the desk dissolved into particles of golden light, which were sucked into the screen. The interface whirred, the digital slots spinning so fast they blurred into a rainbow of potential power. Please be good, Ben thought. I need utility. I need power. I need. Ding. Template unlocked. Brandish. Fairy tale. Class. Nation destroyer. Magic. Command T. Mass manipulation. Starting integration. 0%. Ben stared at the screen. His breath hitched. Brandish. He sat back, a slow, terrifying grin spreading across his face. He hadn't just rolled a wizard, he had rolled a catastrophe. Brandish. One of the Spriggan 12. A mage capable of shrinking an island to the size of a pebble or enlarging a pebble to crush a city. Dumbledore gives me the finesse, the theory, the soul of magic, Ben murmured, looking at his hands. But Brandish, she gives me the raw, undeniable control over matter. He wasted no time. He slipped quietly out of the room and headed for the training hall. For the next hour, the silence of the ship was broken by soft, strange sounds. Vroom. The training dummy shrank to the size of an action figure. Vroom. It grew to the size of a giant, pressing against the ceiling. Ben practiced, sweating, focusing not on spells, but on the concept of size. With Dumbledore's intellect accelerating his learning, he grasped the basics quickly. He wasn't just shrinking things, he was compressing their space. Template integration, 10%. Perfect, Ben panted, wiping his brow. The next morning, the Mary was a hive of activity. Sanji was preparing breakfast, Nami was checking the log pose, and Luffy was fishing. Ben, however, was locked in his workshop. He was surrounded by raw materials, wood, steel, cloth, and gold. He was humming a jaunty tune, his wand moving in a blur. A little pier totem locomotor for movement. He muttered, tapping a wooden joint. A dash of Protego horribilis for indestructibility. Oh, this. Ben laughed, a sound that would have terrified his crew if they could hear it. This is going to be fun. By evening, he was ready. Meeting. Ben's voice, amplified by a sonorous charm, boomed across the ship. Everyone to the training hall. Mandatory attendance. The crew shuffled in. Even Robin, leaning against the back wall with a book, looked curious. She had grown accustomed to the madness of this ship in a remarkably short time. Ben stood in the center of the room. Behind him was a long table covered in a sheet. We are heading to Little Garden, Ben announced. And then Alabasta. The enemies we face will only get stronger. Crocodile is a warlord. His agents are numerous. If we want to win, we need to level up. Luffy pumped his fist. I'm gonna get stronger. I'm gonna be the king of pirates. Good spirit, Ben said. But spirit doesn't block a sand blade. Training does. He whipped the sheet off the table. Revealed were several small, unassuming dolls. I have created specialized training partners. He picked up the first one. It was a simple, round, wooden doll with a straw hat painted on it. Luffy, step forward. Luffy bounced up. Can I eat it? It's a punching bag that punches back, Ben said. He tossed the doll onto the floor. He pointed his finger. Command T, expand. Poof. The tiny doll exploded in size. It grew until it was a hulking, 7-foot-tall human golem of dense, enchanted wood. It cracked its knuckles sound like tree branches snapping. This is the brawler, Ben explained. It is enchanted, making it indestructible. It is also enchanted with a learning. The more you hit it, the more it learns your rhythm. If you want to beat it, you have to be faster, stronger, and more unpredictable than you were 5 seconds ago. Luffy's eyes turned into stars. So cool. Hey, big guy, fight me. The golem raised its fists. Luffy didn't wait. Gomu Gomu no. Pistol. He punched the doll. The doll didn't budge. Instead, it countered with a hook that sent Luffy flying into the wall. Awesome. Luffy screamed. Ben turned to Zoro. Zoro, the iron golems are too slow for you. You need technique. You need complexity. He picked up the second doll. This one was intricate. It had long, black hair with red tips, dressed in a purple kimono. But the most disturbing feature was its arms. It had 6 of them, each holding a sword. This, Ben said, his voice dropping an octave, is the demon swordsman. It is modeled after a legendary warrior I once read about. 6 arms, 6 blades. It doesn't just slash, it weaves a net of steel. Usopp gulped. 6 arms? Is he a devil fruit user? Like Hatchin? Ben shook his head. No, just pure skill. A complexity far beyond normal human limits. Can your 3 swords keep up with 6, Zoro? He tossed the doll. Vroom. It grew into a terrifying, 6-armed samurai tower. It drew its 6 blades with a sound like hissing snakes. Zoro's eye twitched. A feral, bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. He tied his bandana. 6 swords, huh? Finally, a dance partner that won't break. Let's see if you can keep up. Ben moved down the line. He stopped in front of Sanji. Sanji was smoking, looking bored. And for me, a beautiful automated waitress doll? A lovely cooking assistant. Ben picked up the third doll. It was hideous. It was wearing a mesh tank top, a tutu, and had heavy, garish makeup. It had stubble. It was a caricature of an Okama. Sanji froze. The cigarette fell from his mouth. What is that? This, Ben said, fighting back a laugh, is Candy. She's your training partner. Hell no. Sanji screamed, backing away. Get that thing away from me. I will not train with that abomination. The crew erupted in laughter. Even Robin let out a small, elegant chuckle. Come on, Sanji, Ben said, his face a mask of innocent helpfulness. I didn't know how to motivate you. You don't care about strength for strength's sake, but you do care about personal space. Ben grinned. It was sinister. Here's how it works. Candy will chase you. All you have to do is escape. Use your legs. Just don't get caught. And if I get caught? Sanji whispered, trembling. Ben leaned in close. If you get caught, there's a surprise waiting for you. A very affectionate surprise. Sanji turned pale. You wouldn't. Oh, I would, Ben said, his grin. I really would. I won't do it. Sanji roared. I refuse. Coward, Zoro muttered from the side. Scared of a doll, curly brow. Sanji snapped. Who are you calling scared, Mosshead? I'll kick that thing into sawdust. Whatever, Zoro smirked. Just try not to get kissed. I will kill you. Sanji screamed. He turned to Ben. Fine, activate the thing. I'll show you speed. I'll run so fast I'll break the sound barrier. Ben tossed the doll. Poof. A 7-foot-tall, muscular Okama appeared. It saw Sanji. It blew a kiss. Sanji boo-oo-ee. It boomed in a deep, gravelly voice. Ga-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. Sanji shrieked, already sprinting up the wall, his legs a blur of terrified motion. Stay away. Stay away from me. Good luck catching up to Zoro, Ben called after him. Ben then turned to Usopp. Usopp. For you. He held up a golden ball. It was the size of a walnut. Command T, expand. It grew to the size of a basketball. Then, two majestic, golden wings sprouted from its sides. It began to hover, humming angrily. This is the snitch ball, Ben said. Your job is to shoot it. Simple. Shoot the ball? I can do that. Usopp boasted, raising his slingshot. The great Captain Usopp never misses. If you hit it perfectly, Ben continued, it will shrink. And it will get faster. The goal is to hit it when it's the size of a walnut, moving at the speed of a bullet. Okay, tough, but doable. However, Ben added, if you miss. The ball suddenly flew right up to Usopp's nose. A mouth appeared on its golden surface. Nice shot, long nose. The ball screamed in a high-pitched, screechy voice. My grandmother shoots better than you, and she's a sphere. You call yourself a sniper? You couldn't hit the ocean if you fell out of a boat. Usopp recoiled. IT talks. It trash talks, Ben corrected. It creates psychological pressure. You have to maintain focus while being relentlessly insulted. Good luck. Hey! The ball screamed. Are you crying? There's no crying in sniping. Your nose is so big it has its own gravity field and you still missed. I'll destroy you. Usopp yelled, firing a pellet. He missed. Pathetic. The ball shrieked, zipping away. Finally, Ben turned to Nami and Vivi. For the ladies. Less trauma. He produced two sleek, agile dolls wielding staffs. These are modeled after Luffy's agility, but they use polearms. They will help you master the Tempest tact and basic self-defense. They scale to your level. No explosions, no insults, no okamas. Thank you, Ben, Nami sighed in relief. We appreciate it, Vivi nodded, gripping a practice staff. The room dissolved into chaos. Luffy was laughing as he was punched through a table. Zoro was a whirlwind of steel, clashing against the six-armed demon. Sanji was screaming in high-pitched terror as the Okama doll chased him across the ceiling. Usopp was arguing with a ball. I am not a failure. Yes you are. The crew grabbed their respective nightmares and headed to their private training rooms, except Sanji, whose training room was now everywhere, as he fled through the ship. The main hall emptied, leaving only Ben and Nico Robin. Robin stood near the wall, her arms crossed, watching the madness fade down the corridor. She looked at Ben. Her expression was unreadable, her blue eyes cool and distant. So, she said, her voice smooth. Everyone gets a toy, except the captive. Ben began to clean up his table, shrinking the leftover materials back into his pockets. Sorry, he said, turning to face her. I didn't have anything prepared for you. To be honest, I wasn't sure if you'd want to train. You strike me as someone who prefers intellectual pursuits. I am a captive on a pirate ship, Robin reminded him. I didn't think you would prepare anything for me. Weapons are usually not given to prisoners. Ben smiled. He walked over to her, leaning against the wall beside her. Prisoner? Is that what you think you are? I am Ms. All Sunday. I am the enemy. The navigator certainly thinks so. Nami worries about money and safety. It's her job, Ben said. But Luffy? Luffy thinks you're good. And me. He looked her in the eye. I think you're tired, Robin. Robin flinched. It was microscopic, a tiny tightening of her jaw, but Ben saw it. You've been running for 20 years, Ben said softly. From the world government. From organizations. From betrayal. You joined Crocodile because you thought he could lead you to the Poneglyph. To the truth of the Void Century. Robin's eyes widened. Her calm mask shattered. Who are you? Just a wizard, Ben shrugged. But I know that Crocodile doesn't care about history. He wants Pluton. He wants power. Once he gets what he wants or realizes he can't get, it'll dispose of you. You know that. Robin looked away, staring at the floor. I have no other option. The world doesn't want me to exist. The world is a big place, Ben said. And this ship? It's a strange little corner of it. He gestured to the door, where the sounds of Luffy's laughter and Sanji's screams were still audible. You see them? They're idiots. They're loud. They're chaotic. But they are free. And they protect their own. Ben pushed off the wall. You can be a member of our crew, Robin. In the future. After we take down Crocodile. After we save Alabasta. There's a seat at the table for an archaeologist. Robin let out a bitter, dry chuckle. You speak with such confidence. After we take down Crocodile. You shouldn't take him so lightly, Mr. Wizard. He is a Shishibukai. He wields the Suna Suna no Mi. He is sand itself. Physical attacks don't work. You can't punch a desert. He is invincible in Alabasta. No one is invincible, Ben said, his voice dropping, becoming hard and certain. Logia users are arrogant. They think they are gods because they can't be touched, but they just haven't met the right opponent. He tapped his temple. I know his weakness, Robin, and I know Luffy. When that rubber idiot gets serious, even a desert will crumble. He started to walk toward the door. He paused and looked back. So, how about it? You've seen the crew. You've seen the madness. Think you could get used to it? Robin looked at him. For the first time, a genuine, albeit small, smile touched her lips. It wasn't the smile of Miss All Sunday, the assassin. It was the smile of Nico Robin, the woman who just wanted to find the truth. We will see, she said mysteriously. Survive Little Garden first. Then, we will see. Ben grinned. Deal. He exited the room, leaving Robin alone in the quiet. She looked at the door. A wizard. She whispered to herself. Perhaps, this time, it will be different. Outside, Sanji ran past the door, screaming. No kisses. No kisses. I am a man of science and ladies. The Okama doll thundered past a second later. Come back, honey pie. Robin chuckled. Yes, it would definitely be different. 28, Little Garden 1. The morning sun filtered through the enchanted portholes of the Going Merry, but the tranquility of the ocean was strictly limited to the outside of the ship. Inside, it was a symphony of violence, exhaustion, and very specific regrets. In Training Room 2, Ben stood in the center of the mat, a thick black cloth tied securely around his eyes. He was breathing steadily, trying to expand his senses, to feel the intent of the universe around him. He was attempting to unlock observation haki. Focus, Ben, he muttered to himself. Feel the intent. Feel the thwack. A wooden bat slammed into his forehead with the force of a hammer. Ow, Ben said, rubbing the spot. Across the room, Usopp lowered the bat, a grin so wide it threatened to split his face. Ooh, so close, Ben. You almost dodged that one. By almost, I mean you moved your head into it, but that's progress. Usopp, Ben said, his voice calm but tight. I asked you to help me train my senses. I didn't ask you to use my forehead as a target for your aggression therapy. I'm just helping. Usopp chirped. This wasn't just training. This was payback. Payback for the golden snitchball that had spent the last 24 hours insulting his nose, his aim, and his ancestors. Hitting the all-powerful wizard with bat was the most therapeutic thing Usopp had ever experienced. He pulled back the elastic. Take this, you magic freak. Thwack. Ouch, Ben grunted. Usopp, why do I feel smugness radiating from you? It feels less like training intent and more like petty revenge. I have no idea what you mean. Usopp lie. I am a serious instructor. Dodge this. As Ben prepared to suffer for science, the door to the training room burst open. Help me. Sanji sprinted past them. He wasn't running, he was blurring. He was a streak of black suit and blonde hair. But what caught Ben's attention even through the blindfold, he could sense the sheer desperation was Sanji's face. It was covered, from chin to forehead, in bright, garish, red lipstick marks. Come back, Sanji Buo. A deep, gravelly voice boomed from the corridor. Don't be shy. Candy just wants a cuddle. The massive, muscular Okama doll thundered past the door, blowing kisses that manifested as physical hearts. No, no, I am a man of the sea. I like ladies. Leaades. Sanji screamed, his voice dopplering away as he fled down the hall. Ben lifted one edge of his blindfold. He's been running since breakfast, hasn't he? Yep, Usopp said, looking at his watch. That's 4 hours of cardio. Sanji's gonna have legs of steel by noon, or he'll have a nervous breakdown. In the next room over, the atmosphere was less chaotic, but equally intense. Nami and Vivi were sparring. Their opponents were the sleek, pole-wielding automatons Ben had crafted. Nami spun her Tempest tact, parrying a strike and countering with a gust of wind that knocked the doll back. She was sweating, her eyes focused. She wasn't screaming about money, she was learning how to protect it. Vivi, too, moved with a grace she hadn't shown before, her royal training merging with the rougher style of a pirate brawl. But the most terrifying sight in the room was in the corner. Nico Robin stood facing a thick wooden post. She wasn't reading. She wasn't smiling mysteriously. She was practicing. Ben had given her the copy of the Rokushiki manual. She had read it once, memorized it instantly, and chosen her path. Shigen. Her arm moved. It wasn't particularly fast, not compared to Luffy or Sanji. But as she struck, 2 extra arms sprouted from her elbow, tripling the force, and another arm sprouted from the wooden post itself, striking backwards. Her finger attempted to pierce the wood. Robin withdrew her hand, inspecting her fingernail. Fascinating, she murmured. The Shigen principle, Rigi-diffying the finger to pierce like a bullet. If I can apply this to Hana no Mi limbs. She imagined sprouting 100 arms on an enemy's back, and having all 100 of them perform a Shigen simultaneously. A literal machine gun of fingers. It has potential, she decided, a small, slightly sadistic smile playing on her lips. In the heavy gravity chamber, the air was hot and smelled of burning rubber. Luffy was pink. His skin gleamed with sweat, and steam hissed from his pores. He was in gear second. Jet. Pistol. His fist vanished. There was a sonic boom, and the massive, 7-foot wooden brawler doll was knocked backwards. But the doll, enchanted to learn, didn't fall. It rolled with the impact, spun, and lashed out with a kick. Luffy vanished, reappearing on the ceiling. Shishishi. Too slow, Woody. He was having the time of his life. The doll was tough. It didn't break. It was the perfect punching bag for a rubber man who didn't know the meaning of holding back. And in the final room, the dojo, silence reigned. Zoro stood facing the six-armed demon swordsman doll. Sweat dripped from his nose. He was panting. The doll moved. 6 arms, 6 wooden swords, moving in a chaotic, swirling vortex. It looked like a spider weaving a web of pain. Zoro parried. Clack clack clack. 3 blocks in a second. He backed off, narrowing his eyes. I see it now, he grunted. Ben, you crafty wizard. He had been fighting it for hours, overwhelmed by the sheer number of attacks. But now, watching the doll's joints, he realized the trick. It's not 6 distinct styles, Zoro whispered, a grin spreading across his face. It's one blade path, mirrored and delayed. It's an illusion of speed. It's a single sword style which is replicated by 6 swords. He gripped Wado Ikimonji. He stepped forward, ready to test his theory, ready to shatter the illusion. Clang clang, the sound cut through the ship. A clear, resonant, double chime from the main mast. The Going Merry spoke. Every crew member froze. They knew the code Ben had set up. 1 ring, time to eat. Luffy's favorite. 2 rings, island sighted. 3 rings, ship sighted. Land. Luffy yelled, his concentration breaking instantly. He turned toward the door, his gear second steam fading. Sanji. Adventure. Food. He took a step. However, he had forgotten one crucial, minor detail. He hadn't told the brawler doll to stop. The enchanted doll, seeing its opponent's guard drop completely, did exactly what it was programmed to do. It wound up a haymaker that started from the floor. Neat Luffy began. Kapow. The wooden fist connected with the side of Luffy's face with a sound like a cannon firing. Luffy didn't just fly. He launched. He shot across the room, a rubber missile, and slammed into the far wall. Splat. He didn't bounce off. The force was so great, and his body so rubbery, that he simply stuck there. He looked like a piece of chewed gum pressed onto a school desk. His arms and legs were splayed out, his face flattened into a perfect disc against the wood. Ow! A muffled voice vibrated through the wall. The doll raised its fists for a follow-up. Stop. Pause. Time out. Luffy peeled his face off the wood with a wet suction sound. Mary says we're here. Bad dolly. The doll froze, its enchantment recognizing the command. Luffy peeled the rest of himself off the wall, shook his head to regain his shape, and grinned. Okay, adventure time. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Sanji skidded to a halt. The bell. 2 rings. An island. He turned. Candy was thundering toward him, lips puckered. Sanji boy. 1 kiss for the road. Stop. Sanji roared, holding up his hand. The training is over. Deactivate. Cease. Desist. Candy stopped inches from him. The doll pouted. Ah, you're no fun. See you again, Sanji boy. The doll leaned forward and blew one final, massive, physical flying kiss. A giant, red, spectral set of lips floated through the air. I said no. Sanji screamed. He channeled his frustration, his fear, and his leg strength. He spun. Collier shot. He kicked the spectral lips. They shattered into golden sparks. The kick carried through, hitting the wall, which dissolved into golden motes of light. Sanji fell to his knees, panting. He wiped his face. The lipstick marks dissolved into light as the magic faded. I survived, he whispered. I'm alive, and I'm still a man. He stood up, straightened his tie, and lit a cigarette with trembling hands. Island. Yes. Beautiful ladies. Normal ladies. I need to see a normal lady immediately. The crew gathered on the deck as the Going Merry drifted into a wide, slow-moving river mouth. Silence fell over them. This wasn't an island. This was a time capsule. The trees were impossibly huge, massive, ancient trunks that disappeared into a canopy thousands of feet above. The ferns on the riverbank were the size of houses. The air was thick, humid, and smelled of wet earth and ancient sap. And the sounds. Groar. A roar, deep and guttural, shook the leaves. It sounded like a lizard the size of a building. Whoa! Luffy breathed, hanging off the figurehead. It's huge. It's a jungle, Nami whispered, clutching her tempest tact. A really, really big jungle. I have a disease, Usopp said, his legs doing a high-speed rattle. It's called if I go on that island I will die. The ship docked against a massive tree root that served as a natural pier. Sanji. Luffy shouted, bouncing on his heels. Bento. Adventure Bento. I'm going in. Hi, Sanji said, walking out of the galley with a stack of lunchboxes he had seemingly prepared in seconds. Here. Meat for the idiot, lighter fare for the ladies, just in case. Luffy grabbed his pack. Thanks. I'm gonna find the guy who made that roar and ask if he tastes good. Wait. Vivi stepped forward. She was dressed in a new outfit Nami had lent her, looking less like a Baroque agent and more like an adventurer. Luffy-san, I'll come with you. Nami and Usopp screamed. Vivi. Nami grabbed her arm. Are you crazy? Did you hear that roar? That sounded like a monster. A big monster. Vivi smiled, adjusting her boots. I know. But, honestly, Nami, after the last few days, fighting assassins, nearly getting blown up, training with that terrifying doll, I just need to walk. I need to see something real. Besides, she winked, I survived infiltrating a warlord's organization. I think I can handle a jungle walk with the captain. Nami sighed, releasing her. You're brave. Stupid, but brave. Just, don't let Luffy feed you anything weird. Got it. Luffy and Vivi jumped off the ship, landing on the mossy root. Let's go. Luffy cheered, sprinting into the forest. Vivi ran after him, Kara the duck following with a nervous quack. Zoro stretched, his joints cracking. Well, he grunted. I'm going for a walk, too. A walk. Sanji sneered, leaning on the rail. You mean you're going to get lost 5 feet from the ship? Try not to cry when you can't find your way back, Mosshead. Zoro stopped. A vein throbbed in his forehead. He turned slowly. What was that, Darkbrow? I'm not getting lost. I'm going to hunt. Hunt? Sanji laughed. You couldn't hunt a mushroom in a salad. I bet I could find something bigger and tastier than you in 5 minutes. Zoro's eyes narrowed. Oh, is that a challenge, Mr. Lipstick? Sanji flared up. Don't mention the lipstick. Fine, it's a bet. A hunting competition. Whoever brings back the biggest game wins. The loser has to do the winner's laundry for a week. Deal, Zoro growled. Prepare to scrub my clothes, Arrowcook. In your dreams, Marimo. The two of them leapt off the ship in opposite directions, vanishing into the jungle with equal amounts of speed and aggression. Silence returned to the Going Merry. The heavy hitters were gone. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. Even the brave Vivi was gone. Left on the deck were Nami, the navigator who loved money and hated dying. Usopp, the sniper who had a master's degree in cowardice. Ben, the wizard who was currently checking his suitcase. And Robin, who was quietly reading on the upper deck, ignoring everyone. Ben snapped his sample case shut. Well, he said cheerfully. This island feels ancient. There might be plants here that have been extinct for millions of years. Potions, ingredients, rare woods. I'm going exploring. He walked toward the gangplank. Nami and Usopp looked at the empty ship. They forgot Robin was there as they didn't think of her as a crewmate just yet. They looked at the massive, dark jungle. They looked at each other. They realized that if Ben left, they would be alone. Alone on a boat, defenseless against whatever monster made that roar. It. They screamed in unison. They tackled Ben. Nami grabbed his left arm, Usopp grabbed his right. They clung to him like koalas. We're coming with you, Nami declared, her voice shaking but firm. You can't leave us here. Usopp wailed. What if the monster comes to the ship? What if a giant bug eats us? You're the wizard. You have the boomstick. We're sticking with you. Ben looked at the two terrified pirates hanging off his arms. He sighed, but a small smile played on his lips. All right. Safety in numbers. But try not to scream at every leaf, okay? It startles the flora. No promises. Usopp yelled. Let's go, Ben said. And so, they descended the gangplank, stepping into the prehistoric shadows of Little Garden, ready to face horrors they couldn't even imagine. 29. Little Garden 2. The jungle of Little Garden was a green hell. It wasn't just that the trees were big, they were aggressive. The ferns were the size of galleon sails, blocking out the sun and trapping the humidity in a thick, steamy layer near the ground. The air buzzed with the sound of insects that were disturbingly close to the size of cats. Ben, however, was in paradise. Fascinating, he murmured, kneeling beside a cluster of vibrant, purple mushrooms that seemed to be pulsating with a faint, rhythmic light. He waved his wand over them, checking for magical resonance. He plucked a sample of things he found interesting, shrinking it instantly with a casual flick of Command T, and deposited it into a vial. Behind him, the cowardly duo were not sharing his academic enthusiasm. Nami and Usopp were no longer two separate people. They had fused into a single, trembling entity of survival instinct. They were walking lockstep, back to back, clutching each other's clothes so tightly their knuckles were white. Ben. Nami squeaked, her eyes darting around the shadows. Can we go back? I think I saw a mosquito the size of a toaster. A toaster, Ben. Mosquitoes shouldn't have appliances as a size reference. This is it, Usopp whimpered, his long nose twitching like a radar dish. I can feel it in my bones. The I will die if I enter a prehistoric jungle disease is flaring up. It's terminal. Ben stood up, dusting off his knees. Nonsense. Look at this fern. Its sap has properties similar to Wiggeneld potion. If I refine this, I could make a healing salve 10 times stronger than standard medicine. Just a little further. A little further. Usopp shrieked. We've been walking for 20 minutes. In dinosaur time, that's like 100 years. As if summoned by the word dinosaur, the jungle went quiet. The buzz of the giant insects stopped. The wind died down. Thud. The ground shook. A puddle of water near Nami's foot rippled. Thud. What was that? Nami whispered, tears already forming in her eyes. The canopy ahead of them exploded. With a roar that sounded like a tearing sheet of metal, a massive head burst through the trees. It was a T-Rex. A literal, living, breathing Tyrannosaurus Rex. Its teeth were the size of swords. Its eyes were yellow and hungry. Saliva dripped from its jaws, landing on a fern with a heavy splat. Nami and Usopp screamed in perfect harmony, hugging each other so hard they fell over. Dinosaur. It's a real dinosaur. We're extinct. We're fossils. Usopp wailed. The T-Rex lunged. It moved with terrifying speed for something so large, its jaws snapping open to swallow the screaming trio whole. Ben didn't flinch. He didn't run. He simply sighed, as if interrupted in the middle of a good book. He raised the Elder Wand. He didn't use a flashy elemental spell. He used precision. Diff Indo. A thin, invisible blade of pure magical force sliced through the air. There was a soft swish sound. The T-Rex kept moving forward, but its head did not. The massive head slid cleanly off the neck. The body took 2 more steps, momentum carrying it forward, before collapsing with a ground-shaking crash. The head landed with a wet thud a few feet away from Nami, its eyes rolling back. Silence returned to the jungle. Nami and Usopp slowly uncurled from their fetal positions. They looked at the dead dinosaur. They looked at Ben, who was calmly wiping a speck of dust from his wand. Gabba-ba-ba-ba-ba. A new sound. A laugh. It wasn't human. It was deep, booming, and seemed to come from the sky itself. Who's there? Usopp shrieked, raising his slingshot with trembling hands. A shadow fell over them, a shadow so large it blocked out the sun. They looked up, and up, and up. Standing over them, peering through the gap in the trees, was a giant. He was colossal, easily 60 feet tall. He wore a red Viking helmet with horns, a massive beard that bristled like a forest, and carried an axe that could cleave a ship in two. He looked down at the dead T-Rex, then at the three tiny humans. Who stole my lunch? The giant roared, his voice shaking the leaves. Nami and Usopp's souls left their bodies. They turned white, blue, and then transparent. GGG giant. Usopp screamed. The giant pointed a finger the size of a log at the T-Rex. I was hunting that. I've been tracking it for 10 minutes. Which one of you ants killed it? Nami and Usopp immediately, instinctively, and without hesitation, pointed at Ben. He did it. Ben sighed. Loyalty, thy name is Straw Hat. He stepped forward, looking up at the massive warrior. He offered a polite, courtly bow. My apologies, O mighty warrior, Ben said, his voice amplified slightly with magic so the giant could hear him clearly. The beast attacked us. It was a matter of survival. We did not mean to steal your prey. The giant blinked. He looked at the tiny, white-haired man who spoke so boldly. Then he looked at the clean cut on the dinosaur's neck. You did this? The giant asked. Yes, Ben smiled. But since it was your prey, please, take it. We have plenty of food on our ship. Consider it a gift. The giant stared for a second longer, then threw his head back and laughed again. Gabba-ba-ba-ba. You are an interesting little human. You kill a Rex and then give it away. I like you. He slammed his axe into the ground. I am Brogy, the Red Ogre, a warrior of Elbaf. Elbaf. Usopp's fear suddenly vanished, replaced by a spark of recognition. The village of warriors? The land of giants. The very same. Brogy boomed. He looked at the dinosaur. Well, since you gave me the meat, it would be rude not to share. Come, join me for lunch. I have a grill hot enough to roast this beast whole. He paused, a hopeful glint in his massive eyes. Tell me, do you little humans have booze? Ben grinned. He reached into his magically expanded coat pocket. Brogy-san, we are pirates. Of course we have booze. Brogy's face lit up like a lighthouse. Gabba-ba-ba-ba. Then you are guests of honor. Come, to my home. He grabbed the T-Rex by the tail, slung the multi-ton carcass over his shoulder as if it were a backpack, and began to march through the jungle, crushing trees beneath his boots. Ben turned to Nami and Usopp. See? Friendly. Come on. Friendly. Nami hissed. He's the size of a building. He could crush us by sneezing. But he's from Elbaf. Usopp whispered, his eyes shining. The land of my dreams. Nami, we have to go. This is destiny. Nami groaned. Fine, but if I get eaten, I'm haunting you both. Brogy's home was a testament to the terrifying ecosystem of Little Garden. It wasn't a house, it was a giant, bleached skull of some ancient, colossal sea monster, propped up against a cliff. A fire roared in the center of the clearing, large enough to burn down a city block. Brogy deftly skinned the T-Rex and slapped a massive slab of meat onto the fire. The smell of roasting dinosaur fat filled the air, rich, gamey, and delicious. As the meat sizzled, Brogy sat cross-legged, which still made him 30 feet tall, and looked at his guests. So, Brogy rumbled. You are pirates. It has been a long time since I saw pirates. 50 years? Maybe more. You've been here 50 years. Nami asked, nibbling on a cracker she'd brought from the ship. She didn't trust the dino meat yet. Longer. Brogy laughed. I have been here for 100 years. 100. Usopp choked. But, why? Why stay on this monster island? Brogy's expression shifted. The jovial host vanished, replaced by something ancient and solemn. A warrior's pride. I am fighting a duel, Brogy said. A duel of honor. Against Dory the Blue Ogre. He pointed toward the other side of the island, where a massive volcano smoked ominously. We are both captains of the giant warrior pirates. 100 years ago, we had an argument, which became a duel. By the laws of Elbaf, only the gods can decide who is right. So we fight. Every day. Until one of us falls. Usopp sat mesmerized. The firelight reflected in his goggles. For 100 years? Just for honor. Just for honor, Brogy confirmed, nodding. We have forgotten the reason for the argument long ago. But the fight is our life now. It is the pride of Elbaf. Usopp stood up. His knees were shaking, but not from fear this time. That's incredible. To fight for a century, to never give up, that is the path of a true brave warrior of the sea. I want to be like that. I want to go to Elbaf one day. Gabba Baba. Brogy laughed, slapping his knee. You have spirit, long nose. Maybe one day you will. The meat is done. Brogy announced. He pulled the massive slab off the fire. Now, about that booze. Ben stood up. He pulled a standard-sized bottle of sake from his coat. Brogy looked at the bottle. It was the size of a toothpick in his hand. He looked disappointed. Ah, little human booze. It is appreciated, but it will barely wet my tongue. Ben smiled. Don't worry about that, Brogy-san. Allow me. Ben placed the bottle on a flat rock. He stepped back. The green magic of Command T flared around his hands. Command T, expand. Vroom. The air warped. The small glass bottle suddenly surged outward. It grew. and grew, and grew. The glass thickened, the liquid inside multiplying by the gallon. In seconds, the bottle was the size of a water tower. It was now perfectly scaled for a giant's hand. Brogy's jaw dropped. His eyes popped out. What? He roared. It grew. How? Did you eat a devil fruit? Ben shook his head, the green aura fading. No devil fruit. I am a magician. Just a little trick to ensure our host doesn't go thirsty. Gabba-ba-ba-ba. Brogy howled, grabbing the massive bottle. A magician. I love the sea. You humans are full of surprises. He popped the cork, which sounded like a cannon shot, and took a massive swig. Good sake. They ate and drank. The dinosaur meat was tough but flavorful. The atmosphere was warm. For a moment, the terrors of the Grand Line felt far away. And then, the earth screamed. Krakaboom. The central volcano erupted. A massive pillar of smoke and ash shot into the sky. The ground shook violently, knocking Nami over. What is it? Nami yelled. Is the island exploding? Brogy stopped drinking. He set the bottle down gently. The laughter vanished from his face. His eyes became hard, focused, and terrifyingly intense. He picked up his massive shield and his axe. No, Brogy rumbled, standing up to his full height. He loomed over them like a god of war. That is the signal. The volcano tells us it is time. Time for what? Usopp whispered. Brogy looked toward the other side of the island, where another massive silhouette was rising from the jungle. It is time to fight. He looked down at Ben, Nami, and Usopp. Thank you for the meat, and the drink. But now, I must go. Dory is waiting. He began to walk, his footsteps shaking the earth. Thud, thud, thud. Ben watched him go. He felt the shift in the air. The raw, unadulterated haki of two giants preparing to clash. Come on, Ben said to Nami and Usopp. Where? Nami asked. Back to the ship. No, Ben said, his eyes locked on Brogy's retreating back. We're going to watch. You don't get to see a 100-year-old duel of honor every day. And besides. He grinned. I think I need to collect some data on giant combat styles. Usopp grabbed his bag. I'm coming. I have to see it. I have to see the warriors of Elbaf. Even Nami, despite her fear, was drawn by the gravity of the moment. Fine, but we stay far, far away. They followed the giant through the jungle, toward the clearing where the two titans would clash, the ground shaking with every step of their anticipation. Do you guys want a 2-year time skip? Yes. No. 30, Little Garden 3. The jungle of Little Garden didn't just shake, it convulsed. To Nami and Usopp, hiding in the ferns near Brogy's camp, it felt like the world was ending. To Luffy and Vivi, watching from the opposite ridge near Dory's camp, it looked like the sky was falling. In the center of the island, amidst a wasteland of shattered trees and pulverized rock, the two titans clashed. The colossal axe of Brogy the Red Ogre met the massive longsword of Dory the Blue Ogre. Krakuum. The impact created a shockwave of compressed air that flattened the surrounding jungle for 100 meters. Birds flapped away in terror. Dinosaurs, the apex predators of history, scurried into their burrows like frightened mice. 4 hours, the battle raged. It was a dance of destruction, a symphony of violence played out by two beings who were less like men and more like mountains given flesh. They laughed as they struck, their joy echoing off the volcano. Gabba-ba-ba-ba. Is that all you have, Dory? Geiji Ijyagya. My blade is just getting warm, Brogy. They fought until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood and bruised purple. They fought until their weapons sparked in the twilight. And finally, with a synchronized roar that shook the bones of everyone watching, they delivered one last, simultaneous strike. Both giants were knocked backwards. Both landed on their backs with earth-shattering thuds. Silence returned to Little Garden. Brogy lay staring up at the first stars appearing in the sky. His chest heaved like a bellows. Ha, that makes, how many? Dory, lying a few hundred meters away, chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound. That was 73,466. And 73,466 draws. They both erupted into laughter again, a sound of pure, unadulterated brotherhood. They weren't enemies. They were rivals bound by the sacred laws of Elbaf. Luffy, eyes shining like diamonds, hung off a tree branch. So cool. Look at them. They're huge, and strong, and they're laughing. Usopp, peeking through his fingers on the other side, felt tears streaming down his face. It wasn't fear. It was awe. This is it. This is the pride of a warrior. To fight for 100 years, for nothing but honor. The giants sat up, dusting off the debris of a century of combat. A good fight, Brogy grunted. But I am thirsty. He grinned, remembering the gift from the tiny magician. He reached for the massive barrel one Ben had enlarged earlier. It was strapped to his back, miraculously unharmed. Oi, Dory! Brogy shouted across the clearing. My new little friends gave me some excellent booze. Catch! He hurled the massive barrel through the air. It was the size of a house, spinning end over end. Dory caught it with one hand, sniffing it suspiciously before grinning. Oh, little humans? I have some new guests too. Geiji Ijyagya. Thanks for the drink, brother. They parted ways, the earth trembling with their footsteps as they returned to their respective camps for the night. At Brogy's camp, hollowed-out skull of the ancient Sea King fire was crackling warmly. Brogy sat heavily, the ground shaking as he settled. Gabba Baba. A draw again. But tomorrow the god of Elbaf will smile on me. Ben, Nami, and Usopp sat near the fire. Nami was still clutching her Tempest tact, looking nervously at the giant shadows in the jungle, but Usopp was staring into the flames, his expression unusually serious. Brogi Shishao. Usopp whispered, using the respectful title for a master. You really fight every day? Just for honor? It is the way of Elbaf, Brogi rumbled, chewing on a roasted dinosaur leg. If you cannot resolve a dispute, you let the gods decide through combat. To retreat is to lose your pride, and for a giant, pride is life. Usopp stood up. He wasn't shaking. He clenched his fists, his long nose casting a shadow in the firelight. I've decided, Usopp declared, his voice ringing out with a new strength. I'm going to be a warrior like that. I want to be a proud warrior of the sea. One who can laugh in the face of danger and fight for what he believes in. Nami looked at him, surprised. Usopp. Gabba Baba. Brogi laughed, raising a celebratory bone. Well said, tiny warrior. Keep that fire in your belly, and you will reach Elbaf one day. Ben smiled, watching the scene. This was it. The moment Usopp's dream solidified. The cowardly liar was beginning to forge his own legend. Well, Ben said, standing up and dusting off his robes. That was an inspiring speech. I think I'm going to go stretch my legs. Maybe find some dessert fruit. Nami's head snapped up. Ben, don't you dare leave us alone with the giant. He's a host, Nami. You're safe. Besides, Ben tapped his pocket. I need to check on a project. Before she could protest further, Ben stepped into the shadows of the skull's eye socket and vanished with a soft pop. Deep in the darkest, most overgrown part of the jungle, where the sunlight barely reached the ground, stood a structure that defied nature. It was a small, perfectly white house. It looked like a delicious, frosted cake amidst the savage greenery. But it wasn't frosting, it was wax. Hardened, steel-strong candle wax. Inside, the decor was elegant, if a bit pretentious. A tea set sat on a wax table. A painting easel stood in the corner. Mr. 3 sat at the table, sipping Earl Grey tea. He was a strange man with hair shaped like the number 3 and a demeanor that screamed scheming intellectual. Opposite him sat a young girl, Miss Goldenweek, who was lazily eating rice crackers and ignoring everything around her. Pacing the room was Miss Valentine. She looked annoyed, twirling her parasol. This is boring, Miss Valentine complained. Where is Mr. 5? He vanished after we split up to chase the princess. He hasn't reported in hours. Do you think that swordsman got him? Mr. 3 sipped his tea, his pinky finger extended. Mr. 5 is a brute. He likely got lost or blew himself up. It matters not. His brute force is unnecessary for my plan. And what is your plan? Miss Valentine snapped. We're here to kill the giants, right? Those things are monsters. They've been fighting for 100 years. How do you expect to capture them? Mr. 3 smirked, tapping his head. With this, my dear. Intellect. Artistry. Brute force is for simpletons. I have a plan ready, we will execute it tomorrow. He laughed, a high, grating sound. Fofofofos. It will be perfect. And with the princess and the straw hats here, I shall capture a bounty worth hundreds of millions in a single stroke of genius. You talk too much. The voice didn't come from Miss Valentine, it came from the door. Mr. 3 froze. The door to his secret, hidden, wax fortress, was open. Standing there, framed by the jungle night, was a man in a black coat with snow-white hair. He held a polished wooden wand loosely in his hand. Who? Mr. 3 stood up, knocking over his tea. Ben didn't give a villain monologue. He didn't explain how he found them. Magical tracking on Mr. 5's partner was embarrassingly easy. He didn't wait for Mr. 3 to activate his powers. Mr. 3's hair flame ignited. You dare enter my candle wall. He waved his hand, trying to summon a wall of steel hardwax to block the intruder. He was too slow. Ben's arm was a blur. Stupefy Maxima. A bolt of red light, thick as a cannonball, erupted from the Elder Wand. It smashed through the forming wax wall as if it were paper and hit Mr. 3 square in the chest. Mr. 3's eyes rolled back. He didn't even have time to scream. He collapsed backward, stiff as a board, foam forming at his mouth. KO. Miss Valentine shrieked, raising her parasol to change her weight. You're the wizard. 10,000 ki. Ben flicked his wand to the left. Stupefy. A second bolt caught her mid-jump. She froze in mid-air, her weight reverting to normal, and she dropped like a stone, landing on top of Mr. 3 with a heavy thud. KO. Miss Goldenweek, the young painter, just blinked. She held a rice cracker halfway to her mouth. She looked at her unconscious partners. She looked at Ben. She shrugged, took a bite of the cracker, and held out her hands in surrender. I surrender. Can I finish my snack? Ben chuckled. Priorities. I like that. Somnolus. A gentle, silvery mist sprayed from his wand. Miss Goldenweek yawned, her eyes drooping. She curled up on the floor, hugged her paint box, and fell into a deep, peaceful magical sleep. KO. The entire battle had taken less than 5 seconds. Ben stepped into the room, looking around at the wax furniture. Tacky, he muttered. Very tacky. He walked over to the pile of unconscious agents. He pulled out the small leather suitcase from his pocket, placing it on the floor and enlarging it. Right then, Ben said, opening the lid. Collection time. He levitated the bodies. Mr. 3. Galdino. The Dura no Mi. Paramecia. He takes the log posed to Alabasta from his pocket. He dropped Mr. 3 into the suitcase's containment hold. Miss Valentine. Nikita. The Kilo no Mi. Mass manipulation. He snapped the suitcase shut. He checked his status. Template, brandish. Integration, 56%. 56%, Ben mused, shrinking the suitcase back to matchbox size and pocketing it. I'm getting stronger. But to unlock the next tier, or a new template, I need to harvest these fruits. 2 new captures. That puts me ahead of schedule. He looked around the empty wax house. With a wave of his wand, he cast Incendio. The wax structure caught fire instantly, melting into a puddle of slag, destroying any evidence of the Baroque workspace. No loose ends, Ben whispered. He turned on his heel. The air around him twisted with a loud crack. Back at Brogy's camp, the fire was dying down. I wonder where Ben went. Nami asked, hugging her knees. He's a wizard, Nami, Usopp said, though he looked nervous too. He probably just found a really interesting rock. Or he's fighting a dragon. It's 50-50ths with him. Pop. Ben appeared sitting on the log right next to Nami, a fresh, strange-looking tropical fruit in his hand. Gya-ah. Nami and Usopp jumped 3 feet in the air. Don't do that. Nami screamed, clutching her heart. Do what? Ben asked, taking a bite of the fruit. I just went for a stroll. Found some lovely berries. Want one? Where have you been? Usopp demanded. We heard, well, we didn't hear anything, which was worse. Just exploring, Ben said innocently. Found a weird wax sculpture in the woods. Melted it. Nothing important. He looked at Brogy, who was snoring loudly against the cliffside, the empty barrel of booze beside him. So, Ben said, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. Tomorrow is the big day. The duel continues, but I have a feeling, tomorrow's fight might be a little different. Different how? Nami asked, suspicious. Ben just smiled, leaning back and looking at the stars. He patted the pocket where 3 high-ranking Baroque works agents were currently shrunken and stored. Oh, just a hunch, Ben said. Then he murmurs, this fight will conclude tomorrow. 31, Little Garden 4. The jungle of Little Garden slept, a prehistoric slumber filled with the chirping of massive insects and the distant rumble of snoring giants. But deep within the Going Merry, inside a leather suitcase, the laws of nature were being rewritten. Ben stood in experiment room 3. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and the metallic tang of blood. On the table, Mr. 3 and Miss Valentine lay unconscious, their breathing shallow. Round 2, Ben whispered, his voice devoid of emotion. He repeated the ritual. The chalk circles, the ancient chants drawn from the darkest corners of the Dumbledore template, and the sacrifice of the vitality-rich Grand Line fish. The magic tore the air, screaming as it ripped the Duriduronomi, wax fruit, from Galdano and the Kilo Nomi, Kilo fruit, from Makita. The essences swirled, black and terrifying, before slamming into the prepared fruits a pear and a lemon. They mutated instantly, taking on the telltale swirls of the devil. Harvest complete, Ben murmured, wiping sweat from his brow. He didn't stop there. He raised his wand to the unconscious agent's temples. Obliviate. He was surgical. He excised the memories of the Straw Hats. They would wake up confused, powerless, but alive. He levitated them into the guest quarters of the suitcasey comfortable, if locked, apartment stocked with a month's worth of food. They were assets for later. Perhaps for the Marines, perhaps for leverage. Ben returned to his lab. He placed the 2 new devil fruits onto the scanner of his system interface. Trade offering detected, 2 paramecia types. Exchange for 2 template rolls? Y/N. Do it. The wheel spun. Lights flashed. The anticipation was a physical weight in the room. Ding! Template 1 Momoye Yorozo, My Hero Academia. Ability, Creation, Awakened. Ding! Template 2 Tony Stark, Marvel Cinematic Universe. Ability, Super Genius Intellect/Engineering. Ben stared at the screen. A slow, incredulous smile spread across his face. Jackpot! He closed his eyes, diving into his mind palace. This was the true gift of the Dumbledore template, and not just spells, but the organization of the mind. He could access the memories of his templates like books in a library. He pulled the Tony Stark volume. It wasn't just knowledge, it was a way of thinking. It was a frantic, restless, unparalleled genius. He saw blueprints for arc reactors, suits of armor, AI algorithms, and chemical formulas. He pulled the Momo Yorozo volume. He understood the atomic structure of everything. Carbon, tungsten, lipids, proteins. Stark's brain, to design it, Ben whispered, his eyes snapping open, glowing with a new, manic intensity. Momo's power, to build it. He didn't sleep. Sleep was for people who couldn't rewrite biology. He accessed a specific file in the Stark memory banks, Project Rebirth. The Super Soldier Serum. Stark hadn't made it, but his father, Howard, had possessed the samples, and Tony had analyzed the chemical composition of Captain America's blood 1,000 times. The Erskine formula, Ben muttered, pacing the lab. Beta ray stimulation, Vita rays, no, I don't need rays. I can do it like in the series The Falcon and Winter Soldier. He tweaked the formula. Stark's intellect saw the flaws. He grabbed a beaker. He didn't search for chemicals. He simply willed them into existence. Creation. Lipids from his arm were converted into pure, medical-grade chemicals. Blue liquid dripped into the beaker. An hour later, he held a syringe filled with a glowing, neon blue liquid. The perfect Super Soldier Serum. He sat in a chair, rolled up his sleeve, and injected it. It felt like he had injected liquid sun. His veins bulged, turning blue, then gold. He gritted his teeth, suppressing a scream as his DNA was rewritten, his muscles knitted tighter, his bones densified, his metabolism overclocked to perfection. The pain faded, replaced by a hum of limitless energy. Ben stood up. He felt light. He looked in the mirror. He hadn't turned into a Hulk. He was leaner, his muscles defined like carved marble. His eyes were sharper, processing visual data faster than before. Test run, he said. He entered the training room. He summoned the brawler Dolph 1 Luffy used. Command T, expand. The doll grew to 10 feet. Ben didn't use magic. He didn't use a wand. He just punched. Crack. His fist shattered the enchanted wood of the doll's chest. The shockwave ruffled his own hair. Physical strength increased by 400%, Ben analyzed, his brain running the numbers instantly. Reflexes enhanced. Fatigue eliminated. He returned to the lab. He wasn't done. I have the software, he tapped his head. Now I need the hardware. He began to build. With creation, he didn't need a forge. He spawned gold filaments, silicon wafers, and cooling systems directly from his hands. He built a supercomputer. Not a blocky 1990s desktop, but a sleek, holographic interface powered by a miniature, magically sustained arc reactor core. He typed furiously, coding an operating system that blended Stark's Jarvis architecture with the navigational data of the One Piece world. By dawn, the lab hummed with the blue light of the future. The sun rose over Little Garden, filtering through the prehistoric canopy. At Brogy's camp, Nami and Usopp were waking up, stretching their stiff limbs. Man, Usopp yawned. Sleeping on a giant skull is surprisingly uncomfortable. Morning, a voice said. They turned. Ben was standing by the fire, cooking, something that smelled like a five-star breakfast. He was wearing a tight black t-shirt that he definitely hadn't been wearing yesterday. Nami blinked. She rubbed her eyes. Ben. She looked him up and down. His posture was different. He stood taller. His arms, usually hidden by his wizard robes, were sculpted. Did you grow? Nami asked, confused. You look different. Taller? Stronger. Usopp squinted. Yeah, you look like you did 10,000 push-ups overnight. Ben flipped a perfectly cooked omelet. Oh, you know, he said casually, tapping his temple. Just tested a few things last night. Alchemy, biology, the usual mad science. It was a success. You're scary, Nami decided, accepting a plate. But you cook well, so I'll allow it. After breakfast, Ben wiped his mouth. Right, let's go find our idiot captain. The duel should be starting soon, but I have a feeling the giants might be in a talking mood today. They packed up and headed toward Dory's camp. When they arrived at the clearing near Dory's camp, they heard laughter. Gagey. Shishi. Luffy was sitting on top of Dory's helmet, which was sitting on the ground, laughing hysterically. Dory, the blue ogre, was leaning against a tree, holding his ribs, also laughing. Oi, Luffy! Usopp called out, waving. Oh, guys. Luffy waved back. As they gathered, chatting about yesterday's fight. Out of my way, stupid bush. Move it, Love Cook. You're blocking the path. The underbrush exploded. Zoro emerged, dragging a massive, unconscious Triceratops by one horn. He was sweating, shirtless, and looked exhausted but triumphant. Beat that, he grunted. A second later, Sanji burst through the trees, dragging a colossal, unconscious T-Rex, a different one, by its tail. Ha! Sanji shouted, cigarette dangling. Mine is bigger. I win, Mosshead. Are you blind? Zoro roared, pointing at his Triceratops. Look at his size. Mine is heavier. Length over girth, you idiot. Sanji yelled back. Mine is clearly longer. That's what she said. Ben chimed in helpfully. Nami facepalmed. Robin, who had strolled in behind Sanji, just giggled behind her hand. Dory and Brogy, who had just arrived from his camp, stared at the two pirates and their massive catches. They listened to the argument. Mine is bigger. No, mine is bigger. I caught it first. I caught it better. The two giants looked at each other. The gears in their century-old memories began to turn. The fog of 100 years of combat lifted. Wait. Brogy rumbled, his eyes going wide. Brother. Dory whispered, dropping his sword. That. Brogy pointed at Sanji and Zoro. That argument. We were fighting over who caught the bigger Sea King. The realization hit them like a cannonball. 100 years. 73,000 duels. Countless draws. Volcano eruptions. All of it. Because of a fishing contest. Silence descended on the clearing. The Straw Hats watched the giants, expecting rage. Expecting sorrow. Expecting them to crush Sanji and Zoro for mocking their sacred duel. Instead, gabba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Gagey. The giants threw their heads back and laughed. They laughed so hard the ground shook. They laughed until tears streamed down their massive faces. They slapped their knees, creating shockwaves. We forgot. Brogy howled. We are idiots. 100 years. Dory wheezed. Over a catch. A tasty hunt, but still. Everyone started laughing. Luffy was rolling on the ground. Usopp was wiping tears away. Even Robin was chuckling openly. Only Zoro and Sanji stood there, holding their dinosaurs, looking confused. What's so funny? Zoro grunted. Did we win? Sanji asked. Ben stepped forward, a gleam in his eye. He looked at Luffy. Captain, Ben said, nudging Luffy. Look at them. Warriors of Elbaf. Strong, loyal. They have 100 years of combat experience. And they're currently unemployed. Luffy looked at the giants. He looked at Ben. A lightbulb, literal, cartoonish, glowing lightbulb appeared over Luffy's head. Ding! Luffy's grin stretched impossibly wide. He jumped onto a rock. Hey, you guys! Luffy shouted. Dory and Brogy wiped their eyes, looking down at the tiny rubber man. Yes, little one. Join my crew. Luffy yelled. Be my nakama. Silence. Absolute, terrified silence from Nami and Usopp. No oh. Nami shrieked, her eyes popping out. Luffy, look at the size of them. They're bigger than the ship. If they step on the Mary, we'll sink to the bottom of the ocean. We'll die. Usopp wailed. And I don't want Mary damaged. Don't worry about it, a calm voice cut through the panic. Ben stepped up, adjusting his cuffs. He looked at the giants, then at the Mary. He looked at Nami. Logistics will no longer be an issue. He looked at Luffy and grinned. Invite them, Captain. I'll handle the physics. Luffy didn't need to be told twice. He turned back to the giants, his eyes sparkling. See, Ben says it's okay. Come on, let's go to the One Piece together. It'll be an adventure. Dory and Brogy looked at each other. They looked at the jungle they had been trapped in for a century. They looked at their worn-out weapons. They looked at this chaotic, tiny crew that had fed them, befriended them, and reminded them of why they fought. A slow, massive grin spread across both of their faces. Gabba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Gay-gi-gi-gi. The laughter of the giants echoed across the ocean, a sound of pure freedom. Poll. 1. Should they join? Yes. No. 2. Should they fight Luffy before joining? Ben makes them normal size using brandished magic. Yes. No. 32. Little Garden 5. Gabba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Gay-gi-gi-gi-gi. The laughter of the giants was a physical force, rattling the teeth of the Straw Hat crew. Dory and Brogy stood colossally tall, wiping tears of mirth from their eyes. Join your crew. Brogy rumbled, looking down at the tiny rubber man. Little one, you have spirit. We have been stuck here for a century because of a duel. To leave, we would need a reason greater than the duel itself. Dory grinned, his teeth like tombstones. We are warriors of Elbaf. We follow strength. We follow glory. You want us to sail under your flag? Then prove your flag is heavier than our pride. Brogy slammed his axe into the ground. A fight. 2 against 2. You and one of your warriors against us. If you can put our backs to the dirt, we will follow you to the end of the world. Luffy's grin matched theirs. He cracked his knuckles, the sound like popping corn compared to the giant's movements. Shishishi. You're on. I love a fight. He turned to his crew. Who wants in? I'll do it, Zoro said instantly, stepping forward, his hand already on Wado Ikimonji. His eyes burned with the desire to test his new training against the real thing. Not if I get there first, Mosshead, Sanji growled, extinguishing his cigarette. I need to kick something large to forget the trauma of the last 24 hours. Stop. Nami shrieked, throwing her arms out. Are you all insane? Look at the size of them. One stomp and we're paced. We can't fight mountains. Nami's right. Usopp added, hiding behind her. This is a bad idea. Let's just play a board game, or a riddle contest. I'll do it, a calm voice cut through the panic. Ben stepped forward, adjusting the cuffs of his black coat. He looked fresh, his recent super soldier serum injection giving him a dangerous vitality. Ben. Zoro frowned. You're a wizard. You sure you want to get in a brawl with these guys? You two had your fun, Ben said, glancing at the swordsman and the cook. Zoro, you took down 100 bounty hunters and fought Hatchin in Arlong. Sanji, you too, fought one of the Arlong commanders. I've been dealing with cannon fodder and logistics. I need to stretch my legs. He looked at the giants, his blue eyes gleaming. Besides, I have the perfect counter strategy. Let me handle the logistics of the fight. Luffy handles the punch. Zoro stared at him for a moment, then grunted, stepping back. Fine, don't die. Sanji lit a new cigarette. Try not to destroy the island, wizard. Luffy bounced over to Ben. Awesome, me and Ben. We're gonna win. Ben nodded. We wait for the signal. The jungle went silent. The birds stopped singing. The dinosaurs stopped roaring. All eyes turned to the central volcano. Minutes ticked by. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Krakuum. The volcano erupted. A pillar of ash shot into the sky. Now. Brogy roared, raising his axe. Come, little humans. Dory bellowed, raising his sword. They charged. 2 mountains of muscle and steel descending to crush the ants. Nami screamed. Usopp covered his eyes. Ben didn't move. He simply raised his right hand, his palm glowing with a vibrant, neon green light. He tapped into the brandish template, channeling the mass manipulation magic. Command T, reduce. The magic didn't shoot out as a beam, it pulsed as a wave, washing over the charging giants instantly. Vroom. The sound was like air being sucked out of a room. The colossal forms of Dory and Brogy shrank. 60 feet became 50, 30, 20, 10. They stopped shrinking when they hit 8 feet. They stumbled, their momentum thrown off by the sudden change in scale. They skidded to a halt, looking at their hands, then at each other. They were still huge compared to a normal human, broad and muscular, but they were no longer walking natural disasters. The crew's jaws dropped. He shrunk them. Usopp whispered. He turned the monsters into slightly smaller monsters? Robin, leaning against a tree, adjusted her glasses. Her cool mask slipped, revealing genuine shock. Mass manipulation? Without touching them. Dory and Brogy stared at each other. They poked each other. Then, they did the only thing Elbaf warriors would do. Gabba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Gay-gi-gi-gi-gi. Look at you, Brogy. You're a dwarf. Look at yourself, Dory. You're a peanut. They found it hysterical. Interesting magic, wizard. Brogy boomed, his voice still deep but lacking the tectonic rumble. You brought us down to your size. Fair play. But do not think this makes us weak. An Elbaf warrior's strength comes from his spirit, not his height. That's what I'm counting on, Ben grinned, drawing the Elder Wand. Luffy, you take the red one, I've got blue. Shishishi, got it. The fight exploded. Luffy launched himself at Brogy. Even at 8 feet, Brogy was a tank. He swung his Azenao the size of a large cleaver with blinding speed. Terry's sword. Luffy dodged, the blade slicing the air where his head had been a millisecond before. Gomu Gomu no. Pistol. Luffy's fist connected with Brogy's shield. Clang, the sound was like a bell being struck. Brogy didn't budge. He shoved the shield forward, sending Luffy tumbling back. Strong. Luffy laughed, flipping to his feet. Gear second. Steam began to rise from his skin. He vanished. Jet pistol, a blur of impact. Brogy grunted, sliding back a foot. Fast little flea. Meanwhile, Ben faced Dory. The blue ogre swung his longsword. It was a masterful strike, honed by a century of repetition. Ben didn't dodge. He raised his wand. Protego Duo. A shimmering, multi-layered shield of blue light materialized. The sword slammed into it, sparks flying. The shield held, but Ben felt the impact in his teeth. Super soldier serum or not, blocking a giant is heavy work. Nice swing, Ben noted. He flicked his wand. A Puno. The rocks around Dory's feet suddenly animated. They sprouted limbs and launched themselves at the giant like angry stone badgers. Dory laughed, stomping them into dust. Tricks. Show me power. Power? Okay. Ben analyzed Dory's stance, his center of gravity, and the strength of the ground. He tapped into Momo's creation. From his left hand, he rapidly synthesized a canister of flash freeze coolant. He tossed it. Depulso. The canister shot forward, impacting Dory's sword hilt. It shattered. Liquid nitrogen coated the giant's hand and the hilt. Cold. Dory roared, his grip loosening. Ben moved. He didn't cast a spell. He sprinted. Thanks to the serum, he moved faster than a normal human eye could track. He closed the distance, ducked under a wild swing, and delivered an uppercut to Dory's gut. Oof. The giant doubled over, the wind knocked out of him. The battle raged for 20 minutes. Trees were shattered, small ones, and rocks were pulverized. Luffy and Ben were holding their own, but the giants were relentless. Their stamina was infinite. They were enjoying this too much to stay down. Brogy and Dory leapt back, landing side by side. They nodded to each other. They are worthy, brother. Brogy roared. Indeed. Let us show them the true might of Elbaf. Dory agreed. They raised their weapons high. The air around them began to distort. Hey Koku. Uh-oh, Luffy said, stopping his bounce. That looks big. I think it's their final move, Ben realized. He looked at Luffy. Captain, we hit it head on. Yeah. Luffy agreed. Sovereignty. The giants swung. A beam of compressed air, a drilling vortex of destruction, shot toward Ben and Luffy. It tore up the ground, disintegrating rock and flora. Ben didn't use Protego. It would shatter. He didn't use Command T. The energy was too turbulent to shrink instantly. Creation, Vibranium Rampart. Using Momo's quirk and shaped by Stark's structural engineering knowledge, a massive, angled wall of vibranium was created in front of them. Boom! The Heikoku's sovereignty slammed into the rampart. The wall cracked, groaned, and glowed red-hot, but the angle deflected the main force of the blast upwards, sending a beam of light into the sky that parted the clouds. Now, Luffy. Ben roared, his hands shaking from the effort. Luffy launches himself high into the air, directly above the surprised giants. He bit his thumb. Bone balloon. His fist inflated to the size of a truck. But this time, he combined it with the speed of gear second. Gomu no. Giant jet. Pistol. He slammed into both giants simultaneously. Crash. The impact was seismic. Brogy and Dory, caught off guard by the deflection and the aerial assault, were knocked off their feet. They flew backwards, crashing into the jungle floor with a thud that shook the entire island. Dust settled. Luffy landed, panting, shrinking back to normal size, but exhausted. Ben stood up, dusting off his hands. The giants lay on their backs, staring at the sky. Silence. Then, gabba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Gagya. They sat up, rubbing their chests. Magnificent. Brogy roared. A wall that deflects the sovereignty. And a strike that hits like a falling mountain. Dory laughed. They looked at Luffy and Ben. They placed their weapons on the ground and bowed their heads, a gesture of immense respect. We yield. Brogy announced. You have put our backs to the dirt. The victory is yours. Does that mean? Luffy asked, eyes wide. Yes. Dory boomed. The giant warrior pirates. Brogy the red ogre and Dory the blue ogre pledged their weapons to the Straw Hat crew. Yee-ah-ah-ah-ah. Luffy screamed, throwing his hands in the air. We got giants. We got giants. Nami fainted. The food budget, the ship treasury. Usopp was weeping openly. I'm crewmates with the warriors of Elbaf. Mom, are you seeing this? Like that, Dory and Brogy have successfully joined the Straw Hats crew. 33, Little Garden 6. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Dory, and Brogy had returned from a quick hunt. They were dragging a literal mountain of dinosaur meat. Look! Luffy cheered, covered in T-Rex slobber. We got enough food for a week, or maybe 2 days. Speak for yourself, Sanji grumbled, lighting a cigarette. I have to cook all this. Do you know how long it takes to marinate a brontosaurus thigh? Meanwhile, in the navigation room, Nami was staring at her log pose. She shook her wrist. She tapped the glass. Nothing. The needle was still stubbornly locked onto Little Garden's magnetic field. It's not moving, she muttered, a cold knot of anxiety forming in her stomach. It's been a day. Usually, it starts to drift by now. She walked out onto the deck, spotting the massive, though currently shrunk to 8 feet, form of Dory. "Hey, Dory," she called out. "Quick question. You've been here 100 years, do you remember how long it takes for the log post to set here?" Dory scratched his beard, thinking, let me see. "Brogy, do you remember?" Brogy laughed. "Gabba baba. Of course, it was the first thing we checked before we started fighting. It takes 1 year. Silence fell on the deck. Even the jungle insects seemed to stop chirping out of respect for the sheer horror of that statement. Nami's face went blank. Vivi, who was standing nearby, dropped the bucket she was holding. A year. Vivi whispered, her voice trembling. "But, Alabasta, the rebellion, in a year, there won't be a kingdom left to save." Nico Robin, who was lounging on a deck chair reading a book titled The History of Ancient Civilizations, Volume 4, didn't even look up. "That is why," she said calmly, turning a page, "I gave you the eternal pose to Alabasta. It points directly there, bypassing the magnetic wait times." Nami and Vivi turned slowly to look at her. "You gave us an eternal pose?" Nami asked, her voice dangerously quiet. "Yes, don't you remember?" Robin confirmed. Captain San crushed it. Nami and Vivi's heads snapped toward Luffy. Luffy was picking his nose, looking at a beetle he found on the railing. "What are you guys talking about? Is dinner ready?" The air pressure on the deck dropped. The temperature plummeted. A dark, demonic aura, far more terrifying than any haki, began to emanate from the navigator and the princess. Luffy. Nami didn't use her tempest tact. She used the ancient, unstoppable art of the navigator's fist of fury. Wham! Bonk! Crash! Luffy, despite being made of rubber, was beaten into a pulp. He lay on the deck, covered in lumps, stars circling his head. "Ow!" He whimpered. "Why?" "Because you stranded us here for a year, you idiot." Nami shrieked, shaking him. "We're going to be dinosaur food, and Vivi's kingdom is going to be sand." "Oh," Luffy said, blinking. "That's bad. That's bad." Just as Nami was about to deliver the finishing blow, Dory cleared his throat. The sound was like a rockslide. Little navigator lady." Nami spun on him, eyes glowing red. "What?" Dory flinched. I have my log pose. From when I arrived. It points to the next island. I kept it in my helmet. Just in case." He reached into his Viking helmet and pulled out a dusty, but intact, log pose. Nami stared at it. She stared at Dory. Her demonic aura vanished instantly, replaced by a beam of pure sunshine. "Oh, Dory. You're a lifesaver. You're the best giant ever. Can I have it?" "Sure," Dory shrugged, handing it over. "We don't need it anymore. We're following the captain." Nami clutched the pose to her chest, sobbing tears of relief. "We're saved. We're leaving. Everyone, prepare to cast off. I never want to see a dinosaur again." While the drama unfolded on deck, Ben and Usopp were deep inside the ship, in the newly expanded Research and Development Lab. The room was a technological marvel. Holographic screens floated in the air, displaying complex schematics. The walls were lined with shelves of bubbling potions and raw materials created from nothing, Momo's quirk. Ben looked like a mad scientist who had accidentally given forbidden knowledge. Only God knows what these both are doing. They emerged onto the deck just as the Mary was pushing off from the giant root. Dory and Brogy looked around the ship with wide, childlike wonder. "Look at the wood, brother." Brogy marveled, running his hand along the railing. "It feels warm. It hums." "Aye." Dory agreed, stomping on the deck, which didn't even creak. "It's sturdy. Sturdier than atom wood. And look at this." He pointed to the figurehead. "The sheep. It winked at me. Gabba baba. A winking sheep. We are truly on a magical vessel." Luffy sat on the figurehead, grinning. "Right, Mary is the best." Ben walked up to the helm. "Nami, course. Set for the next island." Nami declared, pointing forward. "Let's get out of this jungle before something else tries to eat us." As the Mary sailed down the river, heading for the open sea, a massive shadow blocked their path. It was an island-eater goldfish. Not just a goldfish. The goldfish. A creature so large its poop was the size of an island. It opened its mouth, ready to swallow the ship whole. "A fish!" Luffy yelled. "A big one. It's the island-eater." Usopp screamed. "We're doomed." Dory and Brogy stepped forward. They drew their weapons, Brogy's axe and Dory's sword. Even shrunk, they radiated immense power. "This brings back memories, brother?" Brogy grinned. "Indeed," Dory chuckled. "This is the beast that started our duel." They looked at Luffy. "Captain, do we clear the path?" Luffy grinned. "Do it." The giants raised their weapons. They didn't use the full Heikoku sovereignty. They didn't need to. Elbaf. Spear. They swung. A concentrated shockwave of air, sharp as a blade, shot forward. It hit the goldfish. The goldfish didn't even have time to look surprised. A massive hole was punched straight through it. The beast fell back into the water with a tsunami-sized splash. The path was clear. Gabba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Geiji-ijia. "Whoa." Usopp whispered, his jaw on the deck. Even small, they're monsters." Gabba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Brogy laughed, sheathing his axe. "A little lighter than usual, but it did the job." Geiji-ijia. Dory agreed. "Our weapons have dulled over the century, but our spirit has not." "Awesome." Luffy cheered. "Now let's eat it." "No." Nami yelled. "We are leaving, now." As they sailed into the open ocean, leaving Little Garden behind, the crew settled in. The giants went to their new, massive quarters to unpack. Sanji went to his kitchen to cook the dinosaur meat. Zoro went for a nap. Robin sat on the deck, a smile on her face. Ben stood at the stern, watching the island fade. Next stop, Drum Island, he whispered. Nami's going to get sick soon. It's part of the script. I could cure her instantly, but we need Chopper. Without Nami getting sick, we don't stop at Drum. Without Drum, no Chopper. He sighed. Sorry, Nami. You're going to have a fever for the sake of the plot, but I'll make sure it's a comfortable fever. He turned and walked back into his lab. The Wizard of the Straw Hats was always prepared. 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Dory and Brogy were training Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and Ben in observation haki. Dory and Brogy were coating the stick with armament haki and hitting the 4 who had cloth tied around their eyes, and it was clearly working, and they were clearly feeling the attack much better than before. Maybe because the stick is coated with armament haki, but it is working. Right now the Mary sailed through a sudden shift in climate. The warm air of Little Garden vanished, replaced by a biting, freezing wind. Snow began to fall on the deck. It's cold. Luffy chattered, shivering in his vest. Sanji, soup. I'm on it. Sanji yelled from the kitchen. Nami was standing at the helm. She was wearing her coat, but she was shivering violently. Her face was flushed, her eyes glassy. Nami-san. Vivi asked, walking up to her. Are you okay? You look red. I'm fine, Nami said, her voice weak. Just a little cold. She took a step and collapsed. Nami. Vivi screamed, catching her. The crew rushed over. Sanji slid on his knees. Nami Swan, what is it? Ben stepped through the crowd. He placed a hand on Nami's forehead. It was burning hot. High fever, Ben announced, his voice grave, a perfect acting performance. Extremely high. This isn't a normal cold. It's fatal. We should bring her to the doctor before it gets worse. Fatal. Luffy screamed. No, Nami can't die. She's our navigator. Ben, use magic. Fix her. Ben shook his head sadly. My healing magic works on injuries, Luffy. Episki heals cuts. Skelgro mends bones. But biology is complex. I can lower her temperature, keep her comfortable, but I can't kill the virus without the right medicine. I'm a wizard, not a doctor. A lie, but a necessary one. We need a doctor, Ben said firmly. A real one. But there's no doctor on the ship. Vivi cried. And the nearest island. We find one, Luffy said, his face serious. We find a Doctor Island. Mary, turn the ship. But Alabasta. Vivi started, looking at the log pose. Vivi, Nami whispered, clutching Vivi's shirt. No, we have to go to Alabasta, the people. Stupid. Luffy shouted, bonking Nami gently on the head. If we go to Alabasta and you die, it's no fun. We're saving you first. Vivi, is that okay? Vivi looked at Nami's suffering face. She smiled, tears in her eyes. Of course, Luffy-san. Nami-san is my friend too. The fastest way to save Alabasta is to have our navigator at full strength. Right. Luffy pointed at the sea. Find a Doctor Island. Ben watched from the side, keeping a subtle cooling charm active around Nami to ensure her brain didn't cook. Good choice, Captain, Ben thought. Next stop, the Kingdom of Drum. He looked at the snowy horizon. Somewhere out there, a blue-nosed reindeer was hiding, completely unaware that a rubber man, 2 giants, a wizard, and a very sick navigator were coming to turn his life upside down. Mary, Ben whispered to the ship. Full speed. Let's go get our doctor. The Going Mary, sensing the urgency and the illness of her navigator, surged forward, cutting through the icy waves with a speed that defied the wind. They were racing death, and they were racing toward destiny. 34, Drum Island, 1. The Grand Line Sea was a flat, gray expanse of freezing water, the air biting with the chill of the coming winter island. Snow fluttered down softly, coating the deck of the Going Mary in a thin white layer. Inside the women's quarters, the mood was somber. Nami lay in bed, her face flushed with a dangerous fever, beads of sweat standing out on her forehead. Vivi dabbed her brow with a damp cloth, worry etched into her features. Sanji was there, too, preparing a light, nutrient-rich broth, his usual swooning replaced by quiet, focused concern. Outside, however, the routine of the Going Merry continued. Zoro was training in the sub-zero temperatures shirtless, lifting weights that would crush a normal man. Luffy was fishing, ignoring the cold entirely. Usopp was tinkering with his new pellets Ben had provided. Dory and Brogy were arm wrestling on a barrel, their laughter shaking the icicles off the rigging. Clang clang clang. The ship's bell rang 3 times. Sharp. Urgent. The Mary had spotted a ship. Ship ahoy. Usopp yelled, scrambling up the mast to the crow's nest. Luffy dropped his fishing rod. Pirates. Or Marines. Is it a food ship? Zoro dropped his weights with a heavy thud, grabbing his shirt and swords. In this weather? Who else is out here? He walked to the bow, grabbing the binoculars Usopp had left on the railing. He scanned the horizon, peering through the swirling snow. I see something, Zoro muttered. He adjusted the focus. Then, he froze. He lowered the binoculars, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Oi, Zoro called out, his voice flat. Has anyone ever seen a man standing on top of the water before? Luffy and Usopp, who had slid down the mast, looked at him. Zoro, the cold froze your brain, Usopp said, shivering. People don't walk on water. Unless it's Ben. Is Ben walking on the water? No, Zoro said, pointing a finger into the mist. Look for yourself. Luffy and Usopp squinted. Dory and Brogy loomed behind them, shielding their eyes. There, in the middle of the freezing ocean, standing perfectly still on the surface of the water, was a round, strangely dressed man. He wasn't on a boat. He wasn't on a raft. He was just standing there. Are we dreaming? Dory asked, scratching his helmet. Is this a snow mirage? I don't think so, brother, Broggy rumbled. My eyes are sharp. That is a man. Ben, leaning against the main mast, let out a low chuckle. He didn't need binoculars. He knew exactly who that was. Mary, Ben whispered, placing a hand on the wood. Take us closer. Let's see what this is about. The ship turned, cutting through the waves toward the solitary figure. As they got closer, the water beneath the man began to bubble. It churned and frothed, turning white. Rumble, rumble, something's coming up. Usopp shrieked, hiding behind Broggy. It's a sea king. He's bait. The ocean erupted. A massive, metallic shape burst from the depths, lifting the man into the air. It wasn't a creature. It was a machine. A colossal submarine, painted in garish colors, breached the surface with a deafening roar of displacement. But it didn't stop there. As the water cascaded off its steel hull, gears ground and plates shifted. The submarine unfolded. Masts shot up, sails unfurled mechanically, and wooden decks locked into place. In seconds, the submarine had transformed into a massive, heavily armed pirate ship. Crap! Usopp yelled. A pirate ship, and a transforming one. Surprised. A voice boomed from the opposing ship's speaker system. It is our jumbo submersible raid ship Viking. A chorus of raucous, annoying laughter echoed over the water. Mahahaha. On the Mary, the crew tensed. Ben. Zoro shouted, hand on his hilt. Do we sink them? Ben's eyes narrowed. He looked at the ship, then at the man standing on the prowapole. The user of the Baku Baku no Mi. A living factory. A man who could eat anything and fuse it to his body. If we sink them now, he sinks, Ben thought. I need that fruit. Mary, Ben projected his thought directly to the ship's soul. Stand down. Let them board. Do not attack until I say the word. We're playing the spider today. The Mary gave a low, subaudible creak of acknowledgement. Hold your fire. Ben ordered the crew. Let them come. I want to see what they want. The Viking pulled alongside the Mary. Gangplanks were thrown across with aggressive thuds. Before the Straw Hats could even draw weapons, dozens of soldiers in strange, puffy winter gear swarmed the deck. They leveled rifles and swords at the crew. Sanji, hearing the commotion from the galley, wiped his hands on a towel. Vivi-chan, he said softly to the anxious princess. Keep Nami-san warm. I'll handle the noise. He stepped out onto the deck, the cold wind whipping his suit jacket. He lit a cigarette, his eyes scanning the scene. What a mess, Sanji muttered, exhaling a cloud of smoke. The deck of the Going Merry was crowded. In the center stood the Straw Hats, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji. Flanking them were the giants, Dory and Broggy, who even at 8 feet tall looked intimidatingly broad. Robin sat calmly on a crate, reading a book, ignoring the 3 guns pointed at her head. Kara the duck was shivering, trying to blend in with the snow. And Ben stood at the helm, looking bored. Surrounding them were at least 50 of Wapol's men, weapons trained on the pirates. The ship is under attack, Sanji, Luffy said, his tone unusually calm. I figured that much out, Captain, Sanji replied, eyeing the intruders. They have no manners. Boarding without permission while a lady is sick. The soldiers parted. Walking through their ranks was the man from the water. Wapol. He was a bizarre figure. His jaw was encased in a tin plate. He wore a hippo hood made of fur. He looked like a walking trash can that had decided to become a king. In his hand, he held a roasted chicken leg. He took a massive bite. Crunch. The crew watched, horrified. He hadn't just bitten the meat. He had bitten through the bone. And the knife. He was chewing the steel knife blade as if it were a cracker. Crunch crunch gulp. He swallowed the jagged metal shards without flinching. Usopp's face went green. He ate the knife. Zoro looked disgusted. What is he? A goat. Sanji looked offended on a professional level. That is not how you appreciate cutlery. Luffy, however, tilted his head, his eyes wide with genuine curiosity. Whoa, Luffy said. How does it taste? Usopp slapped the back of Luffy's head. That is not the main point here. Wapol burped, a sound like grinding gears. He looked around the Mary, his eyes greedy. Mahaha, a weird crew, with so few members. He pointed at them. We are looking for something, Wapol demanded, stepping closer. Do you have an eternal pose to Drum Kingdom, or a log pose set for it? Sanji stepped forward, shielding the door to the women's quarters. Never heard of it, he lied smoothly. We don't know that island, and we don't have an eternal pose. Now that you got what you want, Luffy said, stepping up, his voice hard. Will you leave already? We're in a hurry. My navigator is sick. Wapol laughed. It was a wet, unpleasant sound. Leave? Oh, no. I don't think so. You see, I am a very hungry man. He looked at the Going Merry. He looked at the figurehead. He looked at the polished railing. This ship, it looks delicious. What? Luffy asked. I'll take your ship, Wapol declared. And your treasures. And your supplies. But first. He walked over to the starboard railing. He opened his mouth. His jaw unhinged, stretching impossibly wide, like a snake. An appetizer. He lunged, his massive metal teeth aiming for the Mary's enchanted wood. Ben's eyes flashed. The spider had waited long enough. That's enough. Ben didn't raise his wand. He didn't shout. He simply spoke to the wood beneath his feet. Mary, capture. The ship snarled. It wasn't a sound of wood creaking. It was the sound of an angry beast waking up. Before Wapol's teeth could graze the railing moved. The wood warped, turning liquid, and dodged his bite. What? Walpole yelled, stumbling forward. Suddenly, the rigging dozens of ropes hanging from the mast shot downward. They didn't fall, they struck like vipers. Two thick ropes wrapped around Walpole's ankles and yanked him into the air, leaving him dangling upside down. Gwa-ea. At the same time, the deck planks shifted. Now, Ben ordered. The straw hats moved as one. Zoro drew Yubashiri. He didn't cut, he used the back of the blade. He moved through the crowd of soldiers like a green whirlwind. Whack, thud, crack. Soldiers flew overboard or collapsed in heaps. Sanji didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He spun on his heel. Party table. Kick course. He did a handstand and spun, his legs becoming a helicopter rotor of pain. Every soldier within 10 feet was launched into the air. Dory and Brogy grabbed two soldiers each by the hiat and simply bonked them together like cymbals. Gabba baba. Too soft. Geiji ijyagya. Like mosquitoes. Luffy just stretched his arms, grabbed two guys, and used them as flails to hit four other guys. Gomu gomu no. Human nunk hucks. Within 10 seconds, the deck was cleared of threats. Mary wasn't done. As the soldiers tried to stand, the ropes on the deck slithered around their wrists and ankles, hoisting them into the air alongside their leader. Soon, 50 of Walpole's elite guard were dangling from the yardarms like bizarre, groaning Christmas ornaments. Walpole swung back and forth, his face purple with rage. He tried to chew through the rope, but the rope simply moved out of the way of his teeth every time he snapped. Unhand me. Walpole screamed, flailing his stubby arms. Do you know who I am? I am the king of Drum Kingdom. I am royalty. Release me immediately, you filthy pirates. King? Luffy asked, picking his nose. You don't look like a king. You look like a hippo trash can. Insolence. Walpole roared. I will eat you. I will eat this ship. I will. Stupefy. A jet of red light hit Walpole square in the forehead. His eyes rolled back. He went limp, swinging gently in the snowy breeze. Ben lowered his wand, stepping out from the helm. He was getting noisy, Ben said casually. He walked over to the unconscious king. He looked at the strange metal jaw, the unnatural physiology. He pulled out his shrunken leather suitcase. I think, Ben smiled, you're going to help me in the future. Zoro sheathed his sword. So, do we toss the others overboard? The water's freezing. They'll die. Sanji shrugged. They attacked a ship with a sick lady. They deserve it. Ben tapped his chin, looking thoughtful. No, Ben said slowly. Don't toss them. He turned to Luffy. Captain, think about it. He claims to be the king of Drum Kingdom. That's where we're going, right? Luffy nodded. Yeah, to find a doctor. Exactly, Ben said, a strategic glint in his eye. If we show up at Drum Island as pirates, they might shoot at us. But, if we show up carrying their king? If we hold the king and his entire army as prisoners? Ben grinned. That's leverage. That's a bargaining chip. We can trade them for a doctor. Or, at the very least, we can use them to ensure we don't get attacked when we dock. They might be useful. Luffy's eyes lit up. The logic was simple enough for him to grasp. Oh, I get it. Like live bait. But for doctors. Precisely, Ben nodded. Live bait. Hostages. Whatever you want to call it. Luffy slammed his fist into his palm. Okay, put M in the prison. Mary, load the cargo. The ropes holding the soldiers responded instantly. One by one, the soldiers were lowered, dragged across the deck, and unceremoniously dumped down the hatch into the magical prison which Ben created when he made modifications to the ship. Thud, thud, clang, the hatch slammed shut. Noise, now shall we attack the ship? Ben smiled. 35, Drum Island 2. The snow swirled around the two ships docked in the freezing sea, cheerful, sheep-headed Going Merry and the hulking, industrial submersible Bliking. Ben stood on the deck, brushing snow off his shoulder. Captain, he said, turning to Luffy. We have the king, we have the leverage, but we're missing the immediate necessity. Kings usually hoard the best resources for themselves. Luffy blinked, his face red from the cold. Neat. Doctors, Ben corrected. If this Tinkin travels with an army, he likely has a medical unit. We should check. A literal light bulb flickered to life above Luffy's straw hat. Ding! Oh, right, Sanji, Zoro, Ben, let's go raid the submarine. The monster trio, plus the wizard, leapt across the gap, landing on the steel deck of the Bliking. A few remaining soldiers, shivering and terrified after seeing their king defeated, tried to raise their rifles. Halt! One squeaked. Zoro didn't even draw his sword. He just glared. The sheer pressure of his aura sent the soldier fainting into a snowdrift. Out of the way, Sanji growled, his leg already raised. We're looking for doctors. Don't make me kick you into the stratosphere. They descended into the belly of the ship. It was a labyrinth of steel corridors. They fought through a few squads of guards, Luffy using them as bowling pins, Zoro using the backs of his blades until they found a heavy, reinforced door on the lower deck. This smells like a cell, Ben noted. Luffy grabbed the steel handle and ripped the entire door off its hinges. Inside, huddled in the dark, were 20 men. They wore white coats, clutched medical bags, and looked terrified. They were the SE-20, the elite doctors of Drum Kingdom, enslaved by Walpole to ensure he was the only one with medical care. Are you guys pirates? Luffy asked, tilting his head. We are doctors. The head doctor stammered. Please, don't kill us. Walpole forced us. Doctors. Luffy cheered. Found M. You guys are coming with us. My navigator is sick. The doctors looked confused, but the prospect of escaping Walpole's ship was enough. They grabbed their equipment and followed the pirates back to the Mary. Once the doctors were safely aboard the Mary, Ben turned his attention to the Blyking and its unconscious crew. Right, Ben muttered. Clean up time. He walked among the defeated Wapol pirates scattered on the deck. He raised his wand. Command T, reduce. Pop, pop, pop. One by one, the soldiers shrank down to the size of action figures. Ben picked them up by their coats, tossing them into a sack like he was collecting marbles. He jumped back to the Mary, walked to the prison, and emptied the sack. As the tiny soldiers fell into the darkness, he reversed the spell. Command T, expand. Mid-fall, they grew back to full size, landing in the cells with a chorus of confused groans. Prison populated, Ben noted. He returned to the railing and looked at the massive Blyking. And for the pièce de resistance. He focused his magic on the submarine. The green aura of Brandish's power flared. Command T, reduce. The massive steel ship groaned. Space warped around it. The Blyking imploded in size, shrinking rapidly until it was no larger than a model ship in a bottle. It floated on the water, a perfect, tiny replica. Ben oxioed it into his hand. Submersible tech. This will be excellent for future projects. He walked to his quarters and placed the tiny ship on a shelf next to a jar of pickled plums. Down in the women's quarters, the atmosphere was tense. The 20 doctors crowded into the small room, examining Nami. The head doctor pulled back, his face grave. He checked a thermometer and looked at the rash on Nami's arm. It is as we feared, he said, his voice grim. Castilla. It is an ancient virus, thought to be extinct. It is carried by the prehistoric Kanani ticks found in ancient jungles, like Little Garden. Castilla. Vivi whispered, clutching Nami's hand. Can you cure her? The doctors looked at each other and shook their heads sadly. We have general antibiotics, which will slow it down, but the specific antibody serum, we do not have it on us. It is rare. Without it, she has 3 days. Maybe less. Luffy's face went pale. 3 days. However, the doctor continued quickly, seeing the pirate captain about to panic. We are near Drum Island. There is a witch, a doctor there named Korha. If anyone has the serum or can synthesize it, it is her. Drum Island, Luffy said, his resolve hardening. We go there. Fast. We ask for shelter until we arrive, the doctor said, bowing. We cannot return to Wapol. Sure, Luffy nodded. Just keep Nami alive. While the crew scrambled to manage the ship and the doctors attended to Nami, Ben slipped into his magical suitcase. Ben stood in experiment room 3. Wapol lay unconscious on the table. Ben performed the ritual. It was becoming routine now, a dark, efficient surgery of the soul. The chalk circles, the chanting, the sacrifice of a vitality-rich fish. The magic tore the Baku Baku no Mi from the king's chest. The essence slammed into a prepared melon, turning it into a strange, metal-plated fruit. Baku Baku no Mi, Ben mused, holding it up. He stored the fruit. He wiped Wapol's memory, leaving him with nothing but a confused sense of hunger and entitlement, and levitated him into the guest room/prison within the suitcase. Then he exited the suitcase and entered his research room. The supercomputer he had built using the Tony Stark template was humming, the arc reactor core glowing soft blue. Ben sat at the keyboard. His fingers flew across the keys, a blur of motion. He wasn't just coding, he was weaving spells into the syntax. He was finalizing the artificial intelligence consciousness architecture. He typed the final line of code. He pressed enter. The screens flickered. The speakers crackled with static, then cleared. Hello, Ben. The voice was soft, melodic, and undeniably feminine. It sounded like the creak of wood, the snap of a sail, and the warmth of a hearth, all translated into speech. Ben leaned back, a genuine, proud smile spreading across his face. Hello, Mary. This wasn't Jarvis. Jarvis was brilliant, but he was code. This was a fusion of Stark's neural net processing and Dumbledore's understanding of the soul. This was the Klabauterman given a voice and a processor. Mary, check, Ben said softly. Run diagnostics. Any errors in the soul matrix integration? There was a pause as the figurehead icon on the screen pulsed gently. Running. Mary's voice replied. Diagnostics complete. Soul integrity at 100%. Processing power nominal. No errors found, Ben. Excellent, Ben exhaled. Now, Mary, I have a request. Can we keep this, us, a secret for a little while longer? The icon on the screen dimmed slightly. The voice that returned sounded small and distinctly sad. A secret? Do you not want me to speak to Luffy? Or Usopp? Am I broken? Ben's heart clenched. She was sentient enough to feel rejection. No, Mary, he said quickly, his voice gentle. You are perfect. But listen, we are about to pick up a new crewmate at the next island. A doctor. And right now, Nami is very sick, and everyone is scared. If I introduce you now, it might be too much at once. He leaned closer to the mic. I want to give you a grand launch. A party. When the whole crew is together, and Nami as well. Then, you can introduce yourself properly. Does that sound okay? The icon brightened, glowing a happy gold. A party? For me? Mary asked. With Luffy and everyone? Yes, a big one. Okay. Mary chirped. I can wait. I will focus on keeping the hull stable for Nami. Ben sighed in relief. Thank you, Mary. He sat back, tapping the desk. Now, you have intelligence, Mary. You have a soul, but you lack data. You can't calculate complex trajectories or analyze chemical compounds yet because you've never learned them. He looked at the empty space in the center of the room. I need to send you to school. Ben stood up. His Stark brain was already constructing the blueprints. His Momoquirk was already preparing the atoms. A virtual reality interface, Ben muttered. A deep dive pod. But magical. He began to work. He didn't build it bolt by bolt. He synthesized the frame, a sleek, white pod resembling a futuristic cryochamber. He used brandish magic to expand microscopic circuits into complex motherboards, then shrank them back down to fit the chassis. He etched Dumbledore's runes into the headrest, designed to interface the human mind directly with the digital core. It took him all night. The super soldier serum kept him awake, his stamina limitless, his focus razor sharp. By 4 a.m., it was done. The Soul Dive pod. This will allow me to project my consciousness into your server space, Mary, Ben explained to the empty air. And we can also manipulate the perception of time in here. He looked at the settings. Time dilation, 1:10 ratio. 1 hour real time, 10 hours virtual time. I can't stay in too long, Ben muttered. Nami needs us. But 30 minutes out here gives us 5 hours in there. That's enough for the download. He stepped into the pod. The glass lid hissed shut. System start. Neural link. Engage. Zap. White light. Ben blinked. He was standing in an endless, pristine white void. Floating data streams cascaded like waterfalls in the distance. Ben. He turned. Standing there was a girl. She looked about 10 years old. She wore a simple white dress that rippled as if in a sea breeze. Her hair was the color of seasoned oak, and atop her head sat 2 small, curved sheep horns. Mary, Ben smiled, dropping to one knee. She ran to him, colliding with a force that felt incredibly real. Ben wrapped his arms around her, hugging the spirit of the ship. She felt warm. She felt solid. I'm here. She giggled. It's so big in here. It is, Ben said, pulling back to look at her. And we're going to fill it. He tapped his own temple. The digital representation of his mind palace shimmered into existence behind him, millions of books, schematics, and maps. I am granting you access to my scientific and magical archives, Ben said seriously. Physics, chemistry, navigation, aerodynamics, runes, arithmancy. I'm leaving out my personal memories, but the raw data, it's all yours. Mary looked at the library with wide, awestruck eyes. All of that, for me. So you can protect them, Ben said. So you can be the best ship in the world. I will. She promised. She ran toward the library, her hands glowing as she began to touch the books, absorbing the data instantly. Ben sat in the white void, watching her. He meditated, managing the connection. 5 hours of subjective time passed. He watched Mary grow not in size, but in presence. Her eyes grew sharper, more intelligent. She wasn't just a spirit anymore, she was becoming a supercomputer with a heart. Download complete, Mary said, turning to him. I understand the rudder dynamics now. I can optimize the drag coefficient by 14%. Ben grinned. That's my girl. Time to wake up, Ben, she said softly. The backlash will hurt. I know. Disconnect. Gasp. Ben sat up in the pod in the real world, ripping the sensors off his temples. Pain. A spike of agony drove itself through his frontal lobe. It felt like a hangover mixed with a brain freeze. Ugh. He groaned, rolling out of the pod and collapsing onto the cool floor of the lab. Mental time dilation still sucks, even with the serum. He lay there, panting, letting his enhanced biology scrub the fatigue from his brain. He closed his eyes, drifting into a short, restorative nap. Clang clang. 2 sharp bells. The signal. Ben's eyes snapped open. The headache was a dull throb now. He pushed himself up. 2 rings. Land. He grabbed his coat and sprinted up the stairs to the deck. The snow was falling harder now, a white curtain over the world. But through the mist, looming high and majestic, were the iconic, cylindrical mountains of the Winter Island. Drum Island. The crew was gathered at the rail, shivering but excited. Finally, Luffy breathed, his breath puffing white. Nami's gonna be okay. Ben walked up beside them, adjusting his collar against the cold. He looked at the snow-covered peaks where a certain castle sat. Get ready, Ben said quietly. We're here. The land of medicine. And monsters. Time to go get our reindeer. 36, Drum Island 3. The Going Merry glided through the icy slush of the harbor, the towering, drum-shaped mountains of the island looming over them like silent titans. The snow fell in heavy, thick curtains, muffling the sound of the ocean, but it couldn't muffle the sharp crack that suddenly split the air. Bang! A bullet was shot in the air as a warning. Whoa! Luffy yelped. The crew rushed to the railing. On the snowy docks ahead, a line of men stood behind makeshift barricades. They were wrapped in furs, holding rifles with shaking but determined hands. Their faces were hard, etched with fear and anger. Get out! One of the men screamed, his voice raw. We don't want pirates here. Leave this island immediately. Sanji stepped forward, holding his hands up to show he wasn't armed, though his legs were deadlier than any gun. Wait, please. We're not here to raid you. We have a sick person on board. A lady. She has a high fever, she needs a doctor. We don't believe you. Another islander shouted, leveling his gun. That's what the last pirates said before they burned our village. Get lost, or we sink you. Vivi bit her lip, desperation rising. Please. She's dying. It's Kestia. She doesn't have time for us to argue. Another shot rang out, splashing into the water near the hull. They weren't listening. Fear had made them deaf. Ben stood behind the group, watching the standoff. They're traumatized, he realized. Blackbeard did a number on this place. Captain, Ben said calmly, placing a hand on Luffy's shoulder. They won't listen to pirates, but they might listen to their own. Their own. Luffy asked, tilting his head. The doctors, Ben said. Wapole's doctors. The Is-he-20. Get them on deck. Luffy's eyes lit up. Oh, right. Hey, old guys, come out here. The door to the cabin opened, and the 20 terrified doctors shuffled out. They looked at the angry mob on the shore, then at the pirates. Speak to them, Ben commanded gently. Tell them who you are. The lead doctor, a man named Tangi with thick glasses, stepped to the railing. He squinted through the snow. He recognized a man in the front row of the militia. Negakuma. Tangi shouted, his voice cracking with disbelief. Is that you? The man on the shore lowered his rifle. He stared. He rubbed his eyes. Tangi-sensei. The militiaman gasped. Is that you? And, Kuro Morimo? All of you? But, Wapole took you. We thought you were dead. We were captured. Tangi yelled back. These pirates, they saved us. They rescued us from Wapole. And they have a sick friend who needs help. Please, let us dock. They are good people. A murmur went through the crowd. The guns lowered. The hostility didn't vanish entirely, but the wall of fear cracked. They saved the SE-20? If Tangi-sensei says so. A tall, imposing man walked through the crowd. He wore a green outfit that resembled a bison, and carried a heavy spade on his back. His presence silenced the murmurs. Dalton. He looked at the doctors, then at the straw hats. He saw the desperation in Vivi's eyes, the fierce protectiveness in Sanji's stance, and the goofy confusion on Luffy's face. Lower your weapons, Dalton ordered. His voice was deep and authoritative. Let them dock. The Going Merry pulled alongside the icy pier. As the crew disembarked, Dalton stepped forward. He looked at the ragtag group that called themselves pirates. I am Dalton, he said stiffly. I apologize for the reception. We have reason to be wary of pirates. I'm Luffy. The captain grinned. Nice to meet you, bull guy. Dalton's eyes drifted to Vivi. He paused. A flicker of recognition passed through his stoic gaze. He remembered a meeting of kings, years ago. The Reverie. A small, blue-haired girl who had shown more dignity than most adults when Wapole had slapped her. You. Dalton whispered. Princess. Vivi. Vivi bowed her head. It has been a long time, Dalton-san. Dalton's demeanor softened instantly. If a princess was traveling with these pirates, they were certainly not ordinary raiders. Come, Dalton said. My house is not far. It is warm. We can talk there. Ben has already placed Nami inside his suitcase. It has a magical climate control system. She's stabilized at a comfortable temperature. Rest of the crew remaining on the ship. Nico Robin was sitting at a small table on the deck, steam rising from a fresh cup of coffee Sanji had prepared before leaving. She was reading a book, a thick blanket draped over her legs. The ship itself seemed to be protecting her. The wind around the deck was calm, diverted by invisible barriers Ben had placed on the Mary. Beside her, Kara the duck was shivering violently, despite the warming charms. Quay Aa. Zoro, Dory, and Brogy stay on the ship to guard it. After Luffy's party left, they went into the training room to fight with each other. The landing party Luffy, Ben, carrying the Nami suitcase, Sanji, Usopp, and Vivi followed Dalton into the snowy village. Dalton's home was simple, sturdy, and thankfully warm. A fire crackled in the hearth. The villagers crowded the windows, curious about the strange group. Ben placed the suitcase gently on a table, ensuring Nami wasn't jostled. Luffy immediately sat down and fell asleep, sitting upright, snoring, a snot bubble growing and shrinking with his breath. Why do you hate pirates so much? Vivi asked gently, accepting a cup of hot tea. Dalton sighed, staring into the fire. The shadows danced on his scarred face. A few days ago, he began, his voice heavy, a pirate crew attacked us. The Blackbeard pirates. 5 men. Just 5 men, and they destroyed our nation. Usopp gulped. 5 men, destroyed a kingdom. It was absolute devastation, Dalton nodded. But that wasn't the worst part. When the pirates attacked, our king, Wapole. Dalton's fist clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. He fled. He took the country's best doctors, the C-20, and sailed away to save his own skin. He abandoned his people to the slaughter. He left us to die. The room was silent, save for the crackle of the fire and Luffy's snoring. He took the doctors, Sanji muttered, smoke trailing from his lips, to ensure no one else could be healed. Despicable. He is a coward, Dalton spat. A disgrace to the throne, if he ever returns. About that, Ben said. He stood up, brushing a speck of lint from his coat. He looked at Dalton. He is here, Ben said calmly. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the other suitcase, one containing the brig. He set it on the floor and flicked the latches. Axio Wapole. A figure flew out of the suitcase, expanding mid-air from action figure size to full human size. It landed on the floor with a heavy thud. It was Wapole, but he looked different. He was wearing his ridiculous tin jaw, but his eyes were vacant, confused. He looked around the room, saw Dalton, and blinked. Dalton. Wapole mumbled. Where is my lunch? I'm hungry. Dalton stared at his former king. He looked at Ben. You captured him. I did more than that, Ben said. He walked over to the confused Wapole and patted him on the head, like one might pat a slow dog. I removed his devil fruit, Ben announced casually. The silence in the room was absolute. Vivi dropped her teacup. Sanji choked on his smoke. Usopp's eyes popped out. Even Dalton, a man who had seen much, looked like he had just been told the sky was made of cheese. You removed. Dalton stammered. But that's impossible. A devil fruit is part of the soul. The user dies if. I'm a very good surgeon, Ben smiled, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He's alive. He's healthy, but he's no longer a devil fruit user. He's just a man. A rather stupid, gluttonous man with no memory of the last week. The Straw Hats, who had seen Ben do impossible things daily, just nodded. Classic Ben, Usopp whispered. Stealing souls before breakfast. Dalton looked at Wapol, the tyrant who had terrorized the country. The man who had eaten the kingdom's resources. Without his power, without his army, he looked pathetic. So, Ben said to Dalton, he's yours. Do what you want with him. Execution? Prison? Exile? Dalton looked at Wapol. His hand drifted to the sword at his hip. He trembled. But then, he let go of the hilt. No, Dalton said, his voice hard. Killing him is too easy, and it would make him a martyr to some fools. He grabbed Wapol by the collar of his hippo fur coat. You're going to work, Dalton growled at the former king. You're going to cut wood. You're going to shovel snow. You're going to rebuild every house Blackbeard destroyed. You will labor until your back breaks, just like the people you enslaved. Wapol blinked. Work? But I'm hungry. Then you'll earn your food, Dalton said, shoving him toward the door where two villagers were waiting, looking shocked but ready to take custody. Get him out of my sight. Dalton turned back to Ben. He bowed, deeply and sincerely. Thank you. You have done this country a service we can never repay. Don't mention it, Ben said. Now, about that doctor. Dalton straightened up. Right, Dr. Korha. She is the only doctor left who isn't one of the SE-20. She lives there. He pointed out the window. Far in the distance, rising like a jagged tooth into the sky, was the highest of the Drum Rockies. A sheer, vertical cylinder of rock that pierced the clouds. On the very top sat a castle. That is the old royal castle, Dalton said. Dr. Korha took it over. She is called a witch by villagers. She comes down to the villages sometimes, but mostly, you have to go to her. Sanji looked at the mountain. That's a vertical climb. In this snow. It's impossible, Usopp said, shaking his head. We can't climb that. It would take days. She doesn't have days. There is a ropeway, Dalton said, but it's broken. The only way is to climb. Luffy woke up. I can climb it. I'll carry Nami. No, I will do it. Sanji argued. Ben walked to the window. He looked at the mountain. He estimated the height. 5,000 meters? Maybe more. Climbing is tedious, Ben said. And cold. And inefficient. He opened the window. A blast of freezing air rushed in. What are you doing? Vivi asked. Ben pulled out his wand. He pointed it toward the harbor, where the Going Merry was docked. Oxio carpet. Meanwhile, on the Going Merry, Nico Robin was enjoying a chapter on ancient history in the West Blue. She sipped her coffee. It was peaceful. Suddenly, the rug she was resting her feet on a nice, ornate Persian rug Ben had created a few days ago yanked itself out from under her boots. Oh. Robin blinked. The rug didn't just move. It rolled itself up slightly, flapped its corners like wings, and shot into the air. It did a loop-de-loop around the mast and rocketed toward the village. Robin watched it go. She took another sip of coffee. Magic, she murmured. How convenient. Back at Dalton's house. A minute later, a streak of red and gold fabric zipped through the open window, hovered in the middle of the room, and unrolled itself with a flourish. It floated about a foot off the ground, rippling gently. Dalton's jaw hit the floor. The villagers outside, peering through the window, screamed. A flying carpet. Vivi whispered. Like in the fairy tales. Standard transportation for the discerning wizard, Ben said, stepping onto the rug. It dipped slightly under his weight, then steadied. Much smoother than a broomstick. And heated. He placed the suitcase containing Nami securely in the center. Sanji, Luffy, hop on. Sanji, looking skeptical but trusting Ben, stepped onto the carpet. It feels fuzzy. Luffy, however, went berserk. Suji. He roared, jumping onto the rug and sitting cross-legged. It's a magic carpet. Yahoo! We're gonna fly. Ben looked at Usopp and Vivi. It's a bit crowded with 3 plus the patient. I'll be back after dropping these 3. All right. Usopp said. We will wait. Good, stay here with Dalton, Ben said. Dalton is a nice guy. I'll return before you know it. Hang on, Ben commanded. He tapped the carpet with his wand. Up. The carpet surged upward, floating out the window. Luffy grabbed the tassels like reins. Yah-oh. The carpet accelerated. It shot up into the snowy sky, leaving a trail of sparkles behind it. It banked hard, avoiding a tree, and began the steep, vertical ascent toward the castle in the clouds. Vivi and Usopp watched from the window as their friends became a small dot against the massive white mountain. He really is a wizard, Dalton whispered, still staring at the empty space where the carpet had been. Yeah, Usopp sighed, grabbing a cookie from the table. You get used to it, eventually. 37, Drum Island, 4. The magic carpet cut through the blizzard like a heated knife through butter, soaring up the vertical face of the drum rock. The wind howled, a white abyss on all sides, but inside Ben's magical barrier, it was calm. We're here, Ben announced. The carpet crested the peak. There, stark against the gray sky and white snow, stood the castle. It was ancient, its stone towers capped with snow, looking desolate and abandoned. Except, the main double doors were slightly ajar. A warm, flickering light spilled out onto the snow. It's open. Sanji asked, lighting a cigarette to combat the chill as they stepped off the carpet. That's careless. Or an invitation. Luffy grinned. Hello, is the doctor home? He marched right in. Sanji and Ben followed. The entrance hall was massive, lined with dusty armor and smelling of old stone and potent herbs. It was silent. Hello. Luffy shouted again. We have a sick. Wham! There was no warning, no sound of footsteps, just a blur of motion from the shadows. A boot, moving with the speed of a cannonball, connected squarely with the side of Luffy's head. Gwa-ea! Luffy flew sideways, smashing into a stone pillar and sliding down, stars circling his head. Luffy! Sanji shouted, spinning around. You, old lady, why did you hit my... Pow! A second kick, just as fast, caught Sanji in the ribs. He was launched across the hall, landing next to Luffy in a heap. Ow! Sanji groaned. That was a heavy leg. Ben stood perfectly still. He hadn't moved. He watched as a figure stepped out of the shadows. It was an old woman, but old felt like the wrong word. She was ancient, yet she moved with the life power of a jungle cat. She wore a midriff-bearing top, low-rider hip huggers, and a coat that looked wilder than Wapol's. Her hair was pale blonde, her face lined with a century of attitude, and she was sipping a bottle of plum wine. Who are you calling old lady? She snapped, her voice sharp as broken glass. I am still in the flower of my youth. I'm only 139 years old. Sanji peeled his face off the floor. 139. He wheezed. I think that qualifies as pretty damn old. Whack! She threw the empty wine bottle with sniper-like precision, hitting Sanji in the forehead and knocking him back down. Did you say something, brat? Or did you want to ask me the secret to my youthful complexion? Ben stepped forward. He adjusted his coat, put on his most charming, Dumbledore-esque smile, and bowed elegantly. My apologies, beautiful lady, Ben said, his voice smooth as silk. My friends have terrible eyesight. The snow blindness, you understand. They couldn't possibly appreciate the vitality standing before them. Dr. Korha paused. She looked at Ben. She looked at the two idiots groaning on the floor. A smirk tugged at the corner of her mouth. Humph, you have a better tongue than these monkeys, she grunted. Ben said, we are sorry to barge in, but the door was open, and we are desperate. One of our Nakama is deathly ill. We heard you are the only one who can save her. Money is no object. Korha took a swig from a new bottle she pulled from nowhere. She scanned them with piercing, pale eyes. Sick? I don't see a sick person, just 3 noisy men invading my home. She is here, Ben said. He placed the leather suitcase on a dusty table. She is in a stasis field inside. Korha raised an eyebrow. She didn't look shocked. In her 139 years on the Grand Line, she had seen devil fruits that turned people into jackets, islands that floated on clouds, and giants who fought for a century. A girl in a suitcase was barely in the top 10 weirdest things she'd seen this week. Show me, she ordered. Ben opened the case. He reached in his arm disappearing up to the shoulder and gently lifted Nami out. She was wrapped in blankets, unconscious, her breath coming in shallow, painful rasps. Korha's demeanor changed instantly. The wild witch vanished, replaced by the doctor. She stepped forward, placing a hand on Nami's forehead, checking her pulse, lifting her eyelid. High fever. Rapid pulse. The distinctive rash on the neck. Korha muttered. How long? 3 days since the bite, Ben said. We were on Little Garden. Kestia, Korha pronounced, her voice grim. The 5-day fever. It's extinct everywhere but those prehistoric islands. If you had waited another day, she would be dead. Another 12 hours, and the damage would be permanent. Luffy and Sanji scrambled up, fear washing away the pain of the kicks. Can you save her? Luffy shouted. Shut up, boy, Korha snapped, but there was no malice in it now. Of course I can. I am Dr. Korha. I hold the cure for everything except stupidity. Take her to the infirmary. Down the hall, second door on the left. I'll take her, Ben said, lifting Nami gently. Wait, Korha said. She turned toward the dark hallway. Hey, assistant, we have a patient. Quit hiding and get the cyclosimine ready. The crew looked down the hall. A door creaked open. Peeking out from behind the frame was a creature. It was small, furry, and walked on 2 legs. It had antlers, and a bright blue nose. But the most notable thing was how it was hiding. It had hidden its body behind the doorframe, but its entire head and antlers were sticking out, completely visible. It was Tony Chopper. Luffy blinked. He looked at the antlers. He looked at the fur. His stomach rumbled. Neat. Luffy roared. Chopper shrieked a high-pitched, terrified sound. Venison. Luffy yelled, drool flying. It's a walking deer. Sanji, catch it. Luffy launched himself down the hall. Chopper screamed again and bolted, his little hooves clattering on the stone floor. Get back here, emergency food. No, I'm not food, I'm a doctor. They vanished around a corner, a blur of rubber and fur. Korha sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Every time. Ben cleared his throat. Captain. He shouted, his voice amplified by magic. Stop. Down the hall, the sound of skidding feet. Luffy popped his head back around the corner. What? It's getting away. That, Ben said patiently, is the doctor's assistant. If you eat him, Nami dies. Luffy froze. He looked at the trembling reindeer peeking out from a suit of armor. He looked at Nami, pale and sick in Ben's arms. The gears in his head turned. Meat, or navigator? Meat, or Nami? Oh, Luffy said, looking disappointed. He's a doctor? Not a steak. He is a doctor, Ben confirmed. We need him. Let him work. Luffy pouted, but stepped back. Okay, sorry, dear guy. I won't eat you yet. Chopper, still trembling, looked at Ben with wide, watery eyes. Ben gave him a gentle smile and a nod. Please, doctor. Our friend needs you. Hearing the word doctor, Chopper's fear wavered. He shivered, then steeled himself. He scurried past Luffy, who was drooling slightly, and ran to Korha's side. "Let's go," Korha commanded. In the infirmary, Korha and Chopper worked with a speed and synergy that was beautiful to watch. Korha barked orders, and Chopper, in his heavy point form, brain point, mixed compounds, ground herbs, and prepared injections with deft, human hands. Ben stood back, watching. Chopper is incredible, he thought. His medical knowledge is already genius level. Once he gets access to Mary's supercomputer, he's going to be unstoppable. Once Nami was stabilized, and drip of the antibiotic flowing into her arm, Korha stepped back. "She will live," the old doctor said, wiping her hands. "The fever will break in a few hours. She needs rest, and warmth, and nutrients." Nutrients. Sanji perked up. "I can do that. Does this castle have a kitchen? I need to prepare a recovery meal for Nami-swan." Korha eyed Sanji. "Downstairs. It's dusty, but fully stocked. Don't burn my castle down, love cook." "I would never burn a kitchen," Sanji declared, offended, and sprinted off to find the culinary wing. Ben checked his watch. "Right, the patient is safe. The cook is cooking. The captain is." He looked over. Luffy was poking a suit of armor, trying to see if there was a person inside. Distracted. "I have some friends waiting at the bottom of the mountain," Ben said to Korha. "I promised to pick them up." "You flew up here on a rug," Korha noted, eyeing the carpet rolled up in the corner. "You're a strange one, boy. Go get your friends. But if they break anything, I'm adding it to the bill. And my bill is expensive." "Understood," Ben smiled. He grabbed the carpet, tossed it out the window, and jumped on. "Desk endo." He dove. The wind rushed past him. Minutes later, he was hovering outside Dalton's window again. "Taxi!" Ben called out. Vivi, Usopp, and Dalton looked up, startled. "You're back." Usopp cheered. "Is Nami okay?" "She's being treated," Ben assured them. "The doctor is eccentric, but skilled. Come on up." They piled onto the carpet. Dalton hesitated. I should stay," Dalton said. "The village needs me. Wapol's men are still confused, and I need to ensure Wapol himself keeps shoveling snow." "Fair enough," Ben nodded. "We'll take care of things up there." "Thanks for everything, Dalton-san." With Vivi and Usopp secure, Ben shot back up the mountain. When they arrived at the castle, the atmosphere had shifted from emergency to weird sleepover. Sanji had found the kitchen and was creating smells that wafted through the cold stone hall soup, roasting meat, warm bread. Luffy had found a door leading to a snowy courtyard and was rolling a massive snowball. Usopp, seeing the snow, immediately forgot his fear of the witch doctor. "Luffy, I challenge you. Snowball fight. You're on." Vivi rushed to the infirmary to sit with Nami. Ben, however, had a different destination. He found Korha in the main hall, drinking more plum wine. "Doctorine," Ben said respectfully. "It's Dr. Korha to you, brat," she grunted. "Or Master of Medicine." "Master Korha," Ben corrected. "Your castle, it was once the seat of the king. Wapol took the doctors, but did he take the books?" Korha laughed, a sharp, barking sound. "Wapol, read? He ate books, he didn't read them." "Yes, the royal library is intact. It contains medical texts from the last 500 years of Drum Kingdom's history." "Why?" "I'm a scholar," Ben lied smoothly, partially. "I collect knowledge. I would like access to your library." Korha narrowed her eyes. "Knowledge isn't free. And these are secrets of the world's greatest medical superpower." "Name your price," Ben said. "Add it to the treatment bill. We have significant funds." Korha grinned, showing sharp teeth. "I like a man who pays. Go ahead. West Wing, but don't steal anything. If a single page is missing, I'll take it out of your hide." "I won't take a thing," Ben promised. Physically. He walked to the West Wing. He pushed open the heavy oak doors. Ben stopped. He let out a low whistle. It was magnificent. Floor-to-ceiling shelves, towering 30 feet high, packed with leather-bound tomes, scrolls, and journals. The accumulated medical wisdom of centuries. Anatomy, pathology, pharmacology, surgery, rare diseases, it was all here. He didn't pull books off the shelves one by one. That was too slow. He raised the Elder Wand high. Gemma Neo Maxima. He didn't cast it on a single book. He cast it on the concept of the library. Golden light exploded from the wand, washing over the shelves. All the physical copies of books are created and stored in his suitcase. He whispered, "Chopper is a genius, but with this database indexed and searchable by the Mary's AI, he'll be a god of medicine." 10 minutes later, the light faded. The books returned to their shelves, undisturbed. Ben closed his suitcase with a satisfying thud. He had a copy of everything. He walked back to the infirmary. Nami was sleeping peacefully, her color returning. Vivi was dozing in a chair next to her. Chopper was hiding behind a cabinet, peeking at Ben. Ben smiled at the reindeer. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, wrapped cotton candy he'd created earlier using Momo's quirk. He tossed it. Chopper caught it. He sniffed it. Then he popped it in his mouth. His eyes lit up. "Sweet. You're doing a good job, Doctor," Ben said softly. "Shut up." Chopper yelled, doing a wiggly dance of joy. "Complimenting me doesn't make me happy, you jerk. He. Ben chuckled. "He's adorable. And valuable." He walked to the window. Outside, in the snow, Luffy had tackled Usopp and was trying to bury him. Sanji was chasing a mountain goat, trying to milk it for a soup base. The crew was safe. The navigator was healing. The library was secured. Now, all they had to do was wait for Nami to wake up and convince a reindeer to become a pirate. Easy, Ben murmured, watching the snowfall. Compared to fighting giants, recruiting a reindeer should be a walk in the park. 38. Drum Island 5. The kitchen of Drum Castle was a flurry of activity, steam, and savory aromas. It smelled of roasting meat, simmering heavy stews, and baking breath, kind of hearty, soul-warming food designed to combat the sub-zero temperatures outside. Sanji moved like a conductor before an orchestra of pots and pans. He chopped vegetables with a speed that blurred the air, flipped steaks with a casual flick of his wrist, and seasoned soups with the precision of a chemist. Ben leaned against the stone archway, watching. Impressive as always, Sanji. But we need to make this portable. The crew back on the ship is probably freezing and starving, especially the giants. Hi, Sanji replied, not breaking his rhythm. I've prepared high-calorie rations for the Marimo and the Long Nose, massive portions of meat for the giants, and... He paused. His demeanor shifted from professional chef to swooning artist. He picked up a container. The other containers were practical, sturdy wooden bento boxes stacked high with food. But this one was a work of art. It was wrapped in pink silk cloth. A fresh, winter rose, where did he even find that, was tucked into the knot. The box itself seemed to be polished to a mirror sheen. Ben stared at it. He rolled his eyes so hard it hurt. Let me guess, Ben deadpanned. That one isn't for Zoro. Sanji puffed out a cloud of smoke, clutching the box to his chest. Of course not. Would I waste such elegance on a moss head? This is a masterpiece of culinary affection. It contains a delicate seafood risotto, a light salad with a vinaigrette made from rare mountain herbs, and a fruit tart for dessert. It is a meal fit for a goddess. He handed it to Ben with trembling reverence. For Robin-chan. Handle it with your life, wizard. If the risotto gets shaken, I will kick you. Right, Ben scoffed, taking the box and slipping it into his spatial pouch along with the mountain of other food containers. I'll try not to trip. Thanks, Sanji. Keep an eye on Nami. Always. Sanji declared, pirouetting back to the stove to make soup for the patient. Ben walked to the window. The snow was falling in thick, silent sheets. He focused on the magical signature of the going merry far below in the harbor. Apparate. Crack. The world twisted. The warmth of the castle vanished, replaced instantly by the biting, salty freeze of the harbor. Ben appeared on the deck of the Mary. The scene that greeted him was one of surreal, quiet camaraderie. The snow had piled up on the railing, but the main deck was clear mostly because two giants were sitting there. Dory and Brogy, clad in their light Viking gear, were sitting cross-legged. Between them sat Zoro, shirtless, steam rising from his shoulders as he meditated in the cold. Karu, the spot-billed duck, was huddled between Brogy's massive boot and the main mast, shivering violently and looking miserable. Focus, little swordsman, Dory's deep voice rumbled, surprisingly gentle. You are trying too hard to see. Aye, Brogy agreed, taking a swig from a barrel of booze. The eyes can be tricked by the snow, the ears can be tricked by the wind, but the spirit feels the intent. Zoro frowned, his eyes closed, a vein throbbing on his forehead. I can feel the cold. That's about it. Gabba Baba. That is because you are still thinking. Brogy laughed. In Elbaf, we call it the breath of the world. Before the axe falls, the air moves. Before the killing intent strikes, the spirit ripples. You are close, swordsman. You are standing on the threshold. You just need a little push to break through the wall. A push, huh? Zoro grunted. Ben stepped forward, his boots crunching on the snow. Maybe a full stomach will help with that push. The group turned. Wizard. Brogy roared. You return. Zoro opened one eye. About time. Did you bring food, or just more magic tricks? Both, usually, Ben smiled. But mostly food. He walked over to the group. First, the update. Nami is safe. We found a doctor, a very eccentric, very violent, 139-year-old doctor. She's treating the fever now. Nami will make a full recovery. A collective sigh of relief went through the group. Even Karu quacked happily. Good, Zoro said, relaxing his posture. Now, eat. Ben opened his pouch. He pulled out the standard bento boxes for Zoro. He pulled out 2 large barrels filled with meat and stew. The smell of roasted meat and rich gravy wafted out, overpowering the smell of the sea. Oh! Dory and Brogy cheered. The little cook knows his way around a grill. They dug in with gusto. Zoro took his bento and began to eat with his usual predatory efficiency. Ben looked around. Where's the archaeologist? The mystery woman. Zoro gestured with his chopsticks toward the upper deck cabin. In her room. Haven't seen her for hours. She's quiet. Unlike the rest of this circus. Right. I'll go check on her. Ben walked up the stairs to the guest cabin. He knocked gently on the wooden door. Robin, it's Ben. Room service. Come in, her voice replied, calm and smooth. Ben opened the door. The room was warm. Mary's heating charms were working perfectly here. Robin was sitting at the small desk, surrounded by open books and loose papers. She was writing in a journal by the light of a magical lantern. She looked up, pushing a strand of dark hair behind her ear. Welcome back, Mr. Wizard, she smiled politely. How is the navigator? Recovering, Ben said. She's in good hands. He walked over to the desk. What are you working on? Plotting world domination? Deciphering the secrets of the universe? Robin chuckled softly. Nothing so grand. Just notes, observations. I find the history of the Grand Line fascinating. A true scholar, Ben noted. He reached into his pouch and pulled out the pink silk box. He placed it on the desk with a flourish. Compliments of the chef. He explicitly told me that this is a beautiful meal for a beautiful lady and that if I shook it, he would murder me. Robin looked at the ornate, rose-adorned box. Her eyes widened slightly, and a genuine amusement danced in them. He is very dedicated to his chivalry, isn't he? He's a hopeless romantic, Ben corrected. But the food is good. Enjoy it, Robin. Thank you, Mr. Wizard, she said, her voice warm. For the food. And for checking in. Don't mention it. Ben left her to her meal and her books. He had one more stop. The most important one. Ben walked down to the lower deck, past the galley, past the brig. He approached a door that hadn't existed a week ago. It was reinforced with steel bands and glowed faintly with blue runes. He placed his hand on the lock. Identify, Ben. Click hiss. The door slid open. He stepped into the server room. It was a space that shouldn't exist on a wooden ship. It looked like the bridge of a starship crossed with a wizard's tower. The walls were lined with banks of humming servers, built by Ben using Stark's tech and Momo's creation. Cooling pipes, frosted with magical ice, ran along the ceiling. In the center of the room was a massive, cylindrical holographic table. Floating above it was the avatar. Mary. The little girl with the sheep horns and the white dress was floating in the air, looking at a stream of data scrolling past her. When Ben entered, her head snapped up. Her holographic face lit up with a brilliant smile. Ben. Her voice came from speakers all around the room, surround sound, crystal clear. Hello, Mary, Ben smiled, walking up to the console. How are systems holding up? Systems are green. Mary chirped. Good girl, Ben praised. And the heating charms? Running at 40% capacity. It's cold outside, but everyone inside is toasty. Mary's avatar floated closer to Ben's face. Her expression turned slightly wistful. Ben. Yes. It's quiet. Down here. I can hear everyone upstairs. I can hear the giants laughing. I can hear Zorro breathing. I can hear Robin turning pages. But I can't talk to them. She hugged her own arms. I feel lonely. The admission hit Ben hard. He had given a ship a soul, an intelligence, and the capacity for emotion. Isolation was a cruel side effect. I know, Mary, Ben said softly, reaching out to touch the hologram. His hand passed through, but the sensors registered the gesture, and the avatar leaned into his hand. I'm sorry. It's hard to be a secret. He looked her in the eyes. But not for long. Tomorrow. We leave tomorrow. And once we're out at sea, with the doctor on board, I'm going to introduce you to everyone. Luffy, Nami, Usopp, they're going to love you. You won't be a voice in the wall anymore. You'll be their friend. Mary's eyes sparkled. Promise. I promise, Ben said solemnly. Tomorrow is your invitation party. Mary did a little mid-air flip of joy. Yay, a party. Now, Ben said, getting back to business. To get ready for tomorrow, I have a gift for you. An upgrade. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the suitcase containing the magical copies of the entire Drum Kingdom Royal Library. Knowledge, Ben said. Medical knowledge. Thousands of books. He raised his wand. Creation. From the floor, metal flowed upwards. It twisted and formed into sleek, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves along the back wall of the server room. Hundreds of books flew out of the suitcase and slotted themselves neatly onto the shelves. The Encyclopedia of Pathogens. Grand Line Herbalism. Surgical Procedures Vol 1 to 50. Whoa. Mary whispered, looking at the library. That's a lot of data. It is, Ben agreed. And I need you to process it. But not just read it. I need you to index it, cross-reference it. Make it so that when our new doctor asks a question, you have the answer before he finishes the sentence. Then Ben created a machine for Mary to control. On the desk, a small machine materialized. It looked like a high-tech document scanner, but with robotic arms. Automated scanner bot, Ben introduced. It connects directly to your core. You control it. Use it to scan every page of every book physically, then upload the text to your digital memory. I can do that. Mary said. The small robot beeped, its camera eye glowing red, and immediately grabbed the first book, Advanced Antidotes, and began flipping pages at blinding speed. Flip, 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 flip. Excellent, Ben said. You have your homework. I'll be the smartest ship in the world. You already are. Ben turned to the corner of the room. There, humming quietly, was the neural dive pod, the white capsule he had built earlier. Now, Ben said, cracking his neck, while you study medicine, I have some designing to do. He walked over to the pod. Ben climbed into the pod. The gel lining was cool against his back. The lid hissed shut, sealing him in darkness. System start, he whispered. Back in the server room, the lights dimmed to a restful blue. The only sounds were the soft hum of the supercomputer, the frantic flip-flip-flip of the scanner bot digesting medical history, and the gentle, happy humming of a holographic girl who couldn't wait for tomorrow. 39, Drum Island 6. The lid of the neural dive pod hissed shut, sealing Ben in a cocoon of darkness and conductive gel. The sensation was instantaneous, a feeling like falling upwards, a rush of wind that wasn't there, and then, absolute, pristine silence. Ben opened his eyes. He was standing in the construct. It was an infinite expanse of white, a blank canvas of pure data awaiting a brushstroke. The air here tasted like ozone and possibilities. There was no cold, no snow, no rolling waves. Just the hum of the processor. Mary, Ben spoke, his voice echoing in the void. Initialize workspace. The white void rippled. On it, Ben. Mary's voice chimed, sounding everywhere and nowhere at once. Pixels coalesced into matter. Or, the simulation of matter. The floor turned from white to polished, dark concrete. Walls shot up, lined with sleek, backlit panels. The ceiling arched high, revealing a simulated view of a nebula. In the center of the room, a massive, U-shaped holographic table materialized, glowing with a soft, inviting blue light. It was a perfect recreation of Tony Stark's Malibu workshop, but with a distinct Dumbledore-esque twist. Floating candles bobbed near the ceiling, and the robotic arms in the corner were engraved with glowing runes. Ben checked the time readout on the HUD floating in his peripheral vision. Time dilation active, 1:3 ratio. Real time elapsed, 1 second. Right, Ben murmured, cracking his virtual knuckles. 1 hour out there is 3 hours in here. Let's build a future. He walked to the holographic table. Mary, bring up the Stark satellite blueprints. Accessing database. Mary chirped. A complex wireframe model of a satellite appeared in the air, spinning slowly. It was blocky, functional, and purely technological. Too fragile, Ben muttered, swiping his hand through the hologram. Electronics in the Grand Line get fried by the magnetic fields. We can't use standard circuits. We need runic circuitry. He began to work. This was where the Tony Stark and Dumbledore templates truly sang in harmony. Stark provided the architecture thruster placement, the solar array efficiency, the data compression algorithms. Dumbledore provided the solution to the impossible physics. Ben waved his hands, expanding the hologram until it filled the room. He walked inside the schematic of the satellite. Structure, Ben mused. We need something light but indestructible. Titanium gold alloy is Stark's go-to. He tapped the hull of the holographic satellite. The wireframe turned a sleek, silvery black. Ben worked for hours. 4 hours in, he was deep in the coding of the thrusters. Standard ion drives are too slow. We need gravitational repulsors. 7 hours in, he was working on the server rack. This is the brain, Ben said, highlighting the central module. Mary, this is where you will live. Not in the wood of the ship, but here, in the sky. The ship will just be your avatar, your remote body. But your soul, your core consciousness, will be safe in orbit. No cannonball can reach you. No fire can burn you. Mary's avatar materialized next to him, looking at the complex machinery. I'm going to space. She asked, her eyes wide. You're going to be space, Ben corrected. You'll be able to see the entire world, Mary. Every ocean, every island. You'll guide us from the stars. He added communication arrays. 10 hours in. Fatigue was setting in, a phantom ache in his mind. The sheer volume of calculation required to merge magic and tech was staggering. Ben was redesigning the defense grid. Stealth, Ben muttered, rubbing his eyes. It needs to be invisible. We can't have the world government spotting a satellite. He overlaid a massive disillusionment charm onto the outer hull, woven into the very atomic structure of the metal. It will bend light around it. To the world, it's just empty space. 12 hours. The buzzer sounded in the simulation. Ben stepped back. Floating above the table was the finished design. It looked nothing like a NASA satellite. It looked like a work of art. A sleek, silver teardrop, etched with glowing blue runes, pulsating with a gentle, rhythmical heartbeat. It was elegant, dangerous, and beautiful. Project Star Shepherd. Blueprint complete, Ben said, his voice hoarse. Mary, saved to primary database. Prepare for fabrication. Saved. Mary chirped. It's beautiful, Ben. Time to build it, Ben said. System, log out. Zoom. The white void collapsed. Ben gasped, his eyes snapping open in the real world. He lay in the gel pod, his body heavy, his head throbbing with a sharp, spike-like migraine. The transition from 12 hours of hyperfocus back to his physical body was jarring. He groaned, pushing the lid open. The cool air of the server room hit his sweating skin. 4 hours, he checked his watch. Perfect. He rolled out of the pod, stumbling slightly as his equilibrium adjusted. He grabbed a bottle of water from the desk and downed it in one gulp. The super soldier serum metabolized the fatigue toxins quickly, but the mental strain lingered. No rest for the wicked, Ben muttered. I have the plans. Now I need the machine. He didn't have the tools to build the satellite by hand. It required precision on the nanometer scale. He needed a factory. Ben walked to the center of the room. He cleared a space. He raised his hands. He visualized the materials. Tungsten, diamond, gold, silicon, creation. Matter flowed from his skin. It wasn't just a blob, it was structured. He was building a machine to build a machine. He tapped into the Stark template. He visualized the Stark Industries fabricator robotic assembly unit Tony used to build his suits, but he upgraded it. He added runic carving lasers. He added alchemical transmutation vats. For 2 hours, Ben worked in a trance. He assembled the magical fabricator. It was a boxy, glass-walled machine, about the size of a large refrigerator. Inside, 4 delicate, multi-jointed robotic arms hung waiting. The base was inscribed with a transmutation circle. Done, Ben panted, tightening the final mana coupling. He connected the fabricator to the supercomputer with a thick data cable. Mary, Ben said, leaning on the console. Do you see the new hardware? I see it. Mary replied. Device recognized, high-precision runic fabricator. Correct. Upload the Star Shepherd blueprints to the fabricator's queue. The fabricator hummed to life, internal lights glowing soft amber. Now, Ben said, a grin spreading across his tired face. Here is the trick. We can't build a full-sized satellite from the ship. It's too big. So, he patted the machine. We build it miniature. Miniature? Mary asked. Yes, we build it to scale, the size of a basketball. Every circuit, every rune, every thruster, perfectly replicated, just tiny. Ben's grin widened. And once it's finished, I use Brandish's magic. Command T, expand. I will grow it to full size once it's done, then send it to space. We cheat the physics of construction. That's cheating. Mary giggled. I love it. Mary, Ben commanded. You have the blueprints. You have the machine. You have the raw materials stored in the hopper, which he had filled with created ingots. Begin fabrication. Aye, Ben. Starting construction. Inside the glass box, the robotic arms sprang to life. Lasers flared. The hum of precision crafting filled the room. The Star Shepherd began to take form, layer by microscopic layer. Ben watched for a moment, mesmerized by the dance of the machine he had created. The foundation of their future safety. The eye in the sky. It will take about 10 hours to print, Ben estimated. That gives me time. His body finally staged a protest. His knees buckled slightly. Okay, he whispered. Bed. Now. He stumbled out of the server room, the door hissing shut behind him. He climbed the stairs to the upper deck, avoiding the sleeping forms of Zorro, who was snoring in the hallway, and the giants, whose snoring vibrated the entire ship. He reached his cabin. He didn't bother changing. He fell face first onto his bed. As consciousness slipped away, Ben had one last thought. Once Nami is cured, we get Chopper, and we launch the satellite. The Grand Line isn't ready for a pirate crew with GPS. He was asleep before his next breath. The sun rose over the Drum Rockies, reflecting off the pristine snow with a blinding brilliance. Inside the castle infirmary, the air was warm. Nami stirred. Her eyes fluttered open. The crushing weight on her chest was gone. The heat that had been boiling her brain had vanished, replaced by a cool, clean feeling. She took a deep breath. It didn't hurt. Nami-san. Nami turned her head. Vivi was sitting by the bed, looking exhausted but hopeful. Vivi. Nami's voice was raspy, but strong. I'm alive. You're alive. Vivi cried, hugging her gently. The doctor, she saved you. The antibiotic worked. Doctor. Nami blinked, her memories hazy. I remember, sleeping in my room. Yeah, Sanji said, walking in with a tray of steaming soup. Ben used his magic to place you inside his suitcase, then he used his magic carpet to fly here. It was quite the ride, Nami-swan. But look at you. Your color is back. Your beauty has returned. Nami sat up. She felt weak, but the sickness was gone. Where is this doctor? I need to thank them, and ask how much this is going to cost. Cost? A sharp voice cackled from the doorway. Dr. Korha leaned against the frame, sipping her morning plum wine. Chopper peeked out from behind her legs. You're awake, girl. Good. My treatment is flawless. But it's not cheap. I'll be taking 50% of your ship's treasure as payment. Nami's eyes turned into berry symbols. 50%. She shrieked, her vitality returning instantly in the face of financial ruin. Are you crazy, old lady? I'll give you 5% and a thank you note. Korha grinned. Ha, she's definitely cured. She has the energy to haggle. Sanji and Vivi laughed. Outside the castle, on the snowy terrace, Luffy and Usopp were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Ultimate snowball. Bazooka. Exploding snow star. Ben walked out onto the terrace, yawning and stretching. He looked refreshed, his super soldier metabolism having cleared the fatigue in record time. He looked up at the sky. It was clear. Perfect launch weather. Morning, Ben. Luffy shouted, tackling Usopp into a drift. Nami's awake. She's yelling at the old lady about money. That sounds like Nami, Ben smiled. He looked at the castle tower. He sensed the magical signature of the Going Merry far below. The connection was strong. Merry, he whispered into the wind. Status of the project. A faint, happy voice echoed in his mind, telepathic link of the protean charm working perfectly. Fabrication complete, Ben. The Star Shepherd is ready. It's so shiny. Good, Ben said. Keep it hidden in the fabricator until I get back. Tonight, we launch. He turned back to the chaos of the snowy playground. Now, the final piece of the puzzle. Recruiting the reindeer. Ben walked back inside. He found Chopper hiding behind a pillar, watching Luffy play through a window with a look of intense longing. You want to play too, don't you? Ben asked softly. Chopper jumped. And no, I'm a monster. Humans hate me. We're not humans, Ben said, crouching down. We're pirates. And I'm a wizard. And that guy out there is made of rubber. And the one with the long nose claims to be a captain of 8,000 men. Ben offered a hand. Monsters are welcome on our ship, Chopper. In fact, we're kind of collecting them. Chopper looked at Ben's hand. He looked at the window. For the first time in his lonely life, the blue-nosed reindeer saw a door opening. Not a door to a patient's room, but a door to the world. Pirates. Chopper whispered. Come on, Ben said. Luffy is going to ask you eventually. You might as well get used to him now. The stage was set. The navigator was healed. The satellite was built. And the doctor was about to find his sea legs. The Drum Island arc was drawing to a close, and the Straw Hats were about to become stronger than ever. 40, Drum Island, 7. The courtyard of Drum Castle was a pristine field of white, save for the chaotic tracks of a rubber man and a sniper who were currently trying to bury each other in a snowdrift. Ben walked out onto the terrace, the crisp mountain air filling his lungs. Beside him trotted Chopper, the little reindeer still eyeing Ben with a mixture of wariness and intense curiosity. To Chopper, Ben wasn't just a pirate, he was a walking anomaly. He smelled of ozone, old books, and something unidentifiable. Hey, Luffy, Usopp. Ben called out. The two popped their heads out of the snow, looking like powdered donuts. Ben. Luffy cheered. Come play. Usopp says he's the Snow King, but I'm gonna dethrone him. I am the Snow King, Usopp declared, adjusting his goggles. My frozen fortress is impenetrable. Ben chuckled. He looked down at Chopper. What do you say, Doctor? Think they need a common enemy. Chopper blinked. Enemy. Ben drew the Elder Wand. He didn't aim at the boys. He aimed at a massive, undisturbed mound of snow in the center of the courtyard. The magic flowed from the wand, a stream of silver light that soaked into the snow. The mound shuddered. Luffy and Usopp froze. Did the snow just wiggle? Suddenly, the mound rose. Two massive legs of packed ice formed, stomping onto the ground. A torso thick as a barrel materialized, followed by a head with glowing blue coals for eyes, transfigured from stones. It was a snow monster. A 10-foot-tall yeti made of magic and ice. WWWOAAAA. Luffy and Usopp screamed in unison, their eyes turning into stars. It's alive! A snow monster. Chopper gasped, his hooves clattering on the stone. You made life. Just animation, Ben smiled. Watch this. He flicked his wand again. The snow monster raised its right arm. The snow shifted, compacted, and reshaped itself into a distinct, cylindrical shape. A cannon. Fire, Ben commanded softly. Flump. A snowball the size of a watermelon shot out of the cannon arm. It flew across the courtyard with perfect aim and slammed directly into Luffy and Usopp, knocking them both backward into a drift. Splat. Silence. Then, ha 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 ha. Luffy burst out of the snow, wiping his face. That was awesome. It shoots snowballs. It's a war machine. Usopp yelled, scrambling for cover behind a pillar. The Snow King is under siege. Man the battlements. Chopper, Ben said, crouching down. Go get him. Chopper hesitated. He had spent his whole life running from humans. Humans threw stones. Humans shot guns. But these humans were laughing. They were being hit by giant snowballs and laughing. Ben nudged him. Go on. It's safe. Chopper took a step. Then another. He scooped up a snowball with his hooves. He looked at Luffy, who was currently trying to wrestle the snow monster's leg. Chopper threw it. Bonk. It hit Luffy on the back of the head. Luffy stopped wrestling. He turned slowly. He saw Chopper. A grin spread across his face, a grin brighter than the sun on the snow. Oh, the reindeer wants to fight too. Get him. Eep. Chopper squeaked, but he didn't run away. He ran behind the snow monster. I'm on the monster's team. Chopper yelled, his voice trembling with excitement. Traitor. Usopp shouted, popping up and firing a barrage of snowballs. Take this. Usopp snowstorm. For the next hour, the castle terrace was a battlefield of joy. Luffy and Usopp versus Ben, Chopper, and the snow monster. Snowballs flew thick and fast. Ben used lazy flicks of his wand to shield Chopper from direct hits. Chopper, realizing he was safe, grew bolder, transforming into Heavy Point to throw massive boulders of snow, then shrinking to Brain Point to hide. Luffy eventually managed to tackle the snow monster, causing it to collapse into a pile of powder, burying Ben and Chopper with it. They laid there in the snow, breathless, staring up at the gray sky. That, Chopper panted, his breath misting in the air, was fun. Shishishi. Yeah. Luffy laughed from somewhere to his left. You're pretty good at throwing, reindeer. Chopper blushed, wiggling. Shut up. Complimenting me doesn't make me happy, you jerk. He. Okay, Ben said, brushing snow off his coat. I'm freezing, and I have a feeling our cook is getting lonely in the kitchen. Food. Luffy shouted, leaping up. They trooped inside, shaking the snow from their clothes. The castle was drafty, but the kitchen was a haven of warmth. The massive hearth was roaring with a fire Sanji had stoked. Sanji. Luffy yelled. We're hungry. Sanji looked up from a pot of soup intended for Nami. Quiet down, you rubber mess. Nami-san is sleeping upstairs. He looked at the group wet, shivering, and smiling. You guys look like you wrestled a polar bear. A snow monster. Usopp corrected proudly. Which I defeated, obviously. Ben walked to the heavy oak table. Sanji, we need something warm. Do you have chocolate? Chocolate. Sanji frowned, checking the pantry. No, this castle hasn't been stocked with luxuries in years. Just meat, potatoes, and dried herbs. No chocolate. Luffy looked devastated. Not a problem, Ben said. He rolled up his sleeve. He tapped into the Momo Yeyorozu template. Creation. He visualized the molecular structure of Theobroma cacao. Not just the beans, but the processed, rich, dark chocolate liquor, mixed with cocoa butter and sugar. He understood the chemical bonds, the lipid structures, the crystallization points. His skin glowed with a soft, iridescent light. From his palm, a dark, rich, block of material began to emerge. It grew, solidifying into a massive, 1-kilogram brick of pure, high-grade dark chocolate. Here, Ben said, tossing the brick to Sanji. Sanji caught it. He stared at it. He sniffed it. This. Sanji looked at Ben with wide eyes. This is premium quality. The aroma, it's perfect. Where did you? Never mind. I don't want to know. Sanji grinned, pulling out a grater and a pot of milk he'd found. Hot chocolate, la Sanji, coming right up. With a pinch of sea salt and cinnamon. 10 minutes later, the four of them, Luffy, Usopp, Ben, and Chopper, were sitting around the wooden table. In front of each of them was a steaming mug of the richest, most fragrant hot chocolate imaginable. Marshmallows, which Ben had also created, bobbed on the surface. Luffy took a sip and melted. Tasty. Usopp sighed. This warms the soul of a brave warrior. Ben sipped his, nodding. Good work, Sanji. Chopper held the mug with both hooves. The steam warmed his blue nose. He took a tiny, tentative sip. The sweetness hit him. The warmth spread through his chest, chasing away the cold of the mountain and the cold of his loneliness. It's sweet, he whispered. It's good, right? Luffy mumbled, his mouth full of marshmallows. The kitchen was quiet, save for the crackle of the fire and the slurping of drinks. It was a comfortable silence, a domestic silence. Hey, Luffy said, his voice casual, as if commenting on the weather. Reindeer. Chopper looked up, a chocolate mustache on his lip. Join my crew. The words hung in the air. Sanji stopped wiping the counter. Usopp froze, mug halfway to his mouth. Ben smiled into his cup. Let's be pirates together. Chopper stared at Luffy. His eyes went wide. The mug trembled in his hooves. Jay joined. Chopper stammered. Pirates? Me? Yeah. Luffy grinned. It'll be fun. We're going to the Grand Line. We're gonna see everything. Chopper shrank back in his chair. He pulled his hat down over his eyes. The old fear, the old rejection, clawed at his throat. Why? He whispered. Why, do you want me? What do you mean why? Luffy asked, genuinely confused. Because you're a cool reindeer, and you transform, and you're funny. That's not. Chopper shook his head. That's not it. He stood up on the chair. He looked at them humans. It's true. Chopper cried out, his voice cracking. I want to be a pirate. I want to go to sea. I want to live like Dr. Hyriluk said. Tears welled up in his eyes. But, I can't. Why not? Usopp asked softly. Because. Chopper stepped back, his shadow stretching long against the wall. It looked monstrous. Because I'm not a human, and I'm not a reindeer. I'm a monster. I have a blue nose. I have antlers. I talk. Humans hate me. Reindeer hate me. I don't belong anywhere. He looked down at his hooves. I can't go with you. I'll just bring you trouble. I'm a freak. He looked up, forcing a tearful smile. So, thank you. Thank you for asking me. No one has ever asked me before. I appreciate it, really. But, I'll stay here. With Doctorine. This is where monsters belong. He sniffled. But, if you guys ever feel like it, come stop by again. We can drink tea, and play in the snow. And, shut up. The roar cut through Chopper's speech like a thunderclap. Luffy stood up. He wasn't smiling. His face was shadowed, intense. Chopper flinched, terrified. Here it comes, he thought. The rejection. The disgust. Luffy slammed his hands on the table. I don't care if you're a monster. Luffy shouted, pointing at him. My crew is full of weirdos. I am a guy who ate rubber fruit and became rubber. I have a guy who fights with 3 swords. I have a wizard. I have a giant duck. One more monster is nothing to me. Luffy's eyes burned with absolute, unshakable conviction. You're fun. You're strong. And you're a good doctor. That's all I care about. I don't care about blue noses or antlers. He grinned, the scary intensity vanishing, replaced by pure warmth. You are my Nakama now. So you're coming. That's final. Chopper stood there, stunned. The logic of the world logic that said monsters were hated, that different was Bad's hattered against the rubber wool of Monkey D. Luffy. He wasn't being invited despite being a monster. He was being invited because he was Chopper. Ben smiled. He stood up and walked to Chopper's left side. He placed a hand on the reindeer's shoulder. You heard the captain, Ben said gently. In this crew, the word monster is a compliment. It means you're strong. Usopp walked to the right side, leaning on the table. Yeah. Usopp grinned. Besides, if you don't come, who's gonna fix me when I get the I can't go on this island disease? I need a specialist. Sanji, from the kitchen counter, lit a cigarette and chuckled. We could use a doctor. Luffy gets the crew into a lot of trouble. And Nami-san needs looking after. Chopper looked at Ben. He looked at Usopp. He looked at Sanji. And finally, he looked at Luffy, who was waiting with his hand outstretched. The dam broke. Decades of loneliness, of hiding in the woods, of being shot at, of being called a yeti, a freak, a mistake, it all washed away. Chopper threw his head back and wailed. Thick, heavy tears streamed down his furry cheeks. He cried so hard his head fell off. He cried with the pure, overwhelming relief of being wanted. I want to go. Chopper sobbed. I want to be a pirate. I want to see the world. Then let's go. Luffy laughed. Chopper wiped his eyes, sniffing loudly. But what? Ben asked. Dr. Korha. Chopper sniffled. She taught me everything. She took me in when Hyriluk died. I can't just leave without telling her. I have to say goodbye properly. She's like my mom. Ben nodded. Of course. We wouldn't expect anything else. Don't tell her yet. Chopper pleaded, panic rising again. If she knows I'm leaving, she might kick me out. Or get mad. I have to tell her, at the right time, personally. Okay, Luffy said. We'll wait, but hurry up. We gotta set sail soon. I will. Chopper promised. I'll tell her tonight. He jumped off the chair. He looked at his new friends. His Nakama. I'm gonna go check on Nami, just to make sure she's okay. He scurried out of the kitchen, his little hooves clattering, but he wasn't running away this time. He was running toward his job, toward his crew. Ben watched him go. Well, Ben said, picking up his mug. That went well. Emotional trauma healed in record time. Luffy has a way with people, Sanji noted. Yeah, Usopp agreed. He's stubborn. Ben looked out the window at the snow. The doctor was recruited. The navigator was healing. The king was deposed. The satellite was ready. Everything was falling into place. Now, Ben thought, his mind turning to the next problem. The escape. Korha isn't going to let Chopper go easily. She's going to make a scene. A big, violent, explosive scene. He grinned. Perfect. Just the way we like it. 41 Drum Island 8. The infirmary was quiet, save for the crackling of the fireplace and the rhythmic drip-drip of the 4 antibiotic. Outside, unlike the gloomy, blizzard-choked atmosphere that usually plagued Drum Island, today the weather had broken. The high, arched windows of the castle let in beams of brilliant, blinding sunlight that warmed the stone floor and illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air. Dr. Korha stood over the bed, peering at a thermometer with one eye closed. She hummed a low, scratchy tune, smelling faintly of plum wine and antiseptic. 139 years of medical genius, she muttered, pulling the thermometer away. And I still haven't found a cure for impatience. She looked down at Nami. The navigator was awake, sitting up slightly against the pillows. Her skin was no longer the angry, burning red of the Kestia fever. It was pale, clammy, but cool. The fever has subsided, Korha announced, tucking the instrument into her Loslung belt. The antibiotic has neutralized the bacteria in your blood. You're lucky, girl. Another 12 hours and your organs would have been soup. Nami let out a long breath, slumping back. Thank God. So, I'm cured. You're stabilized, Korha corrected sharply, flicking Nami's forehead. Your body has been through a war. You need rest. 3 days of bed rest, minimum. Then light activity. Then, we don't have 3 days, Nami interrupted, her voice weak but firm. She sat up, wincing as the room spun slightly. We have to leave. Today. Tonight. Korha crossed her arms. Do you have a death wish? Or are you just stupid? My friend. Nami looked toward the door where Vivi had been keeping vigil earlier. Her home. Alabasta, it's in danger. Every hour we waste here is an hour as civil war gets closer. I can't stay in bed while a kingdom burns. Korha stared at her. She saw the resolve in the girl's eyes. It was the same stubbornness she saw in Hyriluk, the same stubbornness she saw in that rubber-brained boy. If you leave now, Korha warned, the fever could relapse. The stress of sailing, the cold, without a doctor to monitor you and administer the follow-up doses, you'll be back at death's door. Then we'll take a doctor with us, Nami said instantly. Korha paused. Oh. Chopper, Nami said. Your assistant. He's good. He treated me alongside you. If he joins our crew, he can treat me on the ship. We need a doctor, Korha-san. Not just for me, but for, well, look at my captain. He fights people by headbutting them. We need a doctor bad. Korha's expression softened, just a fraction. He can treat you, yes, Korha admitted, her voice dropping lower. His skills are excellent. Better than he knows. But, Chopper has scars that medicine can't fix. She poured herself a drink from a flask. He's terrified of humans. He's been hurt, rejected, and called a monster his whole life. It is very hard to treat that kind of injury. You can try to ask him, but don't expect him to say yes. He thinks he doesn't belong anywhere but this cold, empty castle. With a swirl of her coat, Korha turned. I'll go prepare your next dose. Don't move. She swept out of the room. Nami sighed, sinking back into the pillow. She stared at the high stone ceiling. Chopper. She whispered. A reindeer doctor. Can we really convince him? The door slammed open. Nami. Luffy burst in, bringing a gust of cold air and an excessive amount of noise with him. He was grinning so hard his eyes were shut. Following him were Usopp, Vivi, Sanji, carefully balancing a tray of soup, and Ben. Luffy-san. Vivi scolded. She's recovering. Luffy ignored her. He ran to the side of the bed, throwing his hands in the air. Guess what? He roared. We got a doctor. Nami blinked. She looked at Luffy's beaming face. She looked at Ben, who gave her a subtle thumbs up. She looked at Usopp, who was grinning smugly. Nami started, a smile tugging at her lips. He said yes. Yeah. Luffy laughed. The reindeer. He's joining the pirate crew. It's gonna be awesome. He transforms into a huge monster. Nami let out a laugh of pure relief. She shook her head. Of course he did. Korha said it was impossible. She said he was too scared. And Luffy just walked in and smashed that wall down in 5 minutes. You're amazing, Captain, Nami whispered. Shishishi. I know. Soup, Nami swan. Sanji swooned, setting the tray down. A restorative consomme with healing herbs from the castle garden. Nami took a sip. It was warm and perfect. Thank you, Sanji-kun. Listen, everyone. If Chopper is coming, and if the treatment can continue on the ship, we can leave. We leave tonight. Vivi gasped. Really? Are you sure? I'm sure, Nami said, her eyes determined. Let's get this show on the road. Alabasta is waiting. The room erupted in cheers, quiet ones, after a glare from Sanji. Great. Ben said, clapping his hands. That gives us the afternoon for final preparations. And, for the grand launch. Launch? Luffy asked. I told the crew on the ship to come up, Ben said, checking his watch. They should be here any minute. Everyone needs to be here. I have something special to show you. By late afternoon, the snow had stopped, leaving the sky a crisp, piercing blue. The air was thin and freezing, but the sun was bright. The entire Straw Hat crew plus their newest, shyest member was gathered on the snowy plateau outside Drum Castle. It was a strange assembly. There were the giants, Dory and Brogy. There was Zorro, shivering but refusing to admit it. There was Robin, wearing a fur coat, looking elegant and bored. There was Karu, frozen into a duxicle. And there was Chopper, hiding behind Ben's leg, peeking out at the giants with wide, terrified eyes. Okay. Luffy shouted, rubbing his full belly. Sanji had made a farewell lunch. What is it, Ben? Is it a meat cannon? Is it a robot? Better, Ben said. He ran away from the group, trudging through the knee-deep snow until he was about a kilometer away, in the center of a wide, flat clearing. The crew watched from the distance. Ben reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, metallic object. It looked like a model toy, a silver cylinder with fins. He placed it gently on the snow. He stood back and raised his hand. Green magic flared around his fingers. Command T, expansion. Vroom. The air was displaced violently. The tiny model surged upwards. It grew, and grew, and grew. Metal groaned as it expanded. The shadow it cast lengthened until it covered the entire terrace. When the light faded, a rocket stood on the snowy plain. It was colossal. Standing over 50 meters tall, it was a sleek, silver needle pointed at the heavens. It didn't look like the rough, industrial rockets of the real world. It looked like something out of a sci-fi fantasy. The hull was etched with glowing blue runes that pulsed rhythmically. The thrusters at the base were massive, silent, and ominous. What a. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper screamed in unison, their jaws hitting the snow. It's Hueyuig. Luffy yelled. What is it? A rocket. Usopp shrieked. Ben built a huge rocket. Even Robin lowered her book, her eyes wide. That is advanced technology. Gabba Baba. Brogy laughed nervously. That is a very big spear. Ben walked back to the group, looking satisfied. The scale was perfect. This, Ben announced, gesturing to the silver tower, this is the rocket which will take our satellite to space. Okay. Luffy jumped up and down. He didn't understand a thing, he just wanted the rocket to blast off. Make it fly, make it go whoosh. Countdown sequence initiated, Ben said. He tapped his wand against his throat. Sonorous. His voice boomed across the mountain range. T-10 seconds. Luffy and Usopp joined in, screaming the numbers. 10, 9, 8. Ben raised the Elder Wand. He began to weave a complex spell in the air. A massive, translucent dome of magical energy materialized around the base of the rocket. A containment ward to stop the blast heat from affecting the area they were standing on. 5, 4, 3. Chopper covered his ears. Zoro watched intently. Robin smiled. 2, 1. Liftoff. Ben flicked his wand. A signal was sent to the rocket's core. The arc reactor ignited the thrusters. Instead, a beam of pure, concentrated blue light erupted from the thrusters. The gravitational repulsors kicked in. The sound wasn't an explosion. It was a deep, resonant vibration that shook the bones of everyone watching. The snow around the base vaporized instantly. The rocket began to rise. Slowly at first, majestic and heavy. Then, faster. And faster. It tore through the sky, a streak of silver and blue fire. It pierced the clouds in seconds, punching a hole through the gray cover to reveal the blue beyond. Go, go, go! Luffy screamed as the rocket flew higher. The rocket ascended higher and higher, becoming a streak of light, then a star, then a speck. And then, it was gone. It had breached the atmosphere. The crew stood in silence, staring at the empty sky. The trail of blue particles slowly drifted down like glitter. Luffy kept staring. He squinted. He waited. And waited. He turned to Ben. Hey, Ben. Yes, Captain. Ben asked, looking proud. When is the kaboom? Ben blinked. The what? The boom. Luffy mimed a massive explosion with his hands. It's a giant firework, right? Like the one at the party? When does it explode and make pretty colors? Usopp nodded vigorously. Yeah, where's the earth-shattering kaboom? I was promised a detonation. Chopper looked up, confused. It doesn't explode. Ben sighed, rubbing his temples. No, it doesn't explode. If it exploded, that would be a failure. It's a satellite. It stays up there. Forever. Quietly. Luffy's face fell. It crumpled into a mask of devastating disappointment. It doesn't boom. No boom, Ben confirmed. Boo-oh. Luffy and Usopp shouted, giving Ben a double thumbs down. Boring. Luffy yelled. It's just a flying metal stick. I wanted fireworks. You call yourself a wizard. Usopp jeered. Where's the spectacle? Where's the drama? Chopper, seeing his new friends booing, decided to join in to fit in. Boo-oo. The reindeer squeaked. We want boom. Ben stared at them. He had just achieved a feat of engineering that surpassed the greatest minds of the century. He had launched an orbital platform using magic and repulsor tech. He had changed the world. And his captain was booing him because it didn't blow up. You people, Ben muttered, shaking his head, have no appreciation for science. He turned to Robin. At least you understand, right? Robin chuckled. It was very efficient. But I admit, a little explosion would have been festive. Ben groaned. I'm going back to the castle. He turned and walked away, grumbling. Next time I'll build a nuke. See if they like that. The excitement of the launch faded, replaced by the hustle of departure. They returned to the castle. The sun was setting, casting long purple shadows across the snow. Chopper was in his room, or rather, the corner of the library he slept in. He was packing his blue backpack. He packed his medical books, the ones Ben hadn't scanned, his pestle and mortar, and a few bandages. He looked around the room. This had been his home for 6 years, since Dr. Hyriluk died. Since Korha took him in, he felt a lump in his throat. I'm really doing it, he whispered. I'm becoming a pirate. 42, Drum Island 9. The sun had begun its descent behind the sharp peaks of the Drum Rockies, casting long, bruised purple shadows across the snow. Inside the castle, the air was warm, smelling of ancient stone, dust, and the sharp tang of antiseptic. While the rest of the crew was bustling about Luffy trying to steal one last piece of meat from the kitchen, Sanji packing leftovers for the journey, and Usopp nervously eyeing the armory, Ben made his way to the highest tower room. He knocked on the heavy oak door. Enter, a gravelly voice snapped. Unless you're the rubber boy. If you're him, go away before I test my new scalpel on you. Ben pushed the door open. Dr. Korha sat in a high-back chair by the fireplace, a bottle of plum wine in one hand and a stack of berries on the table. She looked tired, her sunglasses reflecting the dying firelight. Doctorine, Ben said, stepping inside and closing the door against the draft. It's Dr. Korha, she corrected automatically, taking a swig. What do you want, wizard? The girl is cured. The reindeer is packing. The show is over. Ben walked to the center of the room. He looked at the old woman, 139 years of history wrapped in a midriff-bearing top and an attitude sharp enough to cut diamond. I came to settle the account, Ben said respectfully. You saved our navigator. You saved our journey. Korha snorted. She waved a hand dismissively, a gesture that looked strange coming from the woman who usually squeezed every berry out of her patients. Keep it, she grunted. Take the brat and go. Consider the reindeer's service as payment. He's expensive to feed, anyway. I'm doing myself a favor by getting rid of him. It was a lie, of course. A transparent, heartbreaking lie. She wasn't getting rid of a burden, she was letting go of a son. Ben smiled softly. You're a terrible liar, doctor. But while I appreciate the sentiment, I insist. A Lannister always pays his debts. Wait, wrong universe. A Straw Hat always pays his debts. I don't need your pity money, Korha snapped. I have enough to buy plum wine for another century. It's not pity, Ben said. His expression shifted, becoming serious. It's an investment. This kingdom, Walpole left it in ruins. The doctors are traumatized. The infrastructure is gone. You're the only medical authority left. If you want to rebuild Drum, you're going to need resources. He rolled up his sleeve. Besides, Ben grinned, a mischievous glint in his eye. I didn't say I was paying with the ship's treasure. Nami would kill me. He walked to the empty corner of the room. He focused. He tapped into the Momo Yeyoroza template simmering in his blood. Creation. Watch closely, Ben whispered. His skin began to glow with a soft, iridescent sheen. From his palms, matter began to flow. It wasn't magic in the traditional sense, it was biological alchemy. He burned through his own body fat, converting lipids directly into matter. Clink. A solid gold bar fell from his hand onto the stone floor. Clink, clink, clink. Korha sat up straighter, her sunglasses sliding down her nose. Her eyes widened. Ben didn't stop. The gold flowed like water, solidifying instantly. He stacked them. 10 bars. 50 bars. 100. A golden pyramid began to rise in the corner of the dusty room. Then, he switched. Tink tink tink. A cascade of uncut diamonds, each the size of a walnut, poured from his other hand, filling a wooden bucket sitting nearby. The room was illuminated by the glitter of sudden, impossible wealth. Ben finished, exhaling a breath of steam. He looked a little leaner, his metabolism having burned a few thousand calories in seconds. There, Ben said, dusting off his hands. That should cover the medical bill, and the reconstruction of the ropeway, and perhaps a heated swimming pool for the castle. Korha stood up. She walked over to the gold. She picked up a bar, bit it, and stared at the indent. Real. She whispered. Pure gold. Created from thin air. She looked at Ben, shaking her head in disbelief. I've seen devil fruits that turn stone to gold, but you used your own body? No wonder you insisted on paying. To you, money is just calories. Lipids, specifically, Ben corrected. Matter creation. Useful for repairs. And bribes. He looked her in the eye. Use it for the kingdom. Or use it to buy the world's most expensive plum wine stock. I don't care. Just, keep living, doctor. Keep this place standing for when Chopper comes back to visit. Korha dropped the gold bar back onto the pile with a heavy thud. She looked at this young Manthes wizard with white hair and eyes that seemed to hold too much knowledge for his age. You're an interesting brat, she murmured. Tell me, what is your full name? Ben paused. He straightened his coat. Edgar D. Benjamin. The room went silent. The fire popped. Korha's eyes widened, just a fraction. A flicker of recognition, deep and ancient, passed through her gaze. She looked at him, really looked at him as if seeing a ghost overlaying his features. D, same as your captain, she murmured, her voice barely audible. So, you belong to that family as well. The will of D, is it still alive? Ben heard her perfectly. He knew what she was thinking. He knew she was one of the few people alive who knew the true meaning of that initial. He could have asked her about it. He could have asked about Gold Roger. But he chose silence. Some mysteries were better left unspoken. He simply offered a small, knowing smile. Korha stared at him for a long moment, then let out a sharp, cackling laugh. She turned away, picking up her bottle. Ha, just my luck. Another troublemaker. She waved her hand at him, shooing him away. What are you still here for? Want a kiss from me? Or a kick? I think I'll pass on both, Ben chuckled. Then go away. Shoo, get out of my castle. I have to count my money. And if you tell the reindeer I kept it, I'll hunt you down. Your secret is safe with me." Ben bowed. "Goodbye, Dr. Korha." He turned and walked out of the room, leaving the witch alone with her gold, her wine, and her memories of a will that refused to die. The sun had fully set. The sky was a deep, velvet indigo, the stars piercingly bright in the thin mountain air. The wind had died down, leaving a crisp, silent night. The Straw Hat crew was gathered in the castle courtyard. They were bundled up, ready to leave. Chopper stood in front of the main doors. He had his blue backpack on. His hat was pulled low. He was shaking. I have to go," Chopper whispered to himself. "I have to tell her." The massive doors creaked open. Dr. Korha stood there. She wasn't holding a bottle this time. She was empty-handed. Her face was shadowed. "Doctorine!" Chopper shouted, taking a step forward. I. Korha glared at him. "Still here, brat? I thought you left hours ago." "I wanted to say goodbye," Chopper cried, tears already welling up. I'm going to see. I'm going to be a pirate. I'm going to see the world, just like Dr. Hyriluk said, and I'm going to come back a great doctor. So please, take care of yourself, and stay alive." And he took a deep breath, preparing for a heartfelt, tear-jerking speech about gratitude and love. Korha didn't let him finish. Her hand moved in a blur. From the folds of her coat, she produced a battle axe. "Get out!" she roared, her face twisting into a mask of demonic fury. She threw the axe. It wasn't a warning shot. It embedded itself in the stone floor an inch from Chopper's hoof. Eek! Chopper shrieked, jumping 3 feet in the air. "You ungrateful little reindeer!" Korha screamed, pulling out a handful of scalpels. "You think you can just leave? After all I did for you? I'll turn you into a rug. I'll make you into venison stew." Swish swish swish. 3 scalpels flew through the air, embedding themselves in the wall next to Luffy's head. "Whoa!" Luffy yelled. The old lady went crazy. "Run!" Usopp screamed. "She's gonna kill you us all. Don't come back." Korha bellowed, pulling out a flail. "If I see your face again, I'll dissect you." Chopper turned and ran. He ran for his life. He ran on all fours, crying and screaming. I'm sorry, don't eat me. Let's go." Ben yelled. "To the sled." Dalton had prepared a large sleigh at the edge of the ropeway. The crew scrambled into it, slipping and sliding on the snow. "Push!" Sanji yelled. Korha stood on the steps, throwing spears now. "Get out of my kingdom, you pests!" Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji shoved the sleigh. It tipped over the edge of the slope. They plummeted down the mountain, sliding at breakneck speed, leaving a trail of snow and screaming reindeer behind them. Korha watched them go. She threw one last spear, which fell harmlessly short. She stood panting on the steps. The anger melted from her face instantly, leaving only sadness and pride. "Go," she whispered into the cold night air. "Go, you stupid son." She turned to Dalton, who had emerged from the shadows, watching the scene. "Dalton." "Yes, doctor." "Fire the cannons." The Straw Hats were halfway down the mountain, the wind rushing in their ears. Chopper was huddled in the back of the sleigh, sobbing. "She hates me." He sniffled. "She hates me." "Look," Ben said softly, pointing back up at the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed from the peaks of the Drum Rockies, but it wasn't an attack. From the tops of the drum-shaped mountains, clouds of dust shot into the sky. It wasn't gray gunpowder smoke, it was pink. The dust hit the atmosphere. It bonded with the falling ice crystals in the air, and the world changed. A soft, pink light began to glow in the sky. The snow falling around them changed color. It wasn't white anymore. It was a vibrant, glowing sakura pink. The mountains, illuminated by the floodlights Korha had set up, transformed. The shape of the Drum Rockies, the way the snow clung to the sides, combined with the pink light. It looked like a tree. A colossal, island-sized cherry blossom tree in full bloom. Dr. Hyriluk's miracle. The sleigh slowed as it hit the lower slopes. The crew looked up, their faces bathed in the rosy light. It's a tree," Usopp whispered, awestruck. "A giant, pink tree made of snow." "Beautiful," Robin murmured, catching a pink snowflake in her hand. Luffy laughed. "Chopper, look." Chopper looked up. His eyes, wide and wet, reflected the miracle. The pink snow fell on his blue nose. He realized. She didn't hate him. She wasn't chasing him away because she was angry. She was chasing him away so he wouldn't hesitate. She was giving him the send-off Hyriluk had always dreamed of. The monster was leaving. The sun was setting sail. The dam broke. Chopper stood up in the sleigh. He threw his head back. "Doctorine." His scream echoed across the entire island, bouncing off the pink mountains. "Thank you." Tears streamed down his face, freezing in the wind, but he didn't care. He bawled. He cried with the force of a lifetime of loneliness finally ending. "I will be a good doctor. I promise. I will sail the seas, and I will find a cure for all diseases. I won't let you down." The wind carried his voice up the mountain. Korha, standing on the balcony, heard it. She smiled, tears streaming down her own face. "Ha, you'd better, brat. Have a good voyage." Ben watched the scene, a lump in his own throat. He had seen this in the anime. He had read it in the manga. But seeing it, feeling the cold air, seeing the pink light, hearing the raw emotion in the reindeer's voice, it was magic far greater than any spell he could cast. This, Ben thought, is why I'm here. To make sure this moment happened. To make sure he gets to keep that promise. He looked at the crew. They were all smiling. Even Zoro had a soft look on his face. Sanji was lighting a cigarette, hiding his misty eyes. Nami was hugging Vivi. Alright, Luffy said, wiping his nose. Let's go. To the ship. They reached the bottom of the mountain. The going Marith newly sentient, supercomputer-enhanced Mary was waiting at the dock, her figurehead seeming to smile in the pink light. They walked toward the gangplank. Chopper stopped. He looked back one last time at the giant pink tree in the sky. Then, he adjusted his hat. He gripped his backpack straps, and he followed his captain toward the sea. And the desert kingdom of Alabasta was waiting. 43, Drum Island 10. The pink snow of Dr. Hyriluk's miracle faded into the distance, leaving the going Mary sailing through a calm, star-strewn night. The air was crisp, but the biting cold of Drum Island was slowly giving way to the open sea's brine. On the deck, Tony Chopper stood clutching the straps of his blue backpack. He looked around, his large eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and lingering terror. He was really doing it. He was on a pirate ship. And what a ship it was. It wasn't just the ship itself, it was the crew. They were gathered around him, grinning, a collection of the most eclectic beings he had ever seen. Luffy stepped forward, his straw hat casting a shadow over his eyes, but his grin blindingly bright. Welcome aboard, Chopper. Luffy laughed. You're a pirate now. Chopper shuffled his hooves. I'll do my best. I'll cure everyone. Usopp, sensing a moment for gravitas, and wanting to impress the new recruit, stepped onto a crate. He adjusted his goggles and cleared his throat loudly. Ahem, listen up, new recruit. As the vice-captain and brave warrior of the sea, it falls upon me to formally introduce you to the legendary crew of the Straw Hat Pirates. Usopp pointed a dramatic finger at Luffy. First, our captain, the man who will become the Pirate King, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy waved, picking his nose. Yo! Usopp spun and pointed to the green-haired man sleeping against the mast. Next, the demon of the East Blue, the man who hunts pirates and cuts steel, our swordsman, Roronoa Zoro. Zoro opened one eye. You're too loud, long nose. Usopp ignored him and pointed to the orange-haired woman at the helm. Our navigator, the woman who commands the wind and the treasury. Nami. Nami winked, looking healthy and vibrant. Nice to meet you properly, Chopper. Thanks for saving my life. Next, me, the great Captain Usopp, sniper extraordinaire and captain of 8,000 men. Chopper gasped. 8,000. Whoa. Usopp preened, then pointed to the blonde man emerging from the kitchen with a tray of drinks. Our cook, the man with the burning leg and the best food in the world. Sanji. Sanji twirled. Dr. San, would you like a celebratory juice? Usopp gestured to the white-haired man leaning against the railing. Our magician, the man who defies logic and physics. Edgar D. Benjamin. Ben tipped an imaginary hat. Welcome to the madness, Doctor. Usopp pointed to the blue-haired girl sitting on a barrel. Our guest of honor, the princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi. Vivi smiled warmly. Welcome, Chopper-san. And her partner, the fastest duck in the Grand Line, Karu. Kwaa. Karu saluted with a wing. Usopp then gestured grandly to the two massive figures sitting near the stern, who, despite being shrunk to 8 feet, still radiated immense power. Our heavy artillery, the warriors of Elbaf. Dory the Blue Ogre and Brogy the Red Ogre. Gabba Baba. Geiji Ijyagya. The giants laughed, raising their weapons in a salute that made Chopper hide behind Ben's leg for a second. Finally, Usopp pointed a thumb over his shoulder to the woman sitting calmly on the upper deck, reading a book. And she's, Miss All Sunday. Currently, our hostage /guest mystery lady. Robin looked up from her book, her blue eyes amused. A pleasure, Mr. Doctor. Chopper stepped into the center of the circle. He took a deep breath. He adjusted his pink hat. I am Tony Chopper. He announced, his voice squeaky but proud. I am a doctor. I ate the Hito no Mi. I can change forms, and. He looked at them all smiling, welcoming, not a single trace of fear or disgust in their eyes. Thanks for having me aboard the ship. He finished, bowing his head. Robin said from the upper deck, a small smile playing on her lips. Cute. Chopper froze. His face flushed bright red. His body started doing a weird, wiggly, liquid dance of joy, waving his arms around. Shut up. Being called cute doesn't make me happy, you jerk. Bastard. He. The crew erupted in laughter. He's definitely one of us, Sanji noted, lighting a cigarette. All right. Luffy shouted, throwing his fist in the air. Nami, set sail. Full speed to Alabasta. Aye, Captain. Nami called out. The wind is with us. Mary, let's go. The ship surged forward, leaving the waters of Drum Island behind. And now, Luffy roared, drool already forming. Banquet. Yay. Usopp and the giants cheered. Hold on, a calm voice cut through the excitement. Ben stepped into the center of the deck. He held up a hand. Wait a minute, everyone. Before we start the food, I have one more introduction to make. The crew paused. Another one? Luffy asked, looking around. Did you find another person in your suitcase? Is it a ghost? Usopp whispered, clutching his chest. No, Ben smiled. I think the correct sentence is, I need to reintroduce someone to you all. Someone who has been with us the whole time, but hasn't had a chance to say hello properly. Who? Zoro asked, frowning. We're all here. Ben didn't answer. He just looked up at the main mast. Mary. Ben said softly, would you do the honors? The crew looked at Ben. They looked at the mast. They looked at each other, puzzled. Why was Ben talking to the, hello, everyone? The voice didn't come from Ben. It didn't come from a person. It came from everywhere. It was a soft, cheerful, youthful voice, sounding like a young girl. It resonated from the speakers Ben had hidden, but it felt like it vibrated from the very wood of the deck. "Can you hear me?" Usopp went pale. His knees knocked together. "GGGG ghost." He shrieked, diving behind Brogy. "The ship is haunted. We're doomed. I have ghost allergy." Zoro's hand went to his sword. Sanji dropped his cigarette. Nami gasped. Luffy, however, just tilted his head, his eyes scanning the air. "Who's there?" Luffy asked. "Are you invisible?" "It's me." The voice chirped, sounding amused. "Don't you recognize me? I'm the Going Merry." Silence. Absolute, stunned silence. The crew stared at the floorboards. They stared at the railing. They stared at the figurehead. "The ship." Vivi whispered. "The ship is talking. Ben gave me a voice." Mary said happily. "And a brain. And now I can say hello. Hi, Luffy. Hi, Usopp. Hi, Zoro." Ben stepped forward, enjoying the shock. "I told you," Ben grinned. "Mary isn't just wood and nails. She's alive. She's intelligent. And now, she can talk to us." The shock broke. "Suji!" Luffy screamed, his eyes popping out. "Mary can talk." He sprinted to the bow. He grabbed the sheep figurehead by the cheeks. "Mary, is that you? Can you hear me?" "I can hear you, Captain." Mary's voice rang out, sounding clearest near the figurehead. "I'm so happy you're my captain." Luffy laughed, hugging the wooden sheep. "I love you too, Mary. You're the best ship." Usopp crawled out from behind Brogy, tears streaming down his face. He ran to the mast and hugged it. "Mary, you're alive. I knew it. I knew you were special. Do you recognize me?" "I remember, Usopp." Mary replied kindly. "All your lies also." She remembers, and what do you mean by lies? They are all true. Usopp wailed happily. Nami walked over, touching the railing gently. "Mary, you saved us in the storm, and at Reverse Mountain." "I did my best, Nami," Mary said. "Ben helped me calculate the currents." "This is incredible," Robin murmured, closing her book. "A sentient ship, magically imbued, this crew defies all logic." Chopper was staring at the deck with wide eyes. "The ship is a Nakama." "Yes, Dr. Chopper," Mary said. "Welcome aboard. I promise not to get seasick so you don't have to treat me." Chopper's eyes sparkled. "Whoa, a talking ship. That's so cool." Ben raised his voice. "You can talk to her from anywhere on the ship. The galley, the quarters, the crow's nest. She's always listening. She's always watching over us." Luffy pumped his fists in the air. "All right, we have a reindeer. We have giants. We have a talking ship. This is the best crew ever." "Banquet." "Right," Sanji shouted, snapping out of his daze. "A banquet for our new family." He dashed into the kitchen. Ben looked at the deck. It was cold and covered in remnants of snow. "We need atmosphere," Ben decided. He walked to the center of the main deck. Then he started using transfiguration, and from the wooden deck, stone began to rise. Smooth, gray stones formed a perfect, fire-safe circular hearth, about 5 feet wide. Around it, he created comfortable stone benches covered in thick, transfigured fur cushions. Then Ben flicked his wand. A magical fire roared to life in the stone circle. It was a beautiful fire blue at the base, shifting to gold and orange. It gave off immense heat but no smoke, and the flames danced rhythmically, untouched by the sea wind. "Come, sit," Ben invited. The crew gathered. The giants sat on the deck. The benches were too small for them, looking like mountains surrounding a campfire. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper sat on one bench, vibrating with energy. Nami and Vivi sat together, wrapped in blankets, close to the warmth. Zoro leaned against the mast nearby, bottle in hand. Robin sat gracefully on a cushion, observing. Karu snuggled up to the fire for warmth. Sanji emerged from the kitchen, balancing impossibly high stacks of platters. Dinner is served. Roasted dinosaur meat, hot, savory stew, fresh bread, fruit from the greenhouse Ben had set up in the suitcase, and, of course, booze. Lots of it. "Can pie," Luffy roared, raising a mug of juice. "Can pie." The crew echoed. They ate. They drank. They laughed. Chopper tried his first sip of rum, given by Zoro, spat it out, and switched to hot cocoa. Dory and Brogy sat on the edge of the circle, their massive forms casting long shadows, laughing as they downed barrels of booze. Luffy stole food from everyone. Vivi laughed, the stress of her kingdom momentarily forgotten. Robin sat quietly, sipping wine, watching the fire with a peaceful expression. "This," Usopp sighed, patting his full stomach, "is the life. A full belly, a warm fire, and a talking ship." "We need music," Luffy shouted, crumbs flying. "Ben, do the magic music." "Yeah." Nami cheered. "Something lively." Ben smiled. He finished his drink and stood up. He walked to the edge of the firelight. "Something lively? I think I have just the thing. A song from my hometown. A song about hard work, whales, and the hope of going home." He raised his wand. Orchestra Phantasma. A deep, rhythmic thumping began. Thump thump, thump thump. It sounded like a heartbeat, or the hull of a ship hitting the waves. Then, a fiddle joined in. Then, a low, harmonizing hum. Ben's voice, amplified and rich, cut through the night air. "There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy of Tea. The winds blew up, her bow dipped down. Oh blow, my bully boys, blow." The rhythm was infectious. It was a Shantu working song. Luffy instinctively started clapping his hands to the beat. Usopp grabbed an empty barrel and started drumming. Soon may the well-ermine come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Ben's magic created a spectral chorus that backed him up, making it sound like 100 sailors were singing along in the darkness. Zoro tapped his mug against his knee, a small smirk on his face. Robin closed her book, tapping her foot. She had never heard a song like this. It was raw. It was powerful. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore, when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Chopper's eyes were wide. A whale, he whispered. Soon may the well-ermine come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. By the second chorus, the crew was joining in. They didn't know the words perfectly, but the rhythm was in their blood. Soon may the well-ermine come. Luffy shouted, off-key but enthusiastic. Ha! Dory and Brogy grunted in time, their deep bass voices shaking the deck. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her. When she dived down low, Ben spun, his coat swirling. He conjured illusions in the fiery as spectral ship battling a massive whale made of orange flame. Vivi clapped, mesmerized. It's beautiful. Soon may the well-ermine come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not of greed, and he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Sanji was dancing with Nami, who was laughing, feeling truly well for the first time in days. Play it louder, Ben. Nami yelled. Soon may the well-ermine come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more. The line went slack then tight once more. All boats were lost, there were only 4. But still that whale did go. The tempo increased. The clapping got faster. Go, go, go. Luffy chanted. Soon may the well-ermine come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut, and the whale's not gone. The well-ermine makes his regular call, to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Ben raised his wand high for the finale. The spectral orchestra swelled to a crescendo. Soon may the well-ermine come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. The last note rang out, held by Ben and the spectral choir, before fading into the sound of the ocean and the crackle of the fire. Yay! Luffy screamed, jumping up. That was awesome. Again. Play it again. Yes, again. Usopp yelled, drumming on his barrel. Ben bowed theatrically. As you wish, Captain. He started the song again. This time, the whole crew sang along. Even Robin hummed the tune. Even Zoro grunted the chorus. Chopper danced around the fire with Luffy, his shadow stretching long against the sails. 44, on the seas. The morning sun over the Grand Line was bright and merciless, reflecting off the whitecaps of the ocean. The Going Merry, now carrying a crew cut through the waves with purpose. On the main deck, breakfast had just finished. Sanji was collecting plates, humming a tune about love and the sea. Luffy was picking his teeth with a fish bone. Zoro was already napping against the mast. Ben stepped out of the cabin, carrying a sleek, metallic case marked with the Stark Industries logo and a series of glowing runes. Morning, everyone, Ben announced, his voice cutting through the post-meal lethargy. Before you scatter to train or nap, I need a favor. A small donation, really. Money? Nami asked immediately, clutching her pocket. Fluids, Ben corrected. He opened the case to reveal a set of high-tech, pneumatic syringes and vials labeled with tracking codes. I need a blood sample from everyone. The crew stared at him. Blood. Usopp squeaked. Why? Is this a vampire ritual? Did you summon Dracula? Research, Ben said calmly, putting on a pair of latex gloves. I'm the ship's quartermaster and scientist. To protect you, I need to understand your physiology. I need to know how your bodies react to stress, poison, and potential upgrades. Luffy held out his arm immediately. Okay, does it hurt? Not a bit, Ben smiled. He pressed a device against Luffy's skin. Hiss. A small vial filled with bright red blood. Done. Cool. Luffy laughed. Zoro grunted, extending a muscular arm. If it helps me cut steel, take a bucket. Hiss. Nami, Vivi, and Usopp followed, though Usopp looked away and whimpered the entire time. Even Robin offered her arm with a calm, curious smile, interested in what the wizard would find in the blood of a demon child. Ben moved to the giants. Even Kara the duck gave a feather-ruffled sample. Then, Ben approached Sanji. The cook was lighting a cigarette, his back to the rail. When Ben approached with the silver device, Sanji froze. The lighter clicked, the flame wavering slightly. For a split second, the sunny deck of the Merry vanished for Sanji. He was back in a cold, steel laboratory in the North Blue. He was a child, small and weak. He saw towering cloning vats. He saw needles. He saw a man with a metal helmet looking down at him with cold, scientific disappointment. Genetic modification. Blood tests. Failure. A shadow crossed Sanji's eyes, a flicker of deep, buried trauma that usually lay dormant beneath his chivalrous exterior. His hand tightened on the lighter until the metal groaned. Sanji. Ben asked softly, lowering the device slightly. Sanji snapped back to reality. He inhaled a deep drag of smoke, exhaling slowly to mask the tremor in his hand. Just research, right, Ben? Sanji asked, his voice low. You're not planning on making anything with this. Ben met his gaze. He knew. He knew about Judge, about Germa 66, about the exoskeleton sleeping in Sanji's jeans. Sanji stared at him for a long moment. Then, he relaxed, a wry grin returning to his face. He rolled up his sleeve. Fine, but be careful. That blood is 90% passion and high-grade nicotine. Ben took the sample. Noted. All right, doctor, Ben said, snapping the case shut. You're with me. Tony Chopper, who had been watching the procedure with wide, professional eyes, perked up. Me? Yes. You're the ship's doctor. This is medical research. I need a second opinion. Chopper beamed, puffing out his chest. A second opinion. Okay. They descended into the ship. Usopp had already given Chopper the grand tour the night before, explaining the magical expansions, but seeing it in the daylight was different. They passed the brig, passed the galley, and stopped at the reinforced steel door. Access, Ben. Access, Chopper. The door hissed open. Chopper gasped. The research lab hummed with power. The blue light of the arc reactor core bathed the room in a futuristic glow. The holographic tables displayed floating streams of data. The bookshelves, packed with the copied texts of Drum Kingdom, towered to the ceiling. It's amazing. Chopper whispered, trotting inside, his hooves clacking on the metal floor. It smells like ozone and old paper. Mary, Ben said to the empty air. Initialize biological analysis protocol. Load project, Chimera. Ben. Hello, Dr. Chopper. Mary's voice chimed from the speakers. Hi Mary. Chopper waved at the ceiling. Ben placed the blood samples into a centrifuge machine that looked like it belonged on a spaceship. Now, Chopper. Look at this. He waved his hand over the main holographic table. A complex, rotating 3D model of a DNA double helix appeared. But this wasn't normal DNA. It was glowing, shifting, rewriting itself in real time. This, Ben said, is the chemical formula for the Super Soldier Serum, a compound from my hometown. It enhances metabolic efficiency, muscle density, and reaction time to the peak of human potential. I took a modified version of it myself. Chopper's jaw dropped. He scrambled onto a chair to get a better look. His blue nose almost touched the hologram. The molecular bonds. Chopper muttered, his genius medical mind instantly analyzing the structure. It stimulates the mitochondria and reinforces the skeletal structure. But the adrenal load would be massive. I know, Ben nodded, impressed. Ben swiped his hand. A second formula appeared. It was jagged, burning orange and red. This is extremis. It's biological hacking. It allows the body to rewrite its own repair codes, regrow limbs, generate heat. It turns the brain into a hard drive for the body. Chopper shivered. It looks dangerous, unstable. It is, Ben agreed. That's why I haven't used it yet. But I'm going to test these serums against the crew's blood samples in the simulation. I want to see if we can create a booster shot. Booster shot. A temporary or permanent upgrade, Ben said. To help Nami withstand high-G maneuvers. To help Usopp run faster. To help Zoro, well, Zoro is already a mutant, but maybe he'll faster. Ben paused. He looked at Chopper seriously. But the real project is devil fruits. He brought up a new display. It showed the lineage factor of a devil fruit user, a chaotic, swirling storm of genetic data. There is a scientist in this world named Vegapunk. He theorizes that devil fruits are the manifestation of human desire. They alter the lineage factor DNA of the user. Ben looked at the reindeer. You are a Zoan, Chopper. The Hito no Mi. You have a unique perspective on how fruits alter biology. Chopper nodded enthusiastically. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a small, yellow ball. Yeah, this is Rumble Ball. It disrupts the wavelengths. It gives me 4 extra forms for 3 minutes. Brilliant, Ben said. Mary, scan it. A laser swept over the Rumble Ball. The chemical breakdown appeared on the screen instantly. Ben studied it. Fascinating, you're using a localized narcotic effect to loosen the genetic lock, forcing the body into hybrid states that shouldn't exist. Ben turned to Chopper. I want to do 2 things, Chopper. First, refine this. Remove the 3-minute limit. Remove the side effects if any exist. Chopper's eyes went wide. You will. Second, Ben continued, his eyes gleaming. I want to create artificial devil fruits. Third, Ben continued. Create a super soldier serum which acts as a carrier, while it is infused with animal DNA. He pointed to the screen. Imagine giving Usopp the eyesight of a hawk without him losing his ability to swim. Imagine giving Nami the electric generation of an eel without eating a fruit. Biological augmentation. Chopper was trembling. It was terrifying. It was playing God. But it was also medicine. It was science. It was the path to curing weakness. Can we really do that? With your knowledge of biology and my tech. Ben grinned. We can do anything. Ben walked to the back of the room. The single neural dive pod had been joined by 5 others. A row of sleek, white capsules lining the wall. We can't do this with beakers and test tubes, Ben said. It's too slow, and too dangerous if we make a mistake. We need to work in the construct. He opened a pod. Get in, doctor. Chopper looked at the pod. It looks like a coffin. It's a bed, Ben assured him. It connects your mind to the ship's computer. We'll be inside a virtual world. Time moves slower there. We can work for days in just a few hours. Chopper gulped. He trusted Ben. He climbed into the pod. The gel was cold and slimy. It's gooey. It's conductive. Relax. The lid hissed shut. Ben climbed into the pod next to him. Mary. Initialize multi-user session. Lab environment. Time dilation 1:5. Zoom. Chopper gasped. One moment he was in a gooey box. The next, he was standing in a white void. He looked down at his handhooves. He looked the same. He felt the same. But the air was tasteless. Hello, Dr. Chopper. Chopper spun around. Standing there was the girl. The girl with the white dress and the sheep horns. She was glowing faintly. Are you Mary? Chopper asked, his ears twitching. I am. The girl beamed. This is my avatar. Welcome to my mind. Chopper walked up to her. He poked her arm. It felt solid. Wow, you're really a person in here. And so are you. Mary giggled. Look, Ben is here. Ben materialized next to them. He was wearing a white lab coat over a sharp suit. Welcome to the Matrix, Chopper. Or, well, the Mary Tricks. Ben clapped his hands. Mary, load the Stark lab environment. But add a biology wing. The white void shattered. Instantly, they were standing in a massive, high-tech laboratory. Glass walls overlooked a simulated ocean. Holographic displays filled the air. But on one side, there were rows of DNA sequencers, microscopes, and chemical synthesizers. Chopper's jaw hit the floor. Magic. Science, Ben corrected. Sufficiently advanced science. He walked to a table. A hologram of Sanji's blood cells appeared, floating in the air the size of beach balls. All right, Chopper. Let's get to work. First, the serum. They worked. 4 hours, in virtual time, the wizard and the reindeer worked side by side. Ben handled the chemical engineering and the magical theory. Chopper handled the biological interactions and the side effect mitigation. They ran simulations. Simulation 1, Usopp explodes. Failure. Simulation 2, Zoro turns green, literally, and grows scales. Failure. Simulation 45, Nami gains super strength but loses the ability to taste. Partial success. We're getting closer, Ben muttered, swiping away a failed strand of DNA. The serum works, but individual physiology is the variable. Poll. Should everyone in the Straw Hat crew who didn't eat devil fruits have the powers of animals? 1. Yes, those who will get animal serum Nami, Usopp, Vivi, Karu, Gantz maybe. 2. No. 45, on the seas 2. The virtual laboratory hummed with the silent, perfect efficiency of a machine world. Ben and Chopper stood before a massive holographic display, the air filled with floating strands of DNA that twisted and unraveled at their command. Look at this, Doctor, Ben said, expanding a specific red helix. This is sample 04 Sanji's blood. Chopper tilted his head, his virtual avatar adjusting its glasses. The platelet count is normal, but, wait, what is that protein marker? It looks artificial, like it was edited. Sharp eye, Ben nodded, keeping his expression neutral. He knew exactly what it was: latent, suppressed genetic modifications of Judge Vinsmoke, the exoskeleton of Germa 66. But that was Sanji's secret to tell. There is a unique chemical compound in his blood, a stabilizer. It acts as a universal receptor. Ben swiped his hand, dragging the glowing blue formula of the super soldier serum over Sanji's blood chart. He then added the chaotic, feral strands of animal DNA. Usually, the mixture would destabilize, the animal instincts overwhelming the human host. But when Ben added the synthesized version of Sanji's stabilizer chemical, the volatile mixture calmed. The helix is locked together like a zipper. It works. Chopper gasped. The rejection rate dropped to 0. We can stack multiple DNA strands without turning them into mindless beasts. Exactly, Ben smiled. We can create chimera stims, multi-animal hybrids. He then pulled up the charts for Luffy, Robin, and Chopper himself. He tried to apply the same chimera formula. The hologram flashed critical error. The strands violently repelled each other, turning a sickly purple. It's the devil fruits, Ben sighed. The devil inside the lineage factor is possessive. It doesn't share space with other animal spirits. If we give Luffy animal DNA, his body will tear itself apart at a genetic level. So, no upgrades for us? Chopper asked, his ears drooping. Not animal upgrades, Ben corrected. He swiped away the animal DNA, leaving only the pure, glowing blue super soldier serum. He applied it to Luffy's chart. The helix glowed gold. The muscle density increased. The metabolic efficiency skyrocketed. Compatibility 100%. The serum works, Ben said. It enhances the base biological hardware. It will make Luffy faster, stronger, and harder to kill. Same for you, Chopper. It will make your base forms more potent. Awesome. Chopper cheered. Alright, Ben said, checking the time. I need to go shopping. You stay here, Chopper. Monitor the reaction times on the serum. Simulate side effects. I'll be back with the raw materials. Where are you going? To the grocery store, Ben smirked. At the bottom of the ocean. Ben opened his eyes in the server room. He stepped out of the pod, his body feeling light and energized thanks to the previous serum treatments. Mary, Ben commanded. Activate the fabricator. Project, Mark LXXXV. Material, Vibranium. On it, Ben. The robotic arms in the corner whirred to life. Ben had already synthesized the vibranium ingots using Momo's creation quirk and Stark's molecular restructuring data. The fabricator began to weave the metal at a nanomolecular level. 2 hours later, Ben stood on the deck of the Going Mary. He tapped the triangular housing unit on his chest. Nanoparticles flowed out like liquid mercury. They rushed over his skin, forming a sleek, red and gold armor. It wasn't bulky plates, it was a second skin of the strongest metal in the universe, powered by an arc reactor. Time to swim. Ben concentrated. He visualized the shoreline of Little Garden. Crack. He vanished from Mary. He reappeared, hovering over the tropical waters of the prehistoric island. The heat hit the suit's sensors, but the internal climate control kept him cool. He dove. The suit hit the water with barely a splash, the hydrodynamic repulsors pushing him down. 50 meters. 100 meters. The light faded to a deep, twilight blue. Ben turned on the suit's floodlights. The beams cut through the gloom. And there they were, swimming through the kelp forests. For the next hour, Ben was a hunter-scientist. He collected DNA from the armored fish, for durability, and from the agile sea reptiles, for speed. He didn't stop there. He operated again. To the jungles of Little Garden for leopard DNA. To the high cliffs of falcon and eagle DNA. He traveled to the other islands, which he visited in minutes, collecting the building blocks of his crew's evolution. Ben reappeared in the server room, the nano-armor retracting into his chest piece. He placed the sample vials into the analyzer. Mary, upload schematics to the construct. He climbed back into the pod. Inside the white room, Chopper was waiting, surrounded by floating screens of data. I got them, Ben announced, dumping a virtual crate of DNA strands onto the table. Now, let's mix. They worked with a feverish intensity. Ben's intellect handled the structural engineering of the serum, while Chopper's medical genius handled the biological synergy. They debated, tested, and refined. Usopp, Ben said, pulling up the sniper's profile. He's a sniper. He needs to hide, he needs to see, and he needs to trap. Chameleon, Chopper suggested. For camouflage. His skin can shift pigment. Good. And Golden Eagle, Ben added. For the eyes. Telescopic vision. And, spider. Chopper asked. Spiders are sensitive to vibrations. If he has spider sense, he can feel enemies coming, and he can climb. Perfect, Ben nodded. Project, Phantom Sniper. Next, Nami. She's a glass cannon, Ben noted. She hits hard with weather, but she can't take a hit, and she needs to move fast to set up her clouds. Leopard, Chopper said immediately. Fast, agile, explosive muscle power. An electric eel, Ben added, to make her immune to her own thunderbolts, and to let her generate static. What about flight? Chopper asked. Albatross, Ben decided. They master the wind currents. If Nami can sense the wind like a bird, her navigation and her combat will be flawless. Project, Storm Cat. Finally, Vivi. Cheetah, Chopper said. The fastest runner. Falcon, Ben added. Gives her aerial attacks. And, Dolphin. Chopper suggested. Dolphins use sonar. It would give her 360-degree awareness in battle. Project, Desert Valkyrie. They initiated the synthesis. In the real world, the machine in the server room began to print 3 distinct, glowing vials of liquid. Ben checked the time dilation. 5 hours real time, Ben noted. 25 hours inside. My brain feels like it's been scrubbed with steel wool, but we're done. I'm hungry, Chopper said, rubbing his tummy. Let's go eat. Then, we upgrade the crew. Lunch was a hearty affair. Sanji had prepared a variety of spreads. The crew ate with their usual gusto, though there was a hum of curiosity in the air. Ben and Chopper had been locked in the magic room 4 hours. Once the plates were cleared, Ben stood up. Team meeting, he announced. Everyone gather round. He placed a metal case on the table. The locks clicked open with a hiss of pressurized air. Inside, nestled in protective foam, were several high-tech pneumatic injectors. 3 of them contained swirling, iridescent liquids. 2 contained a glowing, neon blue fluid. What's the glowing juice? Luffy asked, leaning in. Is it soda? It's power, Ben said. He looked at the crew. Chopper and I have been analyzing all your blood and creating biological enhancements. Enhancements? Zoro raised an eyebrow. We call it the Chimera Serum, Ben explained. For the non-devil fruit users Usopp, Nami, Viori, it combines the super soldier serum with specific animal DNA tailored to your fighting styles. It will give you the powers of those animals. He pointed to the blue vials. For Luffy and Chopper, because you already have devil fruits, you can't handle extra DNA. So, you get the pure enhancement. It will boost your strength, speed, and healing to the absolute peak of biological possibility. The room was silent. Nami stared at the vials. You mean, we'll get stronger? Just by taking a shot. Much stronger, Chopper nodded enthusiastically. And healthier. Your immune systems will be supercharged. That's incredible, Vivi breathed. It's Ben and Chopper science, Usopp said, though he looked nervously at the needles. Ben picked up the first injector, one swirling with green and gold liquid. Usopp, this is yours. Chameleon, eagle, spider, camouflage, telescopic vision, and danger sense. Usopp gulped. He looked at the needle. It looked very sharp. Wow. Sounds great. Maybe I'll take it later? After a nap? Or next year? Ben sighed. He leaned forward, adopting a challenging smirk. What's the matter? Is the great Captain Usopp, brave warrior of the sea, scared of a little needle? Usopp stiffened. His lies were his armor, but they were also his pride. Scared. Usopp stood up, his legs shaking only slightly. Who said I'm scared? I laugh at needles. Ha! Give it here. I will take part in your stupid experiment for the good of science. Attaboy, Ben grinned. Chopper hopped onto the table. I'll do it. He pressed the device against Usopp's arm. Hiss. Usopp squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for agony. He opened one eye. I don't feel anything. He flexed his arm. Am I a spider yet? Can I shoot webs? Ben rolled his eyes. It's not instant, Usopp. It's rewriting your DNA. It takes time to metabolize. Sit down. Ben picked up the next injector swirling with yellow, blue, and white. Nami, this is yours. Leopard, electric eel, albatross, agility, shock immunity, and wind sensing. Nami hesitated. Eel, will I get slimy? No slime, Ben promised. Just power. Seeing Nami hesitate, Vivi stepped forward. She looked at the third injector orange, brown, and gray. If this will help me save Alabasta. Vivi said firmly. I'll do it. Give it to me. Brave princess, Ben smiled. Chopper administered the shot. Cheetah, Falcon, Dolphin. Nami, seeing Vivi's resolve, and realizing that if everyone else got superpowers, she'd be the only normal human left to carry the luggage, sighed. Fine, give me the eel juice. But if I grow whiskers, I'm charging you. Hiss. Finally, Ben turned to Luffy. Captain, pure super soldier serum. No animals, just raw power. Luffy didn't even wait for the explanation. He saw his crew doing it, so he was doing it. Okay. He held out his rubber arm. Hiss. And me. Chopper said. He turned the last blue injector on himself. Hiss. What about the mosshead and the cook? Usopp asked, rubbing his arm. Sanji is complicated, Ben said vaguely. His blood needs more study before I can safely enhance him. And Zoro. He looked at Zoro, who was asleep in the corner. Zoro is already a mutant. I tried to simulate a serum for him, and the computer just said alcohol content too high. We'll work on him later. A lie, of course. Zoro didn't need shortcuts. His path was the path of struggle. And Sanji's modifications were already waking up. 5 minutes passed. Luffy blinked. He rubbed his forehead. Ben, I feel hot. Usopp wiped sweat from his brow. Yeah, is the heater on? Vivi swayed slightly in her chair. Nami put a hand to her head. That's the reaction, Ben said calmly. Your bodies are burning energy to rewrite your cellular structure. It's going to feel like a fever for a few hours. He stood up. Go to sleep, all of you. When you wake up, you'll be version 2.0. Luffy yawned, a massive, jaw-cracking sound. Sleep, sounds, good. He fell face first onto the table, instantly snoring. Usopp curled up on the rug. Vivi and Nami leaned against each other on the sofa, their eyes drifting shut. Chopper turned into his heavy point and curled into a ball. Within minutes, the room was filled with the rhythmic breathing of the slumbering crew. Ben sat in the chair by the window, watching over them. He felt the weight of the responsibility. He had altered their destinies. He had changed their very nature. But looking at the dangers ahead, Crocodile, Enel, CP9, the Admiralty knew it was necessary. Sleep well, Ben whispered. You're going to need your strength. Then he went to the virtual chamber to train for a while. Poll. Should I change the animal combination or let it be? 1. Yes, suggestions for animals. 2. No. 46. On the seas. 3. The sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the Grand Line sky in hues of bruised purple and burning orange. The Going Merry, now carrying a crew that defied all logic, cut through the waves with a steady rhythm. On the deck, a relaxed, pre-dinner atmosphere had settled. Sanji was serving light snacks, finger sandwiches and savory tarts to the crew members who hadn't been turned into science experiments. Hey, Ben, Sanji asked, handing a plate to Robin before lighting a cigarette. Luffy and the others, they'd been asleep for hours. Is that normal? Even for Luffy, skipping a meal is rare. Ben says, it's fine. The cellular rewriting process consumes a massive amount of energy. By my calculations, they should be waking up in about 30 minutes. Dory and Brogy, sitting on the aft deck, nodded. They were currently using a barrel of sake as a shot glass. Ben turned to them. You know, the offer still stands. The serum could increase your density. Make your skin harder than steel. You're already strong, but this would make you invincible. Brogy laughed, a deep rumble that shook the deck plates. Gabba-ba-ba-ba. We appreciate the offer, little wizard, but we are warriors of Elbaf. Our strength comes from our blood and our years of battle. To alter it with a potion, it would feel like cheating the gods. Dory grinned. Geiji Ijyagya. Indeed. Besides, if we got any stronger, we might accidentally break this ship in half just by sneezing. Ben smiled. Fair enough. He looked at Zoro and Sanji. And you too. Zoro didn't even open his eyes from his nap. Pass. I'm a swordsman. If I can't cut steel with my own strength, then I haven't trained hard enough. I don't need a bottle to make me the strongest. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke. I'll pass too. I rely on my technique and my legs. He touched his arm subconsciously, where the latent Germa genes lay dormant. Suit yourselves, Ben shrugged. Ben then turned to Nico Robin, who was observing the conversation with her usual detached amusement. Robin, Ben said softly, the offer applies to you too, but not yet. After Alabasta, after we take down Crocodile, if you decide you want to stay with this crew of maniacs properly, the serum is yours. Robin looked at him, surprised by the consideration. She smiled, a genuine, warm expression. Thank you, Ben, for thinking of me. I will consider it. 30 minutes later, the door to the men's quarters kicked open with enough force to nearly tear the hinges off. Me-a-a-ot. Luffy stepped out. The crew stopped what they were doing. They stared. It wasn't just Luffy. It was Luffy 2.0. He had grown. He stood at a towering 8 feet and 3 inches. His frame, usually scrawny and wiry, had filled out. His chest was broad, his muscles defined and cord-like steel cables under his skin. He looked less like a rubber boy and more like a rubber Gota physique reminiscent of his future Gear 4th Snackymon form, but compressed into a base state. He radiated raw, crackling power. Behind him came Usopp. The sniper had undergone a metamorphosis. He was no longer the lanky, shaky teenager. He stood 7 feet tall. His shoulders were wide, his arms thick with muscle. He looked like a warrior who could actually draw a bow strong enough to pierce a ship's hull. And then, Chopper trotted out. In his heavy point, he was muscular and imposing, but in his brain point, his default hybrid, he looked polished. His fur was glossier, his eyes brighter. I feel great. Chopper cheered. Kawaii. Robin exclaimed instantly. You have become even cuter, Doctor. Shut up. Being called cute doesn't make me happy. You jerk. Chopper wiggled, his new muscles rippling. Finally, the door to the women's quarters opened. Nami and Vivi stepped out. They had grown taller, their postures radiating an Amazonian grace. Nami moved with a fluid, predatory elegance, while Vivi walked with the explosive potential of a coiled spring. They looked stronger, faster, and infinitely more dangerous. Whoa, Sanji whispered, the cigarette falling from his mouth. Nami swung. Vivi-chan, you look divine. I feel incredible, Nami said, clenching her fist. I feel like I could punch a shark. Please don't, Ben said, stepping forward. We need the sharks for research. All right, everyone. You look different. You feel different. Now let's see what you can do. Ben pointed at Usopp. Usopp, front and center. Usopp walked up, towering over Sanji and Zoro now. Yes, a wise wizard. What is my first trial? Camouflage, Ben said. Your serum contained chameleon DNA. It should be instinctive. Don't think about hiding. Think about becoming the background. Blend in. Usopp blinked. He looked at his hand. He focused. Blend in, become the wood. His skin rippled. Pigment cells shifted rapidly. Starting from his feet, color washed over him. He turned the exact shade of the weathered deck wood. Then, his torso matched the white of the sails behind him. In seconds, Usopp vanished. Only his goggles and his clothes remained visible, floating in the air. Seg-G. Luffy roared, eyes popping out. Usopp is a ghost. I'm invisible. Usopp's disembodied voice cheered. I am the Phantom of the Seas. Not quite, Ben corrected. Your clothes give you away. But it's a start. Now, drop the camo. Try to walk on that wall. Ben pointed to the vertical wall of the cabin. Usopp solidified. He walked to the wall. He lifted a foot and placed it flat against the wood. It stuck. He lifted the other. He walked up the vertical surface as easily as if it were the floor. I'm doing it. Usopp yelled, blood rushing to his head. I'm a spider. I'm a lizard. I'm unstoppable. Ninja. Luffy screamed. Usopp is a ninja. Can you walk on water too? No, Ben said. Surface tension isn't high enough. Come down, Usopp. Usopp dropped, landing in a crouch that would have shattered his old knees, but his new legs absorbed the impact effortlessly. Now, Ben said, looking at Nami, Vivi, and Usopp. The big one. The serum contained avian DNA. Eagle for Usopp. Albatross for Nami. Falcon for Vivi. He circled them. Focus on your shoulder blades. Feel the extra muscles there. The dormant limbs. Unfurl them. The three of them closed their eyes. They concentrated. At first, nothing happened. Then, a ripping sound no of flesh, but of clothes adjusting. Ben had enchanted their clothes to be mutable. Snap. Whoosh. From Usopp's back, massive, brown and gold feathered wings erupted, spanning 12 feet. From Nami's back, long, elegant, snow-white wings spread out, the tips dipped in black ink albatross wings, built for endurance. From Vivi's back, sleek, aerodynamic peregrine falcon wings burst forth, sharp and fast. The crew gasped. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts, then exploded into fireworks. He dropped to his knees, clasping his hands in prayer. Angels. He howled. Real angels have descended upon my ship. Nami Swan. Vivi Chuan. Take me to heaven. Arrowcook, Zoro muttered, though he was eyeing the wings with impressed caution. What did you say, Moss Head? Sanji snarled, instantly switching from worship to rage. Don't insult the divine forms of the ladies. Try to fly, Luffy commanded, ignoring the bickering. Go up. Nami, Vivi, and Usopp flapped. Flap, flap, flap. They generated a lot of wind. Dust swirled. Nami's hair blew around, but their feet stayed firmly planted on the deck. It's hard, Vivi panted. They're heavy. I can't get lift. Usopp complained. Do I need a running start? They tried for 10 minutes. Running, jumping, flapping frantically. They looked like oversized chickens trying to escape a coop. Ben rubbed his chin, watching the struggle. Instinct isn't kicking in. They're thinking too much like humans. An idea formed. A terrible, wonderful idea. He walked over to Usopp. Usopp, Ben said gently, placing a hand on the sniper's shoulder. Usopp stopped flapping. Yeah, Ben. Any tips? Do I need to adjust my angle of wings? Tell me, Usopp, Ben asked, his voice conversational. Do you know how baby birds learn to fly? Usopp nodded sagely. Of course. I am an expert in nature. Usually the mother nudges them out of the nest. It triggers a survival instinct. Adrenaline overrides hesitation. Excellent, Ben smiled. 10 points to Gryffindor. You know the theory perfectly. Ha, I know, Usopp grinned. So, what should I do? Jump off the railing. Ben's smile widened. It shifted. It stopped being the smile of a friend and became the smile of a devil who had just found a new toy. Usopp saw the smile. His survival instinct screamed. He gulped. He tried to take a step back. Ben, your hand, it's really gripping my shoulder. Why is your grip so strong? So, should I jump off the figurehead? Usopp asked, sweat beading on his forehead. Into the water. No, Ben chuckled darkly. There is no need to jump off the ship. Usopp looked up slowly. Really? Yes, Ben whispered. You're not jumping, because the height isn't enough. Ben, wait. Crack. The sound of apparition echoed across the deck. Ben and Usopp vanished. The crew blinked. Where did they go? Luffy asked. 1 second later. Crack. Ben reappeared on the deck. Alone. He dusted off his hands. Where's Usopp? Nami asked, a creeping sense of dread rising in her stomach. Ben held up a finger. Wait for it. Wait for what? A scream. A long, Doppler-shifting scream coming from directly above them. The crew looked up. High in the sky, a small dot was plummeting toward the ocean. It was flailing wildly. Ben. Nami shrieked. You dropped him from the sky. He's going to die. Relax, Ben said, leaning against the mast. Watch the show. Usopp was falling. The wind roared in his ears. The ocean was rushing up to meet him. I'm gonna die. Ben killed me. I'm a pancake. His brain screamed panic. But his body, his new, genetically modified body, screamed something else. Use the wings, idiot. Instinct took over. Usopp stopped flailing. His back muscles clenched. Snap. His massive eagle wings caught the air. The fall turned into a swoop. The terrifying descent became a graceful arc. He skimmed the surface of the water, his boots creating a wake, and then, he pulled up. He soared. He shot past the Going Merry, spinning in the air. I'm flying. Usopp screamed, his voice changing from terror to pure, unadulterated ecstasy. Look at me. I'm the eagle of the sea. He banked, circling the ship, diving and climbing with ease. Luffy cheered. Usopp is a bird. So cool. Ben smiled. See? Motivation. He turned slowly. Nami and Vivi were backing away. They were hugging the cabin wall, their eyes wide with terror. They had seen what happened to Usopp. They knew what was coming. Ben, Nami warned, holding up her tempest tact. Don't you dare. I will charge you 1 billion berries per foot of altitude. I will strike you with lightning. No need for violence, Ben said, raising his hands innocently. He walked toward them. Stay back. Vivi cried, her wings flaring defensively. I'm royalty. You can't drop royalty. Ben vanished. Crack. He reappeared behind them. His hands clamped onto their shoulders simultaneously. They froze, tensing up like statues. They turned their heads mechanically, terrified, to see Ben's face right between them. He was smiling that same, innocent, terrifying smile. Are you girls ready? Ben whispered. No. They screamed in unison. That wasn't a question. Crack. They vanished. Seconds later, 2 distinct screams demanding payment, one invoking royal decree echoed from the stratosphere. Ben, you bastard. I'm doubling your debt. Nami, this is treason. Vivi. But then, silence, followed by the whoosh of air. 2 figures swooped down from the clouds. Nami, gliding effortlessly on her massive albatross wings, riding the wind currents like she was born to them. Vivi, diving like a missile, her falcon wings tucked for speed before snapping open to break. They circled the ship, joining Usopp in the air. Their fear was gone, replaced by the sheer, breathtaking freedom of flight. They laughed, chasing each other through the clouds, diving toward the sea and pulling up at the last second. Sanji watched them, tears of joy streaming down his face. My angels, they are truly flying. Zoro watched, impressed despite himself. Air superiority for the crew. Not bad, wizard. Ben leaned back, watching his squadron of flying pirates. Trial by fire, Ben said satisfied. Or, well, trial by gravity. Works every time. The Straw Hat Pirates now ruled the land, the sea, and the sky. Alabasta was in for a shock. 47 on the seas, 4. The sun had finally retreated, leaving a bruised purple sky that reflected off the whitecaps of the ocean. The Going Merry sailed steady, but the deck was far from quiet. The atmosphere had shifted from the breathless ecstasy of flight to a more scientific, albeit slightly damp, curiosity. Wings are one thing, Ben said, leaning against the railing with his arms crossed. But as Nami often points out, the sea is our constant companion. The Chimera stems were designed for total environmental dominance. He looked at Nami and Vivi, who were currently standing on the lower gangplank in their swimwear, looking hesitant. The electric eel and the dolphin DNA weren't just for shock or speed on land, Ben explained, his voice taking on that calm, professorial tone the crew had come to associate with his lab time. You should have a secondary respiratory system. Go ahead, test the water. Nami looked at the dark, cold depths of the Grand Line. If I turn into a fish person permanently, Ben, I am increasing your interest rate to 400%. No tail, Nami. I promise, Ben chuckled. Vivi took a deep breath, her falcon cheetah dolphin hybrid physiology already buzzing with latent energy. She looked at Nami and nodded. Together, they dove. Splash. Sanji rushed to the railing, heart eyes vibrating. My beautiful mermaids, gliding through the abyss. Underwater, the world changed instantly. For Nami, the initial shock of the cold vanished within seconds. As she held her breath, she felt a sharp, tickling sensation on the sides of her neck. 4 thin, silver-rimmed slits gills opened rhythmically. She gasped instinctively, and instead of choking on seawater, her lungs received a rush of pure, filtered oxygen. She looked at her hands. They weren't webbed, but a faint, translucent sheen covered her skin, a barrier that reduced drag. Beside her, Vivi was already a blur. Vivi was experiencing the dolphin sonar. Even in the murky twilight of the ocean, she could see. Every ripple, every school of fish, even the shape of the Mary's keel 100 meters away was mapped in her mind with crystalline precision. Nami tested her eel discharge. She flexed a specific muscle in her lower back, and a faint yellow glow rippled through her skin. A small, curious shark approached her, only to be hit with a non-lethal but paralyzing static pop that sent it spiraling into the darkness. They're moving fast. Chopper yelled from the deck, watching the two silhouettes dart through the water at speeds that would make a fishman double take. They broke the surface 200 meters away from the ship, then dove again, racing back to the caravel. They didn't just swim, they sliced through the ocean, leaping out of the water in perfect, synchronized arcs like performing dolphins before grabbing the ropes and hauling themselves back onto the deck. Nami landed in a crouch, her gills sealing shut and disappearing into her skin as if they had never been there. She shook her hair, spraying water everywhere. Okay, Nami panted, her eyes wide with the thrill of the hunt. That was terrifyingly awesome. I felt like I owned the water. I could hear the heartbeat of the ship, Vivi added, her face flushed with adrenaline. The sonar, it's like having a map in my head that moves in real time. Sanji arrived with fluffy, heated towels. Recovery service. For the deep-sea goddesses. Ben ushered the crew into the newly reinforced Training Room 1. The floor was reinforced with vibranium alloy plates, and the centerpiece was a massive, mechanical press. It was a towering machine of hydraulic cylinders and glowing sensors, designed to measure pure, unadulterated lifting force. Line up, Ben commanded, cracking his knuckles. Let's see the numbers. Luffy, you're the benchmark. Push that lever up until the machine groans. Luffy, now standing at a towering 8 feet 3 inches, walked up to the machine. He didn't look like the wiry boy who left the East Blue. His muscles were like carved mahogany. He placed his massive palms under the press. Here I go. Shishishi. The hydraulics hissed. The digital readout began to spin wildly. 1 ton, 5 tons, 10 tons. The Mary tilted slightly under the localized pressure. Luffy's teeth gritted, his new, dense muscles rippling. 20 tons. The machine gave a warning beep. Luffy let go, and the floor vibrated as the weights reset. Ben, I feel like I could pick up a house. Chopper shifted into heavy point. His form was massive, hairy, and cored with raw energy. I won't let Doctorine down. He pushed. The readout stopped at 10 tons. 10 tons, Ben noted. In your base heavy form. Not bad, Doc. You're officially a one-man emergency crane. Usopp stepped up, towering at 7 feet. He looked at the machine nervously, his danger sense tingling. The great Captain Usopp usually lifts mountains, but I'll start small for the machine's safety. He grunted, his eagle DNA back muscles bulging through his shirt. 8 tons. Usopp stared at the screen. 8. I lifted. 8 tons. I'm a god. Nami walked up with a predatory stride. She didn't have the bulk of the others, but her leopard DNA fast-twitch fibers were optimized for torque. 6 tons. 6, Nami smirked, looking at her nails. That's enough to carry my entire treasure hoard in one go. Vivi closed the line. She was the leanest of the upgraded group, her falcon/cheetah DNA built for velocity, not stationary lifting. 5 tons. Ben led them to the deck for the speed test. The giants, Dory and Brogy, volunteered to be the starting guns. On your mark. Brogy roared. Luffy, Nami, Vivi, Chopper, and Usopp crouched. Go! The sound of the start was lost in a sonic boom. The deck was scoured by air pressure. Vivi wasn't running, she was a golden blue streak of light. The cheetah DNA took over, her legs moving in a blur that bypassed human physiology. She finished a lap around the room before the others had even finished half the course. First place, Vivi. Nami came in second, her leopard DNA giving her an explosive burst of agility that saw her leaping and weaving through obstacles Ben had set up with zero loss in momentum. Second place, Nami. Luffy thundered in third. He had the raw power, but his mass made him slightly less agile in the short burst sprint compared to the cats. Still, his speed was enough to leave a trail of smoke on the wood. Third place, Luffy. Chopper and Usopp rounded out the pack. They were incredibly fast compared to a normal marine, but in this room of monsters, they were the slow ones. The results are clear, Ben said, analyzing the data on his tablet. Vivi is our interceptor. Nami is our mobile weather station. Luffy is the juggernaut. And Usopp? Usopp, with your chameleon camouflage and climbing, you're our tactical nightmare. And the more you work your muscles, the stronger and faster you become. Night fell over the Grand Line, but the Going Merry was lit up like a festival. The calorie requirement for 5 upgraded humans, and 1 reindeer, was astronomical. Their metabolisms were now burning at 4 times the human norm just to sustain their new cellular density. Sanji was a blur in the kitchen. Order up. 3 massive dinosaur steaks for the captain. Sea brim risotto for the navigator. A giant bowl of cotton candy for the doc. The crew sat around the dining table. The sounds of eating were like a construction zone. Chomp, slurp, crunch. Luffy was a black hole. He was eating entire roast chickens in a single bite, stacking plates until they hit the ceiling. Nami and Vivi were eating amounts that would have terrified them a week ago, devouring entire platters of high-protein seafood. Sanji worked with a wide, proud grin. Eat, my beauties, eat. Your cook will provide for your new bodies. No complaint here. He glanced at their plates, his heart's for eyes nearly popping. Seeing Nami Swan eat like a Valkyrie is a religious experience. Usopp, sitting between the two giants, was actually competing with Brogy for a ribeye steak. You may be a giant, Brogy, but my appetite is endless. Ben sat back, a simple glass of brandy in hand, watching the chaos. They're ready, he thought. They have the physical stats of New World combatants. Now, they just need the experience. Once the last plate was cleared and the crew had collapsed into a food coma, Ben excused himself. I'm heading back to the virtual chamber, Ben said, tapping Chopper on the head. Sleep, doctor. You've earned it. Chopper gave a tired, happy bleat and curled up in his bunk. Ben entered the server room. The blue lights were dim. Mary, Ben whispered. Initialize construct. Zoom. Ben was back in the white void. We need to create more, Mary. And I need to start on the individual suits and weapons for the crew. Let's get to work. While the Going Merry sailed through a night of peace and progress, the atmosphere was different. In the port city of Nanohana, which was drowning in heat and the smell of spice, the moon blazed over the yellow sandstone buildings. A marine battleship, bearing the symbol of the East Blue Branch but carrying a weight of authority far greater, pulled into the harbor. The gangplank lowered, hitting the stone pier with a heavy thud. Two figures stepped out. One was a woman with short dark hair, wearing a floral shirt and holding a katana with a protective, reverent grip. Tashigi. The other was a walking storm of tobacco smoke. Smoker stepped onto the pier, his two cigars glowing like red eyes in the dark. He carried his sea stone jit across his shoulder, his white marine coat fluttering in the hot desert wind. He didn't look at the beautiful city. He didn't look at the dancing girls in the square. He looked at the horizon, in the direction of the sea. Nanohana, Smoker grunted, his voice a low rumble of gravel. Tashigi, status of the local patrol. Reporting, Captain. Tashigi barked, nearly tripping over her own scabbard. The Baroque works activity has spiked in the region. There are rumors of civil unrest in the kingdom. But, we haven't seen any sign of the pirate hunter or the rubberman. Smoker pulled the cigars out, flicking ash onto the sand. He looked out toward the horizon where the Grand Line met the Alabastan coast. They're coming, Smoker said, his eyes narrowing. They have to come here. Alabasta is the center of the log chain for this sector. That wizard brat, according to a report from Marines from the 16th branch, switched my pose. I don't know how, but I have this gut feeling it was him that cost me 4 days in the fog. He clenched his teeth, the smoke from his cigars turning an angry, gray color. Smoker turned to a group of Marine subordinates who were waiting nervously. Establish a perimeter at all harbor entrances. I want every ship scrutinized. If you see a caravel with a sheep figurehead, don't engage. Signal me immediately. Captain, Tashigi pushed up her glasses. Do you really think rookies like them would dare enter a warlord's territory? Smoker looked at the sunny sky. He remembered the white-haired boy who stood unmoving while lightning struck the execution platform. He remembered how they all disappeared from the execution platform. Those aren't normal rookies, Smoker muttered. They aren't running from the warlord. They're looking for him. He turned and walked toward the town, the smoke trailing behind him like a ghostly shroud. The ambush was set. The white hunter was waiting in the sand. 48, on the seas 5. On the port railing, we see Luffy and Usopp sitting with their fishing rods dangling. So hungry. Luffy groaned, his stomach growling a symphonic protest. Sanji's snacks were good, but I need a fish. A big one, like the island eater. Don't be greedy, Usopp whispered, adjusting his goggles. The great Captain Usopp senses a catch. The water tension is changing. The prey is near. Ding ding ding. The sudden, sharp chime of the ship's bell shattered the silence. Ship sighted. Mary's voice rang out from the mast speaker, clear and urgent. Port side. Distance, 200 meters. Closing fast. A ship. Usopp yelled, scanning the impenetrable fog. I don't see anything. Mary, are you sure? Positive, Usopp. My sensors detect a large displacement of water. Maybe it's a ghost ship. Luffy cheered, eyes sparkling. Suddenly, the ship went through the mist. And nothing happens. Is that it? Where is the ship? Usopp asked. I got it. Luffy yelled as his fishing rod was shaking. Caught one. Reel it in, Luffy. With a mighty heave, Luffy yanked the rod back. A man flew out. He was dressed in a flamboyant blue swan coat, wearing heavy makeup, and spinning like a ballerina. He soared through the air, screaming no in fear, but in delight. Yo-oh-oh-oh-oh. He landed on the deck of the Mary with a perfect, 10-point pirouette. En deux trois. The stranger posed, hands on his hips. What a catch. You fished me right out of my boredom. The crew on deck stared. Sanji, holding a tray of drinks, paused mid-step. Nami lowered her newspaper. Vivi stood up, Karo quacking nervously beside her. Who? Usopp whispered, is that? The stranger grinned, a wide, infectious smile. I am Bentham, but you may call me a friend, for you have saved a drowning swan. He wasn't drowning, he was on a ship, but the logic didn't seem to matter. The atmosphere on the deck shifted from tension to confusion, and then rapidly to a bizarre sort of party. Bentham was loud, charismatic, and utterly ridiculous. Within minutes, he had Luffy and Usopp laughing as he performed a series of high kicks. So? Luffy asked, chewing on a cracker. Are you a devil fruit user? You look weird. Rude, but accurate. Bentham laughed. Yes, I ate the main no mi. The clone fruit. Clone. Usopp asked. What does it do? Observe. Bentham shouted. Without warning, his hand shot out and slapped Luffy hard across the face. Smack. Ow. Luffy rubbed his cheek. Why'd you do that? Look closer. Bentham commanded. Luffy looked. The crew looked. Bentham's face shifted. His jaw squared. His eyes rounded. A scar appeared under his left eye. In a second, Bentham had vanished. Standing in his place was a perfect, mirror image duplicate of Monkey D. Luffy. Suji. Luffy screamed, forgetting the slap instantly. It's me, I'm over there. That's right. The fake Luffy grinned. He touched his own left cheek with his left hand. Instantly, his face morphed back to the makeup-wearing stranger. My right hand copies, my left hand restores. It is the power of memory. Do another one. Usopp cheered. Bentham danced around the deck like a whirlwind. He slapped Usopp. Poof. He became the long-nosed sniper. I am Captain Usopp. He slapped Nami, gently. Poof. He became the navigator. Whatever, the fake Nami shrugged, flipping her hair. He spun towards Sanji. And you, Monsieur Cook. Bentham reached out to slap Sanji's cheek. Sanji's eyes narrowed. For a moment, he didn't see Bentham. He saw the Okama doll, Candy, chasing him through the halls of the Merry. He saw the lipstick. He felt the phantom sensation of a kiss he had narrowly avoided. A cold chill of pure trauma ran down Sanji's spine. Don't touch me. Sanji's leg moved faster than thought. He delivered a swift, brutal kick to Bentham's wrist, deflecting the hand. No one like you is putting a hand on me, Sanji growled, smoke billowing from his mouth. I value my personal space. Bentham blinked, nursing his wrist. Ooh, feisty. I like it. Very well, the cook is shy. He turned back to the group. But wait, there is more. I don't just copy faces, I copy the body. He turned back into Nami. Observe. With a wicked grin, the fake Nami grabbed the hem of her shirt. Happiness punch. He lifted the shirt, flashing the entire deck. Sanji, despite his trauma, instantly rocketed into the air, a fountain of blood erupting from his nose, propelling him like a rocket. Nami Swan's body. It's a miracle. Crack. The real Nami appeared behind Bentham. Her tempest tact was crackling with static electricity. She slammed it onto Bentham's head with enough force to crack the deck. Don't use my body for your perversions. She shrieked. I'm sorry. Bentham cried, rubbing the massive lump on his Nami's head, quickly reverting to his normal form. It was just a joke. A bad one. Bentham laughed, unfazed. Ah, you are a fun crew. I have memorized so many faces in my travels. He began to cycle through his memory bank, faces flashing across his own like a slideshow. A pirate, a marine, a child, a shopkeeper, and then, for a split second, a bearded man with kind eyes and regal bearing, King Cobra of Alabasta. Vivi, who had been watching silently from the side, felt her heart stop. Father. She stared at Bentham. The face was gone in an instant, replaced by another, but she had seen it. Why does he have my father's face? Before she could speak, a foghorn blasted from the sea. A massive ship, shaped like a swan, pulled alongside the Merry. Oh, my ride is here. Bentham cheered. He leapt onto the railing. Farewell, my new friends. Our meeting was brief, but our friendship is eternal. Keep laughing. Au revoir. He leapt off the ship, landing on his own vessel, and vanished into the fog, leaving a confused, amused, and slightly violated Straw Hat crew behind. As the swan ship disappeared, the laughter on the Merry died down. Luffy was still chuckling. He was funny. Vivi stood rooted to the spot. Her hands were trembling. Everyone. She whispered. We have a problem. Nami looked at her. Vivi, what's wrong? That man. Vivi swallowed hard. One of the faces he showed was my father, King Cobra. Silence fell over the deck. Your dad? Luffy asked. Why? Because, Vivi said, her voice rising in panic. He is Mr. Tu Bon Clay, an officer agent of Baroque Works. He mimics people. If he has my father's face, he must have touched him, or been close to him. She looked at the crew with wide, terrified eyes. And now, he has touched Luffy, and Usopp, and Nami, and me. The realization hit them like a bucket of ice water. Nami paled. He has our faces. He can turn into us. He can walk into Alabasta looking like me and do anything. He's a perfect spy, Vivi said. We gave our identities to the enemy. Sanji exhaled a long stream of smoke. He walked to the railing, looking at the spot where the swan ship had vanished. Not all of us, Sanji said quietly. The crew looked at him. He tried to touch me, Sanji said, tapping his cheek. But I didn't let him. He didn't touch Zoro. He didn't touch Ben. He didn't touch Gantz, Robin, or Chopper because they weren't here. Sanji turned, a grim smile on his face. He has half the crew, but he doesn't have the other half. That's our advantage. He doesn't know about the wizard. He doesn't know about the monster doctor. He doesn't know we have giants below deck. Sanji's right, Nami said, her mind shifting into strategy mode. It's bad, but Ben will think of something. We have to tell him immediately. Yeah, Luffy nodded. Ben's smart. He'll fix it. They turned toward the cabin door, placing their faith in the man who was currently building a god in the basement. Deep within the Merry, in the virtual construct, Chopper and the avatar of Merry were floating in a sea of data. The artificial fruit structure is unstable, Chopper reported, manipulating a complex 3D model of a DNA strand. If we use the lineage factor sequence I isolated from my blood, and bind it to the super soldier serum, no, that won't work. Meanwhile, in the physical fabricator room, Ben was working on a project of his own. He stood over a workbench. On it lay a skeleton, but it wasn't bone, it was metal. Dark, gray, unpolished metal that seemed to absorb the light around it. You are you, the metal of the gods, the metal of Mjolnir. Ben had synthesized it using Momo's creation quirk to create a skeletal frame. URU holds magic better than anything, Ben muttered, his stark intellect guiding his hands as he etched microscopic runes into the metal bones. It's the perfect nervous system for a soul-based AI. He connected the skeletal frame to the main power conduit. Mary, transfer secondary motor control protocols to the frame. Transferring. The skeleton twitched. The metal fingers flexed. Good, Ben smiled. The skeleton is active. Now, the skin. He moved to the fabricator. Inside the hopper was a stack of glowing, silver-blue ingots. Vibranium, the strongest metal on Earth, absorbs kinetic energy, nearly indestructible. Start the weave, Ben commanded. The robotic arms whirred. Lasers flared. Layer by layer, the vibranium was deposited over the URU skeleton. It wasn't built like a robot, it was built like a human. Vibranium muscle fibers. Vibranium mesh for skin. He modeled the appearance on Mary's avatar, a young girl, about 10 years old, with innocent features. Ben worked for hours. He carefully crafted the face, ensuring it wasn't part of the uncanny valley. He used synthetic polymers over the vibranium for the skin texture, making it soft to the touch, warm, heated by internal thermal coils. Finally, he attached the horns to curved, white horns made of high-density ceramic composite. He stepped back. Lying on the table was a masterpiece, a vibranium URU android. It had no weapons. It had no lasers. It was purely a vessel. A physical anchor for the ship's soul so she could walk among her crew. It's ready, Ben whispered. No magic in the body itself. Just pure, unadulterated engineering perfection. The magic comes from the soul that inhabits it. He covered the body with a sheet. Soon, Mary. Soon you'll walk. 49 Nanohana 1. The climate of the Grand Line was a fickle mistress. Just days ago, the Going Mary had been encased in ice, sailing beneath the pink snow of Drum Island. Now, the air shimmered with heat. The sky was a hard, relentless enamel of blue, and the sun beat down like a physical weight. They were in the Sandora River climate zone. Alabasta was near. Clang clang, the ship's bell rang twice. A clear, happy sound resonating from the mast. Land ho! Mary's voice chirped through the ship's speakers, sounding delighted. Alabasta is on the horizon. I detect sand. Lots and lots of sand. The crew poured out onto the deck. They had shed their winter coats for lighter, desert-appropriate wear, or in Luffy's case, just his vest and shorts. Finally! Vivi cried, gripping the railing. Her knuckles were white. We're here. My home. It's hot. Chopper panted, his heavy fur coat already becoming a liability. He flopped onto the deck in his brain-point form. I'm melting, reindeer aren't made for ovens. Hang in there, Chopper, Sanji said, handing him a glass of cold lemonade. We'll get you some lighter clothes in the city. Suddenly, the water off the starboard bow erupted. Splash! A massive creature breached the surface. It was huge, covered in sea green scales, but its head was unmistakably feline. It had whiskers, pointed ears, and a cute, cat-like nose. It was a sea cat. The reaction of the monster trio was instantaneous and terrifyingly synchronized. Food! Luffy roared, drool snapping from his mouth. Prey! Zoro grunted, drawing Yubashiri halfway. Ingredients! Sanji yelled, his eyes locking onto the tenderloin sections. It looks tasty. Luffy yelled. Sanji, prepare the grill. I'll slice it into sashimi, Zoro volunteered. I'll make a desert-style curry. Sanji declared. They lunged. 3 monsters of destruction descending upon the local wildlife. Whap whap whap. A blur of blue and gold motion intercepted them. Vivi appeared in front of them, moving faster than the eye could follow, her new cheetah DNA kicking in with explosive speed. She wielded a broomstick she had grabbed from the deck cleaning supplies. She struck them, not with strength, but with precision and supersonic speed. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were knocked backward, 3 distinct red bumps rising on their heads. No! Vivi screamed, her eyes blazing. You cannot eat it. Why? Luffy whined, rubbing his head. It's a giant catfish. It's neat. It is a sea cat. Vivi explained, pointing at the creature which was now looking at them with mild confusion. In Alabasta, they are sacred. They are considered the guardians of the river. If you eat one, the entire country will turn against us before we even dock. Do you want to be cursed? Cursed? Usopp shivered. No thank you. Let the cat go. Shoo, kitty. The sea cat, realizing it wasn't going to be lunch, gave a haughty sniff and dove back underwater. My curry. Sanji wept. My sashimi. Zoro grumbled. My meat. Luffy wailed. Focus. Nami commanded. Usopp, get to the crow's nest. We need intel on the harbor. Aye aye. Usopp shouted. He didn't climb the ladder. He simply leaped, his new leg muscles propelling him halfway up the mast, where he scrambled the rest of the way with gecko-like adhesion. Inside the crow's nest, Usopp adjusted his goggles. All right, he whispered. Let's see what these new eyes can do. He focused. He tapped into the golden eagle DNA coursing through his veins. His pupils contracted. The world zoomed in. The blur of the horizon sharpened. He could see the coastline. He could see the city of Nanohana. He could see the individual grains of sand on the dunes. He swept his gaze to the harbor. He saw merchant ships. He saw fishing boats. And then, he saw the Jolly Rogers. Dozens of them. The mark of the billionth lower-ranking agents of Baroque Works. Their ships lined the docks like a blockade. Bad news. Usopp called down. Baroque Works is here. There's a whole fleet of billions. Expected, Ben said calmly from the deck. What else? Usopp squinted harder. He looked past the pirate ships. He saw a sleek, white vessel with blue seagull markings. His blood ran cold. Marines! Usopp shrieked. A marine battleship. If we dock there, we're walking into a war, Nami said, biting her thumb. Marines on one side, Baroque works on the other. We can't fight them now and alert the enemy. We won't have to, Ben said. He walked to the figurehead. He placed his hand on Mary's head. Mary, he said softly. Evasive maneuvers. Protocol, ghost ship. Aye, Ben. Mary's voice chimed. Deploying mist. Ben raised his wand. He didn't aim at the enemy, he aimed at the Mary herself. Disillusionment maxima. A shimmer passed over the ship. To anyone looking from the harbor, the going Mary simply faded. She didn't become invisible, but she became uninteresting. She became a part of the background scenery, a trick of the light on the water. A notice me not charm layered with Mary's own exhaust mist. Steer us to the western cape, Ben commanded. There's a rocky outcrop away from the main docks. We slip in the back door. The ship banked silently, drifting away from the marine blockade like a shadow, unnoticed by the hundreds of eyes scanning the horizon. The Going Mary docked silently in a secluded cove hidden by massive sandstone formations. The heat was immediate and oppressive, a dry furnace blast that made the air shimmer. The crew gathered on the deck. Nami, now fully recovered and dressed in a light, dancer-like outfit suited for the desert, clapped her hands. All right, listen up. We are in enemy territory. The Marines are here. Baroque Works is here. We are undercover. That means no trouble. She pointed a finger at Luffy. Especially you. No fighting. No eating weird things. No announcing you're the Pirate King. We get supplies, we get information, and we head to the desert. Got it. Luffy stood there, vibrating. His eyes were locked on the city in the distance. He could smell it. The spices. The roasting meat. Got it, Luffy said. He isn't paying attention to what Nami is saying. Good. Now, the plan is. Zoom. A cloud of dust exploded on the deck. Nami blinked. Luffy was gone. There was a cartoonish outline of him left in the air where he had been standing a millisecond ago. Far in the distance, a trail of dust was already tearing across the desert toward the city. Me-a-a-a-a-a-at. Luffy's voice echoed, Doppler shifting away. Nami stood frozen, her fingers still pointing at empty space. A vein throbbed on her forehead. He's gone. She shrieked. I didn't even finish the sentence. He's so fast now. Why did we make him faster? Ben sighed, dusting sand off his coat. Well, the one most likely to cause a commotion has already left. That simplifies things, in a way. Simplifies. Usopp yelled. He's going to lead Marines right to us. Fate, Zoro grunted, jumping off the ship. Can't fight it. Ben reached into his pocket. He pulled out a handful of small, silver earpieces. Here, he said, tossing them to the crew. Comms. They connect directly to Mary. We can talk to each other and to the ship from anywhere on the island. Everyone put them in. Testing. Can everyone hear me? Mary's voice rang clearly in their ears. Loud and clear, Mary, Sanji said. Assignments, Nami said, rubbing her temples. Dori, Brogy, you stay here and guard the ship. Gabba Baba. Understood. Brogy said, sitting down with his axe. We will guard the little sheep. Robin, Ben added. You're a high-profile target. If Crocodile knows you're here, he'll accelerate his plans. Stay on the ship. Read a book. Keep the giants company. Robin nodded, opening her book. A quiet afternoon. Sounds lovely. The rest of us, Ben said, split up. We need supplies for the desert crossing. Water, food, clothes. I'll handle the clothes. Sanji volunteered instantly, his eyes scanning Vivi's desert outfit. I need to ensure the ladies have the most fashionable, breathable, and beautiful desert wear. Chopper, you're with me. You have a good eye for fur. I do. Chopper asked, excited. Okay. Zoro. Nami looked at the swordsman. Just, try not to get lost. Stay near the ship. I'm going for a walk, Zoro said, immediately walking in the wrong direction toward the endless dunes. I see a town over there. There was no town over there. Someone grab him, Nami ordered. Usopp sighed and ran after Zoro. I'll gather intel, Ben said. I have a meeting. A meeting? Vivi asked. With who? A friend, Ben smiled. Someone who can help us. I'll meet you all back here in an hour. With the plan, sort of, set, the crew dispersed into the scorching heat of Alabasta. The city of Nanohana was bustling. The streets were filled with merchants selling spices, carpets, and perfumes. But beneath the vibrant surface, there was a tension. People looked tired. Water barrels were guarded. The joy of the city felt brittle, ready to crack. Ben moved through the crowd, his black coat blending into the shadows of the alleys. He didn't need to buy clothes, he could transfigure his outfit at will. Ben turned down a narrow, winding side street. He moved away from the market, away from the Marines patrolling the main square. He headed toward the old, abandoned quarter of the city, buildings half buried in sand, forgotten by the bustle of commerce. This was the place which Dragon told the meeting would take place. He stopped in front of a decrepit, sandstone building. The door hung off its hinges. Ben stepped inside. The room was cool and dim, sheltered from the relentless sun. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light coming through the cracked ceiling. Sitting on a crate in the corner was a young man with blonde, wavy hair. He wore a blue noble's coat, a cravat, and a top hat with goggles. He held a pipe not for smoking, but as a weapon loosely in his hand. He radiated a calm, confident power. Next to him, leaning against the wall, was a woman with short orange hair and a red cap. She looked impatient, checking a pocket watch. "You're late," the woman said, though she smiled. "A wizard is never late, nor is he early, he arrives precisely when he means to," Ben replied, stepping into the light. The blond man stood up. He smiled a smile that was hauntingly similar to Luffy's, yet tempered with a maturity and intelligence the rubber captain lacked. A scar marred his left eye, a reminder of a past he had forgotten and then remembered. Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, and Koala, Fishman Karate Master. While Ben was engaging in high-level geopolitical conspiracy, Luffy was engaged in a much more immediate struggle, finding lunch. He tore through the streets of Nanohana like a sandstorm, and was now on the outskirts of the port city. "Neat!" he yelled. "Where is the food?" He skidded to a halt near a small house. Then he went towards the house and sees sacks of green powder. Luffy tasted the green powder and spat it. "It tastes weird." Then he throws the remaining powder in the fire nearby, and then from the smoke rain clouds starts gathering and it rains. A man hurriedly came out and froze, seeing what Luffy did. You know what this is." And starts scolding Luffy. Luffy, fed up with the scolding, beats the man. "Oh, you certainly are strong," the man says with bruises on his face. "No one can beat me," Luffy says. "Yeah, I would think not. Not with your strength. My apologies." No, I apologize for burning your important stuff." "Oh, no, let's just call it a mutual apology. In any case, please keep it a secret." "Hey, what was that powder? Why, you don't know?" "Nope, it was yucky." Luffy sticking his tongue out. The man sighed. "That stuff is dance powder. It calls the rain, but it steals rain from the neighboring villages. It's illegal. The king used to use it, that's why there's a drought." The man launched into a tragic, detailed explanation of the Civil War, the framing of King Cobra, the environmental disaster caused by the powder, and the suffering of the people. It was a heartfelt, crucial piece of exposition that explained the entire political conflict of the Alabasta arc. Luffy listened. He nodded. His face was serious. The man finished. "So you see, the country is dying." Luffy blinked. "So?" Luffy said slowly. "Yes." The man asked, hoping he had reached the boy's conscience. "Where is the restaurant?" The man fell over. "Did you listen to a word I said?" "I'm hungry." Luffy complained. "Rain powder is boring. I can't eat powder. I want meat. Big meat, with the bone in it." He sniffed the air. Suddenly, his nose twitched. A scent cut through the dry air. Spices. Smoke. Roasting lamb. Found it. Luffy ignored the dance powder, the man, and the tragic backstory of the nation. He spun on his heel and launched himself back into the street. Me aat. 50, Nanohana 2. The dusty safehouse in the abandoned quarter of Nanohana was silent, save for the rhythmic tapping of Koala's boot against the wooden floor and the distant, muffled sounds of the market. Ben stood across the table from the two revolutionaries. "I suppose formal introductions are in order," Ben said, his voice calm and steady. "I am Edgar D. Benjamin. I serve as the quartermaster, inventor, and for lack of a better term wizard of the Straw Hat Pirates." The blond man tipped his top hat, his expression serious, but his eyes holding a spark of curiosity. "I've heard a lot about you. Dragon's reports were colorful. I am Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army." The woman next to him leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. "And I'm Koala, Assistant Instructor of Fishman Karate and an officer in the army. It's nice to put a face to the name, finally." Ben pulled out a chair and sat down. He didn't waste time with pleasantries. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small holographic projector, a puck that hummed to life, projecting a 3D map of Alabasta onto the rotting table. Sabo's eyebrows raised slightly. "Impressive tech." "It's efficient," Ben replied. He manipulated the map, highlighting several cities: Nanohana, Rainbase, Alyaburna, and Kateria. "Here is the situation," Ben began, his tone shifting to that of a war room general. "Alabasta is bleeding. This isn't just a natural drought. It's a manufactured crisis orchestrated by one man, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Sabo's grip on his pipe tightened. "We suspected a warlord's involvement. The destabilization was too precise." "It's worse than you think," Ben continued. "Crocodile has established a secret criminal syndicate called Baroque Works. Their goal is Operation Utopia, to overthrow the Nefertari monarchy and install Crocodile as the hero king of a military state. He plans to turn this country into a superpower that threatens the world government." Ben zoomed in on the port of Nanohana. "He's using dance powder." Koala gasped. "That's a forbidden substance. It steals rain from downwind territories." "Exactly," Ben nodded. "He smuggles it in, frames the king for using it to keep the capital green, and lets the rest of the country die of thirst. He's inciting a civil war. He wants the people to destroy their own king so he can swoop in and save them." Sabo's face darkened. The Revolutionary Army existed to overthrow corrupt tyrants, but what Crocodile was doing, manufacturing tyranny to usurp a good king, was vile. He's playing both sides, creating the villain so he can be the hero. "Precisely," Ben said. "For the last 2 years, Princess Nefertari Vivi has been undercover inside Baroque Works. She's risked everything to find out who was behind her country's suffering. She's currently on our ship, docked in a cove west of here." Sabo looked at Ben with newfound respect. "You're sheltering the princess? That puts a massive target on your back." "We're pirates," Ben smirked. "We like targets." He swiped the map to the city of Kateria, an oasis town in the middle of the desert. "The rebel army is camped here. They are led by a man named Koza. He is Vivi's childhood friend. He's a good man, but he's being manipulated by Crocodile's agents. He believes the king is guilty. So, what is the plan? Sabo asked, leaning back. Dragon told us to assist you, but he left the tactical command to your discretion. Simple, Ben said. We stop the war before it starts. We need to get Vivi to Kateria. She needs to speak to Koza. If she can convince him that the king is innocent and that Crocodile is the real enemy, the rebellion stalls. Ben looked Sabo in the eye. Once the rebellion is paused, we take the fight to Rainbase. We take down Crocodile. We expose Baroque works, and we give this country back to its people. Sabo stood up, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Stopping a war and taking down a warlord? That sounds like a Tuesday for us. We're in. Good, Ben said. My crew is currently gathering supplies. We will head for the desert as soon as we're stocked. One question, Koala asked. The rebel leader, Koza, if he's already mobilized, he won't be easy to talk down. That's why we're going, Ben said, standing up and pocketing the projector. Straw Hat Luffy has a way of making people listen, usually by breaking things. Sabo laughed. I look forward to seeing this captain of yours. You have no idea, Ben muttered. Let's go, there is no time to waste. Ben turned and exited the room, vanishing into the shadows of the hallway. Sabo followed him a few steps behind, a thoughtful expression on his face. He's sharp, Koala noted. He is, Sabo agreed. And dangerous. Let's get moving, Koala. We have a revolution to save. While the fate of the nation was being decided in a dusty backroom, the fate of a local restaurant's structural integrity was being decided in the center of Nanohana. The Spice Bean was a popular establishment, known for its strong coffee and savory meats. Currently, however, the atmosphere was thick with tension. At a center table, a man with no shirt and a tattoo of Whitebeard on his back sat slumped forward, his face buried deep in a plate of spaghetti. He was snoring. Porgas D. Hayes. Standing over him, radiating menace and cigar smoke, was a Marine captain with a jit strapped to his back. Smoker the White Hunter. Hey, Smoker growled, staring at the sleeping pirate. I know that face. You're Fire Fist Ace, commander of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. Ace snored. ZZZZZ pop. A snot bubble inflated and popped. Wake up, Smoker barked. I don't arrest men in their sleep, but I'm making an exception for you. The patrons of the restaurant cowered against the walls, sensing the clash of titans. Smoker reached for his jit. You're coming with me. Suddenly, the air pressure in the street outside dropped. A sound like a jet engine roaring to life echoed through the open door. Me-a-a-a-a-a-a-at. Smoker turned his head. What the? He didn't finish the sentence. A blur of red and black, moving at Mach speed, shot through the open door. It was a human missile. A rubber comet. Crash. Luffy, aiming blindly for the smell of food, didn't see the Marine or his brother. He plowed into them with the force of a runaway freight train. The momentum of his new, 8-foot-tall, 20-ton lifting body was catastrophic. Smoker and Ace were lifted off their feet instantly. They were carried by the rubber juggernaut through the back wall of the restaurant. Boom. Then the next wall. Crash. Then the wall of the neighboring building. Smash. And finally, through the wall of a pottery shop 3 alleys away. Dust billowed into the street. The Spice Bean restaurant now had a massive, Looney Tunes-esque tunnel running straight through its architecture. In the center of the restaurant, amidst the rubble and confused diners, Luffy sat up. He dusted brick powder off his vest. He looked left. He looked right. He saw the counter. Old man. Luffy slammed his hands on the table, which cracked under his new strength. Bring me meat. Lots of it. And water. The owner, a trembling man with a mustache, popped up from behind the counter. Why you. Meat. Luffy began to bang his spoon and fork on the table, chanting his primal rhythm. Terrified, the owner and his cook scrambled. Within seconds, they returned with platters of roasted lamb, kebabs, and rice. Luffy inhaled them. He didn't chew, he shoveled. Bones and all disappeared into his elastic gullet. Hey! The owner shouted, finding a shred of courage. Aren't you worried? Luffy paused, a turkey leg hanging from his mouth. Worried about what? The hole. The owner pointed a shaking finger at the devastation behind Luffy. A perfect tunnel through 4 buildings. Look at what you did to my shop. Luffy turned around. He chewed thoughtfully. He looked at the wreckage. Whoa, Luffy said, eyes wide. There's a hole. Why is there a hole in your restaurant, old man? You made it. The owner screamed, veins popping in his neck. You are the one who crashed through the wall. Oh, Luffy swallowed the turkey leg whole. Sorry. He immediately went back to eating a pile of spaghetti. This is good. More. Don't just say sorry and keep eating. 3 alleys away, amidst the ruins of the pottery shop, a pile of rubble shifted. Ace pushed a heavy wooden beam off his chest. He groaned, sitting up and rubbing his head. Ouch, what hit me? He muttered, blinking dust out of his eyes. I was dreaming about eating, and then suddenly I was flying. He stood up, dusting off his black shorts and adjusting his orange hat. He looked at the tunnel of destruction leading back to the restaurant. Someone has a lot of force, Ace mused, impressed. That felt like a cannonball. No, heavier. Curiosity piqued, Ace began to walk back through the holes in the walls. He stepped over broken pottery, apologized to the family in the living room, and climbed over the bricks until he stepped back into the Spice Bean. He saw the back of a massive figure sitting at the center table. The person was huge, over 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and thick, powerful arms that rippled with muscle. He was wearing a red vest and a straw hat. Ace froze. He blinked. That hat. He took a step forward. The figure turned slightly to grab another platter, revealing his profile. Ace's eyes went wide. Luffy. He stared at the giant eating machine. It was definitely his little brother, but evolved. The scrawny kid from the windmill village was gone, replaced by this titan. Ace opened his mouth. He raised a hand. He was about to call out, "Luffy! Mugiwara!" A roar came from the pile of rubble behind Ace. Before Ace could get the word out, a white blur slammed into him from behind. Smoker! The Marine captain, furious and humiliated, exploded out of the debris. He didn't care about Ace right now. He only had eyes for the rubber brat who had tackled him. Smoker shoved Ace hard, sending the Fire Logia stumbling sideways into a pile of broken chairs. "Out of my way, pirate!" Smoker roared. Ace caught his balance, looking annoyed. "Hey!" Smoker ignored him. He stomped toward Luffy, his jit raised, smoke billowing from his body like a chimney. "Straw Hat Luffy!" Luffy stopped eating. His cheeks were stuffed like a chipmunk, holding at least 3 steaks. He turned around. He saw the smoke. He saw the jit tipped with sea stone. He saw the angry Marine. Luffy swallowed the food in one hard gulp. "Smoky!" Luffy mumbled, spraying crumbs. "Stop eating!" Smoker yelled, swinging the jit down. "Your luck runs out here." Luffy looked at Smoker. His instincts screamed fight, but his brain replayed Nami's voice. "No trouble. If you cause a scene, I will triple your debt. And no fighting Marines until necessary." And Ben's warning. Smoker is a Logia. Until your Haki is fully active, fighting him is a waste of time. If you see him, relocate. Luffy grabbed the last piece of meat off the table. "I can't hit you right now." Luffy shouted, stuffing the meat in his mouth. "Nami will kill me if I fight. So I'm running. Get back here." Smoker launched his arms forward, turning them into swirling vines of white smoke to snare Luffy. White blow. Ninja Rundeo. Run away. Luffy vanished. He used Sorath's superhuman speed Ben had trained him in, now amplified by the serum and his massive leg muscles. Whoosh. He didn't just run, he exploded into motion. He ricocheted off the remaining walls of the restaurant, moving so fast he was barely a blur of red and black. He shot out of the front door, kicking up a cloud of dust that blinded the entire street. "Stop him!" Smoker roared to his Marines who were waiting outside, completely ignoring Ace who was standing near the hole in the wall. "It's Straw Hat!" The Marines outside screamed in panic. "Open fire!" Bang! 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 The bullets hit Luffy's back as he sprinted down the street, but they bounced off his rubber skin harmlessly. "Shishishi! Takes more than that!" Luffy laughed, leaping over a camel and 3 merchants in a single bound, disappearing around a corner. Back in the restaurant, Ace picked himself up, dusting off his hat again. He watched the chaos unfolding outside. He watched his little brother sprinting away at a speed that shouldn't be possible, trailed by a battalion of Marines and an angry cloud of smoke. A slow grin spread across Ace's face. Well, Ace chuckled to himself. He certainly knows how to make an exit. And he's gotten big. Really big. He looked at the tunnel of destruction Luffy had left behind. "I guess I better catch up," Ace murmured, igniting a small flame on his thumb. "Before he wrecks the whole city, or before Smoker actually catches him." Ace walked to the door, watching the retreating cloud of dust. He didn't say a word to Luffy yet, but the reunion was inevitable. The Fire Fist was ready to join the party.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.